General. The palace is heavily guarded. How could there be an assassin? Su Rao had no interest in knowing about the assassin in the palace. Nor did she think that it was her man. The chaos in the Yun Palace gave her a good opportunity. Looking at the guard who stayed with her to guard the palace prison, Su Rao walked over with a lantern, with a panicked expression on her face and shaking body. General. Are all the others gone? Are there only 2 of us guarding the prison? I am timid. There are other generals in the prison. Why don't we let 1 or 2 more of them come out? Otherwise, if the assassin runs to our side, what can we do? Such noisy words, and such cowardice, made the guard look impatient, with sharp eyes and murderous aura. Although the guard didn't say anything, just such a look. Su Rao knew that there were no other guards in the palace prison at this time. The jade bone fan quietly popped out from the soft hand on the back. General. Look! There seems to be some movement over there. Could it be that the assassin has escaped? The lantern in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Su Rao screamed in panic, and pointed in the direction he said. The guard just turned his eyes away, and his neck suddenly felt cold. And then the pain spread, and blood flowed out. You! In front of him, Su Rao's figure enlarged, and under the moonlight in the sky, the guard only saw a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, which were completely cold inside. And then his tall and strong figure fell over. Su Rao immediately supported the guard, preventing him from falling down and making a noise. Drag him to the prison gate and stand against it. From a distance, one would think he was on guard. After doing all this, Su Rao quickly pushed open the prison gate and went in. There was indeed no more guards in the prison. Qin Yang. Uncle Hao. Go to the secret cell where Qin Yang and Uncle Hao were imprisoned, as Isu said. But there was no one. Qin Yang and Uncle Hao were not here. Don't look for them. No one who goes there can get out alive. Su Rao searched in ordinary cells one by one after failing to find Qin Yang and Uncle Hao in the secret cell. Her search would naturally attract the attention of the prisoners. One by one, they gathered at the prison gate and stretched out their hands, shouting for Su Rao to save them as well. Save them. They don't want to stay in this dark place. And in this noisy sound, a dying voice said that sentence. He was also the only one who didn't shout. He lay on the weeds, facing inward, without even turning his body. It's a skill to be able to come into this palace prison to save people. Let's go quickly. The people you want to save may have been tortured to death by those golden-clad secret guards. After saying this, the old man stopped making any sound. He slept soundly in this palace prison. Dang dang dang. The sound of weapons colliding suddenly came from outside the palace prison. No need to think too much. I'm afraid that the 2 assassins really escaped here and attracted all the guards. In just a moment, Su Rao actually made a move, and the door locks of the cells were directly cut open by the jade bone fan. Whether you can escape or not depends on your own ability. Su Rao saved these people, not because they asked for help, but because he was angry because he couldn't find Qin Yang and Uncle Hao. It created chaos. Run! Run! If we run out, we can be free. For a moment, the prisoners rushed out of the prison. Click! There was another sound of the door lock being broken, and Su Rao also opened the cell where the old man who was talking was imprisoned. She didn't say much, but just thanked this person for his 2 kind reminders. The 2 people are not dead. After the little girl escaped, they were transferred. Who are you to them? You came to save them regardless of danger. I heard that the 2 people are the remnants of the previous dynasty. The outside will be more chaotic because of the escaped prisoners. Su Rao wants to leave at this time. She doesn't believe that Uncle Hao and Qin Yang will be killed easily. If she is not captured, Uncle Hao and Qin Yang will not be killed like this. Just as Su Rao was about to leave, the old man spoke again, and just stood up and turned around. His old face with stubble was even more disheveled, extremely dirty and slovenly, and his appearance could not be seen clearly at all. The old man asked questions, and the questions he asked were still so sensitive. Who is this person? Su Rao's eyes moved secretly. Su Rao couldn't see the old man's face clearly, but the old man could see Su Rao clearly, especially Su Rao's bright peach blossom eyes, which were unforgettable at first sight. The skinny hands placed in the ragged prison clothes were trembling uncontrollably, but the old man's face did not show his abnormality at all. Clang! Ding! It seemed that because of the escape of those prisoners, the shouting and killing outside became louder, and most of the prisoners, who had escaped were forced back into the palace prison one by one for some reason. Bang! Another sudden sound came. This was the sound of the stone door of the palace prison being lowered. Once the stone door of the palace prison is closed, it can only be opened from the outside, and the people inside can only wait for death. Su Rao no longer cared to find out who the old man was, and quickly ran to the palace prison gate. The stone door had already fallen down, and at the entrance of the palace prison, the guards had forced the two men in black here. They lowered the stone door, and they wanted to catch the two men in black. And the prisoners who escaped became the shields of the guards to resist the poison powder of the female assassin. No wonder the prisoners came into the prison again, although the palace prison had been blocked with almost no gaps. Su Rao had the ability to rush to the front, and the two men in black seemed to be extraordinary assassins with high martial arts skills. After so long, the guards had not forced the two men into the prison door, but went out of the prison door again, so that the prison door had an empty exit. The stone door had already fallen halfway. Su Rao dared not delay any longer and was about to get out, but someone grabbed her hand and held her tightly. "Save me. Take me out. I don't want to die here." A prisoner pulled Su Rao and asked her to save him. The stone door had already fallen halfway. If she didn't get out, she would not be able to get out. Su Rao didn't have any good intentions to save this person. She was about to cut off the prisoner's hand without hesitation. But a sudden push came from her back. "Go!" The voice of the old man. The old man pulled the prisoner away and pushed Su Rao out. Su Rao was also stuffed with an object by the old man. At the same time, a hurried whisper. "Take this thing to the North Mountain of Tianguan County and find a man named Jin Chao. He can help you." Boom! The stone door fell completely. Along with it, there were screams, and the prisoners who did not escape the prison door were smashed into meat paste by the huge stone door. The huge stone door smashed him from the waist. Blood instantly dyed the entire prison door red. Su Rao, who was pushed out, narrowly avoided the stone door, but was surrounded by the guards and fell to the ground. This kind of embarrassment was not because Su Rao was pushed and couldn't stand steadily, but she did it on purpose, because she was just a little eunuch and couldn't possibly know martial arts. The stone door of the palace prison was lowered, but the two assassins could not be forced into the prison. Unable to trap the two assassins, the guards had to surround them again. The sharp arrows were aimed directly at the two assassins. Archers were in place. Reinforcements arrived, and the Imperial Guards came. The guards who came one after another could not take down the two assassins for a long time, which made Emperor Yu extremely angry and displeased. He issued an imperial edict to order the Imperial Guards to enter the palace late at night. Su Rao, who was pushed out, happened to lie in the encirclement and became a target for arrows. The torches were burning, reflecting the sharp arrows pointed at her, and the firelight reflected the sharpness. If the rain of arrows was shot out, she would become a hornet's nest. The corners of her eyebrows were twisted, and only for a moment, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and Su Rao immediately shouted, "Help! General! Someone has been killed, and there are assassins. Help!" This was the panic of being frightened. Su Rao pointed to the palace prison, meaning that there were assassins inside. At the same time, she got up and was about to run into the guards to seek shelter, but she didn't expect that her shoulder was grabbed by a hand, ruining her move. Su Rao was caught by the female assassin, and the bloody long sword was across Su Rao's neck, using Su Rao as a shield for her and the male assassin who came to save her. The sharp blade was against her neck, cold and with a strong smell of blood, although it did not cut the skin on Su Rao's neck. The blood on the sword had already stained Su Rao's neck. For a moment, Su Rao's eyebrows sank fiercely, and the deepness in her bright peach eyes was like a whirlpool, and a circle of light red appeared. The jade bone fan was secretly held in her hand. If she took action at this time, but if she didn't take action, and only a small eunuch was caught, who would care about her life or death? Release the arrows. She didn't even have a moment to think about it, and she didn't give Su Rao time to think. The Imperial Guards and the Imperial Guards would never let the two assassins escape. The sharp arrows were about to rain down like a rain of arrows. Su Rao couldn't pretend anymore, and couldn't continue to pretend. Otherwise, her life would be in danger. The folding fan in her hand was about to be thrown out. A hint of darkness also appeared in her eyes. Use her as a shield. Don't shoot the arrows. Su Rao was just about to push the two assassins behind her out to be her shields. and take this moment to get away. But she didn't expect that just as she was about to move, this clear voice, like flowing water, came from behind the Imperial Guards. The arrow that was about to be shot was not shot. Su Rao was not exposed. The Imperial Guards made way, and the moonlit figure slowly walked forward, also reflected in Su Rao's eyes. Enough people have died? Why bother to involve this irrelevant person? You can't escape in the end. Don't resist in vain. Just surrender. In these words, Yunji just said the situation the two assassins are facing now. They can't escape. He also didn't want to involve this innocent person. But Su Rao felt that Yunji recognized her for no reason. His peach blossom eyes fell directly on Yunji, and the white satin covered his eyes. Su Rao knew that Yunji could see. He was facing the two assassins, so this direction was naturally facing her, and looking at her. Did he really recognize her? Although there was this satin covering her, Su Rao felt that Yunji was looking at her, and his hot and worried eyes penetrated the satin and fell on her. But how is this possible? How could he recognize her in disguise? Unless he knew she had entered the Yun Palace and knew what she was going to do. Prince Jiyue is really righteous. If that's the case, why don't you make way for us? In the end, whether we can escape or not is our own business. The female assassin also spoke, and did not let Su Rao go. Instead, the long sword in her hand was closer to Su Rao's neck. The coldness against the skin. The strong smell of blood lingering in the nose. The strong smell that made people feel sick made Su Rao's inner peace fluctuate because of Yunji. The arrow did not move. Su Rao did not make a move, but being threatened by the sword. Who knows if her head will be moved in the next moment? How can Su Rao sit and wait for death, whether Yunji recognized her or not? Su Rao would not wait for Yunji to save her. She would not attach her safety to others and pin her hopes on others. Even if this person is Yunji. The jade fan hidden in her hand was quietly put away, and replaced with a small silver needle. The foot hidden under the eunuch's palace uniform also moved slightly, making an unexpected move. He used the silver needle to penetrate the acupoint to break his own predicament, and then stepped on the female assassin's toes to perform such a self-rescue behavior under such fear of death, so as to dispel other people's suspicion of her. This idea was only a moment, and Su Rao was just about to act, but was blocked again and again. Okay, Yunji will give you a way out. Yunji actually agreed. He agreed to give the two assassins a way out. The torch was red and bright, reflecting Yunji's grace. Although he was thin, he did not look thin. His body was straight, with one hand behind his back. In such a bloody and murderous night, he was the only one who was clean and spotless. There was no trace of blood on his body. His white clothes danced with the night wind, and his black hair fluttered. The shimmering moonlight cast a more hazy look on him. The exiled immortal from heaven, who was not affected by the mundane world, faced his enemies with a compassionate heart. Prince, the Emperor has ordered that we don't care about life or death. Yunji agreed, and the commander of the Imperial Guards beside him hurriedly shouted. The meaning was very clear. As long as they could capture these two people, they didn't care about their life or death. Now that these two assassins were surrounded by them, there was no need to waste words with them, since they didn't care about life or death. Moreover, he was just a eunuch. If he could die for catching this assassin, it would be his honor. Yunling. Yunji seemed not to hear what the commander of the Imperial Guard said. Let Yunling make way for these two assassins. If you can escape, you should not die here. If you cannot escape, surrender and tell us who ordered you. Yunji seemed to be fully confident that even if he gave way to them, the two assassins could not escape. After his words, the commander of the Imperial Guard shut up for a while. Prince Jiyue had his own considerations when doing things, and he was talking too much. Prince Jiyue is really courageous. The female assassin was also confused by Yunji's actions for a while, until Yunji said the latter words. She also resolved her doubts, seeing that the Imperial Guards and the Imperial Guards actually gave them an exit. Such an opportunity. Immediately, the female assassin pushed Su Rao towards Yunji, grabbed the male assassin's hand, and rushed out. At the same time, she threw out a handful of poison powder. Prince, be careful. The Imperial Guards and the Imperial Guards panic for a while. If the prince is injured in front of them, they will be blamed for their death. No problem. Go after him. Don't let him escape. Yuan moved her wide sleeves, and the poison powder that was floating over was scattered. Su Rao, who rushed over, was also firmly held by the wrist. The Imperial Guards and the Royal Guards took a look and saw that Yuan-Ji had dissolved the poison powder so easily. It was really okay. They immediately chased after him without delaying. As for Su Rao, the little eunuch, it was not enough to distract the Royal Guards and the Imperial Guards. Moreover, with Yuan-Ji here, they didn't need to worry about the palace prison. As for the accomplice Su Rao mentioned, the stone gate has fallen now, and the accomplice is naturally trapped in the prison, which is not a big problem at this time. The moon in the sky, which was not perfect, had already tilted. It was already midnight. The stars around the moon were twinkling, the light under the night sky. In the palace prison, only Yuan-Ji and Su Rao were left. Yunling went to the front and quietly guarded. No one would suddenly appear here to disturb them, and no one would come here and find that the eunuch was Su Rao. Yunling left, leaving the space for Yuan-Ji and Su Rao to talk. But neither of them spoke first. Yuan-Ji held Su Rao's wrist, never letting go, never speaking. Similarly, Su Rao never spoke, nor moved. The two just looked at each other, staring at each other steadily. One was blindfolded, the other was disguised. But they could see each other clearly, even a slight expression. Yuan-Ji was a little panicked in the silence, not knowing what words to use to start their reunion. We agreed to say goodbye, but we still meet again. We agreed to meet in the next life, but this life is already unbearable. And Su Rao's silence is also difficult to be truly quiet. Before, the distance was still far, but now that she is close, she can see clearly that Yuan-Ji's face is still not good. With a pale face, every time he appears in front of her, he always looks like this. Zhu Xian's farewell was a farewell that they parted unhappily, but she didn't expect to see him again like this many days later. But why every time? Every time she just let it go. He always appears in front of her in this posture. There is a bad fate between them. A bad fate that is destined to have no results. Knowing that it is impossible, they should withdraw in time. Time seems to be quiet, and the strong smell of blood around seems to disappear. Those broken limbs and arms can't eliminate the quietness at this moment. For a long, long time, it seemed that the sun and the moon rotated, and the world changed forever. Yuan-Ji just said with a warm face, "It's good if you are fine." Yuan-Ji finally spoke first. Just 4 short words. But he had expressed all his worries and anxieties in the past few days. His panicked heart finally found peace, and sank to the bottom of his heart. Su Rao also pursed her lips. The beautiful man in front of her, who was as calm as the bright moon, cared about her all the time. But we now seem to have nothing to talk about. Asking if you are fine or I am fine seems to have no meaning. Whether I am fine or not has nothing to do with you. And whether you are fine or not, you know without looking, Su Rao said with a smile. Her mouth pulled out an arc, but her eyes finally fell on Yuan-Ji's jade hand holding her wrist, letting Yuan-Ji let go. Since that night in the cave, there should be no intersection between them. The person in front of her is not someone she can really understand and know. He has a very deep scheming. He is not the Xiao she knows, nor is he the Yuan-Ji she thought she knew. The extraordinary Ji prince. His heart may be deeper than Yunmurui, Su Rao said, but Yuan-Ji did not let go. He was silent again, extremely silent, and felt like the feeling in the cave that night. The feeling of his world collapsing. In a moment, Yuan-Ji still pulled Su Rao into his arms. Rao, we didn't part on bad terms. How can we have nothing to say? This voice whispered, more serious. It didn't part on bad terms. He didn't want to part on bad terms. Bang, 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 with his ear pressed against Yuan-Ji's chest. Su Rao could clearly hear Yuan-Ji's heartbeat. It was a slow beat. Not a frantic one, but a slow one. As if it was suppressed. The heart was in pain, so the heartbeat was also very slow. Her eyebrows were furrowed. Su Rao was also calm, and she said calmly and rationally, Yuan-Ji, we are not children, nor are we second brother and Yun Mujing, who said not to embarrass each other. You have embarrassed us once. And now, do you want to have a second time? He put his arm around Su Rao and let it go. Yuan-Ji took a step back, with a hint of regret in his eyes. He couldn't control himself again. It's Yuan-Ji's fault. Yuan-Ji should control himself. The corner of his mouth showed a touch of warmth again. Rao, can we talk now? He asked Su Rao about her feelings. The soft hand that was hanging and curled slowly relaxed, After a breath, Su Rao just said, "Who are those two men in black? They came to assassinate your uncle. Did they succeed?" Directly asking about the assassins, the topic between them. Although it is not their business, Yunji is satisfied. As long as they don't part on bad terms, it is enough. Grandpa Su, accompany the uncle, and you can go home early tomorrow. Yunji took another step forward and walked back to the original position, and was close to Su Rao again. Although this sentence did not mention whether Emperor Yu was safe, Su Rao knew that Emperor Yu was safe. With Grandpa around, who can get close to Yun Yu? Rao Rao, can you leave now? Come home tomorrow. Zaya Yaju and Lianga will be fine, Yunji said again, without saying what he did. But Su Rao knew what he said. Yunji came to the palace for her Su family. She guessed correctly. Yunji knew that her Su family was in trouble, so she came back. If it was just for this, for the safety of her family and the stability of the Su family, she would leave and pretend that nothing happened. But things were not just that. Not just the matter of the cabinet. Yunji, answer me a question. If your answer can satisfy me, then I will leave. The bright peach eyes fell directly on Yunji's eyes. Not knowing what to do, Su Rao suddenly asked this. Why pretend to be blind? You can obviously see. But why pretend to be blind? Pretending for so many years. You are the Jiyu Prince of the Yun Palace, the light of the sky of Yunlang. And you are doted on by Emperor Yu. You are loved by thousands of people. What can make you pretend like this? This question, Su Rao asked Yunji's eyes. But Yunji heard it. Heard that Su Rao was not asking his eyes, but his heart. Jade fingers touched the satin. And at this moment, the inside was as transparent as obsidian. And the translucence was radiant. Through the satin, through the disguise, Su Rao was included in his phoenix eyes. Extremely clear. Yunji did not disguise himself, but just did not want to see these eyes. Yunji did not pretend to be blind. He really could not see. Before meeting Rao Rao, everything Yunji touched with these eyes was nothingness. Until that day, Yunji saw the light. Prince, Yunling's voice came suddenly, because the commander of the Imperial Guards and the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards came quickly. They chased the two assassins to the Imperial River courtyard. The two assassins had no way to go, and the male assassin actually pulled the female assassin into the Imperial River and disappeared without a trace. The Imperial River connects to the outside of the palace. If the assassin escapes, the consequences of this cannot be borne by the Imperial Guards and the Imperial Guards. When Su Rao heard about the Imperial River, her eyebrows moved. Who were the two assassins? Was there no way out? Or, the assassination of the emperor should not be publicized, so as not to shake the court. Yunling, you take people to the inner city lake. Yunji frowned slightly when the assassin actually escaped. Arrangements were made immediately. Then he turned to the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards and the commander of the Imperial River. One word. You two continue to search the Imperial River. Whether you catch them or not, I will take the responsibility. I will not implicate you. I dare not. The commander of the Imperial Army and the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards immediately knelt on one knee. The assassin escaped. It was our dereliction of duty. No matter what they thought in their hearts, they did not dare to let Prince Jiyu take the responsibility. There is a time when you are guilty of something. Maybe you have found the assassin. Yunji did not say anything more. But this one sentence made the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard and the commander of the Imperial Guard tremble all over. They immediately stood up and left. Rao Rao. Yunji's answer may satisfy Rao Rao. Although there was a moment of disturbance and the assassins escaped, Yunji still took care of Su Rao's problem first. At this moment, this question was not as important as Su Rao's question for the assassin's escape. In the peach blossom eyes, a ripple appeared. Not satisfied? I don't want that kind of answer. Su Rao shook her head. Yunji's answer was not the answer she wanted. The answer she wanted was to hear him tell her who he was in person. She wanted to hear him admit it to her. If he admitted it, she would tell him the truth. Qin Yang and Uncle Hao were captured. In this huge palace, no matter how familiar she was alone and had difficulty moving. If she wanted to find Qin Yang and Uncle Hao, only Yunji could find them. But now, your answer doesn't matter. The assassins have all fled. But you are still here. The peach blossom eyes curved up. Even if she was disguised, it was hard to hide the inner fluctuations of Su Rao's heart. She knew clearly in her heart that the man in front of her would ignore everything else for her. But when such a clear choice was placed in front of her, Su Rao's heart was once again unbearable. Yunji, I used to believe you. But after Zhu Xian and his group, I dare not believe you anymore. A person who pretended to be blind for many years. But there was no flaw revealed. How deep is your scheming? Even if I have feelings, I dare not believe it anymore. But now, I choose to believe you again. No matter how scheming you are to others. You in front of me are Yunji, who regards me as the most important thing. Qin Yang and how she were captured. They were captured in this palace. I can't find them. I want you to help me find them and bring them out intact. I know that my request is very selfish. I am using your love for me to justify asking you to do something for me, and even putting you in danger. But I have no choice. You are the best helper I can find now. There was no deception. Nor was there any calculation to use him. This time, Su Rao told Yunji clearly about her situation. She needed Yunji to help her rescue Qin Yang and Uncle Hao. Before, when she was in Juxian, she did not let Yunji ask about her. She could do her things alone. But now she had no time. She could not wait for Qin Yang and Uncle Hao's lives. She could not wait for a moment. She could not let the Su family be implicated because of her possible identity exposure. Otherwise she would never forgive herself. She knew that she was shameless and shamelessly used him again. Since she could not be with him, she should not tie him down like this and make him worry again and again. But she was not a good person. And she never wanted to be a good person. As long as she could achieve her goal and rescue Qin Yang and Uncle Hao, she would do everything she could, even if she hurt him in the end. Yunji, you can help me. You will help me. Right? Su Rao's eyes were filled with hope. And she also held Yunji's hand. Between the Yun family and her, he would choose her. He would definitely. Right. Yunji did not answer for a while. Su Rao said the purpose of her entry into the palace, and mentioned that Qin Yang and Uncle Hao were now imprisoned by Emperor Yu at a place in the palace that he had not yet reached. But Emperor Yu had never mentioned a word to him. Never mentioned this matter. He was panicked again. Why did the Emperor's uncle secretly capture only 2 servants? Why did he hide it from him? The tip of his heart suddenly jumped, thinking of the fact that Zai Yaju and Liana that Emperor Yu had told him were not simple. Could it be that his uncle knew about Rao Rao? Yunji thought of it, and finally thought of the factor that made him uneasy. How could it be possible that Emperor Yu made such an unwise move to disturb the court and move Yunlang, and let him take back the tiger talisman and reduce the military power of the Su family just because of Liana and aging? Yunji did not reply to Su Rao for a while, and Su Rao lowered her voice. Is he hesitating? Is she too confident in herself? Rao, come with me. Yunji suddenly held Su Rao's hand and pulled Su Rao away directly. Su Rao frowned again for a while. What happened to him? Before he asked, Yunji said, I will help you find and rescue Qin Yang and Uncle Hao, and the Su family will be safe. It's getting late. You must leave the palace now. Otherwise it will be difficult for you to leave when the Emperor's uncle orders the city to be sealed and the assassin is arrested. Holding Su Rao, Yunji went straight to the palace gate. His steps were a little hurried, and he was completely different from the Jiyu prince, who could take everything calmly in the past. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Rao nodded, but a complicated look appeared in her peach blossom eyes. It was so easy for Yunlang's Jiyu prince to send someone out of Langjing as long as he was there. But now, he used such easily recognizable words to cover up his panic. He must have thought of something. He was still quite thoughtful. When she mentioned Qin Yang and Uncle Hao, he must have guessed that her identity might be exposed. So he was so anxious to let her leave. Concerned and confused. Xiao. Looking at the moonlit man in front of her, Su Rao's peach blossom eyes finally gave rise to a guilty look. But it was only for a short breath. And then it disappeared. Turning her head to look at the palace prison that had already gone away. The deepness in her eyes turned out again. It seems that there is no chance to find out now. The thing secretly pinned to her waist. The old man who mentioned Jin Chao. Who is he? Who is Jin Chao? Let her find Jin Chao. Jin Chao can help her. Is he from their Daqin? Daqin has other survivors besides her. And there are still living. Yunji. There are no assassins in the palace prison. That's what I said on purpose. In order not to expose my identity. Su Rao said this. Her footsteps did not stop for a moment, and followed Yunji out of the palace. It seems that she just thought of this, because the person who caught the assassin was Yunji. It was him. Yunji. So she said it so frankly. Yunji knows. Yunji also nodded, turning her head to look at Su Rao. She brought a moonlit smile to her face. The charm of the bright moon. Rao will not implicate innocent people. And those who are alive in prison will be fine. Don't worry. After Yunji said this, Su Rao pursed her lips again. She was not so kind. She just wanted to save that person and find a chance to meet that person in the future. As for the others, she said it many times that she never wanted to be a good person. And she was not a good person. The two of them were speechless. After walking to the Imperial Garden, Yunji let go of Su Rao's hand and kept a distance. Su Rao, as a little eunuch, followed the side of Prince Jiyu. Without any risk, Yunji brought Su Rao to the palace gate. Because of the assassin, the palace gate was completely under martial law at this moment. The Imperial Guards guarding the palace gate and the Imperial Guards patrolling the palace gate were all in high spirits. With their spears straight on the palace gate and between the palace walls, torches were burning, illuminating the entire palace gate area as if it were daytime. Before Yunji approached, the Imperial Guards guarding the palace gate had seen him and ran over in 2 quick steps. I kowed out to the prince. He knelt on one knee with a solemn expression, treating Yunji, the Prince of Jiyu, with more respect than treating the princes and the crown prince. Guard the palace gate well, and don't let anyone leave the palace at this time. After saying just this, Yunji took Su Rao out of the palace. They left the palace so simply. The Imperial Guards would not ask about the person accompanying Prince Jiyu. Even if he was just a eunuch in the palace, they dared not ask. They let Yunji and Su Rao leave the Yun Palace so easily by letting them go. The Imperial Guards did not ask. But Emperor Yu, who was in Yunshan Palace, knew it, as if he actually knew everything. At dawn, the white mist and the moon began to overlap and alternate. And the sun and the moon were about to rotate. In Yunshan Palace, the Panlong Palace lanterns were still burning and flickering, making a sound, reflecting the figure of the kneeling golden-clad secret guard in the hall. After the golden-clad secret guard left, Emperor Yu got up and walked out of Yunshan Palace. Old General, the assassin escaped from the palace because of an insignificant eunuch. Jiyu made such a mistake that the 2 assassins escaped from the palace. The emperor's eyes were dark. Jiyu escaped from the palace? In front of the palace, General Su's vigorous body guarded Emperor Yu. Although he has been away from the military camp for many years, his heroic spirit has not diminished at all. And he is even stronger with age. Even if he has not slept all night, he is still energetic at this moment. Listening to Emperor Yu's words brought by the golden-clad secret guards, his rough eyebrows just gathered, and a dark color appeared between his eyebrows. How could Xiao Ji make such an unnecessary mistake? Compared to Emperor Yu's incomprehensible expression, General Su was really shocked for a moment. The assassin was able to escape from Yunji's hands. But General Su's reaction and expression, in the eyes of Emperor Yu, only made the darkness in Emperor Yu's eyes deeper. In the sleeve behind his back, he was holding the tiger talisman that Yunji had taken back. The expression was even more incomprehensible. Your Majesty, it seems that the 2 assassins, just as General Su was about to say something else, Chief Steward Yun came hurriedly. His hurried figure could be seen from afar. Your Majesty, Jing Zhaoyin wants to see you. He said he has something urgent to report. The sun and the moon finally rotated, and the sun climbed out from the horizon. Today was another sunny day. But on such a sunny day, a big event happened that shocked Langjing. The Su family, which should have been prosperous and wealthy, was surrounded by the Imperial Guard 7 days before the wedding of the 7th princess and the 4th son of the Su family. The prince personally led the troops to surround the Su family. Such a sudden change. The reason for this incident. The ugly girl of the Su family is a remnant of the previous dynasty. This can't be true. The news from the Jingzhou government office. How can this be false? Xiongyu restaurant. Zaya Yaju was closed down. And the place that benefited the most was naturally the Xiongyu restaurant. At this moment, inside the restaurant, there were endless stories about the reasons why the Su family was surrounded. The Su family actually harbored the remnants of the previous dynasty. After Zaya Yaju and Lianga were sealed, the captured Huan Yang and Mulian refused to reveal where the escaped thief was hiding now. So last night, Jing Zhaoyin led people to search Lianga and Zaya Yaju, wanting to see if there were any clues of the thief's hiding. They really found a secret passage in Lianga. But the secret passage led to the boudoir of Princess Ronghua. And a dark room was found in the boudoir of Princess Ronghua. In the dark room, there were hundreds of royal tablets from the previous dynasty. And incense was burned for offering. When this happened, Jing Xiaoyin was shocked. Such a huge event. The Su family was going to rebel. He did not dare to delay for a moment, and immediately went to the palace to report to Emperor Yu. When Emperor Yu learned about it, he was even more incredulous. Although General Su was from Daqing, Yun Lang never had any suspicion towards him, and gave him an important task. Yun Lang had the military power in his hands, and he protected Yun Lang's country and people. The Su family was also loyal to him. Yun Lang, for 20 years, how could they harbor the remnants of the previous dynasty, and commit such a crime of treason? Such disloyalty and injustice? Emperor Yu didn't believe it. He really couldn't believe what Jing Xiaoyin brought. Jing Xiaoyin also said that there was a secret passage between the Lian Pavilion and the boudoir of Princess Ronghua. That Lian Pavilion must have been secretly opened by the Su family. The Su family not only opened the Lian Pavilion secretly, but also harbored the remnants of the previous dynasty. They were ambitious and wanted to usurp the throne. The emperor must not be careless. Emperor Yu had a little doubt in his heart. Last night, an assassin happened to sneak into the palace at such a sensitive time to assassinate Emperor Yu. It was really hateful. Fortunately, Prince Yue was in the palace at that time, so Emperor Yu was safe and sound. The assassin escaped from the palace, and the Su family was suspected of harboring the remnants of the previous dynasty. With these two things happening, Emperor Yu had to issue an order to order the prince to bring the Su family to the Yun Palace first. Although it was an assassination, and there was a report from Jing Xiaoyin, who came to the palace at dawn, Emperor Yu still couldn't believe that the Su family really had the intention of rebellion. So he had to ask in person. At the same time, a notice was posted in every corner of Langjing. If Princess Ronghua saw it, she would take the initiative to come to the Yun Palace to verify its authenticity. She is the daughter of the Su family. If the Su family was framed by others, Emperor Yu is willing to issue a confession of guilt and publicly apologize to the entire Su family. The Su family is loyal, and he should believe it. But if Su Rao is really a remnant of the previous dynasty, and not the real young lady of the Su family, considering that the Su family has raised her and protected her for many years, I hope she will not bring trouble to the Su family and end up being labeled a disloyal and traitor because of her. In just one morning, such talk became popular in the streets and alleys. All the members of the Su family were taken to the Yun Palace, although they were not arrested in shackles. The people in Beijing still chattered. Cousin, no wonder no one searched anymore. They thought you and me were assassins set by the Su family. In a guest room of the Cheongyu restaurant, there were 2 injured people, and 2 bloody black clothes hidden in the corner of the room. These 2 people were the 2 assassins yesterday. Now they are hiding in the guest room of the Cheongyu restaurant. Last night they fled. The city gates were closed, and the capital was under martial law. They couldn't get out for a while, so they had to hide in the restaurant first. But they didn't expect that there was no search by the guards. The 2 were still alert for a while, fearing that there was a trap. When they heard the chatter in the restaurant hall, cough. With this cough, Rong Feng suppressed the blood in his mouth and looked at Siam Yaling, whose face was also pale in front of him. Take advantage of the chaos in Yunlang and find a chance to leave. With just these words, Rong Feng closed his phoenix eyes. In the past, his phoenix eyes were always filled with a kind of warm and comfortable feeling like bathing in the sun. He was also a warm and gentlemanly person. But now, Rong Feng felt very sad. Just because Xianmu Yaling came to assassinate Emperor Yu secretly without his knowledge. Because of the things between Queen Rong and Emperor Wei. She came to Yulang alone to kill Emperor Yu. How could she not care about him? How could his Linger put herself in such a dangerous situation? The Emperor Yu she assassinated was also his cousin. His aunt loved him, but could not get him. This had nothing to do with his cousin. So how could it be blamed on him? And if Xianmu Yaling really succeeded in the assassination, then with Queen Rong's hatred for Emperor Yu, she would definitely take this opportunity to provoke a war between Zhu Xian and Yunlang. By then, the world would be in chaos. War would continue, and the people would not be able to live. Cousin! Xiaomu Yaling pursed her lips and looked at Rong Feng, who was disappointed in her, with sadness in her eyes. She just wanted her mother and father to reconcile. As long as Emperor Yu died and her mother got what she wanted, she would not continue to hurt her father. I'm sorry. Linger didn't take my cousin into consideration. In the courtyard of Qin Yang and Uncle Hao. In the flower garden. Hundreds of flowers are blooming and fragrant. But at this moment, the side hall is completely low pressure. Su Rao's eyes are full of scarlet. Looking at Yunji, who is blocking her. Yunji. Either get out of the way or take me into the Yun Palace. Yunji blocked the door and prevented Su Rao from leaving at this time. No one expected that when the Yun Palace was in chaos last night, the Prince and Prime Minister Yao actually acted secretly and searched the box cabinet. Yunling rushed to the inner city lake to intercept the two assassins and just noticed their actions. But it was too late. The secret room in Raoxiang Pavilion was discovered, and the tablets of the dead souls of the Qin dynasty were such solid evidence. Rao. I was also counted by the Emperor's uncle. Maybe he had been waiting for this day, since he summoned me back to the capital. The assassins last night were probably to take down the Su family today and force you to show up. You can't enter the palace. And you can't enter the palace. Rong. Xiao. This time, Su Rao's low-pressure breath was not calling on Xiao. But this name that no one has called for many years. This is the real name of Han Machin. Since you are alive, you must have experienced the bloody massacre in the Qin dynasty that night. My mother died in the fire to save me. My grandfather and father were killed. Countless innocent souls of the Qin dynasty died in vain. And the Qin dynasty was destroyed overnight. The drooping soft hand tightly pinched the green vine. And the fingertips were embedded in the palm of the hand. And blood dripped from the fingertips. The hatred that was deeply hidden in the memory and suppressed could no longer be suppressed today. You can be Yunji. You can hide. You can live your life peacefully under the protection of your grandfather and your uncle. And never be Rong Xiao in the dark again. But I can't. Don't you understand? She couldn't escape. If she escaped, it would be telling everyone clearly that she was Qin Rao, the remnant of the previous dynasty. Uncle Hao and Qin Yang would die because of this. And the Su family would be uprooted by the executioner because of this. Under the satin, the Paraphoenix eyes, as bright as obsidian, suddenly fluctuated. How could Yunji not understand? Looking at the woman in front of him through the satin. Although her eyes were scarlet with the hatred of Emperor Yu, her face was terribly calm. Although her hatred was difficult to suppress, she was very calm at the moment. It was Yunji who was not thoughtful. In a moment, the pair of soft hands were pulled up and opened by the slender hands. Only the blood on the palms of her hands could tell how she kept herself so calm. Yua took out the handkerchief and gently wiped away the blood on Su Rao's palms. Yunji let Rao enter the palace. Rao is the daughter of the Su family. She has always been Su Rao. The forged evidence will always have flaws. Yunji will find those flaws. Su Rao stood on tiptoe to block Yunji's lips, and also blocked his next words. Yunji's thoughts were stuck for a while. Suddenly, he felt a little pain in his neck, and he fell down unsteadily. Under the satin, his phoenix eyes changed for a moment, and a thick panic emerged. Rao! The heavy voice. With more panic, Yunji finally fainted in Su Rao's arms. Yunji, I suddenly don't want you to get involved. A tear mark appeared in the corner of his eye. But it never fell. You are thoughtful. But your uncle seems to be even better than you. He probably already knows clearly about your relationship with my Su family. If you do anything for me again, you will be implicated because of me. He used you to easily take back the military power of my Su family. In the morning, it was reported that you protected him in catching the assassin last night. He wanted my Su family to be alienated from you, thinking that all this was planned by you, and forced you to stay away from my Su family. At this moment, Su Rao was really calm and scary. But I am not the real Su Rao. His tricks may deceive the real Su Rao. But he can't easily deceive me, because I know your friendship for me. You are Ah Xiao, Rao's best friend. The lips just outlined a curved arc. The smile was like a flower. Yunji, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have dragged you in again. You finally lived in the sunshine. How can you step into the darkness that you have always hated and feared because of me? I don't deserve it at all. The corner of her lips touched Yunji's forehead, leaving a touch of tenderness. Sleep well. After you wake up, everything will have nothing to do with you. Now I don't need you to help me save Qin Yang and Uncle Hao. I don't need you anymore. Leave without any regrets. Leave the side hall. When you appear again, you are already wearing a red dress. A flamboyant blood red color. The brightest red color. And also the blood color that Qin Rao hates the most. The ugly sunken scar on the forehead is even more exposed. Without any cover. This is a unique mark of the ugly girl of the Su family. And it is also the hatred of the family and the country that Qin Rao can't forget. And it is painful. Go. Notify the guards to bring Yao Yeding back to Beijing. With this order, Su Rao went into the main room to see Yi Su, who was sleeping again. Reaching out and touching Yi Su's forehead. The heat was gone. At midnight last night, Yi Su had a high fever, and her whole body was burning as if she was in a furnace. After Su Rao came back, it took a whole hour of acupuncture and physical cooling to reduce her fever. Yi Su, I'm sorry. I didn't bring back Qin Yang and Uncle Hao. Now I can only let you leave Langjing first and go to Juxian to find Ying. Without my personal letter, you two are not allowed to come back to Langjing. Let Xiao Ji and the guards take Yi Su and leave in the evening. Miss, that Ji Prince. Yun Ji was supported by Xiao Ji and a guard to the couch in the side hall. When Yunling comes back, he will take him back. Su Rao said so. Xiao Ji could not say anything more. She was the 11th of the Yun guards. But since she was ordered to become the top girl of Zai Yaju and was redeemed by Su Rao to the Lian Pavilion, Yun Ji said that she would belong to Su Rao from now on. Xiao Ji, I'll leave Yi Su to you. Send her to Ying safely. You too. Her soft hands pressed on Xiao Ji's shoulders. Xiao Ji didn't ask about her identity, and Su Rao wouldn't explain much about the disaster that had swept the whole Langjing in the morning. However, her bright eyes suddenly fell on the unconscious Yun Ji on the couch, and finally left. Su Rao went to Yun Palace again, taking only Su Kim with her. Miss, that girl Xiao Ji is very likely to be the person of Prince Ji Yu. I feel that she has the same restrained aura as Yunda and the others. This is what Su Kim told Su Rao. As a first-class secret guard personally trained by General Su, Su Kim is more sensitive to secret guards like them, and she can keenly detect the difference of Xiao Ji. It is because of Su Kim's words that Su Rao will feel relieved to hand Yi Su to Xiao Ji. And since Xiao Ji and Ying are lovers, she will definitely take Yi Su away safely. As for Yun Ji putting Xiao Ji next to her, Su Rao knew that Yun Ji recognized her from the beginning, so she would not wonder what the relationship between Zai Yaju and Yun Ji was. She would only think that Yun Ji had used some tricks. The sun rises in the morning, and there must be a bright sun in the afternoon. The bright sun casts its light, casting a bright light on the entire cloud palace, with a feeling of clouds rolling and unrolling. White clouds and blue sky. In the imperial study, Emperor Yu, sitting high on the dragon throne, has a gentle face, and has not revealed any thoughts. He just sits and waits to see if Su Rao will come or show up. The people sitting in the hall are General Su and Prince Yun, as well as Prime Minister Yao and the Jing Zhaoyin, who came to report in the morning that the Su family harbored the remnants of the previous dynasty. Other members of the Su family are also there, and they stand behind General Su. In the middle of the hall, hundreds of black tablets are placed. The names of every dead soul carved on it are all from the Qin royal family. They are all clearly reflected in their eyes. But even so, no one in the Su family panicked because of this. General Su was calm, and the other members of the Su family were also calm. Your Majesty, this is clearly someone deliberately framing me. Is my little sister my little sister? Can't we, the Su family, recognize her? Besides Su Rao, the only person who can say such words and dare to be so bold in the imperial study is Su Wu. Only Su Wu dares to talk back. And only Su Wu would say such words at this time. How could my little sister be that damned Daqing princess? Master Su Wu, please be careful with your words. Jing Zhaoyin's face was ugly for a moment, and he said, Master Su Wu's words imply that I am framing the Su family. Let's not talk about whether the Su family was kept in the dark. Just look at the identity of Princess Ronghua, Master Xiao, and the treacherous disguise. Who can easily recognize it? Su Wu suddenly clenched his fists, with a flash of anger in his eyes. Old man. The other members of the Su family also frowned, but did not speak. It was still Su Wu who continued to argue. You said that Xiao Ziyu is my younger sister, which is simply ridiculous. A man and a woman. Do you think that everyone in Langjing is blind? You? Jing Zhaoyin was choked by Su Wu's words for a while. Before he could say this, Su Wu said another. And Xiao Ziyu has been favored by many women in Langjing for 3 years. The 7th princess has also pursued him endlessly, and the Queen Mother has protected him. This statement is sharp and sharp, as if it was inherited from Su Rao. You said my younger sister is Xiao Ziyu. Then why didn't you say it was the 7th princess? The 7th princess was more obsessed with Xiaoziyu at that time. Why didn't you suspect Yao Yeding? You are an uneducated child. Simply doing nonsense. Jing Xiaoyin was completely enraged by Su Wu. And it seemed that smoke was coming out of his head. He finally managed to say, "There is a secret passage between the Lian Pavilion and your Su family. And there are hundreds of royal tablets from the previous dynasty." "Oh, really?" This voice was no longer from Su Wu, but from Su Er. Su Er, who had become more indifferent since the Imperial Guard surrounded the Su family this morning, just said this at this moment. "Digging a secret passage is nothing. As long as my younger sister likes. The stars in the sky can also be picked for her by the Su family." What does this mean? How much did Su Rao love Master Xiao in those 3 years? In order to pursue Master Xiao, she did so many earth-shaking and absurd things. In the end, she finally got Master Xiao. And she was unhappy after she had eaten him up. In order to make Su Rao happy, the Su family dug a secret passage between his Su family and the Lian Pavilion, making it convenient for Su Rao to find Master Xiao, and making it difficult for Master Xiao to hide. What's wrong with that? With the Su families doting on their precious daughter Su Rao, such a thing is not impossible. As for these tablets, I'm afraid I have to ask Jing Xiaoyin. Why did the thief in Jingzhou Fuya escape when my Su family was framed? What does this mean? Who can't understand it here? The thief's escape is too coincidental. It is obvious that someone did it deliberately. As for who framed his Su family, Su Er's eyes fell on Prime Minister Yao when he said that. And he had a strong sense of indifference. Master Su Er. You? Su Er's words made Jing Xiaoyin blush. And his heart palpitated. And his eyes flickered. All right. Shut up. All of you. Keep arguing. It's giving me a headache. Emperor Yu, who was sitting on the dragon throne, just spoke, raised his hand to rub his eyebrows. And his eyes fell on Jing Xiaoyin, extremely dark, and then looked at Su Er. Su Er, when have you been so talkative? Say less. The secret passage between the Lian Pavilion and the Su family was made by the Su family for Su Rao? I'm afraid it was Ji Yu and the Su family. The Emperor's eyes just took on a dark color. Your Majesty, the facts are still undetermined. Whether it's the secret passage or these tablets, they are dead objects after all. The Su family has been loyal to Yun Lang for many years. Don't let this chill the hearts of old ministers. The only one who can speak in such an elder's tone is the old Prince Yun. He is not speaking for the Su family, but just stating the current facts. Even if the tablets of the royal family of the previous dynasty were found in the Su family, if there is no other evidence and no witnesses, it is just a suspense. What the Emperor's uncle said is very true. I also believe in the loyalty of the Su family, and I believe in General Su even more. However, there must be an explanation for this matter. Otherwise the Su family will be criticized by the world in the future. I think the general also understands it. The gentle and comfortable Emperor Yu has always been so tolerant of the younger generation when dealing with General Su. The Emperor's power and tactics are the actions of a wise ruler. Even if the Su family harbors the remnants of the previous dynasty, as long as there is no solid evidence, he will never rashly move the Su family. Otherwise it will inevitably cause chaos in the army. This is Emperor Yu, who uses the Emperor's power and tactics to the extreme. And Yun Ji was taught by him. So, there is a saying that the old ginger is still spicy. The imperial study became quiet. From beginning to end, General Su did not say much. And Prime Minister Yao did not say much either. The two of them were the quietest people in the imperial study. Only after Emperor Yu said that last word did General Su reply, "It's up to the Emperor. I believe that the Emperor will give justice to my Su family." And Prime Minister Yao only clenched his pale hands under his official robes when Su Wu mentioned Queen Yao and pointed his suspicion to Yao Yeding. In addition, the two of them did not make any movement. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, such a deafening sound came from outside. Last year, the Imperial Dragon Drum was struck by General Su because of Su Rao. And at this time this year, the Imperial Dragon Drum was struck again. And the rumbling sound of the drum was magnificent and deafening. The drum sound spread like a circle of light. The whole Langjing seemed to be able to hear it. It was transmitted into the imperial study, and it was clear and loud. For a moment, Emperor Yu frowned. Previously, when Su Wu mentioned the 7th princess and the connection between the Empress and the Marquis, Emperor Yu had never reacted. But at this moment, he looked down, as if the sudden sound of the Imperial Dragon drum had disturbed his plan. Inside the palace gate and on both sides of the palace wall, the Imperial guards, who had been ambushed for a long time, naturally heard the drum sound. Crown Prince Yunmurui frowned like Emperor Yu. Who beat the Imperial Dragon drum? Your Highness. Princess Rongwa is at the Imperial Dragon Terrace. This sound was from an Imperial guard who came in a hurry. Su Rao actually appeared on the Imperial Dragon Terrace and beat the Imperial Dragon drum. For a moment, Yunmurui's eyes changed. How could Su Rao appear there? The Imperial guards immediately assembled and came out of the ambush on the palace wall. With spears in hand and sharp eyes, they quickly rushed to the Imperial Dragon Terrace. On the Imperial Dragon platform, the drums were beating loudly. A breath of red clothes, dazzling, 3,000 black hairs, flying in the wind. Su Rao held the drumsticks in both hands. Bang, bang, one by one, the drumsticks hit the surface of the Imperial Dragon drum with the vortex of the coiled dragon, and the sound seemed to shake the two coiled dragons engraved on the Imperial Dragon drum to fly. Su Rao beat the Imperial Dragon drum. Her bright peach eyes looked in the direction of the palace gate, and then looked towards the Imperial study. There was a cold smile in her eyes, but she was extremely calm, and there was no scarlet in her eyes before. If she wanted the Su family to be safe and sound, she had to calm herself down first, and calm herself down completely. Tap tap tap. Hearing such a neat but rapid footsteps, Su Rao stopped beating and threw the drumstick directly onto the Imperial Dragon platform, making a clanging sound. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. It was the end of July, the time of autumn, but today's sun was particularly dazzling, especially in the middle of the day, the hottest time of the day. In addition, the beating of the Yulong drum brought a circle of red on Su Rao's face, which was rendered by natural rouge. Her bright peach blossom eyes fell directly on Yunmurui, who strode over in a prince's python robe and looked more majestic than a crown prince. Yunmurui brought the Imperial guards and pointed his sharp guns at Su Rao, surrounding the entire Yulong terrace. You are so familiar with the former Great Qin Palace, the remnants of the previous dynasty. Yunmurui made a wise statement, thus clarifying Su Rao's identity. Since Langjing moved the capital to the former Great Qin Imperial City, Su Rao has only entered the current Yin Palace once or twice. So how could she be so familiar with it? Surrender, and avoid innocent Su family from being implicated. Heh! Yunmurui, you set up an ambush at the palace gate. Su Rao's drooping hands suddenly curled up. But she didn't care. Instead, she sneered, aren't you afraid that the Emperor will know that you dare to arrest this princess behind his back? Or is it that the Emperor instructed you to take this princess first, torture her secretly, and force her to confess, so as to frame my Su family and eliminate my Su family? Yunmurui's eyebrows moved secretly, and the sense of wisdom between his eyebrows deepened immediately, as if Su Rao had predicted his intention. Seeing this, Su Rao narrowed her eyes, and a dark light emerged. Sure enough, he was using her entire Su family to lure her into the game. With such an intention, he took great pains to secretly capture her. Why torture her? You know whether you are a remnant of the previous dynasty. There is no need to force you to confess. What Su Rao said, Yunmurui would not admit. Step forward. Su Rao. Surrender obediently. If you resist stubbornly, the Su family will be implicated in the end. The Su family treats you well. Do you want the Su family to be disloyal? You are accusing me of a crime, a villain's behavior. But I don't believe it. You are so anxious to capture me. Why? Are you afraid that I will take Yao Yeding? Su Rao, you are about to die, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Yunmurui said so harshly, and he felt that he had lost his former wisdom. It was because of the meeting at Bailipo that Su Rao used Yao Yeding and Queen Yao as threats, which made Yunmurui also stretched his hand. That's why he set up an ambush at the palace gate, waiting for Su Rao to show up. Then capture her first. Force her to tell him Yao Yeding's whereabouts, and force her to admit her identity. Unexpectedly, Su Rao actually struck the Imperial Dragon drum, thus alarming others. Take down this remnant. He took action directly, as if he wanted to capture Su Rao before Emperor Yu and the Su family arrived at the Yulong Terrace. The Imperial guards immediately rushed to the Yulong Terrace, but before they reached Su Rao, they were kicked down the steps by Su Can, who appeared. Su Can, with only one person and a short sword, blocked the Imperial guards, who came one after another. His whole body was calm, and his figure shuttled among the imperial guards. In just a moment, a layer of blood instantly filled the Yulong Terrace, and a blood stain was sprinkled directly on the Yulong drum. The drum surface was stained with blood, but it lit up the eyes of the two coiled dragons circling left and right. Blood-red eyes. The dragon's eyes were wide open, as if to witness the killing at this moment. The imperial guards were completely blocked by only one secret guard, and it was difficult for them to get close to Su Rao. Seeing this, Yun Merui's eyes were deep, and he jumped directly from the sky to the Yulong Terrace, hooked the long spear with his foot, and rushed straight to Su Rao. Su Rao sneered again, and then she rose up, easily avoiding the attacking spear, and stepped on the Yulong drum. My Su family can die on the battlefield, but we cannot be framed by despicable villains. With this voice, Su Rao was full of pride. The pride of the Su family, who would rather die than surrender, and would rather die than be wronged. The jade bone fan had not been taken out, and she would not foolishly take out Mr. Zhao's weapon to expose herself at such a time, but pulled out a long whip from her waist. She is a Su family member, and you can't easily catch her. The loyalty of the Su family? Yun Merwei also drew his sword from his waist. If the Su family was loyal, how could they repeatedly encourage my seventh brother to displease my father in the court? The Su family harbored you, the remnant of the previous dynasty, and I'm afraid they have changed their minds long ago. The long sword moved, and the figure rose. Yun Merwei attacked again, personally taking Su Rao. Stop it, everyone. This shout of anger from the emperor came just in time. Everyone in the imperial study room had come here. The imperial dragon drum was struck, and under the current circumstances, what else could it be except for the Su family? Although the Su family was suspected, Emperor Yu had not yet expressed whether the Su family was plotting treason, and he was still respectful to General Su. If Emperor Yu ignored the sound of the imperial dragon drum at this moment, wouldn't it be abnormal? Emperor Yu arrived and shouted angrily, and at the same time, a black streak passed by, and Su Rao was held in Su Er's arms. Yun Merwei's sword was caught by Su Er, and he actually broke the sword tip into two pieces directly, which shows how strong Su Er's hand was, and how high his internal strength was. Prince, Your Highness. This voice was full of coldness. Su Er took Su Rao and flew down from the imperial dragon drum. Rao. The Su family members hurried over immediately. If the emperor does not trust our Su family, there is no need to let the prince act in secret. If the emperor wants me to die, how can I not die? I can accompany the emperor in the palace, and wait for Rao to come back, and wait for the emperor to give justice to our Su family. But my Rao was blocked and arrested like this. Isn't it too much to bully others? The voice was gloomy, and the power of a tiger. General Su's eyes, which had experienced battlefield killings, looked at Emperor Yu. The prince could do such a wanton act in the palace, if it was not for the approval of Emperor Yu, with his cunning and Prime Minister Yao behind him to advise him. How could it be possible? In just a moment, General Su knew it clearly. He didn't say it before, but now his precious granddaughter dared to be arrested and injured by others in front of him. How could he continue to pretend to be ignorant? Old General, do you suspect that I did it? The Emperor's eyes were moved. Emperor Yu glanced at the prince, who was facing Su Er on the Yulong Terrace. Why did Su Rao appear on the Yulong Terrace and beat the Yulong drum? Prince, am I expecting too much from you? Yun Merwei secretly squeezed the broken sword in his hand. It's good that General Su loves his grandson, but it's true that his granddaughter has hidden the tablet of the remnants of the previous dynasty in the secret room of her boudoir. Under such circumstances, the emperor has not directly issued an order to convict the Su family of treason, which is already magnanimous, and General Su should be grateful. Prime Minister Yao just spoke. The king is the leader of the ministers, but General Su has already forgotten it. Soft knife, bad heart. Prime Minister Yao said these 2 times, and Emperor Yu was magnanimous. Not only did he remove Emperor Yu's actions, but he also accused the Su family of being in high positions for too long and forgetting what the king and ministers are. Such intentional and unintentional words of sowing discord. Father. At the right time, Yun Merwei came forward and knelt on one knee. He took all the current affairs into his own hands. If the Su family were allowed to meet Su Rao, it would be too much of a hindrance to know whether she was the real Su Rao. So he blocked the palace gate to relieve his father's worries, so that his father would not be so embarrassed at the moment. He will do this evildoer. Ha! The grandfather and grandson sang the same tune, and the father and son also set up a stage to clean up their secret actions. General Su immediately sneered. Your Majesty, if my Su family really wanted to usurp the throne and harbor the remnants of the previous dynasty, why would we wait until today to be so wronged and aggrieved by others? A moment ago, General Su still trusted Emperor Yu. But at this moment, he could only laugh. He has been loyal to Yunlang for more than 40 years. But in the end, will he end up with such a fate of catching fish and forgetting the fishing net? He was disappointed with Emperor Yu in the end. And even more disappointed with the current Yun family. When the birds are gone, the good bows are hidden. When the cunning rabbits die, the running dogs are cooked. The Su family will face such a situation one day. But it came earlier than he expected. And it was at the hands of the emperor he had really trusted. How sad. If the Su family really had the intention of treason. When the emperor ordered me to enter the palace. When the emperor secretly sent the imperial guards to imprison my Su family. The Su family would not have waited. If I had the intention of being disloyal, I would have had plenty of time and opportunities during these days in the palace. So why would I have stayed outside the palace all night last night? My Su family is so submissive. Just because I believe. General Su felt that there was no need to say more about the rest of the words. So he shook his head and went to see Su Rao. Forget it. Forget it. If the emperor still has doubts, I admit defeat. It is ultimately my fault. I always think that I can still help for a few more years. And I can still guard the country I have built with Prince Yun for a few more years. Only when you are extremely disappointed will you say such disheartened words. The Su family can just admit defeat. Since the emperor has chosen to favor villains and stay away from wise ministers, there is no need to do such things behind his back again and again. His precious granddaughter will never accept it. The emperor's eyes flickered for a moment. Emperor Yu finally showed a strange expression on his face. It was not the emperor's thoughts. But he was really touched by General Su's words. Prime Minister Yao suddenly frowned. With very clear Sichuan-shaped lines. General Su's words were actually a retreat to advance. Prime Minister Yao and old Prince Yun were the only ones who could see this. And Emperor Yu was in the middle of it. So he could not see it clearly and had never seen it through. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's actions this time are really against the demeanor of the Crown Prince. Whether the little girl Rongwa is a remnant of the previous dynasty, there is no real evidence yet. It is not possible to make a conclusion based on the hundreds of tablets of the previous dynasty. Old Prince Yun spoke, looking at Yun Yu, as if he understood the emperor's thoughts. For the sake of his son, he would rather destroy the Su family. This is really wrong. Uncle, you are right. I was blinded by one leaf. Emperor Yu admitted his fault. And then he said something that only the two of them could hear. Uncle, I am the king of Yunlang. I must be responsible for my Yunlang people. If the Su family hides the remnants of the previous dynasty, it will surely cause chaos. At that time, the people will not be able to live. How can I face the ancestors of Yunlang? After Emperor Yu said this, old Prince Yun was silent for a while. Understand the real meaning of Emperor Yu. Understand why he would do such a disruptive move and abandon the Su family. The Emperor Xuanya and the Crown Prince of the Qin dynasty both died at the hands of the Yun family. If Su Rao is really a princess of the previous dynasty, hiding in the Su family for so many years, and having a wealth-making shop like the Lian Pavilion, her desire for revenge may subvert Yunlang. For a moment, old Prince Yun's face showed a trace of compassion. Emperor Yu knew that the old Prince Yun had understood, and his eyes finally became deep again. He would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. Not to mention that this girl looked like her mother. She must be the daughter of the prince of the Qin dynasty, who had been extremely intelligent since childhood. And she had never died. Emperor Yu stepped down from the palace platform and went to the Su family. Old General, I am the king, and I must have more concerns. As long as the Su family can prove that Rongwa is your daughter of the Su family, and not some remnant of the previous dynasty, I will take off this dragon robe and apologize to the old general. The emperor, who is above 10,000 people, can be so flexible. How terrible his heart must be. How much he can win people's hearts. The emperor's power tactics are so sophisticated. No wonder Yunji also fell into the trap. Su Rao's pair of peach blossom eyes, with layers of waves and whirlpools inside. Her actions ruined the executioner's original plan. One plan failed. And now he is going to come up with another plan. Your Majesty has asked for forgiveness. But I cannot bear it. The ruler is the leader of the ministers. How dare I ask your Majesty to apologize? General Su returned the words that Prime Minister Yao had given him without any concealment. General Su finally got angry. How does your majesty want my Su family to prove it? The old hand with a thick layer of calluses held Su Rao's soft hand. Generous and reassuring. My dear granddaughter. Don't be afraid. With your grandfather here, who dares to touch you? Your majesty. I have a way. Jing Zhaoyin immediately stepped forward to show his presence. Whether Princess Ronghua is the daughter of the Su family, we only need to drop blood to test her kinship. Whether she is or not, everything will be clear. This method was absolutely the only choice for the ancients to test kinship. But Su Rao knew that the method of dropping blood to test kinship was not advisable at all. It's just... The corner of her mouth suddenly raised a light and shallow meaning. How great it would be to use blood test to prove kinship. Isn't it just to mix 2 drops of blood? It would save her the trouble of planning again. Okay. Then use blood test to prove kinship. General Su also made the final decision. Old Yun. Thank you. General Su agreed. Emperor Yu wanted to ask Yun to get a bowl of water. But General Su asked old Prince Yun to do it, because he didn't believe Emperor Yu anymore. Emperor Yu's expression changed slightly. But he didn't say anything more. Old Prince Yun personally took a bowl of water and tested it on the Imperial Dragon platform. The table was brought in, and the jade bowl was placed on it. The clear water in the white jade bowl was like ice crystal dew, which seemed to reflect light and bright light under the sunlight. My dear granddaughter, come here. He pulled Su Rao to the table. Su Rao also cooperated and obeyed obediently. Su's father and mother also came over. 2 drops of blood. The blood of Su's father and Su Rao just dripped into the white jade bowl and instantly merged together. How is this possible? Prime Minister Yao, who came over, couldn't help but utter such a sound. The Prime Minister Yao, who had always been calm, was also unsteady at this moment. Emperor Yu also had such an expression. Others, whether the Crown Prince or Jing Zhaoyin, no need to say more about their expressions. They were all disturbed by the 2 drops of blood that merged. But no one would doubt this bowl of clear water. Not to mention that this was brought by the old Prince Yun himself. And it was in the big jar of rain not far away, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. No one could do anything. These people were in a panic. The Su family was quiet, and Su Rao's mouth corners were secretly curved and lightly curved, glancing at the extremely bright sun in the sky. Today's weather is very good. A bowl of warm water. The autumn in Yunlang has brought coolness. But at this moment, the Siamese kingdom is still a bit hot and humid, especially the Gobi Desert, which has not become cooler because of the arrival of autumn. On the Gobi Desert, 2 fierce horses with special horseshoes are galloping. The hooves of the horses are trampling, causing the quicksand and rocks of the Gobi Desert to fly everywhere. Siam Yi Shao and Emoing. Siam Yi Shao's eyes are full of coldness, and there is no light in his pair of auspicious phoenix eyes. The whole person is extremely cold. The fierce horses are galloping, causing a strand of hair at the corner of the ear to fly. And the black robe and ink bucket are also swaying with the wind and sand. Prince Yi, there seems to be trouble in Yunlang. For your brother's sake, I will give you another chance. If you still can't do it this time, I promise that your brother will never wait until you find the formula. Don't test my patience again. If you want to get rid of me, you have to take your brother's life and bury me together. I will give you a choice today. Choose Yunlang or your brother. These 2 words are threatening the life of Emperor Wei again. Queen Rong gave Xian Qishao a choice. Whether to destroy Yunlang, kill Emperor Yu, or the life of Emperor Wei. Prince, if we really have to go to Yunlang again, and really want to kill Emperor Yu, then Xiao Mubai and Dan Liang. The wind and sand blew, sending Mo Ying's words to Xian Qishao's ears. He was in such a hurry, but he was still controlled by Queen Rong after all, and he couldn't take risks with Emperor Wei's life. Before I find the formula for the elixir, I can't touch her, and I can't really anger her. The voice was cold and deep, with a strong color. The eyelids covered 1/3 of the pupil, which made him look even more deep at the moment. Rui Feng's eyes showed patience. For the sake of his brother, this was the only time he was threatened again. When he returns again, it will be the end of Rong Yuer. You and I will go to Yunlang, pass through Yunlang, and go to Danyang by detour. Xian Qishao said that he went to Yunlang only to confuse Queen Rong, and the place he went to was Danyang. Emoing nodded, and then he understood. Your Majesty, then we need to be careful on this trip. Knowing Xian Qishao's plan, and thinking of Queen Rong coming to the palace to find Xian Qixiao. He always felt something was wrong. In the past, she had always announced the prince to enter the palace. But this time she came to the palace in person. Mo Ying said this feeling of something wrong in his heart at this time. They should be cautious. Going to Yunlang. Passing Yunlang. Bypassing Zhu Xian and going to Danyang. If Queen Rong finds out. Changle. Mo Ying can sense that something is wrong. Xian Qixiao can certainly sense it even more. And with his understanding of Queen Rong, there is only one person who can make Queen Rong take the initiative to find him. Except for Emperor Wei. She is afraid that something has happened now that she is in Yunlang. In the Zhu Xian Palace. In the Central Palace. On the Imperial concubine couch. Queen Rong closed the door and slept lightly. Ronggu shaded her. Don't worry, madam. Princey has already rushed to Yunlang. If he knew that the princess was in Yunlang, he would not ignore her and would definitely keep her safe. Seeing that Queen Rong had been unable to relax her brows since she learned that Xian Muyaling went alone to assassinate Queen Yu, and the coldness between her brows had faded a little, Ronggu finally comforted and consoled Queen Rong again. But before she finished her words, Queen Rong opened her eyes. There was no worry in her eyes about her daughter going to Yunlang to assassinate Emperor Yu, but a strong coldness. Ruthless. Cold-hearted. I no longer have a daughter like her. She meddled in my affairs, thinking she could kill Yun Yu. The cold and noble Queen Rong could threaten and manipulate Xian Qixiao to kill Yunlang and Yun Yu for her. But she could not allow her own daughter to get involved. You have taught me by example for many years in vain. I don't have a foolish daughter like her. And what I did was not for her. Sitting up, Queen Rong's face showed a trace of anger. She obviously cared about her to death. But she was stubborn and refused to admit it. Not admitting her motherly love for Xian Muyaling. Mrs. Rong had to shut up and quietly waved her fan. Outside the palace gate, Emperor Wei paused, stood quietly for a breath, did not come in again, and turned away. The quiet Emperor Wei in the past. Now, at this moment, actually flashed in his eyes the same imperial thoughts as Emperor Yu. But compared with Emperor Yu's imperial power, Emperor Wei, he has more ordinary male emotions. A group of palace secret guards appeared outside the central palace. And after Emperor Wei left, they also disappeared quietly. Emperor Wei finally chose to help the tyrant again, because of deep love. Even though he knew that the future was already doomed. Even though he had a conversation with Yun Jizeng that night. But now, he still couldn't let go. Couldn't let go of this woman who made him love but hate more. Just because she was not completely crazy. Just because she loved their daughter. A daughter with his blood. After leaving the central palace, Emperor Wei quietly looked up at the sky. Zhu Xian's bright sun has begun to set in the west. Mr. Zhu, I have done something wrong. I know it's impossible. But I still chose to do it. For a moment, I felt that I was also cruel. His slightly frail body seemed to be blown down by the wind. But the blueness under his eyes had faded a lot. As if he looked better because of enough sleep. A shout went out this time and found the recipe of the elixir for me. And what I did might hurt him. Compared with the way A Xiao treats me. I am not a good brother. He blamed himself. But he had no regrets. It's better to have a short pain than a long pain. Instead of being the second him in the future. It's better not to have him from the beginning. Your Majesty, I am just a layman and don't understand. But I have heard the prince say something. Mr. Zhu still looked like the chief steward, standing behind Emperor Wei. What Emperor Wei said was a little obscure. And Mr. Zhu also found it a little difficult to understand. Life is about repeatedly choosing between many mistakes and rights. Whether it is right or wrong depends on the individual. There is no definition. And others cannot comment on it. Just think that if you feel that you have done something wrong, then it is wrong. Prince Jiyue is always so clear. I feel that I am wrong. But I also feel that I am not wrong. I just want to protect the person closest to me. Turning around, Emperor Wei went up to the palace platform. After entering the palace, he took out the painting that Yuan Ji had given him, and so quietly appreciated it. Mr. Zhu did not follow in. After Emperor Wei left, the elegant expression on his face became a little heavier. Sir. This voice suddenly came to my ears. A guard came over. It was Yunde in disguise. A whisper in Mr. Zhu's ear. Sir. Princey went to Yunlang, but actually went to Danyang. In order to prevent being discovered by Queen Rong, he chose to take a detour from Yunlang to Danyang. The person you are looking for may have been hiding in Danyang. After speaking, Yunde asked again. Sir, Do you need me to inform Danyang first, and let the Shao family help you find Danyang? Mr. Zhu's eyebrows were thick. Why is he in Danyang? After a moment, he waved his hand. I have troubled the prince for many years. Now that the prince has returned to Yunlang, it must be something very important. I have been here for many years. Now that I know where I am, there is no need to bother the prince again to avoid affecting his health. Since Mr. Zhu said so, he didn't want to affect Yunji's health. So Yunda didn't say anything more and retreated. After the sun shines brightly, what is left behind is naturally the golden sunset. The sunset glows, and the setting sun appear, reflecting half of the sky, covering the earth. At this moment, in the Yun Palace and the Imperial Study, there is only an extremely silent atmosphere, which feels like the quiet before the storm. And the quietness is only oppressive. General Su knelt on the ground, and the Su family knelt on the ground. Jing Zhaoyin also knelt in the hall. In front of him, there were hundreds of tablets of the royal family of the Qin dynasty. Su Rao and Su Da's blood blended, and the facts proved that Su Rao was a daughter of the Su family. So why did Su Rao have so many tablets of the royal family of the Qin dynasty in her boudoir? Who can tell him? Give him a reasonable and perfect explanation. Emperor Yu never sat on top, high above, but stood in front of these tablets. Just standing like this. I have no other request. I just want to share a few years of family happiness with my children and grandchildren. Please allow me, Your Majesty. Once again, General Su said so. Retire and return home. After Su Rao was confirmed to be the daughter of the Su family, General Su knelt down like this, hoping that the emperor would grant his approval. Emperor Yu would not agree, but just fell silent. Just like now, General Su asked again, but Emperor Yu still did not say anything. And the two of them were deadlocked until the sunset appeared in the sky. Please grant me your approval, Your Majesty. Emperor Yu did not say anything, and General Su prostrated himself directly with both hands and kowtowed this time. The kneeling Su family members clenched their sleeves tightly, and even Su's father clenched his hands so hard that green vines appeared. Other people in the Su family were like this, not to mention Su Rao. General Su knelt down to others because of her, but now she could do nothing but endure. And she could not do anything. Now, as long as there are no other accidents, the Su family will be fine. If she moves rashly, it will cause complications. So she can't make any other moves, let alone kill the executioner. She can only endure it. For the Su family to leave the palace safely, she must endure it. Even if the spirits of her father, mother and concubine are being insulted at this moment, and hundreds of relatives from Daqin are here, she can't move rashly. Putting her hands in the red sleeves, her palms are already bloody. But Su Rao looks very obedient, kneeling beside her grandfather obediently, just for the safety of the Su family. Her knees can also kneel down to the enemy. Old General. Time seemed to have passed for a long time. After General Su repeatedly asked for permission, Emperor Yu finally spoke. Old General, I am wrong. I know my fault. The Old General is the soul of Yunlang army, and the pillar of tens of thousands of soldiers in Yunlang. In addition to letting the Old General return home, I can allow the Old General to get back whatever he wants. After saying this, in order to keep General Su, Emperor Yu admitted his fault. It was because he did not know right from wrong and listened to the words of villains that he questioned the Su family. For a moment, Jing Zhaoyin's face changed and he was panicked. He glanced at the prince and Prime Minister Yao. His hands, which were crawling in the sleeves of his official robes, were even more sticky with sweat. Your Highness, Prime Minister, please save me. What I did was all instructed by you. Prime Minister Yao narrowed his eyes and looked at the prince. In a moment, Your Majesty, since the Su family was wronged, it must have been done by Xia Yaju and Liana. How could the remnants of the previous dynasty come out of thin air? This matter may have been planned by Master Shao, who deliberately instigated discord and framed the Su family, intending to use Your Majesty's hand to eliminate our Yunlang general family. Any old-timer in the court could come up with such a skill of making up lies with open eyes. Yes. 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 Jing Zhaoyin hurriedly agreed. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Your Majesty, I was also deceived by those remnants of the previous dynasty. He hurriedly turned around and apologized to General Su. General Su, it's all because of your ignorance. Ha! Ha ha! Su Wu sneered, but looked at Prime Minister Yao. Are Xia Yaju and Liana all a bunch of fools? in order to frame my Su family. They are willing to sacrifice all their own people and shoot themselves in the foot. I don't know whether the people in Ziyaju and Liana are all a bunch of fools. But I am confused now. Why is Su Wu so indignant? Even if they are the remnants of the previous dynasty, they must be criminals who will do anything to achieve their goals. Since Liana was not opened secretly by the Su family, what is wrong with my analysis? I would like to hear Su Wu's words. Where is my fault? Touching his beard, Prime Minister Yao's words are full of daggers. Since Liana was not opened by your Su family, why do you try so hard to protect it? You? Su Wu gritted his teeth immediately. Yen. And Su Sen hurriedly pulled Su Wu's sleeve. In terms of skills, how could a young boy like Su Wu be a match for Prime Minister Yao? 1,000-year-old veteran? Uncle Emperor. Rongwa thinks what Prime Minister Yao said is right. Since Ziyaju and Liana were opened by the remnants of the previous dynasty, Uncle Emperor should personally interrogate them. In this way, Rongwa's grievances will not be in vain. Su Rao suddenly spoke up. And she agreed with Prime Minister Yao's words very much. She said it so openly, without fear, and so frankly. That ugly daughter of the Su family, who was frivolous, eccentric, and lustful, also had the backbone of her Su family, and was unparalleled in her pride. A person with a clear conscience is not afraid of his own shadow. Her Su family had even suffered such humiliation as the blood test. So would they be afraid of those people from Ziyaju and Liana coming to slander her Su family again? Prime Minister, you are talking too much. Emperor, you looked at Prime Minister Yao and rebuked him. What Su Rao's words meant was that the Su family was not afraid of any framing. Even if Su Rao hadn't said too much, how could Emperor you not hear Prime Minister Yao's twists and turns? I haven't yet figured out the faults of you and the prince. But you can analyze them. Then come and analyze them for me again. Who is it? Who wants to frame the Su family like this? With a heavy and angry breath, Emperor you stepped forward and came in front of General Su. Old General, I believe in the Su family. I will not be confused anymore. Old General, please get up. I will give the Su family justice. The people in Ziyaju and Liana do not need to enter the palace. And I do not need to interrogate them. How firmly, Emperor, you said this. But only Su Rao knew clearly that the premise of his firm belief was because Yuan Ji said that Ziyaju and Liana were all his. And they were opened by their royal family. At the corner of his mouth, he secretly sneered, and lowered his head so that he would not notice it. Old General, get up. Emperor, you bent down and wanted to help General Su up. But General Su avoided it, and was not moved at all. I have fought for Yun Lang for many years. I have made great contributions. But I have worked hard. Now I am already an old man. I hope your majesty will give me a little face for my hard work, and save some face for my Su family. I beg your majesty to grant me your permission. He prostrated himself and cowed out again. General Su was bound to retire and return home. He couldn't afford to offend the Su family. But could he not avoid them? General, do you have to kneel down before you forgive me? Then I will kneel down for you. Emperor you once again argued with General Su, and even lifted his robe to kneel down. The Emperor kneeled down. Father, your majesty, you must not. The prince and Prime Minister Yao suddenly rushed to Emperor Yu's side. Old Prince Yun also hurried over. How could the king kneel down? Old man Su, it's just a gesture. Even saints make mistakes. Father, I want to see you. I have something important to report. This voice came so suddenly from outside the palace. The palace was sealed for a whole day. And the people outside the palace also whispered for a whole day. At nightfall, the news came out from the sealed palace. The Su family harbored the remnants of the previous dynasty. Emperor, you gave them opportunities again and again. But the Su family did not know the Emperor's grace, and refused to admit it until the sixth prince and the deputy general of the East Palace brought witnesses. The Su family had already rebelled. Princess Rongwa was the remnant of the previous dynasty. The former Princess Qin Rao. The witnesses and evidence are there. To reply to the Emperor, I saw Su Rao and Prince Yu Xianyi meet in the maple forest with my own eyes. Su Rao was holding the jade bone fan of Master Xiao. Her martial arts were profound. And she was definitely not comparable to the ugly daughter of the Su family. Yao Yeding spoke. And he appeared in the Cloud Palace. Although his face was a little pale, and his clothes were messy. Fortunately, he did not have any major injuries on his body. The prince's faction is definitely not a pushover. Knowing that Su Rao had captured Yao Yeding, but had not brought him back to the capital. After thinking about it, He ordered the sixth prince to secretly go out of the capital to look for him. In the morning, Su Rao asked the guards to bring Yao Yeding back to the capital. But Yun Mushu discovered the clues outside the city gate. Father, the sixth prince, who rescued Yao Yeding, also said the same thing. The old couple in the Su family's courtyard, Uncle Zhu and the old woman, who had been with Princess Ronghua, had confessed everything. They took out the princess's clothes from the previous dynasty that Princess Ronghua wore when she was a child. They also pointed out that although Uncle Hao was a native of Yunlang, he was an aide to the crown prince of the previous dynasty, Daqin. The sudden appearance of the sixth prince and Yao Yeding brought the Su family into crisis again. Just a moment later, the families of Uncle Hao and Qin Yang also requested permission to enter the palace. They put the interests of the country above their own and arrested Uncle Hao and Qin Yang, who were about to flee after hearing the news. 20 years ago, Uncle Hao and Qin Yang eloped, which had already brought shame to both families. Now they are still protecting the remnants of the Qin dynasty, committing such treasonous and unfaithful acts, and are indeed unfaithful and unfilial sons and daughters. Today, there are hundreds of tablets of the Qin dynasty royal family found in the dark room of Su Rao's boudoir. And Uncle Hao's identity as the staff of the Qin prince has been revealed. There are also everything that Uncle Zhu and the old woman confessed after being interrogated, and the clothes that Qin Rao wore when she escaped that year as evidence. With the following ironclad evidence, the Su family fell into crisis again. The night has already alternated with the sunset, and a crescent moon rises from the horizon, dotted with colorful stars. The night tonight, the stars are all particularly bright and dazzling. The Big Dipper is shimmering, and the cowherd and the weaver girl look at each other across the Milky Way, with beautiful scenery. But under such a beautiful night sky, a fire reappeared. Inside the Yun Palace, outside the imperial study, a huge fire suddenly broke out. Hundreds of tablets of the deceased members of the Qin royal family were burned by the Emperor Yu's order. The fire was so bright that it seemed to want to chase the dazzling stars and the bright moon in the sky with the light of a mere firefly, so overestimating one's own abilities. Su Rao's eyes fell directly on the burning fire. She didn't scream or get hysterical. She just saw the killing on that snowy night again. The roaring red fire swallowed her mother bit by bit. The executioner in front of her cut off her father's head with a knife, and blood gushed out. The pair of peach blossom eyes rolled up layers of black vortexes. His hands were tied behind his back, and he was held down by the imperial guards. The other members of the Su family were also tied up. Before the sunset, the Su family was still right. But after the sunset, they were trapped again. This time, the Su family became real prisoners. It seems that it is not important whether the Su family was kept in the dark. The blood test between Su's father and Su Rao seems to be irrelevant. There are witnesses and evidence. So the blood test is just a secret trick of the Su family. I have given the old general so many chances. But the old general does not know how to cherish it. Why doesn't he understand my painstaking efforts? After all, he has been in a high position for too long. And he has forgotten what the monarch and the ministers are. And what the monarch is the minister. As a minister, it is his duty to obey the monarch absolutely. Emperor Yu walked to the side of General Su, still with his gentle attitude. But the words he said told General Su that since the old general was unwilling to stay, then don't stay, old general. She is not your precious granddaughter. Her name is Qin Rao. She is a remnant of the Qin dynasty. She has been your precious granddaughter for a long time. Has the real Ronghua been killed long ago? Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out without any warning. General Su looked at Emperor Yu, and his strong and rough body fell down. Rao. The old general with a tiger's might could fight his way out with his fortitude, courage and pride even when he was surrounded by tens of thousands of enemies. But at this moment, he fell down so fragilely. In the past, General Su's eyes, which were always bright, were dimmed at this moment, without a trace of color. Looking at Su Rao, Su Rao's figure was reflected in his eyes. But Su Rao's face at this moment could not be seen clearly. Not his precious granddaughter. His precious granddaughter has been killed long ago? Father! Grandfather! General Su was furious. And all the Su family members screamed. The always indifferent Su heir also looked anxious. And Su Rao, the black vortex rolling out from the depths of her bright peach eyes. At this moment, the darkness disappeared, and the roaring blood inside also disappeared. But her pupils, the pupils shrank. General Su fell to the ground. struggling and shouting the voices of his father and grandfather. The hurried steps of the old Prince Yun. The prince and Prime Minister Yao were all shocked. Shocked that General Su was bleeding so much. There was so much noise around, all of which rushed into Su Rao's eyes, including the expression of the executioner at this moment. That ugly face of the emperor, who was calculating everything, was exactly the same as in her memory. He had always calculated everything, and planned the most advantageous plan for himself with the behavior of a tolerant and wise monarch. Everything he did was calculated step by step from the beginning. Calculating to lead the Su family into the trap he had already dug. Calculating her self-entrapment. The bright and shimmering night made the blood spurted out by General Su bright red and dazzling, making Su Rao's peach blossom eyes, which were already red, look like they were completely stained with blood at this moment. She wanted to shout out Grandpa, but when the words reached her throat, she felt that they were tightly grasped by a pair of dead hands, so that Su Rao could not make any sound. She could call out Grandpa casually in the past, and she had already called him out of habit. But at this moment, Su Rao could not call him out, and only felt suffocated by the dry throat. The pair of dead hands tore apart all the warmth and love she had found, shattering the beautiful dream she had finally regained. A dream that had lasted for 9 years. Kill him. Kill this executioner. Such a strong killing urge came out from Su Rao's heart, and it kept shouting, as if it could no longer be suppressed. She wanted to kill him. The jade bone fan slipped out from her sleeve. The foggy sky blocked today's sunshine. Yesterday was brilliant, and the evening was even more dazzling. It seemed that because of this, the dazzling colors of the sky were exhausted. So today's sky changed so much that it was full of fog. I heard that Princess Ronghua assassinated the emperor last night, causing the Su family to be imprisoned. And General Su was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. What Princess Ronghua? She is simply a remnant of the previous dynasty. She hid in the Su family for many years just to wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Such shocking voices. In just a moment. Repeated in every corner of the alley. Some were horrified and unbelievable. Some were gloating and happy. And some were sorry for the Su family and felt unfair. How could the Su family, a family of clean officials, end up like this? Although Princess Ronghua is frivolous and lustful, she has never bullied ordinary people like us. She just quarreled with me and never really took action. How could she be a remnant of the previous dynasty? If there are such people who are so dissatisfied, there will naturally be such suspicious people. How could a remnant of the previous dynasty hide in the Su family for more than 9 years? How could the Su family be unaware of it? She must have been rescued and harbored by the Su family and survived until now. Such voices are only private talks. Who dares to comment on official affairs openly? They don't want to live. However, in just 2 days, the Su family has undergone such a shocking change. The once high-ranking general's palace has become a traitor. The engagement between Su Si and Princess Qi is annulled, and the Su family is officially closed down. But Princess Ronghua escaped. After she tried to assassinate Emperor Yu, she was surrounded alone. When she was about to be captured by the imperial guards, her accomplice suddenly appeared and rescued her. They disappeared in Langjing, and their whereabouts are unknown. Now the whole city is being searched, and those who dare to harbor the remnants of the previous dynasty will be treated as the same crime, and their homes will be confiscated, and their entire families will be exterminated. For a while, there was a panic. Yunlang, things have finally changed. Will the Su family end up like this? This sigh came from the Baibo garden in the backyard of the Cheongyu restaurant. With a sense of regret, there is also a vicissitudes of life mentality that is seen through the coldness of the world. After all, the world is cold, and people's hearts are even colder. Although Grandpa looks down on Su Hong, the rough and rude old man, he also knows that Su Hong is definitely not such a traitor. The person who spoke was Duke Xiao. Duke Xiao, who had been silent for several months, appeared in the backyard of the Cheongyu restaurant, which has replaced Sai Yaju, now in the Baibo garden. Since the incident of Zhao Lianqin and Prince Yi meeting in private, the courtyard of the Cheongyu restaurant, the Baibo garden, has been completely closed. But today, the Baibo garden was not only opened again, but also occupied again. Not only Duke Xiao was alone, but there were 2 other people in this room. She was dressed in moonlight, with satin covering her eyes, sitting beside the bed, holding a soft cotton towel, wiping the blood on the cheek of the pale person on the bed. Very gently. Yunji's face had no expression. only the pair of phoenix eyes covered by the satin. The rich and deep in the phoenix eyes. Only then could you know how heavy his heart was at this moment. And Su Rao, who was lying on the couch, was covered with blood, which dyed her bright red dress into a deep red color. Now she changed into a new dress, and the blood was seeping in again, which showed how serious her injuries were. There was no blood at the corners of her mouth. She was lying on the bed like a porcelain jade doll, which might be broken if she was not careful. Duke Xiao spoke, but seeing Yunji ignored him. He looked at Su Rao, who was rescued from the palace by Yunji, and stroked his goat-horned beard, and said again, "How? You knew she was a princess from the previous dynasty, right? You came to Grandpa last night for her, right? If her identity hadn't been exposed, would you have never told Grandpa that you were Yunji in your life?" The slender phoenix eyes under the satin wavered for a moment, and Yunji closed his eyes, suppressing the Han emotion in his heart that was clamoring to come out again. He wiped the blood off Su Rao's face and washed the blood on his hands, then turned his head to face Duke Xiao. Yunji. Just want to be Yunji. She also just want to be Su Rao. What we want is actually very simple. Just want to be safe and stable. But why are there always some people and things that don't want us to live in peace? Yunji's face was also extremely pale. Not much better than Su Rao at this moment. Last night, his illness had recurred, and Han emotion had come out again. He got up, walked to the window frame, and opened the window, looking at the colorless sky through the satin on his eyes. It was already afternoon, and the gray sky was getting darker and darker, as if it had foreseen Yunji's feelings at the moment. The cold emotion in his heart could no longer be restrained, and it affected him, and he even felt resentful. A gust of wind blew across his face, and the cool breeze with a sense of autumn was cool and refreshing his mind. And only then did Yunji calm down a little and take it lightly. A clear voice also came out, without the resentment in the previous words, blaming God for being so unfair. And didn't they have enough to endure? Duke, Yunji is not your grandson. He died 10 years ago. No matter what Yunji said to you last night, it was not Yunji's original intention. Duke, don't take it to heart. The Zhao family is now the best. Don't be in the whirlpool anymore. If you are not Howard, not my grandson, then why do you have his private property and know everything about him? If you are not Howard, then who are you? Duke Xiao strode forward to Yunji's side. He did not believe Yunji's words that he was not Yun Muheo. Last night, Han Machin came out and learned about what happened in Langjing these days. He went to find Duke Xiao and met him as Yun Muheo. What he said to Duke Xiao, Yunling did not get close to hear, so Yunji did not know. But there was no need to think too much. It must be related to the current turmoil in Yunlang. Yunji never forgot Han Machin's intention to destroy the three kingdoms, and never forgot his mother's dying words. Revenge, atonement for his mother, destroyed this world full of demons, including Yunlang. Grandpa doesn't know why you have such a different change, but it is related to your serious illness. But whether you are my grandson, I have my own judgment, and it will not be wrong. You are Howard. The mutton-fat white jade token that Xiao Mubai once gave to Duke Xiao of Yun Muheo is now in the hands of Duke Xiao. I don't know whether it is because he knows that Yunji is his grandson, or because he has been silent for so long, and he is excited to finally let the Zhao family appear in the eyes of the world again. As for the hand under the sleeve trembling slightly, holding the mutton-fat white jade token, it is sticky. He has waited for so long, and has been silent for so long, and finally waited for his grandson to come to him. His grandson is still Yunlang's light of the sky, Prince Jiyue. So why worry that his Zhao family will fall in his hands? Howard, come back. Your mother and your grandfather miss you every day, waiting for you to come home. If the Duke says so, Yunji has nothing else to say. Whether the Duke believes it or not, Yunji has already made it clear. Yunji actually knew about Duke Xiao's disbelief. The former Xiao knew everything about Yun Muheo. So in Han Machin's heart, Yunji was Yun Muheo. If he went to Duke Xiao with a real Yun Muheo, how could Duke Xiao not fall into the trap set by Han Machin for him to use? And in the heart of Duke Xiao, he valued the honor of the family more than anything else. The grandson, who suddenly appeared today, was actually the Jiyu prince, who was personally canonized by the late Emperor Yun Wang. How could he give up so easily? After a gust of cool wind, the resentment in his heart completely disappeared, and the other him hidden in his heart was quiet. Yunji no longer paid attention to Duke Xiao and walked back to the bed, guarding Su Rao quietly. Since I can't convince Duke Xiao, I can only see what the fate of his Xiao family is. Yunji, you can't be a good person to everyone. However, Grandpa also wants to be stable. But the Su family has fallen, with the hostility between the Yao family and the Zhao family. How can the prince keep my Zhao family? I'm afraid that after the Su family is completely defeated, the next one to be targeted will be my Zhao family. What kind of family is the Su family? And who is Su Hong? They can be destroyed by them. How can his Zhao family sit and wait for death if we don't take action first? Duke Xiao looked at Yunji, his face slightly gloomy, and after a moment, he left a word and turned to leave. You have been Yunji for many years, so you must know your father better than Grandpa. Although Daqing was destroyed by the alliance of the three countries, most of this girl's family members died at the hands of Yunlong's soldiers. Her father, the crown prince of Daqing, was beheaded by your father himself. There is such a deep blood feud. Now that the emperor knows of her existence, he will never let her live and leave alive. The slender jade fingers suddenly pinched. Yunji actually understood better than anyone else. He should understand Emperor Yu better than anyone else, and understand Emperor Yu's imperial heart. Uncle Hao, Qin Yang. Such a whisper came to his ears, although it was as thin as a mosquito's voice. Yunji heard it clearly. The weak and delicate child on the couch called not the father and mother of the past, but Uncle Hao and Qin Yang. Su Rao fainted, and beads of sweat oozed from her forehead again. Tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. In her dream, what happened last night? Uncle Hao and Qin Yang fell in a pool of blood. Qin Yang can no longer take care of the princess in the future. The princess must live and live well. In this way, Qin Yang will have the face to meet the crown princess in the underworld and tell her that the princess is living well. A stream of hot blood gushed out from Qin Yang's neck. In order not to become a handle for Emperor Yu to threaten Su Rao to submit, Qin Yang committed suicide on the spot without hesitation outside the imperial study. Such a loyal servant. Uncle Hao was also shot to death by arrows to protect Su Rao. The rain of arrows flew together. The burning torches. The red light made the sharpness of each arrow tip dazzling. The sharp arrows surrounded the blood-stained woman who was kneeling on one knee. Her hair was messy and flying. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, but it could not hide the scarlet in her eyes. In her eyes, the back blocking her, even if pierced by tens of thousands of arrows. He never moved half an inch. And he was such a tall and loyal body. Princess. The corner of his mouth was bloody again. But Uncle Hao turned his head to look at Su Rao. Smile slowly. Princess must leave alive, live well, and live peacefully. Uncle will leave first. Suer and Ingmer will be left to the princess. Bang. Stab. The straight body fell to the ground. And the arrows that pierced Uncle Hao's body instantly pierced Uncle Hao's entire back. Like a hedgehog, the blood flowed and gathered in the gaps between the tiles, outlining rivers of blood. The blood flowed to Su Rao's feet, dyeing her entire soles red, and even more dazzling her eyes. Uncle Hao. The red in the peach blossom eyes was the same as that snowy night 10 years ago, and the deep red seemed to be able to drip blood. The jade bone fan that was never stained with blood was now all lingering deep red. The soft hand was even more pale green. The blood-red eyes fell on Emperor Yu on the palace platform, and there was no longer any clarity in the past, leaving only the bone-eating hatred that could never be eliminated. New hatred plus old hatred. She wanted to kill him. Such a strong hatred fell into Emperor Yu's imperial eyes, and the imperial hands behind his back curled up slightly. Su Rao was surrounded by thousands of arrows, so Emperor Yu only used Qin Yang and Uncle Hao to threaten Su Rao to give up resistance. Emperor Yu seemed to still have some mercy on the Su family. He did not use the Su family to force Su Rao to surrender. Instead, after General Su fainted, the Su family was locked up in the palace, including General Su. Grandpa. Another mumbling. Hoarse throat. Cold sweat oozing from Su Rao's forehead. In the faint, he was still trapped in the nightmare of last night and could not wake up. The soft cotton handkerchief wiped away the cold sweat on Su Rao's forehead again. Yunji helped Su Rao up. A strong internal force came out of his palm, and his face turned pale again in an instant. And at this moment, on the streets of Langjing, Beiyang Street, Dongqing Street, Nanning Street, Xihua Street, these four main streets and alleys, batches of imperial guards were still searching back and forth, Tap, tap, tap. The sound of boots stomping on the ground made people panic. I passed by Cheongyu restaurant several times, but after searching it once, I never went there again. I passed by without entering. Often, it is not the most dangerous place that is the safest place, but the most lively and noisy place. Especially a place like Cheongyu restaurant where people come and go. No one would think that someone would hide in such a complicated place where they would be discovered if they were not careful. The sky was gray for a whole day, but at night, there was no raindrops. But a few faint stars climbed out of the clouds, twinkling. Such a changing sky. Today. Thank you, Duke, for giving me a hiding place. Yunji will remember this kindness in my heart. In the backyard of Cheongyu restaurant, Yunji hugged Surao and left. Although Duke Xiao didn't believe it. Yunji was not Yun Muheo. He was just an imaginary person in his mind. He was already Yunji and didn't want to be someone else. Yunling got on the wooden white carriage and waved the whip to drive away. Duke Xiao didn't look back until the wood color disappeared in the dark alley. He still held the white jade tablet in his hand. The burnt texture made him feel a little loose. How? Since you went to Daqing, you and Grandpa haven't been close for more than 10 years. Now you are so distant. Grandpa can understand. But Grandpa believes that it won't be long before you come to see Grandpa again. The wooden white carriage did not leave the city. Nor did it go to Dongxing Street, but went to Nanning Street and disappeared. When it appeared again, it was sunrise. Yunji carried Su Rao to Wanglu Temple and came to Master Huishan's house. I am only under house arrest, not imprisoned. The sun rises in the east, and a ray of morning light falls, casting a deep tenderness on Shihua Street. In the mansion of the seventh prince, Yun Mujing's eyebrows are gloomy again this morning. He is dressed in a man's outfit, a purple robe made of Sichuan brocade, and his hair is tied up in a jade crown. A gust of morning breeze makes the purple gauze on his outer cover sway. The man is beautiful, charming, and the girl's tenderness between his eyebrows is also weakened by the anger at this moment, which contrasts with the masculinity of his whole body. Although he is a girl, he has been wearing men's clothes since he was a child. And he has been a man. Therefore, even though he has a strong girl's charming charm, and his every frown and smile is a painted bone and painted skin, no one will think that he is charming and feminine. On the contrary, his charming bones are born, and his posture is natural. Outside the Jin's palace, 2 golden-clad secret guards continue to guard on the left and right. These 2 golden-clad secret guards were newly set by Emperor Yu to keep Yun Mujing under house arrest, so as to prevent him from knowing that the situation outside had changed and that the Su family had changed. Get out of my way. If I want to leave the palace, I will only have you 2. Do you think you can stop me? Do you dare to stop me? This was another voice, and the soft and charming eyes were angry. But there was a deep feeling inside. Emperor Yu wanted to keep Yun Mujing from knowing. But Yun Mujing had already noticed something was wrong. So how could he not notice anything? Thinking of the feeling of something wrong during the conversation with Emperor Yu. Thinking of Emperor Yu forcing him to give up the fight on the grounds of the Su family. Thinking of the unknown situation of the Su family now. Yun Mujing's heart was filled with a deep sense of calm. He knew that something must have happened outside. The 2 golden-clad secret guards knelt on one knee again. When the 7th prince got angry, they would just obey the Emperor Yu's orders like puppets. It was impossible to leave, and it was even more impossible to retreat, let alone roll away. So he had no choice but to kneel down to appease the anger of the 7th prince. Your Highness, please calm down. The Emperor is just annoyed for a moment. How can the Emperor bear to let Your Highness suffer any injustice? Your Highness, please be patient for a while. The Emperor will definitely lift Your Highness's house arrest. The person who spoke was the steward of the 7th prince's mansion. The chief steward, who came to the Jin's palace with breakfast. When the chief steward spoke, Yun Mujing's anger subsided a little. He looked at the 2 golden-clad secret guards, who were kneeling on the ground and refused to leave. After a moment, he left after saying another word. The golden-clad secret guards obey the Emperor's orders. But don't forget that I am not any other prince, but the 7th prince, the son of Imperial Concubine Jing. What does this mean? He is the son of Imperial Concubine Jing, the most beloved of Emperor Yu, and the 7th prince that Emperor Yu dotes on the most. If he really offends him, what will happen? The 2 golden-clad secret guards, who were like puppets, shook and flickered their eyes. They looked at each other, and saw that Yun Mujing was going to the dining hall. They stood up and retreated to the outer courtyard, away from Jin's palace. They didn't dare to really offend the seventh prince. Seventh brother, help me. Not long after the two golden-clad secret guards left, a figure climbed up from the corner of the back door of the seventh prince's mansion and quietly slipped into the Jin's palace. It was Yun Muyue. At night, fearing that the seventh prince would sneak out of the mansion under the cover of darkness, the guards of the seventh prince's mansion were on high alert, and it was difficult to see any chance of him sneaking in. Only during the day could he sneak in. When the Su family was first taken into the palace, Yun Muyue went to find Yunji and asked Yunji for help, because he knew Yunji could help the Su family. But he couldn't find Yunji after 2 days of searching, so he came to find Yun Mujing, thinking that if Yun Mujing helped Emperor you would listen. Seventh brother, something happened to the Su family. Please help the eighth brother to persuade the father. How could the Su family be a traitor? How could Su Rao be a remnant of the previous dynasty? Knowing that Yun Mujing and Su heir don't get along, and therefore don't get along with the Su family, Yun Muyue really can't think of anyone else who can help the Su family and persuade Emperor Yu. If even the seventh brother doesn't help, what should Xiaowu do? The sun is rising in the sky, and it's noon. Today's sun is extremely dazzling. It's the end of July and the beginning of August. It's already autumn. But today's sun is like the sun in the dog days of June, which is extremely hot. The weather in the past few days has been so abnormal. Either suddenly cold or suddenly hot. And it changes unpredictably. In Wanlu Temple, among the purple bamboo forest, the golden sunlight falls through the bamboo leaves, sprinkles on the purple bamboo leaves on the ground, and draws a beautiful picture of nature. In the bamboo house, a morning passed, and then a faint voice came out. Thank you, Master. A night passed, and it was another morning. Su Rao was still so faint. Her face was still pale, and the corners of her lips were also bloodless. Amitabha, taking the silver needle from Su Rao's arm, Master Huishan put his hands together and chanted 11 compassionate Buddhist words, and then took her pulse with 3 fingers. After a breath, in dialect, the female donor has subsided the fever, and 2 plasters will be fine. But you, my friend, have you used your internal force again, causing the disease to relapse, and the killing in your heart? Master, Yunji is fine. Since Yunji saw her, Yunji has been able to control himself. Master, don't worry about Yunji for now. Yunji just wants to know when she can wake up. Since she is fine, why is it difficult to wake up? The always calm Ji Prince has lost his composure and been confused more than once just for this person. Master Huishan saw this and had to suppress the other consolations that were about to come out of his mouth. In the end, he just said another compassionate word. My friend, don't let your mind wander. Otherwise you will lose control. I will go and prescribe medicine for the female donor. Drink the medicine and dispel the depression in your heart. Sleep well for another night, and you should be able to wake up early tomorrow morning. Shaking his head and sighing, Master Huishan left. Su Rao was no longer in danger. The worry on Yunji's face was just relieved, and the slightly pale corners of his lips also outlined a faint arc, like the breeze and the bright moon. Although the depression in his heart did not disappear at all, at least it was no longer so depressed. Yunji brought Su Rao to Wanlu Temple because Mr. Zhu was not there. Yunji only had a little knowledge of medicine. Su Rao was difficult to wake up, so he had to come to Master Huishan. Moreover, even Emperor Yu could not easily send troops to search the Buddhist land. Even if Emperor Yu knew that it was Yunji who took Su Rao away and where Yunji took Su Rao to, he would not disturb the Buddhist practice at will. And only here can Su Rao recover from her injuries and wake up in peace. Walking to the couch and sitting down, Yunji wanted to feel Su Rao's pulse again, but the faint smile on his lips suddenly disappeared. Kill him! This nightmare mumbling came from the mouth of the fainted and hard-to-wake-up girl on the couch, with a strong killing and bone-eroding hatred. So wrapped in hatred. Kill him, revenge. After another murmur, between the pale face, the corners of the forehead were full of pearls, and the ugly sunken scar was even more glaring, and the eyeballs were painful, as if blood beads were about to roll out of the eyes. Cough, 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 cough. Yuehua's body suddenly became unstable, and her steps staggered. Her jade hands hurriedly held the edge of the bed. Who do you want to kill? Yunji asked in a voice as cold as an ice cave. But he still couldn't stand and fell down, fainting on the edge of the bed. After a day of dazzling high sky, The stars are naturally shining brightly at night. The stars seem crowded in the night sky, one next to the other, weaving a lingering starry sky, which shows how beautiful the night is tonight. The moonlight is spread over every corner of the earth, like a magic mirror, and any darkness can be illuminated by such moonlight. At this moment, the candlelight in the imperial study is still bright and red, and the candles are burning in the Panlong Palace lantern. Your Majesty, the imperial guard searched for a whole day, but still could not find any trace of the remnants of the previous dynasty. In my opinion, the people who rescued the remnants of the previous dynasty are still in Langjing. They must have hidden in a place that is difficult to search. Otherwise, how could there be no trace to find? Prime Minister Yao spoke. His dark eyes fell on Emperor Yu, who was sitting on the dragon throne. There was a flicker in his eyes, and it brought out a hidden inquiry, exploring the incomprehensible thoughts of Emperor Yu at the moment. In this Langjing, if the Emperor really wanted to find someone, with the ability of the Golden Clothes secret guard, how could there be no trace? I'm afraid that the Emperor is reluctant to leave the Su family. Yao Qing. Emperor Yu looked at Prime Minister Yao. His eyes were deep, and the darkness in his eyes was not concealed at all. I have never pursued what you and the Crown Prince did. Now, it is time for the Crown Prince to be more restrained. As the Crown Prince, you should be kind and benevolent to the people. As the Crown Prince's grandfather, you should set an example. This statement seems to indicate that Emperor Yu is still reluctant to part with the Su family, even though he has confirmed Su Rao's identity as a princess of the previous dynasty. He still feels reluctant to part with the Su family. This statement is actually a warning to the Crown Prince, telling him to be a benevolent monarch and not to kill them all. I asked His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to secretly save my grandson, but I was not thoughtful enough. I admit my fault. But Your Majesty, the Su family has long been more meritorious than you. Suddenly, Prime Minister Yao lifted his robe and knelt on the ground. Speaking frankly, today, there has been some movement from His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince, and there has been some unrest in the military camp. If it weren't for Yunling, a subordinate of Prince Jie, who came here on orders, I'm afraid that countless generals would have come to the Yun Palace today to plead for the Su family. A loyal minister who is loyal to the Emperor and loves the country dares to speak out and advise, even if this may cause the Emperor to suspect that he has selfish motives. It is difficult to move the Seventh Prince, so he wants to get rid of the Su family, who may block the Seventh Prince's way to the Crown Prince, in order to consolidate the position of the Crown Prince. Your Majesty, it is better to kill the Su family by mistake than to let them go. Otherwise, if they are used by the remnants of the previous dynasty, it will be a disaster for Yunling. I know what Yao Qing is worried about. The darkness in the eyes of Emperor Yu suddenly disappeared, and the deep thoughts that an emperor should have on his face were also gone. Only a trace of fatigue. A feeling of fatigue. If the Su family is imprisoned, if it really causes unrest in the military camp and disrupts the government of Yunling, they really can't stay. Yao Qing has been tired these days. Go back and rest first. How this matter will be decided in the court tomorrow. Whether the Su family has really surpassed the master and endangered the royal government, it will be clear in the court tomorrow. Whether the Su family should be kept or killed. Tomorrow. Prime Minister Yao's eyes suddenly shook again, and then he said no more, counted, and left. Your Majesty is wise. I will take my leave. Just as Prime Minister Yao left, Emperor Yu narrowed his eyes and stared outside the door of the imperial study. After a moment, he stood up and walked to the Yunshan Palace. Once again, the purple-robed figure appeared just like last time, and heard the conversation between Emperor Yu and Prime Minister Yao clearly. But this time he was hiding under the eaves outside the imperial study. Not in the imperial study. The figure jumped down from the stage and looked towards the direction of Yunshan Palace with charming eyes, and his charming face was dark. The heart of an emperor. Father, you are still afraid of the Su family. There will be a commotion in the court tomorrow. I'm afraid it's the Su family. In one breath, the two jumped up and left quietly. As Yun Mujing just left like this, Emperor Yu, who was quietly looking at the portrait of his lover hanging on the wall in Yunshan Palace, suddenly murmured a faint imperial voice. Yao, if Jinger gives up the competition in his heart because of the Su family, if that girl Qin Rao takes her own life in exchange for the safety of the Su family, I will spare the Su family. Otherwise, the shimmering night illuminates not only the darkness in the Yun Palace at this moment, but also the darkness in the purple bamboo forest at this moment. On the bed, Yuehua's figure was lying beside Su Rao. After he fell down like that, he woke up under the night. The cold feeling between his eyebrows and eyes, like an ice cave, made the white satin on his eyes feel frozen, and even froze the 3 feet around him. Just because Su Rao's 2 killing sounds awakened the him in Yunji's heart. The him who liked killing. Han Machin came out again, unable to suppress it, and occupied this body again. The pair of slender phoenix eyes covered by the white satin. The obsidian-like brightness in the eyes changed again, and the cold killing like an ice cave also emerged again. Su Rao. But when his eyes touched the person beside him, the feeling of killing weakened in an instant, and his slender jade fingers took off the white satin that blocked his sight, and his slender phoenix eyes fell directly on Su Rao's face on the couch. The pale complexion, the colorless lips. She was so weak, especially the sunken scar on her forehead that made it more eye-catching, which made Han Machin's heart choke for no reason. And he felt that the scar was glaring. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth raised a cold and cold-blooded arc, and his jade fingers touched the ugly sunken scar on Su Rao's forehead. Bloodthirstiness reappeared in his phoenix eyes, and his breath sank instantly. A bloodthirsty and cold voice. Who do you want to kill? Su Rao. Whoever you want to kill. Then Han Machin will kill for you. You are a special case of Han Machin, and no one can hurt you so much. After stroking the scar on Su Rao's forehead for a breath, Han Machin walked away from the house directly. Yuhua had not changed her clothes, and she had never realized that he looked like this at the moment. When he walked into the purple bamboo forest, the ice coldness in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and his footsteps suddenly stopped. Yunji suddenly pressed his chest, and his heart was in turmoil. A drop of blood came out from the corner of her mouth, and her beautiful face turned pale again. The killing in her heart was temporarily suppressed. Han Machin, do you want to take Reiwara with you to kill? Do you want to drag Reiwara into your darkness? Don't forget who she is. Your actions will definitely burden the Su family. The heavy feeling of oppression made her heart sink even more. If something really happened to the Su family, how could Reiwara forgive herself? Reiwara? After this murmur, Yunji's face was in a trance again. This was the trance of Han Machin. She is Rao Rao? Yes, she is Rao Rao. We cannot let her be like you. If she enters such a dark and dark hell, she will no longer be Rao Rao. No, she is Rao Rao. Rao Rao will always seek revenge. She will not cowardly escape like you. Yun Muheo, you have never even looked into Rao Rao's eyes. She is such a person. How can you understand? The cool and sad voice suddenly turned cold again. Only when these two personalities change in this way will they have such a moment of coexistence. You are already in the darkness of the netherworld, but you want to return to the human world. Heh. This sneer is even more murderous and bone-chilling. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Yunji's face became paler and paler as he coughed and panted again and again. The Prince Jiyue, who had always been calm and indifferent, finally had a thick ink on his face because of the back-and-forth transformation of his two personalities. The thick ink color embellished his beautiful eyebrows and also made his stunning face more ferocious. The exiled Prince Jiyue was wandering between heaven and hell, hoping that someone could help him. My friend, don't let your killing thoughts run wild. And keep calm. This voice came in time. In the night sky surrounded by the bright stars, Master Huishan hurried to the purple bamboo forest. Then, the sound of Buddhist words lingered in Yunji's fair ears. Namo Amidba. Pure your mind, calm your mind, and make your mind clearer. Beginning of autumn. Yesterday was still sunny, and it was also dazzling in the evening. But this morning, the temperature dropped sharply, and the cold swept in from the clouds. The foggy sky seemed to have obscured the last warmth of yesterday, which was left in the whole summer. The autumn wind blew, rippling the bamboo leaves on the ground in the forest. Dancing leaves. In the house decorated with the color of the moon. After another night, the pair of tightly closed peach blossom eyes just opened, just like Master Huishan taking the pulse. Su Rao woke up. There was no light in the peach blossom eyes, just so dull, but it could not hide the ferocious killing in her heart. The hatred hidden in her heart that had been suppressed for so many years. So many years of hatred. National hatred and family hatred 10 years ago. In addition, the Su family was imprisoned because of her. And Uncle Hao and Qin Yang were even more troubled by her, and their souls were scattered in the Yun Palace. So many hatreds, new and old, finally made her heart dark. And the chaos and mist covered Su Rao's heart, which was already dark. After a moment of stagnation, the killing that was replayed in her mind like a movie finally stopped. She was exhausted but couldn't get close to the executioner. Just when she was about to be caught, a gust of cold wind suddenly rose, and a figure fell from the sky and embraced her. She lost her thoughts, and didn't know what year it was today, let alone what day it was. Sitting up, her peach blossom eyes looked at the familiar house. Yunji's house where she had stayed for 3 days. And Su Rao's calm eyes finally gave birth to a glimmer of light. Heh. Suddenly, she laughed, and she didn't know why. She was already dark inside, but she was smiling on her face. After laughing for a while, a drop of color hung in the corner of her eyes. Su Rao suddenly lifted the quilt and left the house. At this moment, in Master Huishan's house, the sound of Buddhist chanting had just stopped at this morning. My friend's heart has long been able to control itself. One thought is God. One thought is the devil. Don't let the devil control you again. Yunji, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed on the couch, just opened his eyes. But another sentence came to his mind. One thought is heaven. One thought is hell. Your life and death are all up to you. Yunji can control himself. Yunji has long been able to control his wicked heart. Last night, Yunji was caught off guard, so I troubled you to watch over him all night. After a night of listening to the Buddha and meditating, Yunji's complexion was slightly better. I'm glad you're fine, my friend. Don't use your internal energy casually in the future. The female donor has probably woken up, and her heart is probably hurt now. You go back first. I'll go make medicine for you and the female donor. Master, the female donor has woken up. She went to the back mountain. The young master outside the house saw Su Rao go out of the fence and headed deep into the bamboo forest. He called her several times, but she ignored him. So he hurried to tell her. Rao, Rao. Yunji's face changed for a moment, and the calm and composed demeanor suddenly disappeared, and he strode out of the house. In the back mountain of the purple bamboo forest, Su Rao climbed to the top of the mountain on foot again after 10 years. Just like when he was a child. Standing on the top of the mountain, he looked straight at the east palace that seemed out of reach. The autumn wind blew, blowing the red dress and her black hair, but it could not soften the emptiness between her eyebrows. A kind of spiritless and empty state. Just standing there, looking. For a long, long time, it seemed that the world was silent. And then a mosquito-like voice was heard. Father, Mother, if you knew what happened today, would you still want Rao Rao to live? Even if it was difficult, you would still want Rao Rao to live. Even if Rao Rao's life was once again exchanged for her family, you would still wish Rao Rao to live. This voice murmured, and the drop of translucent color in the corner of the eye did not fall. Just hanging there, like a piece of embellished sequins. If the Su family is destroyed by the executioner because of Rao Rao, even if Rao Rao is alive, she will no longer be the happy Rao Rao that my father and mother hoped for. The drop of translucent color in the corner of the eye turned into crystal and dripped down the cheek. A teardrop, just falling, was wiped away by Su Rao immediately. Father, Mother, Rao Rao can't run away this time, and can't hide and live like that year. Rao Rao wants all the Su family members to live well, so Rao Rao can't be obedient anymore. Rao Rao believes that father and mother will not blame Rao Rao. Father said that a drop of water should be returned with a spring. How can Rao Rao be a runaway again? Lastly, leaving these words, Su Rao no longer stood and looked, nor cried like a child, turned around and went down the mountain, so calm and quiet. As soon as one foot stepped on the mountain stream behind the mountain, the figure of Yu Hua walked over from afar, just like the first time they met. He walked towards her by the stream at the back of the mountain. At that time, he was surrounded by the breeze, bright moon, orchids in the valley, and snow in the sky. But now, his heart was bound. Now, the autumn scenery in the mountains no longer served as a foil for him, but instead covered up the stunning splendor he should have. Yunji, don't come over. Just stand here. When Yunji walked 3 steps away, Su Rao spoke. The mountain stream was clear, rushing down from the top of the mountain, hitting the pebbles in the stream, splashing into the water, rippling layers of waves, and the water was sparkling, rippling and scattering. The clear stream reflected the 2 figures 3 steps apart in the stream, but it was like a natural chasm, separating each other, so it was difficult to cross and approach, and it was impossible to cross and approach. I don't want to cry. Tears can't solve any of my problems. And I don't want you to touch my vulnerability. Yunji, don't come over. Don't get close to me. Su Rao's voice was calm. Calm without any ripples. She didn't want to cry. And she didn't want to cry. Okay. Yunji can't come. With this answer, Yunji stood 3 steps away from Su Rao. A faint smile appeared on his face, and the corners of his mouth were lightly outlined. Such a smile can make even the most beautiful scenery dim its charming style. At this moment, I felt that he was still the same Yunji, the Prince Ji with clear wind and bright moon, who only belonged to the exiled immortal in the sky, unstained by mud, and out of reach. The scenery is bright, and the moon is clear. Just Rao Rao. Rely on Yunji once. Rely on Yunji once. Can't it? Don't push Yunji away. Don't think you don't want to implicate Yunji. Let Yunji help you. Yunji can help you keep the Su family safe. She clearly didn't want to cry. And she clearly knew that tears were the most useless. But her peach blossom eyes suddenly felt bitter, making Su Rao's eyes red and even more painful. She stared at Yunji, and her peach blossom eyes were surrounded by peach color. The watercolor finally blurred her vision, and even blurred the moonlight in her vision. Rao Rao. Don't push Yunji away. Don't push Yunji away at this time. You need Yunji. You need Yunji to help you. Between Yunji and the Su family, Yunji is insignificant to you. And there is no such thing as being involved or not. You don't need to care about it. Yunji looked at Su Rao, and his slender phoenix eyes flashed under the satin, bringing out deep love and pity. After a breath, he finally moved his feet and walked over. He promised Su Rao that he would not come, but his body was not controlled by his brain. He stretched out his arms and embraced Su Rao into his weak arms that warmed Su Rao. This return is Yunji's breaking of his promise. When the Su family is safe, Yunji will leave and will never appear in front of Rao Rao again, making Rao Rao feel uncomfortable. Rao Rao, please don't push Yunji away. Please, don't push Yunji away at this time. Yunji doesn't want Rao Rao to no longer be Rao Rao. The red eye sockets hurt as if they were pierced by strong light. The watercolor could no longer be suppressed and dripped from the eye sockets, coloring the white clothes of Yua. The soft hands hanging on both sides tightly curled up and squeezed the bloody hands, finally grabbed Yunji's Yua clothes. Su Rao buried her head completely in Yunji's arms. She didn't cry, but trembled. The stream was flowing gently, reflecting the figures hugging each other, so quietly hugging each other, until 2 happy fish jumped down from the upper reaches, playfully breaking up this beautiful and peerless painting in the stream. Yunji, I want to see Qin Yang and Uncle Hao. The foggy sky, the sun hidden in the clouds, did not come out with the passage of time, but was hidden deeper in the clouds. The cool autumn breeze brought coolness. Even in the middle of the sea hour, the coolness did not decrease by half, but became thicker, and the thickness announced the true arrival of autumn. At this moment, in the Yun Palace, on the Wantian Hall, the hustle and bustle of the court, those who pleaded for the Su family, were like endless wool, one wave after another, arguing endlessly in the court. The petitioner said, Your Majesty, General Su has been loyal for more than 40 years. He fought with the late emperor in many battles, and has fought many times. He has made great achievements. I can hardly believe that the Su family is plotting rebellion. Please be careful. The Su family is noble and indifferent to fame and fortune. For many years, they have never made private transactions with the court officials like us, and have never formed cliques for personal gain. How could such a family do such a rebellious thing? I am afraid that it was deliberately framed by someone with ulterior motives. The Ronghua princess is a remnant of the previous dynasty, and it cannot be concluded that the Su family is colluding with them. If the Su family is really different, how could they be brought into the palace by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince without any action? Every word and every sentence is reasonable. The refutation said, General Su may have been loyal in the past, but he has been the king of generals for so many years. I am afraid he is no longer satisfied with his current status. If the Su family is really noble, why did they hold military power for so many years, but never thought of handing it over? Although the Su family does not privately communicate with court officials or form cliques for personal gain, Su heir is particularly close to Prince Jiyu. Su Wu is also like this with the 8th prince, and now Su Si and the 7th princess. Back then, the 3 vassal states united to clear the emperor's side, relieve the people's suffering, save the people from fire and water, and destroy the Qin emperor. Under such strict prevention and investigation, if there was no help from the inside, how could the remnants of the previous dynasty escape quietly for so many years and hide in the Su family? These words are all reasonable and heart-piercing. Just to take this opportunity to completely defeat the Su family. In this debate, the court officials, both on the left and on the right, were all red-eyed and spitting. The battle between civil officials and military generals was so chattering. And in the court, on the throne of the emperor, behind the dragon chair, the five-clawed golden dragon hovering on the wall of the palace. The dragon ball is dotted. The dragon eyes look directly below, solemn and dignified, just like the Emperor Yu, who is in a high position at this moment, sitting upright on the dragon chair, watching coldly, watching his court officials arguing so fiercely because of the Su family. A bunch of sour scholars who only know how to talk about things. When we go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, you can only gossip in the palace and harm our good generals. I can't hold back my anger today. The battle between military generals and civil officials. In terms of eloquence, the military generals are not as good as the civil officials. And the civil officials have the upper hand. After several verbal battles, a general was irritated and rolled up his sleeves to fight in the Wantian palace with such a rough curse in the military camp. Snap! The sound of the memorial falling. The general and the civil official who provoked him did not fight. Emperor Yu threw down the memorial and calmed down, no longer watching coldly. The civil officials and military generals are like those street shrews. Only the Su family can mess up my court like this. Do you all lose your manners like this? Your Majesty, calm down. The faces of the ministers in the palace changed for a moment, and they all knelt down and prostrated themselves, facing the board in front of them, and confessed their crimes. Emperor Yu did not calm down, and just kept his breath, looking at the ministers kneeling down in the palace, and his eyes fell on those military generals, and the inside was dark and difficult to understand. After a long time, he turned his eyes to look at the prince and Prime Minister Yao. Prince, the affairs of the Su family are handled by you. You tell me, does the Su family have the intention of rebellion? This question was asked by Emperor Yu so abruptly. Yun Murui, who was kneeling, had a sense of wisdom between his eyebrows for a moment, and after a breath, he bowed and said, Father, whether the Su family has the intention of rebellion, I think it is not right to make a conclusion. After all, General Su has devoted himself to Yun Lang for more than 40 years. As a crown prince, he should be kind to the people and be tolerant and kind. Whether the Su family secretly opened the box or hid the remnants of the previous dynasty, I think all these things should be concluded after the remnants of the previous dynasty are captured. Okay, I will let the prince supervise the arrest of the remnants of the previous dynasty. After saying this, Emperor Yu looked at Duke Xiao, who was now invisible when he attended the court, and his eyes became deeper. Duke Xiao, assist the prince, and make sure to capture Su Rao. The Xiao family and the Yao family were originally enemies, although the relationship was eased because the prince intended to marry Zhao Lianqing. The Zhao family and the Yao family never really made peace because of the incident between Zhao Lianqing and Prince Yi. Now Emperor Yu asked Duke Xiao to assist the prince in capturing Su Rao, instead of Prime Minister Yao, so that fairness and justice could be achieved. With Duke Xiao around, even if the Yao family wanted to do something secretly, it would be difficult. Emperor Yu arranged this, so the military generals could not say anything more. If they said more, they would not only fail to help the Su family, but would anger Emperor Yu, who would be furious. Emperor Yu was extremely kind and righteous to the Su family. If they continued to plead for the Su family, they would be questioning Emperor Yu's intention to eliminate the Su family in order to take back the military power and consolidate the imperial power of Yunlang. In the end, the military generals could only say, Your Majesty is wise. The civil officials were the same, and they did not dare to say anything else to anger the emperor. But when they knelt down again, the civil officials secretly glanced at Prime Minister Yao, who had never said a word to belittle or praise the Su family since the beginning of the court. In the morning, although there was no morning sun, the sky was not gloomy. But in the afternoon, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and it was dark and gloomy, as if the world had condensed darkness. It was such a cloudy day on the first day of the beginning of autumn, and it seemed that God would change the weather so much to highlight the sadness in the mountains at this moment. From hot to cold again. At this moment, in Qifeng Garden, In the bamboo forest behind the mountain, the bamboo bodies rustled in the wind, swaying, and the bamboo leaves danced with the wind. In such a beautiful nature, there was such an abrupt place. The mound of earth, where Qin Yang and Hao Shu were buried, was placed in this bamboo forest. The woman in red, with a sharp dagger in her hand, carved the tombstones of Qin Yang and Hao Shu word by word. After carving the tombstone, she stood in front of the tomb in person and knelt quietly. The red dress had been covered with mud at the knees, dirty and dirty. On the side, Yuwa was also quiet, just standing there quietly, without any persuasion or comfort, until the dark clouds above the forest gathered together and completely darkened the day. A faint hoarse voice came out from the pale lips. Rao Rao, don't kneel anymore. It will hurt your knees. Yunji, if you insist on helping me, even if my Su family is safe and sound, I will not stop. The Rao Rao in your heart should have been gone 10 years ago. It was Qin Yang and Uncle Hao who left her behind. Su Rao then turned to look at Yunji. Her peach blossom eyes were calm, but the darkness inside was even darker than the gloom in the sky, and it enveloped Su Rao's entire heart, which had already been dark. Qin Yang and Uncle Hao can't die in vain. They are the only traces of Rao Rao in this world in the past 10 years. They gave Rao Rao 10 years of rebirth. If it weren't for Qin Yang and Uncle Hao, she would have been buried in the sea of fire with her mother in the snowy slaughter that night. 10 years ago, the door of the secret passage closed little by little. It was pitch black, but under the light of the fire, Qin Rao's peach blossom eyes were reflected. There was no trace of the glittering and clear charm in them, but only crystal clear pearls, one by one, as big as beans, across the white and tender little face. The peach blossom eyes were staring wide, as if the eyeballs were about to pop out. Tears blurred her vision, but could not blur the mother in the inner hall of her pupils, watching her mother being engulfed by the fire. The door of the secret passage was completely closed, and it could not stop Qin Rao's fiery gaze. The little body was trembling so much that it was almost uncontrollable. Uncle Hao held her in his arms, and his big hand covered Qin Rao's mouth for fear that she would scream out. But Qin Rao didn't scream, not even a sound. But the two little hands clinging to Uncle Hao's neck tightly grasped Uncle Hao's brocade clothes. Her hands were clenched until they turned white. Brother Hao, we should leave. If we don't leave now, it will be difficult to escape when the sun rises. Qin Yang was standing aside, holding a pigeon egg-sized night-shining pearl in her hand, adding a bit of light to the dark road. The weak light could only slightly see the road, reflecting Qin Rao's pair of clear peach blossom eyes in Uncle Hao's arms, without a bit of childish innocence. Rao Rao, you have to be good. Uncle Hao will definitely take you out safely. Looking at Qin Rao in his arms, Uncle Hao let go of his big hand covering her mouth, wiped the tears on Qin Rao's face with the weak light of the night-shining pearl, then hugged her tightly again, and walked down the steps of the dark road with Qin Yang. The secret passages of the great Qin Palace were so complicated that it was hard to tell which way was the way out of the palace. Rao Rao, which way should we go? After passing several forks in the road, Uncle Hao finally asked Qin Rao. He had to ask Qin Rao. They could not stay in the great Qin Palace any longer. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. Uncle Hao asked. But there was no response for a long time. Uncle Hao and Qin Yang looked at each other. The worry was burning in their eyes. What to do? Rao Rao, Qin Yang asked again. And Qin Rao and Uncle Hao's arms responded, and a light appeared in her peach blossom eyes. Rara wants to go to Luantian Palace. Rara wants to see my father. Rara wants to know whose hand was stained with my father's blood. Rara wants to know who it is. The childish hoarse voice was even more terrifyingly calm than a child. Rao, Qin Yang wanted to stop him, but Uncle Hao shook his head. Okay, Rao, Uncle Hao can take you there, but you have to promise Uncle Hao that no matter what you see, you can't make a sound. Qin Rao nodded stiffly, raised her little arm, and pointed to the secret passage leading to the Luantian Palace. She didn't cry or make a fuss, and she was not a 5-year-old child at all. The three of them continued to walk. Even when walking in the secret passage, they could hear the sound of fighting and wailing outside, the sound of the wailing in the sky, the sound of weapons touching, and the sound of flesh being pierced. The sound was clear and clear, clearly indicating the massacre in the Qin Imperial Palace. This inhumane killing. Walking out of the secret passage, hiding in the darkness of a hidden corner of the palace wall. The death of the father. like the death of the mother, was so firmly imprinted in the pair of red peach blossom eyes. The area around her eyelids was scarlet red, and the tail of her eyes was naturally bright red. At this moment, the bright color between her eyebrows became even more crimson, as if painted by the blood of her father. Her eyes were fixed on the face of the man who chopped off her father's head with a long sword. The white snow was falling, and the fire burning around her made Yuan Yu's face conspicuous. Her handsome and gentle appearance was rare in the world. She was unforgettable at first sight. On the long sword in her hand, blood dripped drop by drop. It was the blood of her father, and the blood of countless soldiers of the Qin dynasty. Uncle Hao, who was standing behind Qin Rao, also clenched his strong hands. Rao, we should go. It's really time to go. You have to live. Listen to your father and mother and live well. And don't let hatred destroy you. After a breath, Uncle Hao picked up Qin Rao and prepared to go back and leave secretly. But a ray of light came towards them at this time. The firelight illuminated the darkness, illuminating the dark corner where Uncle Hao and Qin Rao were hiding. Uncle Hao immediately covered Qin Rao's mouth again and quickly hid on the other side of the palace wall, with his back pressed tightly against the wall. The ground under his feet was as red as a river, flowing so much that the original color of the falling snow could no longer be seen. The winter wind was raging, whistling and sweeping. As the firelight got closer, Uncle Hao's brows tightened. He concentrated and held his breath. His whole expression was tense. Just when the two of them were about to be discovered, there was a sudden scream, and the torch fell to the ground, reflecting Qin Yang's satin shoes stepping on the bloody ground. The rebel who came over fell to the ground and died. Qin Yang walked out from behind the rebel. She had never killed anyone, but she let blood stain her hands. She was also a lady from a noble family in the Yunlang vassal state. But for me, she whispered how she escaped from the Qin palace, how Qin Yang and Uncle Hao took her out of the palace, which made Su Rao's peach blossom eyes sore again, and bloodshot eyes were drawn in the whites of her eyes. She knelt for too long, and now she stood up. Her legs and feet were numb as if they were pierced by thousands of silver needles. But Su Rao didn't feel any numbness or pain. She walked to Yunji's side, faced Yunji face to face, and said again, "Yunji, the result of your helping me must be the life of your uncle. At such a price, do you still want to help? Are you still determined to help?" The sky was gloomy for a whole day. After the darkness completely controlled the world at night, the raindrops that had already condensed and gathered in the clouds fell down. The rain in early August was no longer pouring down, but a continuous rain line, falling softly. Although the sky was extremely gloomy, the falling rain was very gentle, and even if it hit the glazed bricks and tiles, it would not make a clanging sound. In the imperial study, the lights were brightly lit again that night. Your Majesty, as an emperor of a country, every decision you make is related to the future of Yunlang. This evening, stepping on the autumn night rain, the old Prince Yun came to see the Emperor Yu. Your Majesty is the ruler of Yunlang, and he said that he values the safety of the people of Yunlang. However, it is hard for my uncle to see that your actions are good for the people. General Su is about to retire. So why did the sixth prince and the Yao family kid come? This question asked. How could old Prince Yun not see that the sixth prince and Yao Yeding appeared that day because of Emperor Yu and Prime Minister Yao? Everything he did before was probably to delay time, just to wait for the sixth prince to appear. Did the emperor never want to leave a way out for the Su family from the beginning? He has been cautious step by step until now. Is it just to put the Su family on the charge of hiding the remnants of the previous dynasty and treason? Just to get rid of the Su family with a legitimate reason? Uncle, is Ji Yu in good health? It doesn't matter if we haven't captured the two assassins. Don't tire him. Emperor Yu spoke, not answering old Prince Yun's question about the night when the Su family was imprisoned, but asking about Yunji's health, because Yunji caught a cold while capturing the two assassins who tried to kill Emperor Yu and was weak. Princess Yun sent someone to Yun Palace to inform him, and Prince Yun hurried back, so he did not ask about what Emperor Yu had done on the day the Su family was imprisoned. Now that Yunji was fine, he went back to the palace and asked about what happened at the Su family that day. When Ji Yue came back, I saw that he looked not very well, pale and weak, so I didn't want him to intervene. Emperor Yu didn't answer, and avoided the topic, which made old Prince Yun frown and feel depressed. Little Yu. He only called Emperor Yu by his nickname. Whether the Su family is rebellious or not, I don't believe that you don't know. Whether the Su family knows that Ronghua is a princess of the previous dynasty is not the most important thing. With General Su's character, if he can be used by them, he will not be the person your father trusts and entrusts. Uncle. Emperor Yu lowered his voice, and his pair of imperial eyes also deepened, showing the heart of an emperor. Is it true that the Su family will be in chaos without Yunlang? Is it true that apart from Su Hong, there will be no other generals to protect my Yunlang? And it must be the Su family. In this voice, Emperor Yu's indignation was just because Yunlang couldn't leave General Su. I am not a young man with a crown of hair. I need the intimidation of others to keep Yunlang safe. My Yunlang does not need a person who can lead the princes to command the world. This statement shows that Emperor Yu is more afraid of General Su. It is time to get rid of him. Uncle. At the morning court today, all the generals in the court pleaded for the Su family. What a prestige. The Su family is almost dominating the world. If we continue to let it go, once they have a different mind, it will be too late. I will never allow such chaos to happen. Jiyue is the light of the sky of my Yunlang. Now he has grown up. It is time for him to appear in the eyes of the people of the Three Kingdoms. Yunlang's Jiyue prince. He will replace the Su family and become the new guardian of my Yunlang. After finishing this speech, Emperor Yu stood up and walked out of the imperial study, looking at the drizzling night sky. The drizzle brushed his face, and the cool breeze had already covered the ground outside the palace with a layer of rain, like a clear and transparent water mirror that could reflect any darkness. Uncle, I am the monarch of Yunlang. No matter what I do, I will not ignore Yunlang's safety. It's getting late. Uncle, go back. After you go back, tell Jiyue that if he is safe, let him enter the palace tomorrow. As for the two assassins, I have no problem. Since they have escaped, don't take them anymore. They are just small soldiers. Not to worry about. They are not enough to affect Jiyue's body and worry about it. The latter words seem to have a deep meaning and carry a certain meaning. It seems that he knows everything about Yunji's worries. Going down the steps outside the palace, Emperor Yu left. He did not ask Yun Zongwan to hold an umbrella for him, but opened a bright yellow Luo umbrella himself and walked away. The dragon boot stepped into the water mirror on the ground, shattering the water mirror and polluting the rootless water falling from the sky. It became turbid. Yun Zongwan did not follow Emperor Yu, but received Emperor Yu's order to send old Prince Yun back to Prince Yun's mansion. Old Prince Yun had long stopped attending court and politics, so he did not need to ask about the affairs of the court and influence the king's decision. It was a dark rainy night, with heavy rain and the evening breeze blowing. In the study room of Duke Xiao's mansion, concubine Shu, who should have been in the palace, was here at this moment. Father, did the Su family really harbor the remnants of the previous dynasty? Is the daughter of the Su family really the daughter of the crown prince of Qin? The marriage between Linger and Su Si was just a means for the emperor to deceive the Su family. The emperor used Linger as a pawn. Because of the sudden rebellion of the Su family, Yun Luoling and Su Si's marriage was cancelled by Emperor Yu's order. Yun Luoling would not be able to stay quiet after learning about it. Duke Xiao knew Yun Luoling very well, so before Yun Luoling made any move, he told concubine Shu to lock her up in the bedroom to prevent her from causing trouble for the Zhao family. Today, Emperor Yu suddenly ordered Duke Xiao to assist the prince in capturing Su Rao. Duke Xiao knew that Emperor Yu was using his Zhao family as a pawn, so he asked concubine Shu to come to Duke Xiao's mansion in the night when Emperor Yu was tripped by old Prince Yun. He had something to say. The heart of an emperor is inherently ruthless. Duke Xiao stroked his sheep-horned beard and looked at concubine Shu. Although his face was still calm, he rarely looked as stern as before, but showed a touch of gentleness that a father should have. Now that his grandson is alive, Duke Xiao's years of anger towards concubine Shu will gradually fade away. You have been by the emperor's side for many years. You should know him better than your father. Now you have no son, only Linger, which is not a bad thing at all. At least the emperor will no longer be as defensive against my Zhao family as he was when the four princes were here. Taking this opportunity, my Zhao family can reappear in the court and be glorious again. Whenever the Zhao family's honor and disgrace, wealth and status are mentioned, Duke Xiao will be unable to hide the color of chasing power between his eyebrows, and the pursuit of the Zhao family's glory and reputation. Over the years, the emperor has always favored you. At this moment, you must be more cautious and do everything properly to keep your honor and favor. As for Linger, please keep a good eye on her. Don't let her cause any trouble for your father at this critical juncture. When everything is settled, I will find a good husband for her. As for the fourth son of the Su family, forget it. The Su family is treasonous, and the Zhao family should stay as far away from them as possible. Ding! Such a subtle, almost inaudible sound came from the study of Duke Xiao. Duke Xiao and concubine Xu were talking without noticing that what they said was all heard by the black bag. A black cloak, completely blended into the dark night, and even more blended into the falling rain. Silver black. The mask was stained with drizzle, bringing out the bright color of water. And under the silver black mask, the cold killing in the pair of slender phoenix eyes was particularly eye-catching, as if it could freeze the rain. On Machin came out again, and once again changed in such a rainy night. Came to the Zaidwagong mansion to find Zaidwagong again. But he didn't expect to hear such a talk. Zaidwagong, who regards the family's life honor as an obsession, can help him achieve his goal and complete his plan for many years. The rain that had been falling all night had not stopped in the morning of the next day. The sky was still foggy, but it was no longer as cloudy as yesterday afternoon, and the dark clouds returned to warm white. Although the rain had not stopped, the sky was already showing signs of clearing up. When this autumn rain stopped, there would definitely be another bright and sunny day. The morning breeze, with the freshness of the rain, blew across the face, and one could smell the strong freshness in the air. The drizzle gently caressed the face, and it was even more comfortable. In the Qingfeng garden, the man in red stood quietly outside the door, watching the rain. When he woke up in the middle of the night and didn't see Yunji, he stood outside the door like this. I don't know if it was to wait for Yunji's news, how he would save the Su family, and whether he had saved Grandpa and the others, or was it just that he couldn't sleep? But Su Rao couldn't sleep. With bright eyes like peach blossoms, she stared blankly at the raindrops dripping from the eaves. With unfocused eyes, so dazed. But under this daze, her heart was hard to calm down. The night had passed, but she still couldn't calm down. Yesterday, she asked Yunji about that, and Yunji told her something. He said he believed in the Rao Rao he knew. She was kind-hearted. Her conscience would not be swallowed by hatred, and whether to kill the emperor's uncle or not was not the price of his help. But it was up to her. It was her own choice. If she insisted on assassinating, he would not stop her, but he would accompany her to bear all the consequences caused by assassinating the emperor's uncle, and he would hold her in his hands, without any marriage contract as a witness, just to keep her safe and sound for the rest of her life. If the Su family didn't want her as a daughter, he would hold her in his hands, without any marriage contract as a witness, just to keep her safe and sound for the rest of her life. The world is in chaos. Do you think I care? Why should I care? What does it matter if the people are suffering? They are the people of Yunlang. What does it have to do with me? When they destroyed my great Qin, who ever asked about the suffering of my people? Yunji, I have never been a good person. The sudden hoarse voice, the bone-chilling hatred, the coldness and the indifference. But Su Rao's eyes were full of sunshine. But with the Su family, she couldn't ignore the Su family. Once she killed Yunyu, Yunlang would definitely be in chaos. Even if the Su family was saved, even if the executioner had abandoned the Su family, the Su family's integrity would not stand idly by and watch Yunlang in chaos. At that time, would she be an enemy of the entire Su family? Would she be an enemy of Grandpa and the others? The drooping tender hands had already curled up and dripped blood, dripping onto the steps, but were washed clean by the rain in an instant, leaving no trace. No, I can't. After standing for half the night, Su Rao finally made a decision in her heart. She walked into the rain without an umbrella. The falling wind and rain instantly affected her whole body. Her hair stuck to her cheeks, and her face was cold. Go to the graves of Qin Yang and Uncle Hao again. Kneel down. The muddy rain stains in the forest further stained her red dress. Qin Yang. Uncle Hao. I'm sorry. Rao Rao has come to her senses. Rao Rao can no longer ignore the Su family and kill the executioner to avenge you. My father and my mother. Rao Rao also wants to be completely crazy without reason. But Rao Rao can't. Rao Rao can't go crazy again. Apologize for her choice. And apologize for Yunji's words that made her sober. She can't take revenge now. She needs to create a suitable opportunity for revenge. She couldn't be hostile to the Su family. And she didn't want to become enemies with her grandfather, father, and mother from now on. Give her some time, and she would change an emperor for Yunlang. At that time, she would definitely carry the heads of Yunyu and Yunmu Rui to worship her family. With her hands in front of her, Su Rao prostrated and kowtowed. The mud smeared on her white forehead, thus covering the ugly sunken scar on her forehead. After Su Rao kowtowed 3 times, she stood up and looked at the tombstones of Qin Yang and Uncle Hao. She turned around and walked away without any hard feelings. She had to go to work, wash up and get rid of the cold, so as not to get windy again. Just after returning to Qifeng Garden, she saw the figure of Yu Hua from afar. He looked thin, holding a moon-colored wallpaper umbrella in his hand, standing outside Qifeng Garden. The morning breeze was blowing, and the drizzle was continuous. He stood there, waiting, like a husband waiting for his wife to return home, knowing that she was back. He came over while talking and held the wallpaper umbrella over her head to shield her from the wind and rain. It was chilly in the morning. Looking up, Su Rao looked at Yunji beside her. At a glance, she saw that he was pale again. She asked the question that was about to come out. Are Grandpa and the others safe? She suppressed her question and didn't ask it. She pulled up the slender jade fingers and pinched her pulse with 3 fingers. The pulse was weak and fluctuating, just like before. Yunji, if you insist on helping me, take care of your broken body for me. Don't let me be distracted to take care of you. Although she said this, she didn't have any angry tone, but calmly pulled Yunji into Qifeng Garden. Okay. Yunji responded with a warm smile on his lips. After entering Qifeng Garden, I don't know when the hot water had been prepared. The mist was rising. Her bright eyes flickered just now, and the calm expression on her face, which seemed to be as dead as death, also fluctuated for a moment. When she went to the cemetery, he had already returned. She turned her head and looked at Yunji again, but she didn't say anything more in the end, and went to wash and change her dirty clothes first. The coldness of the whole body was gone, and another bowl of ginger soup was gone. The whole body warmed up, and the cold heart in the chest that had been cold to the bone seemed to be warmed up a little. Breakfast was also prepared. During the breakfast, both of them were very quiet. After breakfast, Yunji just opened his mouth and talked about the matter. The Su family was all fine, although they were imprisoned in the palace prison. Emperor Yu had never tortured them severely. As for General Su, he fainted that night due to anger. Emperor Yu ordered the imperial physician to take care of him. Although he was in prison, he was not humiliated at all. Emperor Yu still treated him with great respect. Respect, respect, more. Su Rao's face showed no expression when she uttered these 4 words with her cherry lips. Only the cold sneer in her eyes showed that Su Rao sneered at Emperor Yu's actions. Hypocrisy. How to save Grandpa and the others. Then, he asked Yunji, this matter cannot be rushed. Yunji did not say anything else. If we just want Grandpa Su and his men to get out of jail, it's easy. But if we want the Su family to get out of jail with a clean record, we have to plan carefully. Otherwise the Su family, who have been clean for a lifetime, will end up being charged with treason. Su Rao understood what Yunji said. Saving the Su family is indeed very simple. She can find hundreds of ways to get the Su family out of jail. But it is not easy to let the Su family get out of jail with a clean record. As a princess of the previous dynasty, there is no way to clear the Su family's name, unless the Su family personally captures her, a remnant of the previous dynasty, and proves their innocence. Rao, don't be too anxious. Grandpa Su and the others will be fine for a while. The Emperor's uncle is thoughtful. Since he has planned every step for you and me, he will not easily take Grandpa Su's life. Through the white satin, seeing Su Rao's frowning eyebrows, Yunji stood up and walked to Su Rao and squatted down, holding Su Rao's curled hands with his jade fingers. Last night, the Emperor's uncle told me to enter the palace today. You wait here patiently. I will go into the palace to take a look first, and then we will discuss how to save the Su family. The jade fingers pried open Su Rao's hands, took out a moon-colored handkerchief from the sleeve, wiped off the blood on Su Rao's palms, and bandaged the finger marks that were bruised again. Su Rao was silent, looking at the wrapped right hand, and after a breath, she said again, after you enter the palace, you may come out safely. Yunji, I need an accurate answer. Otherwise, I will not wait. Yes, Yunji said firmly. Okay, I will wait for you to come back. Leaving this word, Su Rao pulled out the hand that was still held by Yunji. walked around Yunji, and went back to her room. After a night of autumn rain, it stopped in the afternoon, and a bright sun finally broke through the clouds and shone its dazzling light. In summer, there is a saying that the heat is in the 3 fu. And in autumn, there is also a saying that there is 1 fu after autumn. It means that after the beginning of autumn, there is at least 1 fu of hot weather. 1 fu is 10 days, and 10 days of sunny days will make autumn seem to return to summer. Today, the sky is clear after the rain, and the sun is shining, as if the first day of this 1 fu has begun. The sun climbed out of the clouds, casting golden light, and bringing warmth. Yun Palace. In the palace prison, the lights were also bright in the daytime, and there was a sentry every step. When you go to the dark prison, there is a sentry every half step. Just for the Su family, most of the guards guarded the palace prison. In the dark prison, the Su family was imprisoned in 2 separate rooms, with men and women imprisoned separately, and General Su was imprisoned in another cell. It was more like a bedroom than a cell, with tables, chairs, and beds all neatly arranged. The imperial physician prescribed medicine for General Su. The tables and chairs carved from agarwood. General Su sat upright on the round stool, his face still a little pale, but he had already come out of the weakness of the rage. All retreat. Emperor Yu appeared, and the guards, who were almost next to each other, moved and evacuated. The imperial physician who boiled medicine for General Su also put down the medicine bowl and bowed and retreated. General, are you safe? After entering the prison, Emperor Yu walked to the opposite side of General Su and said with concern, still in that gentle attitude, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for still worrying about me. I am still in good health." After drinking the medicine and putting down the medicine bowl, General Su bowed to Emperor Yu. He did not get angry with Emperor Yu because of the current situation of the Su family, nor did he beg for mercy in a servile manner. Instead, he behaved as a subject to the emperor as usual. "I hope the old general is fine." Lifting his robe and sitting down, Emperor Yu personally took the cups on the table and poured a cup of tea for General Su. He did not put it on the table, but handed it to General Su with both hands, waiting for General Su to take it, and then said, "Old General, I came here today just to tell you that whether the Su family is safe or not is not up to me, but depends on that person's heart, whether she wants the Su family to be stable. If Qin Rao surrenders alone, she is willing to exchange her life for the safety of the Su family, and I will allow the old general to retire and return home. From now on, Yunlang will no longer have the Su family, let alone the general's palace." Last night, he told the old Prince Yun that the Su family could not stay, but today he said the same thing to General Su. Emperor Yu's heart was sincere. As usual, he treated General Su as an elder, but what he said later was ruthless. But if Qin Rao is heartless and doesn't care about the safety of the Su family, I can't keep the old general anymore. Whether the Su family knows her identity or not is not important. What's important is that she is hiding in the old general's Su family, and has been favored by the old general for so many years. I dare not use my Yunlang and the entire Yunlang people to gamble the loyalty of the Su family and the old general. Since the emperor is so afraid of my Su family, what else can this old minister say? If the emperor wants me to die, how can I not die?" General Su looked at the cup handed over by Emperor Yu, and for a moment, he did not take it. Instead, he raised his hand and gently touched his big beard before saying another word. "But if the emperor wants me to die, he should let me die with a clear mind. My daughter Rao is my beloved granddaughter. I have spoiled her for so many years. How could she be someone else? Can the emperor help me solve my doubts?" This voice brought out the sense of vicissitudes of life that only old people have. General Su asked the question without taking the cup. Emperor Yu handed it to him for a while, before putting the cup on the table and pouring himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip of the tea, he asked the chief steward Yun who came with him to bring the things. The long box was opened. The portrait of the prince and princess of Daqin, and the secret letter that revealed Su Rao's identity as the princess of Daqin were taken out and placed in front of General Su. "Old General, Queen Zhu Xianrong is a vicious woman. She used this as a plot to make Yunlang move, so that she could take advantage of the opportunity to add insult to injury. I know this clearly, but I have to fall into her trap. It was I who cut off the head of the great Qin crown prince. It was my father who killed Emperor Xianyi, and it was my Yunlang army led by your Su family that wiped out most of her great Qin royal family. The hatred of destroying the country and killing the father are all irreconcilable national and family hatreds. How dare I keep that woman? If she keeps her, she will come to take my life one day. Compared with Tan Liang and Zhu Xian, Yun Lang and the remnants of the previous dynasty can never coexist. And cannot coexist. In the painting, the faces of the great Qin crown prince and his crown princess fell into the old General Su's eyes. The secret letter told the old General Su more clearly that his beloved granddaughter Su Rao, whom he had doted on for so many years, was really the Princess Qin Rao of the previous dynasty. Not his Raoer. The great Qin Princess Qin Rao. General Su muttered this in a sad voice. And he stared at the painting. His eyes finally fell on the face of the crown princess of the great Qin, especially her pair of peach blossom eyes, which were also shining and colorful. They were similar to his mother's, not his late wife. Old General, this girl looks like her mother, especially her eyes, although they are very similar to Ronghua. She is not Ronghua. I did not jump to conclusions without reason. If there were no painting and only this letter, I would never let the prince and Yao do whatever they want. Seeing that General Su suddenly looked like an octogenarian, Emperor Yu left these words and finally got up and left without saying anything else. After leaving the palace prison, the emperor looked at the palace prison for a moment and sighed slightly. Old General, the Su family has a large number of troops, and I have never thought of touching your Su family. But why did the Su family unite with Jiyue? Since you don't want Ronghua to join my royal family, you should make it clear, instead of looking for Jiyue. After all, you, the Su family, have a different heart and are no longer a minister that father relies on. This whisper seems to be the real reason for everything Emperor Yu did. The Su family has long had a different heart. Once they are unfaithful, they can no longer be used by themselves. The emperor's eyes finally became dark again. Your Majesty, the prince has entered the palace. The eunuch in front of the palace hurriedly came to report, and Yun Zongwan came forward to whisper to Emperor Yu. The darkness in Emperor Yu's eyes disappeared, and he turned back to the front court. In Yunshan Palace, the figure of Yu Hua held the white pieces in his hand. After Emperor Yu came in, he consciously sat opposite the chessboard. In a game of chess, the black and white pieces filled all the squares, but there was no winner or loser. I thought Ji Yu would not come so soon. Emperor Yu spoke, putting away the black pieces. When did the Emperor Uncle know Ji Yu's feelings for Su Rao? Yunji also spoke, also putting away the white pieces. The Emperor Uncle has been cautious step by step, pushing the Su family into the current situation. Is he really afraid of the Su family? Is he really afraid that Su Rao will miss him every night and can't sleep? Or is the Emperor Uncle doing everything just to keep Ji Yu trapped? The Emperor Uncle actually doesn't want to let Ji Yu leave. But it's like this. Although the slender phoenix eyes under the satin are empty and chaotic, it is difficult to hide Yunji's exquisite heart at this moment, and the horror of seeing through people's hearts at a glance. Everything that Emperor Yu did. Why did he do it? Heh. In the Yunshan Palace, a sudden laugh was heard, and Emperor Yu's face was actually happy. So pleased. He had a deep smile on his face. But deep in his eyes, his true intention was also strong. Everything he did was actually just to keep Yunji and keep him in Yunlang, Prince Jiyue of the Yun Palace. The Yun Wang said that one person could defeat thousands of troops. The light of the Yunlang sky. If he left Beijing, he would no longer belong to Yunlang. Jiyue, the Emperor's uncle has always known that you will never disappoint the Emperor's uncle. You are the light of the Yunlang sky. And you are also the prince of the Yunlang family. Only when you are in charge of the Yunlang army, the Emperor's uncle can be truly at ease. With this, Emperor Yu stood up and walked to Yunji's side, and pressed Yunji's seemingly thin shoulders. Jiyue, you are a royal child taught by the Emperor's uncle, and you understand the Emperor's uncle the best. The Yunlang army is my Yunlang army after all, and others cannot be fully trusted. As long as you stay by my side with peace of mind, command the Yunlang army for the Emperor's uncle, and ensure the stability of my Yunlang. The Emperor's uncle will forgive you for having colluded with the Su family to deceive the Emperor's uncle and secretly plotted the game. The hand on the shoulder was very strong, and it was even more heavy, as if he was being pressed by the entire Yunlang country. And Yunji felt a little breathless, tilting his head, through the satin on his eyes, through the empty and hazy feeling in his eyes. He looked up at the Emperor's uncle, who had regarded him as his own son since he was a child. Stabilize Yunlong's country. I'm afraid it's more than that. What he wants is to use himself to control the world and rule the world. But he is just an ordinary person. He just wants to be an ordinary person. He actually doesn't want to be the light of Yunlong's sky. Will the Emperor Uncle let the Su family go? Let Jiyue's beloved one go. Will the Emperor Uncle agree to Jiyue's request? With this rhetorical question, Yuanji seemed to see through Emperor Yu's heart again. The pair of slender phoenix eyes under the white satin, at this moment, were actually oily and clear. It was as if the mist inside was cleared. The mist lingering inside was dissipated, and a bright light was reflected. Instantly restored vision. What will happen to the Su family? Will Emperor Yu let Su Rao go? Jiyue, you should understand. The Emperor's eyes suddenly moved, and a deep shadow emerged. The sun shone in the sky for half a day, and the sunset was bright. Su Rao was waiting for Yunji in the Qifeng garden of the detached residence. Before Yunji came back, she waited for another person. Outside the detached residence, in the bamboo forest, the sun was dazzling for half a day. At this time of sunset, the watercolor left after the rain in the forest was evaporated to half dry. Only a little watercolor remained on the bamboo leaves that fell to the ground in the forest, shining brightly under the sunset. Between the stone-paved roads, there was a breath of Xu Jinzi, with a charming face that was charming. Every move was full of charm. Painted bones and painted skin. Even if he was wearing this man's clothes, he couldn't hide the strong temptation emanating from his body. But at this moment, there was no charm in her charming eyes, and the girl's softness between her eyebrows was gone. Her eyes fell directly on Su Rao, who was dressed in red opposite, and she only asked one question. Rao, as long as you tell the secret that belongs only to the two of us, I will believe that you are Rao. Even if you assassinated my father, even if the prince and others find much evidence, I will believe that you are Rao. He had asked this question countless times, asking stubbornly. He didn't believe that the woman in front of him was not his Rao. I've said it before. Su Rao is already dead. She died 8 years ago. She was killed by you. She died because of you. If you still have feelings for her, go find a way to rescue the Su family intact. Don't come here to provoke my patience. The last time he spoke, the words were cold and piercing. Now Su Rao can bear not to touch Yun Mujing, not to use Yun Mujing to deal with Emperor Yu. Only because she had promised Yunji. She promised Yunji that she would not use Yun Mujing. And also because of the real Su Rao. Turning around, Su Rao went back. But before she took 2 steps, a purple figure jumped in front of her, blocking her again like this, and even grabbed Su Rao's wrist. Are you really not a Rao? This question was so heavy that Yun Mujing's charming eyes had a red circle around his eyelids, and the red color wrapped around the end of his eyes, which was so charming. The secret between you and Su Rao. What secret? You are a man. But you also love the man who is Su Rao's second cousin. I know. So what? The bottom of her eyes was cold, and there was a strong anger inside. Su Rao shook off Yun Mujing's hand and told the secret between Yun Mujing and the real Su Rao. She didn't know, but she had guessed it long ago. But what could she do if she guessed it? She wanted to be Su Rao, but she couldn't do it anymore. She could never be Su Rao again. A gleam of tears appeared in her eyes, but they never disappeared. She no longer paid attention to Yun Mujing. Su Rao walked around him and left without noticing. She noticed Yun Mujing's staggering steps, and the look he gave Su Rao could no longer deceive herself. The woman who walked away was a Rao. Our secret. A Rao, and I have made a promise that she will always keep my identity for me. So you really don't know. You are really not a Rao. Murmured. Poof. Blood came out. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the deep red blood instantly dyed the bamboo leaves in the forest. Yun Mujing fell in the forest, and all the words in his mind were what Qin Rao said. The real Su Rao died because of him, and was killed by him. Su Rao, who had left, had just returned to Qifeng Garden, and her heart was also moved. In an instant, her peach blossom eyes moved secretly. I will go to another place to wait for Yunji. With this, Su Rao was going to leave Qifeng Garden. Yunji was still not safe here. Since Yun Mujing could think of it and come here, it is hard to guarantee that Yun Murwei and others would not guess that she might hide here. Where is the lady going? I can also tell the prince. For Su Rao's decision, Yun Wei would not say much to obstruct. No need. I'll go outside the city and wait for Yunji. After leaving this message, Su Rao packed 2 pieces of clothing and left from another path. Just as Su Rao had noticed. When she had only walked halfway, a group of soldiers followed by the 6th prince and Yao Yeding appeared in the bamboo forest and walked through the forest path. It was not because the prince knew that it was Yun Ji who rescued Su Rao, but because of the relationship between Su Er and Yun Ji. They would search any place where Su Rao might hide to ensure that nothing was missed. They could not check Yun Ji's Qingfeng residence, nor could they rashly search it. After all, it was the Yun Palace, and Yun Ji was the Prince Jiyu. But this other residence, Qingfeng Garden, was different. They came here to find clues, so they accidentally broke into Qingfeng Garden. Such an explanation, true or false, is not important, as long as it is not a search of Prince Yun's mansion. As long as Emperor Yu, who sits high on the throne, does not say anything, it will be fine. The sound of footsteps in the forest was clearly heard, and Yun Mujing, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, suddenly came back to his senses. His charming eyes immediately became deep and gloomy, covering up the strong sadness inside. In just a moment, the figure disappeared quickly. The 6th prince Yun Mushu came with his troops, and none of the Yun guard showed up. There was only one steward and a nanny in Qingfeng Garden, and no one else. Although they came to search, they could not search recklessly. The 6th prince only asked the steward to take him and Yao Yeding to check in each room, fearing that the remnants were hiding. If Prince Jiyu came, he would be accidentally injured. After a personal search, there was nothing unusual in Qingfeng Garden, so the 6th prince and Yao Yeding had to leave. Night falls. Outside Langjing, between the mountains, the red clothes faded, replaced by black clothes that blended with the night, and the 3,000 black hair was tied up with a belt, and the ugly sunken scar on the forehead was once again covered by the powder, and it was no longer visible. The night wind blew, causing the corners of the clothes to sway. The surrounding bushes also fluttered in the wind with the night wind. Looking at the heavy city gate that was about to be closed, Su Rao's eyebrows were severely condensed, and it was difficult to relax. After looking at it for another moment, he looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. At the end of the hour of Su, the city gate was about to close, but the familiar figure did not appear. Yun Ji, you said you could come back. Su Rao murmured this, and did not move rashly. Since Yun Ji said he could come back, Su Rao believed it and waited. Find a hidden treetop. Use Qigong to jump up, although hidden in this dense forest. But the vision is wide. 6th prince, we have searched Langjing and the surrounding area of 100 miles, but there is still no trace of the remnants of the previous dynasty, so that they disappeared from the world. This voice suddenly reached her ears, and the pair of peach blossom eyes without any ripples suddenly became cold and bone-chilling, and she turned her head to look at the official road below. The 6th prince and Yao Yeding searched unsuccessfully and returned to Beijing in the evening. There were more than 20 people in the group. Yun Mushu and Yao Yeding rode in front, and the guards and soldiers behind them walked in a neat pace. Immediately, Su Rao's eyes gave birth to a clear thought. Just from the direction these people came from, she knew in her heart that if she had not left Yun Ji's Qingfeng Garden, she would have been surrounded at this moment. My 3rd brother and the Prime Minister both suspected that Prince Jiyu was secretly helping us, so they asked you and me to search Prince Jiyu's residence. But we found nothing. Yun Mushu also spoke. In just a short period of time, he not only rescued the ugly woman from the palace alone, but also left no trace. In the heavily guarded Langjing, I can hardly think of anyone else who can have such extraordinary abilities, except for Prince Jiyu. When he said this, Yun Mushu's domineering look brought out a deep gloom. Yao Yeding was the same. If Su Rao can really hide, I'm afraid she could only hide in the Yun Palace, the Qingfeng residence of Prince Jiyu. If you just want to search the Yun Palace, your Highness and grandfather can't act rashly without the Emperor's order, not to mention that there is Duke Xiao watching. Suddenly, Yao Yeding's eyes moved, and he whispered, if the 6th prince really wants to relieve the worries of the crown prince, I have a method that may be useful. Oh! Yun Mushu immediately stopped the horse and raised his hand. The soldiers behind him stopped. What method does Yi Ting have? Yao Yeding kicked the horse's belly and approached Yun Mushu. Whisper. 6th prince. Since Zai Yaju and Lianga were sealed, the Zai Yaju owners Huan Yang and Mulian were detained in Jingzhou Prefecture. The emperor said that these two should not be interrogated to avoid alerting the enemy. But now Su Rao's identity as a remnant of the previous dynasty has been exposed. So let's interrogate Huanyang and Mulian now. If they confess something. From then on, Yun Muxia understood what he meant with just one look. Lianga was opened by the remnants of the previous dynasty. And Zai Yaju and Lianga have always had business dealings. And Su Rao, Xiao Gongzi, and Huanyang have always been rumored to have an ambiguous relationship. If Huanyang and Mulian confess that there is something between Jiyue Shixi and Su Rao, then the search of Prince Yun's mansion will be unstoppable. This is a very good idea. With a domineering look between his eyebrows, Yun Muxia raised a corner of his mouth, thinking of Su Rao's humiliation on the day of the prince's wedding. And now, he wanted her to die without a doubt. Let's go to Jingzhou Prefecture. The horses ran. The sound of horse hooves. And the mud splashed on the road. The group of people were far away from the official road here. And Su Rao jumped down from the treetops in the forest, with cold eyebrows and no feeling. Huanyang and Mulian. These days, things have happened frequently. And they have not taken into account that Huanyang and Mulian are still in custody. Originally, Emperor Yu promised Yunji that he would release the people in Zai Yaju and Lianga. But because of the incident, that Su Rao's identity was confirmed later, the two of them were not released. Putting her hand into her bosom, Su Rao took out the purse that she never left with Xiao Ling and Prince Yi's mansion card. Looking down her eyes for a breath, her soft hand slightly squeezed the purse again. It has been a while since the incident happened in Zai Yaju. Has Han Machin known about it? If Xiani Qishao already knew about the incident in Zai Yaju, and with the heart of Queen Rong, if she knew that Yilang was making a move now, she would not miss such a great opportunity. Then Xiani Qishao would definitely. He would definitely come again. He only thought for a moment, and saw that Yao Yeting and the others had entered the capital. According to what they said, Huanyang and Mulian must be in danger at this moment, and Yunji would be implicated. Moreover, Yunji had not left the capital for a day, and Su Rao was a little uneasy in his heart. In addition, Huanyang and Mulian might be in trouble now, and Su Rao thought about it again. So he decided to follow. He moved suddenly, jumped down from the forest, and entered Langjing again. At this moment, rushing to a mountain forest in Langjing, he felt cold and depressed, and even his black brocade robe could not cover it. The cold and sharp eyes fell on Siam Yaling, who was kneeling in front of him. But he did not speak. On the side, Rong Feng was still pale, and did not speak. Instead, he chose to remain silent. This was the first time. The first time Rong Feng did not defend Siam Yaling in front of Siam Ichi-Xiao. Siam Yaling had assassinated Emperor Yu for a long time. But Rong Feng was still angry. Time seemed quiet, and the air seemed to be stagnant. After a long time, Siam Ichi-Xiao spoke. But not to Siam Yaling, but to Rong Feng. This is the promise that Prince Rong Feng made to this king. Questioning Rong Feng. His promise was such a promise? The cold voice, the feeling of keeping strangers away within 3 feet of his body became stronger. Prince Yi. It is indeed Rong Feng. Rong Feng did not refute. It was indeed his fault. He did not take good care of Linger, and did not notice Linger's abnormal thoughts in time, which led to Linger being in such a dangerous situation. Little uncle. Xiaomu Yaling only spoke at this point, looking up at Xiani Qishao, and the dimples on her round and innocent face were no longer visible. If you want to be angry or punished, it's all Changle's fault. What Changle did has nothing to do with my cousin. Little uncle, don't be angry with my cousin. Changle's fault is the responsibility of Changle alone. But Changle does not regret what he did. He only regrets that he failed to kill Emperor Yun Lanjiu, but caused my cousin to be injured. Stupid. The cold breath was depressed for a moment, and Xiani Qishao's face was emotionless. But anger appeared in his cold eyes. Xiaomu Yaling, if Emperor Yun Lanjiu could be killed easily, do you think your mother would still use your father to threaten me? When did you become so stupid? Xiaomu Yaling lowered her head again. She knew. She knew. But if she didn't try, who would know what the result would be? As a princess of a country, you disregarded the safety of the country and assassinated the emperor of another country. Since you made a mistake, you should be punished. But this time, I will not punish you. What you did, Xiani Qishao said again. But as soon as he said this, Xianmu Yaling looked up again, as if she was surprised. The little uncle will not punish her. As a maid's guard, you don't fulfill your duty to protect the princess. Just as Xianmu Yaling was surprised, 2 Yingdi soldiers brought up Xiaoyu and the Eagle Shadow's secret guard that Xiani Qishao had sent to secretly follow Xianmu Yaling. Snap! Moing raised the whip in his hand, and whipped it down immediately. Blood suddenly seeped out of Xiaoyu and the Eagle Shadow's secret guards' backs, and beads of sweat instantly appeared on their faces. Little uncle. Xiaomu Yailing's face changed for a moment. Fang Ming? What did Xian Qixiao mean by not punishing her? Xian Qixiao ignored it. Moing whipped again. Xiaoyu and the Eagle Shadow's secret guard groaned again, and blood appeared at the corners of their mouths. Moing did not show any mercy, and even brought out his internal strength. With such force, the two were injured internally after only 3 whips. If you do it again, they won't have to stay with you anymore. The implication? A useless person. There's no point in keeping him. Moing stopped and put away the whip. Xian Qixiao looked at Rongfeng again. If you can't keep your promise, don't make it easily. Rongfeng, as a prince of a country, you should know what it means to keep your word. If there is a next time, then I think there will be no need for you and Chanle to get married. The rest of the words are self-evident. Xian Qixiao turned around and got on the horse, no longer trying to influence Xian Muiling's direction. Whether to leave or stay, it all depends on her. Kicked the horse's belly and left. Prince Yi. Wait a minute. Xian Qixiao and Moing had just left, and before they had walked a mile, Rongfeng shouted and chased after them on horseback. Xian Qixiao stopped the horse. Prince Yi. But my aunt forced Prince Yi to go to Yunlang, and now Yunlang is in turmoil. And something happened to the Su family. Rongfeng chased after him. But what he talked about was not the matter between him and Xian Muiling, but the current turmoil in Yunlang. Xian Qixiao went. Princess Ronghua is not a daughter of the Su family, but the orphan of the former prince. The turmoil in Langjing these days had not been heard by Xian Qixiao, who was on the road. When he heard Rongfeng's words, Xian Qixiao's cold eyes suddenly showed surprise, especially when he heard that Su Rao was a princess of the former dynasty. He could not maintain the coldness on his face for a while. It's just that under the cover of night, it's not easy to be noticed. Su Rao is a princess of the previous dynasty? There is a turmoil in Yunlang now. Rongfeng does not know why my aunt asked Prince Yi to go to Yunlang. But Rongfeng knows that Prince Yi does not want the war to break out and affect the people. I hope Prince Yi will be cautious on this trip. I hope Prince Yi can forgive my aunt's mistakes for Linger's sake. Prince Rongfeng, who bowed and bowed like a spring breeze, is a gentleman with a kind heart and great benevolence. Rongfeng will take good care of Linger and promise that there will be no next time. Linger's assassination of Emperor Yu may have implicated the Su family and even Princess Ronghua. Rongfeng knows that Prince Yi treats Princess Ronghua differently. If possible, I hope Prince Yi can help her a little, which can be regarded as redemption for my father's. The abnormality on Xian Qixiao's face only lasted for a moment, and he returned to the cold and indifferent Prince Yi again. At the same time, he said coldly, I hope that Prince Rongfeng can do what he said this time, and don't let me down again. As for the affairs of my country, I will not trouble Prince Rongfeng to worry about my personal affairs. He kicked his horse and hurried on. Siam Qixiao did not stop. However, under his recovered complexion, his heart was still unsettled. He was concerned about Su Rao's identity. Your Highness, that Princess Ronghua is actually a princess of the previous dynasty. The Su family harbors the remnants of the previous dynasty. How could this be? Compared to the turbulent waves in Xian Qixiao's heart, Moing was not much better, and was even more frightened. Since Su Rao returned to Beijing, they knew that Yunlang must have made a move. But the news they had been getting was only about the marriage between the 4th son of the Su family and the 7th princess of Yunlang. How could the identity of Princess Ronghua suddenly be exposed? Send someone to investigate this matter. Xian Qixiao only said this coldly, but his feet kicked the horse's belly unconsciously again, and actually accelerated. It seems that he wants to go faster. Moing nodded abruptly, and hurriedly said, Your Highness, if what Prince Rongfeng said is true, then Xiaoyao Tower has always been against the Danliang royal family. I'm afraid that Princess Ronghua. Speaking of this sudden speculation, Moing felt a little worried about Xian Qixiao. If that was the case, then Princess Ronghua's previous deliberate approach to the prince must have been to avenge the destruction of her country. What Moing could think of. How could Xian Qixiao not think of it? And he even thought deeper than Moing. Su Rao deliberately approached him. Or Su Rao entangled Yunji. Or Su Rao disliked Rongfeng. All her actions were probably for national hatred and family hatred. She probably wanted to destroy the 3 kingdoms to avenge the destruction of her country and family. But compared to Mo Ying's worry, Xian Yiqi also guessed it in his heart. But he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of clarity, which made his deceived heart so free. Since he knew that Su Rao was the real Xiao Gongzi of Lian Pavilion, and the real owner behind Xiaoyao Tower. Everything she did was to deliberately approach him in order to use him to achieve a certain purpose. He felt angry in his heart for reasons he himself did not know. And his heart was even more stuffy. But at this moment, the anger that had been pent up in his heart for these days suddenly dissipated. She was a princess of the previous dynasty, and everything she did was for revenge. Mo Ying, since she is a princess of the previous dynasty, she deliberately approached me and wanted to use me to avenge the national hatred and family hatred. Then can I understand her actions? Suddenly, Prince Yi said something that he would never say in the past. Su Rao concealed the identity of Mr. Xiao and the identity of the owner of Xiaoyao Tower because of the national hatred. And He Zhu Xian was one of the culprits who destroyed her country. So can he let go of the anger in his heart for her deliberate approach to him? Prince, Lord, Mo Ying was stunned for a moment. Stunned by the words of Xian Yiqi. But then, he showed a deep astonishment on his face, and suddenly turned his head to look at Xian Yiqi. The prince? He said this out of pity. The night wind blew. The hair on the ears moved, and the black cloak on Xian Yiqi fluttered. The moonlight cast a light, reflecting the galloping horse, and it passed through the official road at high speed. I only felt a shadow passing by. The jungle on both sides retreated even faster, and the yellow leaves were blown down by the fast wind. Although Prince Yi's face was no longer abnormal, he didn't say anything after that word and accelerated his way. But Mo Ying couldn't understand Xian Yiqi's sudden words. For Rongfeng's talk about the Su family, Su Rao's identity was more shocking than his own. And their prince's heart was actually Prince. The emperor said that the Ronghua princess would be the second Queen Rong. Prince, looking at Xian Yiqi for a while, Mo Ying decided to say more to remind him. I know. This voice, along with the strong wind, entered Mo Ying's ears, and the cold feeling of keep away from strangers around Xian Yiqi reappeared, completely enveloping him. But suddenly, his pair of auspicious phoenix eyes, which were dull, suddenly sparkled, and his heart was moved. Mo Ying mentioned Rong Yue, which made Xian Yiqi suddenly think of Rong Yue suddenly threatening him and going to Yunlang again. Now thinking about it carefully, could it be her doing to mess up Yunlang? Immediately, another cold and strong word came out. Notify Yunlai to keep a close eye on Rong Yue. The moon climbed high in the sky, and it was already 3:30 p.m. The first day and the first night of the first dog days. The bright stars were dazzling, even more brilliant than the summer night. The stars lit up the lights, and the moonlight was charming. In the Yun Palace and outside the palace prison, a bright yellow figure appeared again. But this time, not only Emperor Yu came, he also brought Yunji with him to meet the Su family. Ji Yu, don't blame the Emperor's uncle for being cruel and making things difficult for you. The Emperor's uncle can't take risks with the entire Yunlang royal family, let alone the entire Yunlang people. The Emperor's hand pressed Yunji's thin shoulder again, and squeezed it. But this time, he didn't have much strength. Between the Su family and Su Rao, the Emperor's uncle can only agree with you. If you choose the Su family, Su Rao can't live. If you choose Su Rao, the Su family can't stay. If Ji Yu chooses both sides, what will the Emperor's uncle do? Yunji did not enter the palace prison, and his face was calm. He turned his head and looked at the king beside him, who had to do it for Yunlang's safety, giving him such a choice. If Ji Yu chooses both sides, then the Emperor's uncle can only not stay with either side. At that time, it will only depend on whether Ji Yu can defend faster or I can move faster. The Emperor's voice became deeper, and Emperor Yu let go of Yunji's shoulders, took a step back, and stood with his hands behind his back. Go! Say goodbye to the Su family and tell General Su your choice. You are my royal prince, the light of Yunlang's sky, the prince of Yunwang Mansion. How can you do anything that harms the interests of the royal family? The jade fingers hanging under Yuehua's sleeves curled up for the first time because of Emperor Yu, and they turned blue. The slender phoenix eyes covered by the satin became more and more transparent, and the cold motion in his heart seemed to be coming out. Yunji suddenly closed his eyes to calm his heart. Uncle Emperor, you will regret abandoning the Su family. Leaving this indifferent voice, Yunji walked towards the palace prison. There was no more ripples on his face. And who he chose was no longer in doubt. I can't sleep at night, because I can't let go. With this murmur, the emperor's eyes became darker. In the palace prison, Yunji came. Although he looked fine, General Su seemed to have understood. As long as Yunji appeared here, he understood everything. Looking at Yunji, General Su said palely, "It seems that the emperor really wants to kill my Su family. The emperor's family is a pitiless tomb. It's sad. Grandpa Su. It's Yunji's incompetence that can't let the Su family get away with it, and can't let the Su family leave the prison with innocence." Yunji then lifted the moonlight robe and bent his knees. Kneeled down directly to General Su. It's Yunji, who didn't fulfill his promise to Grandpa Su. Since the king doesn't want me to die, I will die without a doubt. General Su looked at him for a moment, then sighed. He was completely disappointed with the royal family. I have been a soldier for half my life, and I think I am upright. I feel that what I have done is worthy of heaven and earth, worthy of King Yun, and even more worthy of the emperor. Su Hong has never failed the word loyalty. Bending down to help Yunji up, stroking his beard, General Su was loyal to the Yun family, and he had no regrets. Now, my old Su family has fallen into such a situation. I don't blame the sky, the earth, or the orphans of the Qin dynasty. I only blame myself. I knew that the king's bed would not allow him to sleep soundly, but I didn't retreat in time. When he said this, General Su looked sad. I am already a broken body, and it is not a pity to die. But my sons of the Su family are in their prime. Outside the palace prison, Emperor Yu quietly put his hands behind his back, waiting for Yunji to say goodbye to General Su. He did not send the golden guards to eavesdrop secretly to eavesdrop on what Yunji said to General Su. But at this moment, just outside General Su's secret prison, at the corner of the prison not far away, a pair of military boots were exposed. The eavesdropper was wearing the armor of the imperial guards guarding the palace prison, and his ear was slightly tilted. Such a side-hiding posture can clearly hear every word between General Su and Yunji. When General Su mentioned Su Rao, the eavesdropper showed a hint of strangeness, and the hands hanging down to the corner of the wall slowly curled into fists. Then he heard the son of the Su family. His abnormality was more obvious, and his breath was almost unstable. Fortunately, he held his breath in time, so he was not noticed by Yunji and General Su. Then, he heard Yunji tell General Su that Emperor Yu gave him a choice. One of two. And he could only choose Su Rao. And it must be Su Rao. Grandpa Su. Yunji did everything under the eyes of the Emperor's uncle. The Emperor's uncle knew everything. He actually hoped that the Su family would fall. So Yunji actually had no choice. Hearing Yunji's words, the eavesdropper's eyes were solemn, and his eyebrows were furrowed fiercely. Father, brother. After such a murmur, it was known that the eavesdropper was Yun Mujing. After leaving Qifeng Garden, knowing that Su Rao was not the real Su Rao, and Su Rao's words, Yun Mujing wanted to find a way to save the Su family. So he sneaked into the palace prison and wanted to find Su Er. So there was this eavesdropping scene. Father is so treacherous. Could he have included my brother in his plan? The Su family is probably completely helpless. Will the Yun Lang family, whose achievements are greater than his master's, be wiped out? The bright moon cast rippling moonlight, reflecting the figure of a horseman coming from the streets of Beijing under the night sky. Yun Mushu and Yao Yeting also rushed to the Jingzhou government office. In the Jingzhou government office, torches and candles were always lit in the prison, whether during the day or at night. The burning torches and candles made the figures of Wan Yang and Mu Lian, who were imprisoned in the cell, stand out. Although the two had been imprisoned for many days, they had not been interrogated, so they did not suffer any pain. They both leaned against the wall quietly, closed their eyes, and rested until they heard footsteps coming and going. Then they opened their eyes, looked at each other, and looked outside the prison door. 6 Prince, the heads of Zayaju, Huanyang and Mulian, are imprisoned here. Please come in. 6 Prince. Jing Xiaoyin came with Yun Muxiu and Yao Yeting. Huanyang and Mulian frowned. The 6th Prince and the Yao family, looking at each other again. A bad feeling suddenly arose in their hearts. Bring these two out. 6th Prince will interrogate them personally. When Jing Xiaoyin said this, Huanyang and Mulian frowned even more. Your Excellency, I am just a businessman. Although my Zayaju is an entertainment business, it has always been consensual. I really don't know how the thief hid in my Zaiyaju. Please understand. My Excellency, I am really wronged. Seeing the prison door opened, Huan Yang said this in a sad voice. The charming middle-aged woman cried out for injustice like this, and every move was full of indescribable mature charm. Sir, we are honest businessmen who abide by our duty. I am really wronged. Mu Lian also knelt down hurriedly and cried out for injustice. After all, fame cannot compete with officialdom. No matter how prosperous the business of Zaiyaju is, no matter how famous it is in Langjing, they have to crawl in front of the emperor. No one who has entered the prison of Jingzhou Prefecture is wronged. It is better to save your energy and confess your crime, so as not to suffer such physical pain. Huan Yang and Mu Lian cried out for injustice, which was completely normal in the eyes of Jing Xiaoyin. If they did not cry out for injustice, it would be strange. He asked the jailer to open the prison door and take the two away, and bowed to invite Yan Mushu and Yao Yeding. Huan Yang. There was such a weak murmur like a mosquito among the guards, who followed Yao Yeding and Yan Mushu. An inconspicuous guard clenched his sword in his hand, and a little pale appeared. But no matter how much she was in her heart, Su Rao never showed it on her face, which made Yun Mushu and Yao Yeding realize when one of their guards was replaced. Rao continued to follow the guards, but her eyes, which looked ordinary at the moment, looked around from time to time, observing the prison of Jingzhou Prefecture. Its internal structure and guards were strict. 6 Prince, Young Master, Huan Yang and Mu Lian were taken to the interrogation room and tied to the cross. All the interrogation instruments were ready. Yun Mushu and Yao Yeding were just about to interrogate them when such a hurried voice came from outside. The man was dressed like a prince's attendant. Because of the mad rush, a layer of fine sweat beads on his forehead was particularly obvious under the reflection of the prison bonfire. His clothes were also covered with dust, which showed how hurried he was. Something must have happened. 6 Prince. The prince asked you and the young master to return quickly. The attendant walked to Yun Mushu's side in 2 steps and whispered in his ear quickly. And Yun Mushu's face changed for a moment. Yao Yeding's eyes also changed. He quickly looked at Yun Mushu, and he could see shock in their eyes. There seemed to be other reactions in the shock. They didn't even have time to explain what Jing Xiaoyin said. They also left the matter of interrogating Huan Yang and Mu Lian behind and left quickly. 6 Prince. What happened? Jing Xiaoyin shouted, not knowing why. But seeing Yun Mushu and Yao Yeding's reactions, he knew something must have happened, and hurriedly chased after them. The pair of peach blossom eyes hidden under the ordinary things narrowed immediately. And when he saw Huan Yang and Mu Lian tied to the cross, his raised footsteps suddenly stopped. Yun Mushu, Yao Yeding and Jing Xiaoyin left like this. And now only the jailer was left in the interrogation room. Now is the best time to rescue Huan Yang and Mu Lian. With this in mind, Su Rao also made a move. The jade bone fan came out from the waist, and the jailers fell into a pool of blood before they could react, and their souls returned. Su Rao, Huan Yang called out softly. The brazier in the interrogation room was burning vigorously, and the jade fan in Su Rao's hand was reflected prominently, although her face was that of a strange man at the moment. Huan Yang and Mu Lian recognized her at a glance. Su Rao glanced at Huan Yang, dealt with the surrounding jailers, and quickly stepped forward to cut the ropes that bound Huan Yang and Mu Lian's hands and feet. This series of actions was extremely fast. Huan Yang, Mu Lian, Zaiyaju can no longer stay out of it and cannot be innocent. You continue to wait in the prison, and you may be worried about your life. Follow me all the way to the interrogation room. Su Rao had already figured out the situation in the prison of Jingzhou Prefecture. Now that Yun Mushu and Yao Yeding left in a hurry, it would be easy to escape from the prison at this time. Su Rao said this. Huan Yang and Mu Lian looked at each other again. And then, the two of them tacitly changed into the prison uniforms of the jailers, and went to rescue others. Very easily. All the imprisoned people in Zaiyaju and the rest of the people arrested in Liana were rescued. And they left Jingzhou Prefecture in such a swagger, dressed as officials and jailers in Jingzhou Prefecture. The night sky was colorful, shining with stars, and it became more and more brilliant at midnight, completely gathering into a sea of stars, which seemed to illuminate the entire Langjing more dazzlingly. Only when the ground in the Jingzhou Prefecture prison was dyed red, and the officials and jailers, who were stripped of their clothes, did we know how the killings had just been repeated. Huan Yang and Mu Lian fled from Jingzhou Prefecture without delay. and left the capital directly at night. Now it was unknown what happened to Yun Murui, and this was the easiest time for them to leave the capital. Otherwise, once the things in the Jingzhou Prefecture prison were discovered, the city gates would be under martial law. Follow me closely. This voice came from the alley of the courtyard where Qin Yang and Hao Shu lived. A group of officials in official uniforms, led by the leader, went to the city gate. It's past curfew. The gate is locked. Who is coming? Su Rao. Wan Yang and others had not yet reached the city gate when such a voice came from the city gate, accompanied by torches and the long spears of the gate guards. Officials from Jingzhou Prefecture are ordered to go out of the city to do business. Su Rao strode forward and handed the Jingzhou Yin's exit card to the gate guards, and then bent slightly. Brother, we are ordered by the prince to go out of the city to search for the whereabouts of the remnants. This matter is top secret. Please open the city gate and let us pass. The prince will remember this favor. This voice was whispered, and the gate commander's eyes suddenly moved. Then, it's the brothers from Jingzhou Prefecture who are going out of the city to do business. With a wave of his hand, the city gate opened like this. Su Rao immediately clasped his fists and led Wan Yang and the others out of the city without any disturbance. But just half a minute after they left, there was a sound of horse hooves, and the Emperor Yu's decree was heard. The 4 gates of Langjing were all sealed, and no one could be allowed to pass no matter who held any palace token. For a moment, it seemed that there was another riot. The gatekeeper took the decree, but suddenly thought of Su Rao and his group who had just left, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Why would they suddenly seal the city gates at night, and deliberately emphasize the token to leave the city? Could it be that those who went out were not sent by the prince? A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Eunuch, what happened? Why are the city gates sealed at night? Swallowing his dry saliva secretly, the gatekeeper asked tentatively. Don't ask too much, Commander. Just guard the city gate well. The eunuch who delivered the decree did not say much. After delivering the decree, he returned to the palace. Commander, this... A gatekeeper stepped forward and whispered tremblingly. Obviously, he also thought of Su Rao and the others leaving the city just now. It's a matter of losing your head. No one went out of our city gate tonight. Remember it for this, Commander. Seeing the eunuch who delivered the decree left, he was so fast that he disappeared in an instant. It was obvious that he was rushing back to report the decree. The gatekeeper tightly grasped the decree in his hand, which was sticky with sweat. After a moment, he gave a calm explanation. Whether someone really escaped or was really sent by the prince, since they left the city secretly, no one saw it and no one knew it. Yes, other guards understood what their leader meant, since it was a top secret that the group of people were ordered to leave the city. Naturally, no one knew about it. Otherwise, it would be a disaster to lose their heads. Or even worse, it would affect their families. You don't know, but this prince seems to have heard it. This voice came so suddenly. Yun Mujing appeared at the gate of the city. The eunuch who delivered the decree had just left, and he had arrived right after. 7th Prince. The gatekeeper's face was trembling with horror. On the city wall, the bright torches, coupled with the bright stars and the moonlight tonight, cast a clear purple figure walking in the dark corner of the city gate. This prince wants to leave the city. Either open the city gate, or this prince will put you all in the palace jail now. Step by step, Yun Mujing walked to the commander, glanced at the decree in his hand, and a sense of mystery arose in his charming eyes. 7th Prince, are you going to leave the city? There was no need to think about it. The gatekeeper also knew what this decree meant. The 7th Prince was punished by Emperor Yu to be under house arrest, but now he appeared at the city gate. This prince will only give you a moment of time. Do you want to spend tonight and the rest of your life in peace? Or prepare to spend the rest of your life in prison? What should you do to be good for yourself? I don't think I need to teach you again. Seeing that the gatekeeper had already guessed it, Yun Mujing patted the gatekeeper's shoulder meaningfully. The next morning, a bright morning sun rose from the horizon, dispelling the white fog in the morning, and the morning fog lingering on the peaks of the mountains was dissipated. White clouds and blue sky outline another clear day. The land of the Su family's courtyard. After Yun Mushi rescued Yao Yeding, he brought people here to capture Mr. Zhu and the old woman. After a search, the place was messy again, and the tables, chairs and benches were all on the ground. Huan Yang, Mu Lian, now you can't stay in Yunlang for a while. Do you have any plans to go? After leaving the city, Su Rao and his party took a short rest here. The land of the Su family's courtyard has been searched several times, and no one would easily think that she would come here to hide at this moment. In the hall of the house, the fallen bench was lifted up and straightened. Su Rao sat in the main seat and looked at Huan Yang and Mu Lian. Xia Yaju was sealed off because of the incident at the Lian Pavilion and my involvement. I am to blame for this. Moreover, I am the second master of Xiao Tower, and I cannot sit idly by. Don't worry about Han Machin. I am here and will not let you suffer for it. This promise was Su Rao's reassurance to Huan Yang and Mu Lian. Then she took out the letter she wrote to Han Machin last night from her waist, guaranteeing the safety of Huan Yang, Mu Lian, and the other people in Xia Yaju, and that they would not be punished for losing Xia Yaju. We are not going anywhere. Since we have come out, we will stay with the second master, no matter who the second master is. In our hearts, the second master is the second master of Xiao Tower. We should advance and retreat with the second master and never be timid in retreat. Seeing Su Rao's arrangement, Huan Yang and Mu Lian looked at each other, and Mu Lian replied in this way. Last night, Su Rao confessed to Huan Yang and Mu Lian everything that had happened in Langjing in recent days, including her identity, and why Xia Yaju was sealed off without reason. There was no need to hide this matter anymore. Mu Lian. Lu Dai's eyebrows moved slightly. Su Rao was silent for a moment, and glanced at Huan Yang, who had not spoken. Just now, he said, since you already know my identity, you should know that I am surrounded by dangers. Staying here will not benefit you at all. I don't want you to die in vain. I will solve my own problems by myself. And Xiao Tower does not need to interfere. After saying this, Su Rao got up and walked out of the house. Since you have no plans, I will give you a place to go. Go to Danyang to find Xiao Mubai. Since he is the guardian of Xiaoyao and the left arm of Han Machin, he should arrange for you. In the current situation, compared with Yun Lang, who has already started, and Zhu Xian, who is already undercurrent, I am afraid that only Danyang is stable, and Xiao Mubai is safe. As for your master, if Han Machin blames you, if this letter is useless, let him come to me. After saying this, Su Rao's bright peach eyes suddenly shook. She actually wanted to know whether Xian Ichi Xiao had come, and whether he had come to Yulang secretly again. So far, Yisu and Xiao Ji have not met Ying, and she has not received any news from Ying. Ying seems to have lost her trace. In her heart, a trace of worry flashed through Su Rao's heart. She was afraid that Ying knew about Yun Lang. If he knew that Qin Yang and Uncle Hao had died. If he went to Beijing alone. And Ying also had Su Chui by her side. Su Qian was arrested with the Su family because he followed her into the palace. The Su family's secret guards all had their own ways of contact. Su Chui might know that Su Qian was arrested. Now she can no longer be sure that Su Chui, the Su family's secret guard, is loyal to her. If he is moved, then Ying will be in great danger. Since the second master doesn't want to keep us, we will take our leave. If the second master needs anything, he should know how to contact people in Xiao Tower. Su Rao has a temper. The decision she made cannot be changed, since she doesn't intend to keep Huan Yang and Mu Lian. They can't stay. Huan Yang and Mu Lian also understood clearly, and could only stop talking. After Mu Lian finished speaking, he went out first. Huan Yang stepped forward and walked to Su Rao's side. Then she spoke. Little girl, since you don't want to involve us and suffer again, I appreciate your kindness. I also know that since you said you can solve it, you must have a plan in mind. If we get involved, it may ruin your business. Then we will take our leave. Huan Yang took Su Rao's shoulder and bowed, and said goodbye to Su Rao. Mountains are high and rivers are long. If you are destined to meet, you will meet again. Huan Yang and Mu Lian took the people in Xia Yaju away. But the guards of the Lian Pavilion stayed. They were people in the Lian Pavilion, and they were selected by Su Rao after she opened the Lian Pavilion. They were her own people, so they naturally had to stay. Princess, since you are my princess of the Great Qin, why did you hide it from us for so many years, and never tell us about it? The princess has been patient for so many years, watching us endure for so many years, and now the executioner is still killing us so hard. Will the princess choose to continue to endure? After enduring for a whole night. At this moment, a guard walked in front of Su Rao, clenched his fist, and knelt on one knee. The anger in his eyes towards the Yun family could no longer be concealed. But I can't stand it anymore. Then, the other guards knelt one by one. They were all the descendants of the loyal ministers and generals of the great Qin. They had been hiding here and there for so many years. And it was Su Rao who found them one by one, and kept them safe for many years. Although Su Rao found them, she did not tell them her identity. The hatred in their hearts was no less than Su Rao's. If they knew that the Qin royal family still had her bloodline, they would not be as unbearable as they are now, using eggs to hit rocks. Maybe she would have other thoughts. After all, she was just a princess, not a prince. I can't bear it. What do you want to do? Will you die like Qin Yang and Uncle Hao? I am ashamed of their deaths. But I can't forgive them. I don't need you to stand in front of me. And I don't need you to repay your loyalty with your own lives. Harsh words. Cold heart. Su Rao lowered her eyes and looked at these young men with hideous faces because of the same national hatred and family hatred. She had no expression on her face. You are the blood of your parents and clansmen who fought to the death to preserve you. If you treat them with contempt, how can they rest in peace in the afterlife? Princess. These guards lowered their heads one by one at Su Rao's cold words, and their eyes were red. Su Rao stared at them for a moment before waving her hand. Get up. I know your hatred and resentment, but you must also understand a reality. You don't have a regular army, and no chips for revenge. If you only rely on a passionate hatred, in the end, you will only let Langjing shed the blood of my great Qin people again, and then dye the entire road red. After saying that, Su Rao walked around these guards and walked out of the yard, step by step, and climbed to the back mountain again. Finally, I left a warning to these guards. Think it over carefully. If you insist on revenge, I will not stop you. But I will not save you either. You will have to bear all the consequences. Don't dream of using my name to gather all kinds of people and raise the slogan of restoring the country. Qin Rao is not a chess piece that can be manipulated at will. If she wants revenge, she doesn't need to use the army. And she can't start a war. She doesn't want to be hostile to the entire Su family. She just wants the Su family to leave safely, be disappointed with Yunyu, and go back to Yun County to live in peace. As for Langjing, she will end her national hatred and her family hatred in her own way, and put an end to the hatred she has endured for a full 10 years. An ending that will no longer involve the Su family. The sun climbed high in the sky, and it was noon. But Yunji had not returned yet. Su Rao stood on the top of the mountain behind the Su family's villa, looking towards Langjing as she did when she was a child. She was wearing a red dress, fluttering in the wind, and the sunken scar on her forehead that was covered by powder was exposed again on her face. And her 3,000 black hair was flying, not covering it. Last night, because of Huan Yang and Mu Lian's group, she did not have time to inquire. Now something happened in Langjing, and she didn't know the situation, so she couldn't sneak in rashly. Although she was worried about Yun Ji, she was afraid that Yun Mushu and Yao Yeding were called away by Yun Merwid last night, and the incident was related to Yun Ji. But Su Rao was calm and composed. The people sent to inquire about the news did not come back, and there was no unusual movement signal from the Yun Wei in Langjing, which meant that even if something happened, even if it was related to Yun Ji was fine at the moment. Su Rao. Something happened. Huan Yang, who had left in the morning, suddenly came back in the afternoon. She hurried up the back mountain and saw Su Rao standing quietly on the top of the mountain from afar. She walked towards her quickly. The thing he said was that Su Er had escaped from prison. Last night, he escaped from the Yun Palace and took the 7th prince hostage. Since the 4 gates of Langjing were sealed in the second half of last night, Su Er's hiding place has not been found until now. Emperor Yu was furious. Second brother escaped from prison? For a moment, Su Rao's eyebrows moved fiercely, but only for a moment, and shook his head firmly. No way. As a person, my second brother would never do such a thing as escaping from prison. This would only further confirm the Su family's guilt. I'm afraid Yun Mujing took action without authorization. Knowing that she was not the real Su Rao, she would be accused of treason by the Su family. The Su family did harbor her, a remnant of the previous dynasty. This matter cannot be solved at present. So Yun Mujing came up with such a bad plan to rescue Su Er first. Miss, Su Rao was about to make this guess when the person she sent to get the news came back. What he said was the same as what Huan Yang had brought back. That Su Er had escaped from prison. It was just that Yun Mujing had voluntarily helped Su Er in holding Yun Mujing hostage. Now Su Er and Yun Mujing had left Langjing, and were heading straight for the Yunlang Army's military camp. What? Su Rao was shocked for a moment. It was really that the second brother had escaped from prison by himself. What was the second brother going to do? At this moment, Su Rao had no idea why Su Er had escaped from prison. But her expression changed again. Su Er went to the military camp. And the military camp was a country's secret place. The Su family was now in prison. At such a sensitive juncture, Su Er's actions were seen by others as him going to rebel and really become a traitor. Su Rao took a big step and moved, jumping down the mountain directly with Qigong. There was no need to say where she was going. Huan Yang followed immediately. The horse galloped, stepping on the forest path, rippling the yellow leaves in the forest, as if squinting. Two horses, one in front and one behind. The person in front was wearing a black robe, and his body was filled with dark and heavy air, and his breath was low. The person chasing behind was still wearing his purple shoe brocade robe, and the feminine tenderness between his eyebrows turned into anxiety. Su Yuma, are you really going to rebel? Do you want the prince and his evil plan to succeed? You are pushing your entire Su family into eternal damnation. Seeing that the person in front was riding his horse faster and faster, he could not catch up no matter how hard he chased. Yun Mujing shouted loudly, stepped on the stirrup directly, and jumped onto Su Yuma's horse, holding his waist from behind. Su Yuma, calm down. You asked me to help you escape from prison. Is that just to go crazy? With another sharp shout, Yun Mujing also exerted force with his arms, and directly knocked Su Er off the horse. Due to the inertia of the force, the two fell off the horse and rolled on the ground for several circles before stopping. Su Er's arm was injured by a stubborn stone in the forest because he protected Yun Mujing. But he calmed down because of this. He didn't get up and just lay on the ground. With a dull look in his eyes, he looked at the ever-changing white clouds in the sky. Lying motionless, expressionless, and unable to feel the pain in the wound on his arm, Yun Mujing climbed up, saw Su Er like this, and saw the blood oozing from his arm, and his breath sank. I regard Yunji as a brother closer than a real brother. But he has never regarded me as a brother. He said that he would save the remnant who pretended to be my younger sister. The remnant who caused my Su family to end up as a traitor. The indifferent words came out from Su Er's lips. He tilted his head to look at Yun Mujing and laughed suddenly. Yun Mujing suddenly clenched his fists and understood why Su Er escaped from prison. Why would such an indifferent person like him go so crazy? Su Yuma, my brother is a human being, not a god. No matter how clear his mind is, he was taught by my father. My father is very cunning. How can I blame him for my brother being implicated? Yun Mujing stood up and walked to Su Er's side and stretched out his hand. The Su Yuma I know is not such a narrow-minded person who blames others. Now that he has escaped from the palace, let's work together to find a way to redress the injustice for your Su family. The hand stretched out in front of her was slender and white, and it was a delicate hand, not at all like the hand of a 7-foot man. She waited for him to raise his arm and pull him up. After a glance, Su Er's eyes fell on Yun Mujing's face again. Such a charming face. Charming and seductive. Seduced his heart with a girl's outfit. From the initial tit-for-tat, to helping him escape from prison at that time, and accompanying him to his side. The big hand finally raised. Su Er held Yun Mujing's hand and was pulled up by him. But because of the force, the wound was pulled and blood oozed out again. Yun Mujing frowned when he saw this, and tore off a piece of cloth from the corner of his clothes to bandage Su Er's injured arm. Just after doing all this, before he could react, Su Er actually took him into his arms. For a moment, Yun Mujing's face changed slightly. But before he could react, Su Er let him go, stepped back, and opened a distance between him and Yun Mujing. Yun Mujing, asking you to help me has already implicated you. But now there is no need. Su Yuma. Knowing what Su Er was going to say, Yun Mujing took another big step forward. The change in his heart caused by Su Er's sudden embrace was gone, and his face was filled with anger. What are you going to say? You want me to stay out of it again? Who do you think I am? Yun Mujing? Don't forget the deal between you and me. If your Su family loses, it will only be bad for me. Not good at all. And we have long been on the same boat. Su Er had to keep the last words in his mouth. Looking at Yun Mujing like this, there was an obvious strangeness in his dull eyes, and the throbbing in his heart was finally difficult to restrain. If I want my Su family to be safe, the best plan now is to catch her with my own hands and exchange her life for my Su family's innocence. Su Er got on his horse and turned to the Yunji Chiefeng garden. And the she he mentioned must be Su Rao. Seeing the dark figure that had already gone away, Yun Mujing quickly jumped on his horse and chased after him again. But his brows were no longer relaxed, but became more and more twisted. He was going to personally capture the little sister he had loved for 8 years. Arao. Although the sky is still bright and sunny today, there seems to be an indescribable sense of urgency and oppression in the air. And even every moment of the walk feels urgent and dull. One afternoon, walked like this. At sunset, the brilliant sunset glow appeared in the sky, and the golden red spread all over the 4 directions. The light cast by the sunset was golden and dazzling, reflecting the red-dressed woman squatting on the ground in the forest. And the oppression in the air was even more felt. Su Rao's fingertips touched the dry dark red color on the stubborn stone in the forest, and the other hand held a small piece of ink-black rags. And the peach blossom eyes were heavy. Su Rao. Could it be that your second brother has encountered danger? Su Er's robe rags were accidentally torn by a branch at that time. Su Rao passed through the forest on the way to the military camp, and saw it with sharp eyes. Huan Yang asked. But Su Rao shook his head firmly. There are no signs of fighting around, nor are there any other bloodstains. This should be the second brother's self-injury. Speaking of this, Su Rao's heart became more and more heavy. The second brother escaped from prison, and now he is hurting himself. Is it because of her, a remnant of the previous dynasty? Or is it because of something that happened with Yun Mujing? Observing the forest where Su Er and Yun Mujing stayed for a short time, he saw the grass in the forest trampled by horse hooves. The place they went to was not in the military camp. After realizing this, Su Rao's frown became more and more frowned. Su Rao. Seeing this, Huan Yang spoke again. But before she said anything more, a sound of horse hooves came from the official road. Tat-tt-tt. Even though they were still some distance away, they could hear it clearly. Su Rao and Huan Yang looked at each other suddenly. The sound of horses' hooves pounding the road from the official road was so clear and different from the sound of ordinary horses pounding the road, because it was the sound of special horseshoes that only the Imperial Guards had. Immediately, Su Rao and his group quickly hid in the woods. With peach blossom eyes, she also looked at the official road from the woods. On both sides of the official road, yellow leaves rustled. The sound of horse hooves raised dust and scattered it. The leaves swept across the forest. A group of Imperial Guards, led by Yun Murui and Yun Mushu, galloped from the official road in the distance. After searching for half a day last night and today, Yun Murui and Yun Mushu finally found out that Su Er and Yun Mujing had left the city at noon today, because Jing Zhaoyin received news of the incident in the Jingzhou government prison and learned that Huan Yang and Mu Lian and his group had been rescued last night. His face changed drastically at that time. He did not dare to conceal it, so he hurried into the palace to report. As the jailbreak in the Jingzhou prefecture prison was known, the prince found out that the gate commander had concealed the truth. Under the pressure of the prince, the gate commander and the guards finally confessed that they were threatened by the 7th prince and dared not let the 7th prince out of the city. In this way, Su Rao's group was not mentioned, but everything was attributed to Su Er and the 7th prince. The detour in the words was to reduce their guilt, and to avoid the possibility that Su Rao's group was really the prince's secret party. If they said it without knowing the reason, they would not only suffer the physical pain of concealing the truth, but also bring about the disaster of death and be eliminated by the prince. Third brother. The direction of this direction is the camp of the Yunlang army. Could it be that Su Er fled to the camp before? The prince and the 6th prince rode their horses and galloped across the official road. Yun Mushu saw them following the direction that the gatekeeper told Su Er and Yun Mujing to go after leaving the city. But they were getting closer and closer to the military camp. A chilling thought suddenly came to his mind. Could it be that Su Er escaped from prison to start a rebellion? Third brother. Should we send someone to inform the prime minister first to prevent any danger? If the third brother, the prince, is accidentally injured. Yun Mushiao's chilling guess. Although he never said it, the tacit understanding between the two brothers for many years. Needless to say, Yun Murui also understood it. If Su Er came to the military camp and gathered the Yunlang army, they would be in danger with only dozens of Imperial Guards. Sixth brother. Don't worry. If Su Er really rebelled, he would be courting death. Between his eyebrows, the sense of wisdom did not diminish at all. The rest of the Su family is in prison. No matter how capable Su-er is, he dare not act rashly. Yun Murui implied that with the rest of the Su family in his hands, even if Su-er escaped to the military camp, he would be stretched to the limit. He also said, "My father has entrusted this matter to me and Duke Xiao. Since Duke Xiao is here, Grandpa should not interfere. Duke Xiao, that old fox, has been staring at the Prime Minister's mansion all day long. Grandpa should not make any moves to be safe." Yun Murui thought so carefully, and had already considered all possible factors. Yun Mushu stopped talking to him. Third brother is still thoughtful. The group of people moved away from the official road in a short moment, until there was no trace of people on the official road. Su Rao and Huan Yang and their group appeared on the forest mountain. Su Rao, from what they said, your second brother really went to the military camp. Could it be that your second brother really wanted to? Huan Yang also guessed. Huan Yang did not say the word rebellion, but the strange expression on her face told Su Rao, if it were in the past, I firmly believed that my second brother would never. But now she is completely unsure. Su Rao's voice was heavy, but in just a moment, she jumped on the horse. Let's go. Follow them first. I will never let my second brother get hurt. Because of the appearance of the crown prince and the sixth prince, Su Rao was worried about Su-er, and for a while, she did not think about the clues in the forest that she had just discovered, but followed behind Yun Murui and others. So she missed the opportunity to meet Su-er earlier. Just one step earlier or later would lead to a completely different result. And at this moment, let's not talk about this different result for the time being. The prince and Su Rao went to the Yunlang army camp one after another. At this time, in the Yun Palace, Yun Ji was also faced with another embarrassment from Emperor Yu, and another imperial power strategy. Outside the imperial study, the low pressure and low atmosphere made the Jing Xiaoyin kneeling on the steps tremble. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead, and drops of sweat stained the official robes on the steps. There are hundreds of Yamen runners guarding the Jingzhou government office, but you can still let people sneak in and rescue all the people quietly. Such a waste. What use do I have for you? There was silence for a whole afternoon. After the bodies of the officials and jailers in the Jingzhou government office, who died under the Jade Bone fan, were carried out of the palace one by one, Emperor Yu spoke. Your Majesty, calm down. I am guilty. But last night, Su-er escaped from prison, and the Jingzhou government prison was slaughtered. This may be a conspiracy between the Su family and the remnants of the previous dynasty. A trick to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Although Jing Xiaoyin was trembling in his heart because of the Jingzhou government prison, he was still busy making excuses for himself. After he finished speaking, he swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva, and his body became more and more prostrate. Inside, response, outside, cooperation. Sound, east, attack, west. The Emperor Yu's eyes then turned to Yun Ji, who was sitting quietly on the soft chair brought by the eunuch. Does Ji think so too? This question seemed to ask Yun Ji what he thought, and whether he agreed with Jing Xiaoyin's excuse. But they both knew clearly in their hearts that Emperor Yu was doubting Yun Ji. And he doubted Yun Ji, because all the jailers died under the Jade Bone fan, and Huanyang and Mulian were the secret guards of Princess Xingyun, as Yun Ji said. So Su-er's escape last night was actually Yun Ji's work. Yun Ji asked Yun Mujing to rescue Su-er. Firstly, he could use Yun Mujing's safety to restrain Emperor Yu's hands and feet. And secondly, if Su-er escaped from prison, Emperor Yu would not dare to easily move against the Su family. Otherwise, if he was forced into a corner, Su-er would rise up in rebellion. Cough. After a light cough, Yun Ji's face turned pale again. His pale complexion, pale lips, and increasingly frail body showed that his illness had relapsed, and had not yet eased up by the evening. It was clearly a sunset as bright as summer, but Yun Ji had already put on a cloak. It was only early autumn, but he felt like he had entered the cold winter, which showed how weak his body was. After taking a sip of tea and suppressing his cough, Yun Ji spoke. Uncle Emperor, is it a joint effort from inside and outside? Is it a feint to the east and attack to the west? At this moment, these are no longer important. The best plan now is to find a Jing first. The light voice and calm expression, even as suspected by Emperor Yu, even if Yun Mujing was mentioned, and the matter of Su-er was mentioned, Yun Ji could not feel strange, let alone any other expression on his face. Yun Ji did not say to find Su-er, but to find Yun Mujing. His words seemed to be directly about Yun Mujing. which further confirmed Emperor Yu's suspicion. Last night, Yun Mujing was taken out of the city by Su Er. If the prince and his men found Su Er, they might take this opportunity to get rid of Yun Mujing. Ji Yu is right. If that's the case, the Emperor's voice sank for a moment. But Emperor Yu's face did not show any anger that he thought was caused by Yun Ji. Ji Yu, you know the second child of the Su family better than the prince and his men. Although your uncle is worried about your health, Jinger has been arrested. Your uncle knows that you are no less worried than your uncle. Go and bring Jinger back safely. Although he is an emperor, he is more of a loving father. For the safety of his most beloved son, he had to use Yun Ji and let Yun Ji go to catch Su Er in person. When it comes to Yun Mujing's safety, Emperor Yu deliberately emphasized the tone of the word safe, and also deliberately emphasized that Yun Mujing is also very important to Yun Ji. As for the Su family's waiter, if he is willing to release Jinger, bring him back together. But if he resists, the rest of the words, Emperor Yu did not say. But he knew it without saying it. Those who resist and defect will be killed on the spot. Ji Yu, the Emperor's uncle knows that you are friends with the Su family's waiter. But in the face of the royal family's right and wrong, the Emperor's uncle also knows that you will put the overall situation first. Go to capture the Su family's waiter. If you can't do it, let the prince do it. After explaining this sentence, Emperor Yu patted Yun Ji's shoulder again, like the previous 2 times. This pat seemed to tell Yun Ji not to really disappoint him, and not to be like Jinger, and not know the importance of the matter. You are Yun Ji, the light of my Yunlang sky. Don't let emotions really affect your clarity. Yun Ji, I understand. Yun Ji's face was calm, and he was still the Ji Yu prince, who was calm and composed. Ji Yu, you must bring Jinger back to me safely. He is your little brother. Once again, with a serious and heartfelt word, Emperor Yu looked at Jing Zhaoyin again, and the anger in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Jing Zhaoyin, a third-rank official, shouldered the important responsibility of governing the capital. But he neglected his duties, allowing the remnants of the previous dynasty to rescue his accomplices. His crime was to be severely punished with 50 strokes of the cane and demoted. The Emperor's eyes fell on Yun Ji again, and Emperor Yu turned around and strode into the imperial study. The treatment of Jing Zhaoyin was actually more like the treatment of Yun Ji. In Emperor Yu's mind, he knew that Yun Ji was the one who rescued Huan Yang and Mu Lian. But now he is blaming Su Rao, the remnant of the previous dynasty. What he did. The screams and pleas of Jing Zhaoyin lingered in his ears. Don't worry, uncle. Ji Yue will bring Aging back safely, and won't let him get hurt. The pair of slender phoenix eyes under the satin flickered for a moment, and Yun Ji stood up and walked away. Yuehua's cloak brought a gust of evening breeze, and the black hair ribbon fluttered in the wind. Yuehua's sleeves swayed, and her slender jade fingers lightly touched the cloak to block the cool wind that poured into the collar. Yuehua's carriage drove away. Yun Ji finally left the palace. Only Yun Ji and Yunling, who was driving, did not send troops to follow Yun Ji. It seemed that he believed in Yun Ji, and believed that Yun Ji would never let him down again. He let Yun Ji go out of the palace to do things, and Yun Ji would definitely do a good job. However, just half a minute after Yun Ji left the palace, an order against the Su family came out from the imperial study. The Su family was detained in the Ministry of Justice, considering their many years of contributions, although they are now plotting treason. General Su has also worked hard and made great contributions. If Su Er and Su Rao can surrender themselves, their 9 clans will be spared from extermination, and only the direct line will be punished. Otherwise, all 9 clans will be implicated. This decree entered Yun Ji's eyes in an instant. Cough, 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 cough. Coughing and panting again. And so on. Before Yuehua's carriage left Langjing, Yunling hurriedly stopped the horse. Master. No problem. A weak voice. The satin on his eyes was taken off again, and Yun Ji's eyes fell on the words that General Manager Yun sent him on the table. The 9 clans of the Su family are in danger. Su Er, Ji Yu, must not be careless. You must be safe this time. Think carefully. The Emperor's uncle actually doesn't want the bloodline of the Su family to be completely cut off. The jade fingers pinched the bright yellow paper, which turned pale green. It was the second time because of Emperor Yu that Yun Ji suddenly showed his anger. It was difficult for him to maintain his calm expression. Yin Yi did not want the bloodline of the Su family to be cut off. In fact, he was just oppressing the 9 clans of the Su family to force him not to think too much. Uncle Emperor, you have been so busy confining Gu that it is difficult for Gu to advance, and even more difficult to retreat. But you don't know that Gu suddenly feels that you are right. The paper turned into pieces of paper, and scattered on the couch. Rao Rao is no longer Su Rao. Nor will she be Yumo's younger sister. The Su family can no longer protect Rao Rao, and keep her safe. In fact, they can't keep her and dare not keep her. Otherwise, with Rao Rao's temper, if she knew that the Su family couldn't leave safely, let alone leave with a clear conscience, she would definitely take her life in exchange for the safety and innocence of the Su family. Ah Xiao waited for 7 years before hearing the news that Rao Rao might still be alive. And it took him 3 years to find her. How could Ah Xiao watch her sacrifice her life for the Su family? After these words came out, Yuan Ji's pair of slender phoenix eyes turned cold inside. It was not Han Machin who wanted to appear, but the real him, the real Rong Xiao. He didn't want to keep the Su family, and he couldn't keep them. Let's go! Since the Emperor's uncle wants to wipe out the entire Su family, let's get rid of Mo first. He has already killed Rao Rao. Rong Xiao can't keep him anymore. The carriage started again, and Yunling drove the car quietly without saying anything more about Yuan Ji's decision. Unlike Yunfeng, if Yunfeng were here, he would definitely not be able to help but speak more. Yuan Ji's choice not only cut off the escape route that he and Sureo had worked so hard to get, which might very well lead to the escape route of seeing Wang, but also made Sureo hate him. And even Sureo would kill him for it. Yuan Ji would only smile lightly, and not explain anything. Or he would explain a word and tell Yunfeng. Hate, at least, can give Sureo the motivation to continue living. Hating him is better than Sureo hating herself, and not being able to forgive herself for implicating the Su family. Since the Su family can no longer escape unscathed and must be destroyed, let him destroy it himself. As Yuewa's carriage left the capital, the figure of Duke Xiao appeared at the city gate. He stroked his sheephorn beard, looked for a moment, and murmured a heavy sigh. Even though you are the Prince of Jiyue and are favored by the Emperor, you can't resist the word imperial power after all. There is no human relationship in the royal family. It's not too late to see it now. Father, the Emperor ordered us to secretly follow the Prince of Jiyue to find Su heir. Are you going to set off too, so as not to lose him halfway and be unable to explain to the Emperor? Shang Shuzhao came over, pursed his lips, and then he raised his courage and asked this question. In front of his father, he still didn't dare to act on his own and asked Duke Xiao about every word. Duke Xiao stroked his beard again and got on the carriage behind him. You stay in the capital and keep an eye on the old man Yao Fuyue. As for the Prince of Jiyue, go for your father. He no longer has any hope for his son. Shang Shuzhao. Night fell again, and the stars shone brightly again. The Crown Prince and the Sixth Prince also arrived at the Yunlang army camp. But they did not enter the camp. The military camp is an important place, and no one can enter without the order of the general. Although the Sixth Prince now has a place in the military camp, he cannot bring the Imperial Guards to search and arrest without permission. Therefore, Yun Murui and his group were directly blocked outside the military camp. The Yunlang army, led by the generals of each camp, blocked the Crown Prince Yun Murui, including the Sixth Prince, outside the camp gate. Although Yun Murui is the Crown Prince of Yunlang, the Yunlang army is not an army that he can intimidate as a Crown Prince. This is because the Yunlang army is all soldiers trained by the Su family through layers of selection and assessment. They are the best Yunlang army and the Tiger and Wolf division of Yunlang. Su Yuma is the general commander of our Yunlang army. I know that all the generals respect him, but it is true that the Su family harbored the remnants of the previous dynasty. Now Su heir has escaped from prison. All the generals should know how guilty it is to protect him. In the military camp at night, a bonfire was lit, and the red light made the surrounding 10 feet bright as day. Looking at the Yunlang army who blocked him, although they looked calm, they all had murderous eyes. Yun Murui stood with one hand behind his back, and he couldn't help shivering at Su heir's prestige in the military camp. Su heir's reputation in the Yunlang army was completely beyond his estimation. Once he escaped, there would be endless troubles. The sense of wisdom between his eyebrows was even deeper under the firelight. Yun Murui spoke. But these generals, deputy generals and soldiers guarding the camp all pretended to be deaf and dumb and ignored him. They looked at the sky and the earth and ignored Yun Murui. Although there are some people from the Sixth Prince among these generals, there are only 1 or 2 of them. It is difficult for an ant to shake a big tree, unless the Sixth Prince can truly control the entire military camp. They will not easily expose themselves and become the public enemy of the entire Yunlang army. Moreover, the Yunlang army is now taken over by Prince Jiyue, and Prince Jiyue has a deep brotherly relationship with their generals. With Prince Jiyue, what will happen to the Su family? When everything is uncertain, no one can pat their chests and say that the Su family is really finished. In this situation, seeing that those people of his did not speak, Yun Mushu's face also became heavy, but he knew what these people were thinking in his heart. So he strode forward and said, "Generals, harboring fugitives is equivalent to rebellion. According to the laws of Yunlang, it will be treated as a crime. I hope that all generals will think carefully and not get angry for a moment, which will not only affect their own future, but also implicate their families. Your Highness, what you said is very true. However, we are just a bunch of rough men in the army. We only know how to train and practice martial arts to defend our country. If your Highness suspects that we are hiding General Su, you can report to the Heavenly Court and have us all arrested." The Yunlang army was not agitated by the 6 princes' words that seemed to be admonishments but were actually threats. Although the generals and soldiers in the army were all angry, they did not act impulsively because Yunling came to the barracks when they first became agitated and heard Yunji's words. "Generals, you are loyal. Yunji knows. But if you cause trouble in the military camp, it will only push the Su family into an irreparable situation. If you generals want the Su family to be so feared by the emperor that they have to get rid of it, you generals can lead your troops out of the military camp and into the imperial city now. Yunji will never stop you." Just this word, the noise in the military camp stopped abruptly, and the loyal generals, who were angry about the arrest of the Su family, could do nothing, because what Yunji said hit people's hearts directly. If they led their troops into the imperial city, it would be equivalent to starting a rebellion, which would not only implicate themselves, but also push the Su family into a desperate situation, and really accuse the Su family of treason. "Your Highness, we Yunlang army never fear life and death, let alone life and death. If your Highness thinks the same as the 6th prince, then please ask for the Emperor's order, and then we will let your Highness lead the troops to search the camp. Now, please go back, your Highness." Finally, the general in charge directly stretched out his right arm, with the intention of completely driving him away. "If you want to search, then please bring the Emperor's search order." "Yes, your Highness should go back quickly. Our military camp is an important place, but your Highness brought the royal guards here. If someone with ulterior motives knows and takes advantage of it, then your Highness might." The rough boy at the side said so loudly, I don't know when he learned to beat around the bush, and said it so well. "Rough boy. You?" Yun Mushi was furious. How dare a soldier be so disrespectful to the 3rd brother? 6th brother. Yun Murui grabbed Yun Mushi. His face did not show anger. How could the prince, who was very cunning, be easily provoked to anger? But under his calmness, no one knew what he was thinking. This soldier is straightforward. Since the generals all said that Su Heir had not come to the military camp, I will not disturb him at night. I naturally believe that Yun Langjun is loyal to my father, but I also hope that Yun Langjun can bear the trust of my father. Leaving this sentence, Yun Murui looked at the rough boy deeply, and then pulled Yun Mushi away. Why did the 3rd brother stop his younger brother? They just refused to accept the toast. But now the Su family has already fallen. Yun Mushi was furious. As long as the Su family is not destroyed and has not been truly eradicated, we must not be careless. Yun Murui's words made Yun Mushi's words stuck in his throat. Besides, the Yunlang army is now backed by Prince Jiyue, the Yun Palace, and is controlled by my father. You and I have no evidence to prove that Su Heir is in the military camp at this moment. If you rush and rashly, you will only lose more than you gain. There was a deep look between his eyebrows. The military camp is not as important as other places. He can act at his own convenience. If my father knew, he might not stand on their side. 3rd brother. What should we do now? Can we just wait outside like this and wait for the rabbit to come? Yun Mushu asked again. His anger was still a little difficult to dissipate, but he also understood Yun Murui's concerns in his heart. Let me think about it. With a heavy breath, Yun Murui raised his hand and rubbed his brow. After leaving Langjing, it was not easy to catch someone, especially Su Heir of the Su family. Your Highness, we have found the traces of Su Heir and the 7th prince. This voice came suddenly. With a whoa, Yao Yeding dismounted and hurried to Yun Murui's side. Your Highness, Grandfather sent a message that the emperor ordered Prince Jiyue to personally capture Su Er. Prince Jiyue went to another residence as soon as he left Beijing. Grandfather guessed that Su Er might be in Qifeng Garden. So let your highness go to the hot spring mountain stream as soon as possible. After saying this, Yao Yeting also told him that Duke Xiao was secretly following Yun Ji in accordance with the order of Emperor Yu. Qifeng Garden? Yun Muxi said this. Yes. Qifeng Garden. Yao Yeting nodded. He knew why Yun Muxi asked this question. They had just taken the opportunity to search Qifeng Garden not long ago. And there was nothing unusual. But now it was really Qifeng Garden. Sixth brother. You take your men to guard here, and keep an eye on the people in the military camp. No one can be allowed to leave. After saying this, Yun Murwei put away the secret message from Prime Minister Yao brought by Yao Yeting, got on his horse, and took Yao Yeting to the hot spring mountain stream and to Qifeng Garden, where they lived. Suddenly, such an ordinary bird song sounded in the night. In the dark place not far from the military camp, where the bonfire had never illuminated, the slender figure quietly left. She took everything into her bright peach eyes. She watched until this moment when Yun Murwei left with his soldiers. She also heard everything into her exquisite jade ears. Su Er might have gone to Yun Ji's Qifeng Garden. Su Rao. There is indeed no trace of your second brother, and the seventh prince in the camp. Huan Yang spoke, while Yun Murwei and his men were in a stalemate with the people in the military camp. Su Rao had already taken the opportunity to send someone to sneak into the military camp to investigate and confirm whether Su Er and Yun Mujing were there. My second brother went to Qifeng Garden. If nothing unexpected happened, Yun Mujing might have told my second brother that I was there. At this sound, Su Rao's eyes suddenly became complicated. Since she assassinated the executioner that night and was rescued by Yun Ji, she dared not see the Su family again. Dared not see them. She was afraid that they no longer had love for her, and only hatred for her for causing the Su family to end up as a traitor. Worse still, they might also blame her for their daughter's death, thinking that she killed their daughter and took their place. Su Rao. Huan Yang held Su Rao's hand. She knew the fear in Su Rao's heart, and she knew Su Rao's self-blame and guilt. Now is not the time to blame yourself. Yun Murwei has led his troops to the front, and Prince Jiyue was also sent by Emperor Yu to capture your second brother. There is also Duke Xiao who is secretly following them. Now your second brother and Prince Jiyue are in a very dangerous situation. We must. I know. The fear in Su Rao's heart disappeared in an instant. As for Yun Ji being sent by Emperor Yu to personally capture Su Er, Su Rao did not doubt Yun Ji because of this. In a moment, her eyes penetrated the distance between them and the military camp and fell directly on Yun Muxiao, who was left behind to order the imperial guards to keep an eye on the military camp. In her bright peach eyes, a strong chill arose. The next day, too. Today is another sunny day, and it has been sunny for 3 consecutive days. But today's white clouds actually outline thousands of galloping horses. Between the floating white clouds, it seems that there will be repeated wars. Hot Spring Mountain Stream. The steaming hot spring mountain pool, the naturally formed misty swamp, seems to be the legendary heaven, with fairy swamps everywhere, turning the mountain peaks here into a fairyland of blessing. A fairyland far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. There shouldn't be killing here, and it shouldn't be stained by blood. But at this moment, this peaceful and carefree paradise is stained with blood. In the hot spring mountain stream, on the mountain peak, the man in black robe covered his arm, and blood oozed out between his fingers. His dull eyes fell on the man opposite Yuhua, and there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. He couldn't believe that Yun Ji came to Qifeng Garden to capture him, and even hurt him so much. Brother, are you really going to capture Su Yuma and send him back to die? Yun Mujing stood beside Su Er, half turned to protect Su Er, and he also looked at Yun Ji in disbelief. I know that everything my brother is doing now is arranged and instructed by our father. But there is no one from our father here. At such a critical moment, you should not calmly discuss how to solve the problem, but act like this. Aging, where is your calmness and rationality? If the people standing here at this moment are the prince and others, although his eyes were covered with satin, Yun Ji's vision was also hazy and chaotic. But he accurately found Yun Mujing's position and faced him, with a kind of anger on his face that had never appeared on Prince Jiyue in the past. The seventh prince can act willfully, but as Yun Ji's younger brother, he shouldn't act so willfully. After a cough, Yun Ji just shook his head slightly. He was annoyed at Yun Mujing's helping Su-er escape from prison, and annoyed at his recklessness. Then, he looked at Su-er through the satin, and the anger he had just felt towards Yun Mujing disappeared. For Yun Mujing, it was the anger of an elder brother towards his younger brother. And for Su-er, it was a matter between brothers. Yuma, since the Su family was imprisoned, I have considered thousands of possibilities, but I never expected your escape from prison. I will not tell you the consequences of your escape, but you should also know clearly. If you go back now, go. He was indifferent. Su-er also coughed, and a drop of blood slid out of the corner of his mouth again. The deep red blood dripped onto the collar of his black robe and disappeared in an instant, only deepening the color of the collar. Jiyue, when you go back, are you waiting for you to save my Su family, or waiting for my Su family to be executed, or you want to destroy my Su family for that person? The jade fingers in the sleeves of the falling moonlight slowly curled up just because of Su-er's last words. Tell me, can Su Yuma still trust Jiyue? Su Yuma? What are you talking about? Yun Mujing tilted his head to look at Su-er. What did Su Yuma mean by this? Did he say that my brother wanted to eliminate the Su family? He looked at Yunji again. This is absolutely impossible. Cough. Yunji suddenly coughed again, and the coughing was so violent that his face turned pale again. He staggered and was about to fall down. Brother! Yun Mujing shouted hurriedly and ran over to support Yunji. Su-er also subconsciously raised his foot, but stopped when he was about to take a step. Because at the moment when Yun Mujing supported Yunji, Yunling, who came forward to support Yunji, chopped Yun Mujing's neck with a palm. Under Yun Mujing's unpreparedness, Yun Mujing was knocked unconscious by the chop. Yuma, I know you don't want Jing to be involved, and I have something to say to you privately. Yunji's face was weak, and he was coughing and panting just now. Just to take Yun Mujing away. Let Yunling take Yun Mujing away. Yunji took a step forward. I am indeed for that person. I can no longer keep you in the Su family, because I am not Yunji. Yunji may keep you, but I can no longer keep you. And I can no longer keep you. Approaching Su-er, Yunji actually took off the satin on his eyes. This pair of slender phoenix eyes. Although there is no light inside. But it is stunning. But it is completely different from the eyes of Yunji in Su-er's memory. You are not Jiyu. Imogon's eyes suddenly widened. And with just one glance, Su-er recognized that this Yunji was not his brother Yunji. Just because a different pair of eyes can change a person's appearance. Even if the face is very similar, the eyes are different, and the appearance will change. Rong Xiao and Yunji, as cousins, have similar faces, and the only difference is their eyes. Rong Xiao's phoenix eyes were inherited from his father. You are not Jiyu. Su-er asked again. But suddenly, puff. With a muffled groan and a puff of blood, Su-er lowered his head to look at his chest. A sharp dagger had pierced into his heart at this moment, and he was completely unprepared and unpredictable. Blood appeared in an instant. You killed me! Su-er staggered and fell straight down after saying this with difficulty. Just as he was about to fall down and rolled down the mountain, his slender jade fingers stretched out and grabbed Su-er's raised arm. Su-er fell to the ground and also fell into Yunji's arms. Ahem. You kill me. You are really not Jiyu. Who are you? The corners of his mouth were bloody. The black robe at his heart had a deeper color and lines, and blood flowed continuously along the dagger blade at his heart. The bloody hand grabbed Yunji's wrist, and the force on his hand was so heavy that his 5 fingers turned white. The back of his hand had blue veins popping out, as if he could hear the sound of Yunji's wrist bones being crushed by Su-er. I am not Yunji? Who am I? Mumbling to himself, Yunji's misty and chaotic eyes suddenly brightened. Light appeared in his eyes. Su-er's figure gradually appeared, and the moon-colored dagger in Su-er's heart was also reflected. The deep red blood oozed from Su-er's heart, making Yunji's eyes suddenly feel bloodthirsty. But it was only for a moment. The pain in his wrist made the bloodthirstiness in Yunji's eyes disappear, and the bright color in his eyes disappeared in an instant. His vision blurred again, and he could not see clearly again. In the misty and chaotic world again, Yunji lowered his eyes and looked at Su-er, looking at the dagger in Su-er's heart. After a moment, he actually laughed softly. Yuma, do you still remember Han Machin? You warned him that if he hurt your little sister in the future, you would ask for 10 times the return. But now it is you who wants to hurt her. So he is asking for it from you. She is a special case for Han Machin. No one can hurt her. He will kill all those who hurt her, or want to hurt her before and after she gets hurt. Even if they are members of your Su family, or Yunji's brother Su Yuma. There will be no exception. Ahem. You are him. The eyes that were always dull, at this moment, actually showed a kind of shock that had never appeared before when he knew that Yunji was not Yunji. It was difficult to calm down. Then, you must be the remnant of the previous dynasty. He bit out these words with difficulty. Hee. He laughed suddenly. He spoke again with difficulty. Grandfather said that he didn't blame my little sister for the current situation of our Su family. Now I, Su Yuma, don't blame Jiyu either. I just can't accept that I died like this. Poof. Su Air spat out another mouthful of blood. He no longer had any extra strength. The big hand that was tightly holding Yunji's wrist slowly loosened. The back of his hand hit the ground. No breath. Yuma. Rong Xiao is sorry. You have to die. The slender phoenix eyes were filled with water, and a tear fell from the eye socket, just dripping on Su Air's heart. The slender jade fingers pressed Su Air's eyes, which had never been closed, covering his unwilling eyes. Unwilling to die. The mist lingered around the mountains. The sun was bright, and the warm wind was blowing. In the afternoon in the mountains, on the top of the peaks, the mountain wind brought the slightly yellowed leaves to flutter, and the clothes were folded. On the mountain peak, Yuehua's figure stood quietly waiting, and the body covered by Yuehua's cloak died quietly. The Duke of Zhao, who had been following secretly, appeared, walked over and looked at Yunji. After a long time, he sighed. How? In fact, he doesn't have to die. The men brought by Grandpa are all the death warriors of my Duke of Zhao's mansion. If you want to protect him, just find a replacement and switch the dragon with the phoenix. The Emperor won't know. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. No matter how clever the strategy and planning are, there will always be a day when they will be exposed. Not to mention that he is a son of the Su family. He is Su Yuma, the person in the Su family who is most feared by the Emperor's uncle besides Grandpa Su. What he wants is Rao Rao's life. So he has to die. The clear voice brought out a sense of melodiousness in the empty valley. The white satin covered his eyes again, and also blocked all the emotions in his eyes, which had returned to indifference. Grandpa. These days, Yunji has been confined by the Emperor's uncle. Yunji knows that only with the imperial power in hand can he protect Rao Rao and keep her safe. But now Yunji wants her to be safe. So he can only obey the Emperor's uncle's arrangement, and has no choice. However, it doesn't have to be like this. Duke Xiao frowned for a moment. The Su family will definitely die. But the Emperor doesn't necessarily want you to destroy it. With your intelligence, you have a way to solve the current dilemma. But you choose the most disadvantageous choice. I want to send her away. Yunji turned around, looked at Duke Xiao, and smiled faintly. Prince Yua. One smile can conquer the city, and another smile can conquer the country. The fairyland scenery around him is only dim for him. Grandpa. What I feared most was that she hated me. I never wanted her to hate me. Even if it was a farewell. I hoped that we would have a happy farewell. But when all the things I couldn't control were laid out in front of me, I realized that hatred might be more bearable than a happy farewell. I don't know if it was because of Su Er's death that Yunji was vulnerable for a moment, and he confided his thoughts to Xiao Gugong. The hope he had hidden in his heart at the moment. It's no longer safe by my side. I want to send her away. To another person who can protect her safety at this moment. Only if she hates me. She will take the initiative to target that person and find other helpers. I want her to leave Yunlang. I don't want her to come back. And I want her to think of the Su family when she thinks of it. The Su family was destroyed in my hands. Not because of her involvement. However, since you want to send her away, Grandpa will help you send her away. A hand fell on his shoulder, and Duke Xiao patted Yunji's shoulder. But his dark eyes fell on Su Er's body covered by the Yuhua cloak. And his eyes flickered. Just for that princess of the previous dynasty. He was like this. In addition to his best friend, who had known him for many years. This ruthless but sincere royal son. A royal son with his Zhao family blood. With Hao. Why worry that his Zhao family could not become the first noble family in Yunlang? In his dark eyes, there was a rolling heat. as long as he thought of the prosperity of the Zhao family in the future. Duke Xiao's heart was boiling. Master! Duke! The prince and his men are coming. This voice came from behind. Yunling, who sent Yun Mujing away, came back and brought the whereabouts of the prince and his men. The prince and his entourage had arrived at the hot spring mountain stream and were now heading towards the bamboo forest. Howard, don't be careless about anything. The prince is not an ordinary person. After this exhortation, Duke Xiao turned and left. He would not let Yun Murui and the others know about the relationship between him and Yun Ji. Now is not the time for Howard to resume his status as a prince. Howard knows. And Grandpa is also careful. Yun Ji also replied in this way, looking at the vague figure inside under the satin, until the figure disappeared on the mountain peak. And the trust of the grandson, who had just been born on his face, disappeared. Where are Xian Ichi Xiao? Where have they rushed to? Yun Ji regained his calmness again. Calmness without any waves. Yunling replied. Xian Ichi Xiao and Emoing hurried their way after knowing Su Rao's identity as a princess of the previous dynasty. And they must arrive in Langjing within 5 days. After saying this, Yunling paused and said again, Master, Miss Su is following the prince and the others. Wan Yang and Mu Lian are beside her. She is very safe. The jade fingers placed in Yuehua's sleeves trembled uncontrollably, and then curled into a fist. There was a sadness in his body. A sadness that knew that their farewell was hatred. And he himself. In the bamboo forest, bamboo leaves fluttered, and the autumn wind brought out the autumn mood, and also brought out the surprise in the bamboo forest at this moment. The prince and Yao Yeting led the imperial guards to the hot spring mountain stream, before they could find where Su Er and Yun Mujing were at the moment. Yun Wei appeared and carried Su Er's body. Your Highness, our prince does not like to disturb you. Su Er's body is here. Since your Highness has found it here, please take this body back to report. Leaving behind Yun Ji's instructions and Su Er's body, Yun Wei left without any more words. Yun Murui and Yao Yeting thought they had heard it wrong. Yun Ji killed Su Er? The two looked at each other. Yao Yeting hurriedly walked forward to the bamboo frame. Lifting the Yuhua cloak. There was no blood on his face. And the Yuhua dagger at the heart had not been pulled out, and was still inserted in Su Er's heart. Such a fatal injury. Yao Yeting's eyes widened for a moment, and he turned his head to look at Yun Murui. Yun Murui's expression was even more than Yao Yeting's. He also took 2 steps forward and squatted to check. No breath. No pulse. The dagger went straight into the heart. A fatal blow. Did Prince Jiyue really kill Su Er? Yao Yeting made this sound of shock, and his voice was trembling. Your Highness, was it the Emperor's instruction? Or from the beginning? We all underestimated Prince Jiyue's indifferent heart of fame and fortune. He actually killed Su Er like this? I don't know. Yun Murui shook his head. For the first time, Yun Murui also felt so horrified about Yun Ji. Then he felt a strong fear again, and looked up at the other residents King Fengjiwen not far away. The residence of Qi Feng Mingyu. You can recognize a person by looking at his residence. But the exiled immortal Jiyue prince, who had always been indifferent and undemanding, not only did he help, but he also helped his good brother for many years. Compared to the deep fear and palpitations of Yun Murui and Yao Yeting after being so shocked, Su Rao, who was following behind, her bright peach blossom eyes fell directly on the Yuhua dagger on Su Er's heart. A familiar dagger. It almost stabbed Yun Ji's heart. The first time they had a conflict, it ended with it. It was Yun Ji's dagger. No. Impossible. Su Rao shook his head and raised his feet after muttering this. For a moment, he forgot whether Yun Murui and Yao Yeting had noticed it, and was about to come out of the secret place. Su Rao. Wan Yang hurriedly grabbed Su Rao in time. Su Rao's mind was shocked, and he tilted his head to look at Wan Yang. Did Yunji kill my second brother? Su Rao calmed down after asking this question. But her calmness suddenly made Wan Yang tremble in her heart. Su Rao. Don't panic. There may be some misunderstanding. Yes. Su Rao nodded, and her calm expression just shook for a breath. Yunji said that he helped me rescue the Su family. He begged me to ask him for help. He told me not to push him away at this time. How could he kill my second brother? Su Rao let herself calm down completely after her hands were lowered and her tightly clenched hands relaxed. Even though Su Er's death was already in front of her, Su Rao still believed in Yunji. Perhaps this corpse was not the second brother. But Yunji used the Jin Chao's plan to shed his shell to rescue the second brother. The bright peach blossom eyes fell into the forest again. Your Highness, the Emperor has ordered Your Highness to bring Su Er's body back to the capital without delay. Su Er's body was carried in this way. When Yun Murui and Yao Yeding were still in shock, Duke Xiao came over from the back mountain. He held a secret order in his hand. Bright yellow. Written by Emperor Yu. Seeing the order, it was like the Emperor himself. Yun Murui and Yao Yeding and his party immediately knelt on one knee. Long live the Emperor. Duke Xiao came over and sighed in front of the bamboo frame. It's a pity for a young general. The look of regret was not a disguise, but a real feeling of pity for Su Er's death and cherishing the general. The bright peach blossom eyes in the dark suddenly tightened again. Huan Yang also frowned, and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the master really killed Su Er? She looked at Su Rao at the side, and her face showed worry. She was worried about Su Rao, and even more worried about Yun Ji. Su Rao didn't know when Yun Murui and Yao Yeding left, but she kept waiting. When they disappeared from the bamboo forest, Su Rao ran to Qifeng Garden. She only felt a shadow passing by, and then she couldn't see Su Rao anymore. Huan Yang didn't have time to stop her. When she entered Qifeng Garden, there was no one. Even the servants who looked after Qifeng Garden were gone. Yun Ji, did you really kill Su Rao's second brother? This confused voice seemed to have a rolling black air coming out of her heart. Yun Ji, I choose to believe you. But if you break your promise to me again, then it will never be forgiven again. Su Rao's peach blossom eyes were surrounded by red, as if they were stained with blood again. After looking at Qifeng Garden for a while, there was no one in sight. Su Rao took a heavy breath, turned around and left, chasing Yun Murui and his group. Su Rao, Huan Yang called out and chased after them. When Qifeng Garden became quiet, the figure of Yu Hua appeared again, standing at the door of Qifeng Garden. He heard every word of Su Rao's words clearly, and it was so painful that it seemed to suffocate him. Rao Rao. Yunji doesn't want to make promises lightly, and doesn't want to disappoint Rao Rao again and again. Yunji also knows that what he is doing now is selfish, and he has never taken into account Rao Rao's feelings. Rao Rao is in great pain, but Yunji wants Rao Rao to be safe and live the rest of her life in peace. It is impossible to forgive, and never forgive. The evening breeze ripples, bringing Yuehua's sleeves to sway. Without Yuehua's coat to keep warm, Yunji's face is really pale, and the corners of his mouth are bloodless. Weak, he quietly stared at the bamboo forest path, staring at the direction where Su Rao left. He clearly didn't see the figure in his mind anymore, but he still looked at it, unwilling to shift his gaze for a moment. Brother, Yunling Yan said that Su Yuma is alive and well, so I know how brother could really kill Su Yuma. Su Yuma's death was a desperate attempt. There was a sudden and urgent sound at the door of the courtyard. Yun Mujing woke up and hurried out while rubbing his aching neck. His charming face showed a hint of urgency. But brother asked the prince to take Su Yuma back. Can he really make father believe that Su Yuma is dead? How can Zhao Guogong believe it? I don't know why brother did this. When did brother reach a consensus with Zhao Guogong? Why did he kill Su Yuma himself? Wouldn't it be better to let the prince and others do it? Yun Ji was so calm and indifferent that Yun Mujing could hardly see any thoughts from his face. What exactly was my brother thinking? What was my brother going to do? Or what did my father want me to do? That forced my brother to kill Su Yuma, thus breaking the dilemma set by my father, and causing Su Yuma to die. Yun Mujing asked several questions in a row, and Yun Ji was quiet for a while before he tilted his head and looked at Yun Mujing through the satin. Ah Jing, if you can easily escape from the prison in the palace, then the emperor uncle is not the emperor uncle. With just this word, Yun Mujing's expression suddenly became deep. Brother, what I mean is that father deliberately let Su Yuma escape from prison. Why did father do this? Why? Yunji shook his head. Maybe he wanted to use Yuma to lure out Rao Rao. Maybe he wanted to test the real weight of Rao Rao in his heart. Or maybe he just wanted to see if he was really trapped and had no other choice. Time passed quickly. As the sun set in the slanting sky, the prince and his entourage brought Su Er's body into the Yun Palace. When he saw the moonlight dagger on Su Er's chest, which was regarded as Yun Ji's symbol, and saw Duke Xiao nod his head to confirm the fact that Su Er was killed by Yun Ji, Emperor Yu's imperial eyes were full of darkness. But for a moment, they actually brought out a hidden imperial smile. Regarding Su Er being killed by Yun Ji himself, Emperor Yu seemed very satisfied with Yun Ji's choice. and even more satisfied with the nephew he taught. A nephew with an extremely clear mind. Since Su-er is dead, the crime of escaping from prison has been revealed. My dear Lord Zhao, please find a place with good feng shui to bury him properly. After all, he was the commander of an army in my Yunlang army. And he is also the grandson of General Su. Emperor Yu put one hand behind his back and looked at Su-er, who was lifeless on the bamboo frame for a moment. Then he saw the blood-stained Yuhua cloak covering Su-er's body. Finally, his face was moved, as if he still felt sorry for the rebellion of the Su family. But he was also sad. Yes. Duke Xiao bowed, lowered his eyes, and his expression was also moved. But what this move contained was only known to Duke Xiao himself. The prince and Yao Yeding had the same reaction. Prince has been chasing for 2 days and nights. Go and get some rest. I am tired too. Everyone please leave. Emperor Yu entered the imperial study, and did not say anything else. He did not say anything about how to deal with the Su family, or that Su Rao was still missing. The prince and Yao Yeding could only leave. Duke Xiao also asked his men to take away the bamboo frame outside the imperial study, and bring Su-er's body back to his mansion, where they would temporarily place it in a mourning hall, and bury it properly after finding a good feng shui site. The night sky is colorful. The setting sun is swallowed by the brilliant stars. The night is coming. A bright moon that is about to be full hangs in the sky. It is the night of the 10 days of the dog days. So bright. The moonlight is even brighter and brighter. And with the dim lights, the whole Yun Palace seems like daytime. Why did the emperor force me to kill Su Yuma with my own hands? My only close friend. All the love the emperor has shown me over the years. Is it all fake? Yun Mujing came back. But he was the only one who entered the palace. Yun Ji did not enter the palace. He did not come to report to Emperor Yu about Su-er's death. He just asked Yun Mujing to come back. Come back to the palace. At this time, the question was also suppressed. A pair of hands were actually supported on the table in front of Emperor Yu, and a faint red circle was around the charming eyes. I don't know if it was because of crying. Su Yuma died because of Emperor Yu's calculations, or because Emperor Yu counted Yun Ji, and also counted him, the doting emperor's son, in it, which made Yun Mujing's heart uneasy. Jinger, are you questioning your father? Emperor Yu had no expression. Father once asked you to go with Su-er, away from the imperial power. But you didn't listen, and confined you to calm down. But you didn't listen either. Not only did you leave the house privately, you even helped Su-er escape from prison. Will one day you also be willing to do anything for the Su family? And even worse, you will go against your father. After saying this, Emperor Yu was furious. The anger of an emperor. The Su family, only Su-er, a remnant of the previous dynasty, can make my 2 sons spend a lot of effort. The existence of the Su family is not only a threat to my imperial power, but also makes my most doted nephew and nephew act recklessly, lose the royal dignity, and forget their own identity. With a low breath, Emperor Yu stood up and walked around the table, and walked to Yun Mujing's side, with anger on his face that could not be reduced at all. Su-er's death was your choice. Jinger, the prestige of the Su family in the military camp. Su-er's reputation in the military camp. From the moment he chose to escape from prison. From the moment you helped him escape from prison. His death was doomed. In this regard, Ji is clearer and more transparent than you. He understands what is the trade-off. And he understands the principle that the emperor's bed cannot allow others to sleep soundly. This is the mentality of a qualified royal son in the vortex of the royal family. And Jinger, you are protected too well by your father and Ji. You don't even have the mentality of a qualified royal son. And you still want my dragon throne? For a moment, Yun Mujing was stunned and looked at Emperor Yu in a daze. Yun Mujing's reaction made the anger on Emperor Yu's face disappear a bit. But he still criticized Yun Mujing in his heart. My dragon throne is filled with white bones and thousands of flesh and blood. I was a prince of a vassal state, and then the crown prince of a vassal state, and then the crown prince of Yunlang. Now I am on the throne and dominate Yunlang. I don't know how many people's blood is stained on my hands. I can't remember it, let alone count it. Now that only Su-er died, you can't control yourself so much. Then in the future, when the people around you who care about you leave you one by one, you should bear it like this. If you want to be in the imperial power and sit on this dragon throne, you must be completely ruthless. The position of imperial power must be a lonely one. If you can't even do this, It will be difficult for you to hold on to the throne. You don't want to leave. And you don't want to return to your daughter's life. If you still don't want to give up the competition in your heart, then now your father will fulfill you and fulfill your ambition. You want to compete with the crown prince. You want my throne. You want the imperial power. I will not stop you anymore. As long as you can make yourself ruthless enough and can shackle the civil and military officials in the court, I will give you the throne. Turning around, Emperor Yu walked into the inner hall, leaving Yun Mujing alone. Before entering the inner hall, Emperor Yu gave Yun Mujing one last word. Since you can't let go of the competition in your heart, then Su Yuma's death and the departure of the person in your heart are the beginning of your father's recognition of your imperial ambitions. In the future, father will watch whether my seventh prince can sit on the throne under my seat, whether he can become the same as the crown prince, or even become a better heir to the imperial power than the crown prince. I will wait and see. The pearl necklace fell, blocking the figure of Emperor Yu. The bright yellow disappeared in the outer hall, but it was reflected in the charming eyes. Yun Mujing shook his eyes. Everything he had just pretended on his face, all the anger and annoyance, disappeared at this moment after Emperor Yu left and returned to calm. And Jing looked at the inner hall, but there was a complex feeling in his eyes. After a moment, Yun Mujing turned around and strode away. Father, not every emperor has to be a lonely person. Does being in the royal family mean that you have to be cruel and heartless? I don't think so. The prince of the royal family is also a human being. My brother once said that if the human heart is cold, it is just a walking corpse. I want the imperial power, but I don't covet power. I just want to protect the people in my heart. That's all. Yun, Lang, Yu, Emperor. This murmur suddenly came out from the Yunshan Palace. It was accompanied by a bone-chilling coldness and a suppressed killing. A breath as cold as an ice cave quietly rolled out from the Yunshan Palace. In the dark night, the figure appeared on the eaves of the Yunshan Palace. The moonlight faded, and he changed into a black robe again. Han Mochen had been here for a long time. He listened to everything Emperor Yu said to Yun Mujing. The white satin on his face was replaced by a silver-black mask again. The pair of slender phoenix eyes under the mask. At this moment, although there was a killing roar inside and a sense of ice cave, it had not completely recovered its brightness. Yun Maheo. At a time I didn't know. You went to find Duke Xiao. Do you want to use him to save the Su family? Or do you want to use Yun Mujing to stop my destruction plan? Do you want to keep Yun Lang? Do you want to keep your cruel and ruthless father? Once again, the two personalities were in a breath of exchange and overlap, coexisting with each other again. One body, two personalities alternating with each other. It seems that you really forgot how you went to Daqin as a hostage. You really want to return to the sunshine and climb out of the netherworld. What changed you? Is it Su Rao? Then don't forget that Su Rao is also Rao Rao. Completely sarcastic words. When he mentioned Su Rao, his voice changed slightly. And it was this slight change that allowed Yun Ji to exist for a little longer and retain his consciousness. A faint sigh. Why do you have to mock Yun Ji so much? What Yun Ji did was just because you wanted Yun Muheo to obey your plan and be used by you, and become an important chess piece for you to get rid of the Su family and control Yun Lang. Now I will do what you want. And I just want you to promise that you will never hurt Rao Rao. Su Rao is Han Machen's special case. Rao Rao is Ah Zhao's eternal salvation. And Ah Zhao will never hurt her. After whispering like this, he said coldly, all I want is a vulnerable Yun Lang. A Yun Lang who has lost the Su family. As for the Su family, I have never wanted to destroy it. The current situation of the Su family is not my fault. I am just taking advantage of it. If you want to know the truth, you should go to Juxian to find the answer. The pair of slender phoenix eyes, under the silver-black mask, finally became clear again. Even in the darkness of the night, they were still shining and dazzling. The haze disappeared and completely became Han Machen. Yunji fell asleep again. He did not hear Han Machen's last words. The night wind blew the sleeves of the black clothes and the black hair. The cool wind blew. But when it passed by Han Machen within 3 feet, it seemed to be frozen. Although Han Machen was still as cold as an ice cave, he suddenly felt the shadow of Yunji around him. The calm and composed, elegant and graceful Prince Jiue. Han Machen had not noticed such a small change, let alone that the killing in his heart no longer seemed to control him as before. His dark heart. After a moment of quiet rest, Han Machen left the Yun Palace without doing anything. At this moment, in the mansion of Duke Xiao, The lights were bright. Under the night, white lanterns were hung with the word Dian written on them to offer sacrifices to the dead. And white candles were lit to illuminate the road to the underworld for the dead. A clean and tidy morning hall was set up, with the coffin placed inside. Su-er seemed to be asleep quietly, and the dagger on his chest was pulled out by Yufeng and placed on the spirit table. Yufeng had been in Danliang for a long time, so this person was not Yufeng. Holding a clean robe in his hand, the dark black color was Su-er's favorite color. He personally changed the new robe for Su-er and treated the wound on his chest. Just now he knelt down and said, "Sir, after tonight, you can be completely safe. And the old general can also rest assured that the bloodline of the Su family will not be broken." He spoke in a low voice. "But you can tell who it is at once. Su Han." Su-er's bodyguard Su Han was imprisoned with other servants of the Su family when the Su family was captured. Now he appeared as Yunfeng to bury Su-er. This funeral was arranged by Yun Ji, and Duke Xiao had never asked about it. "Your servant greets the sixth prince." This voice suddenly came from outside the house. The voice of the housekeeper of Duke Xiao's mansion. He hurried to the front of the visitor. "I wonder if the sixth prince will come at night." Butler Zhao was servile, but Yun Mushu didn't even bother to look at him. He walked straight to the morning hall, as if he was still worried whether Su-er was really dead. So he came to Zhao's house at night. "Sixth prince, please wait a moment. I will report to the Duke of the State for you." The sixth prince came to the Duke of Zhao's mansion and went straight to Su-er's morning hall. A butler didn't dare to stop him. He hurriedly asked the servants to invite the Duke of Zhao, and he just followed him in panic, with hurried steps. Yun Mushu still ignored the butler and went straight to the morning hall. When he walked outside the morning hall, he saw that the door was closed, and his eyebrows moved secretly. This feeling was Su Rao. Su Rao was using the same trick again. As Yun Mushu came here like this, to see her second brother, she wanted to make sure whether her second brother really, Yun Ji really killed her second brother. She didn't believe it. The red color around her bright eyes had disappeared. As she followed Yun Murui and the others into Beijing, Su Rao's heart had completely calmed down. She let herself settle down completely. Pushing the door open, Su Han's figure was gone. There was only a coffin, and the lid was closed. The room was a little dark, with only 2 white candles burning. In such a night, it was a little desolate and gloomy. After just one glance, Su Rao's eyes fell on the dried blood-colored Yuhua dagger on the spirit case. The drooping soft hand was slightly curled up again, and a faint pale color appeared on the back of the hand. Obviously, the heart had settled down, but the body still reacted like this. Yun Ji. No. Right. Absolutely not. Su Rao took 2 steps over. Her soft hand trembled slightly, but still touched the coffin lid. Just as she was about to push him away, the voice of Duke Xiao arrived in time. "The sixth prince came in person at night, and I did not go out to greet him. I hope that the sixth prince will forgive me for my impoliteness." After saying this, Duke Xiao walked into the morning hall and walked steadily towards Su Rao. He slightly turned his body to bow and greeted her, and also blocked Su Rao's move to push open the coffin lid. Her bright eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the Duke Xiao who bowed in front of her. She was saved by Yun Ji that day. Although she was in a coma, she also heard Yun Ji calling her Duke. There must be something between Yun Ji and this Duke Xiao. I wonder how the Duke dealt with Su-er's funeral. I came here on the orders of my brother, the Crown Prince, to ask a few questions and to deliver 2 offerings to prevent him from leaving in such a humiliating manner. After all, he was once my superior, and now that he has passed away, I should also send him off. After speaking, his eyes fell on the coffin behind Duke Xiao for a moment. Su Rao held out the 2 things in his left hand to Duke Xiao. These were offerings brought by Yun Muxia, a subordinate general, to his superior. Duke Xiao and General Su have always been in a fierce battle, but I didn't expect Duke Xiao to care so much about his grandson that he used such a fine ebony wood to build a coffin. Looking at this, my brother, the Crown Prince, can rest assured. Although the Su family is now plotting rebellion, they have worked hard for me, Yun Lang, and if his funeral is too humiliating, Your Highness, what you said is absolutely right. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, is kind and benevolent, and the Emperor is benevolent and loves the people. It is a blessing for the people of Yunlang. There is not a single mistake or omission in his words. which can give Su Rao an excuse to investigate Su Er's body. Your Highness, you came here to deliver the sacrifice because you thought of the friendship in the army. But the Su family harbored the remnants of the previous dynasty, and Su Er escaped from prison. He deserved his death. It is late at night. Your Highness, please don't get involved in this bad luck. I, the old minister, have been ordered by the Emperor to handle Su Er's affairs after his death. If this causes the sixth prince to be infected with this bad air, I am afraid that the Emperor will be angry with the old minister for not doing his job well. The implication of these words is to drive people away, and even to threaten Emperor Yu. There is such a mystery in the words. The sixth prince came here on the orders of the crown prince, but he was acting on the orders of the Emperor. He was supposed to handle the affairs of Su Er after his death. Moreover, the Su family was a traitor, but the sixth prince came to pay respects like this. It was not surprising that he should leave quickly, since the fourth prince was imprisoned for life. The Duke Zhao's mansion has been deserted. Now the Duke is valued by the Emperor again, and he is so diligent. I have not yet congratulated the Duke. Congratulations to the Duke for getting. With her hands clasped, Su Rao acted like Yun Mushu. The Crown Prince's faction and the Zhao family's faction were fighting openly and secretly. Su Rao had always known that the Duke Zhao was an old fox, so she would bypass the communication and go straight to the morning hall. But she was still a step slower and was obstructed by the Duke Zhao. Your Highness, I am ashamed to accept your congratulations. I am over 50 years old and can still serve the Emperor. I must be diligent and careful at all times. His face was still expressionless, even though Su Rao's words were deliberately looking for trouble and deliberately touching on the weakness of Zhao Guogong's obsession with family honor. It did not make Zhao Guogong change his face. Sixth Prince, this morning hall is filled with gloomy air, and it is already late at night, and the air is cold and chilly. You'd better not stay any longer. He chased him away again. The bright eyes narrowed again. Pop! Tap! The sound of the burning candles was so clear, and it was obvious that the morning hall was suddenly quiet at this moment. This is the quietness under the open and covert disputes between Duke Zhao and Yun Mushu. Although it is the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather is good, and it is not very cold at night. Moreover, I am a military general with a strong fire in my body. The cold and gloomy air. Su Rao would not turn around and leave so easily. Seeing Duke Zhao blocking him without moving a step, she smiled, and her eyes showed the domineering aura that Yun Mushu had just had. And they were fighting against each other. I came to pay my respects, but Duke Zhao tried to stop me. Could it be that there is something fishy going on inside this coffin? Su Rao didn't beat around the bush and said so directly. He, Yun Mushu, was here to find out whether Su Er was really dead. He had never been to the hot springs and had never seen it with his own eyes. He didn't believe that Prince Jiyue would really kill his best friend. Besides, he lived with Su Er in the military camp. Su Er was so capable that he was easily killed by Prince Jiyue. It was a fatal blow to his heart. Sixth Prince, are you questioning whether this old minister has colluded with the Su family? This is too deceptive. Duke Zhao's brows sank for a moment. Yun Mushu came here so impatiently. How could Duke Zhao not see his intention? What a good Yao Fuyue. What a good prince. He never said anything in front of the Emperor, but sent the sixth prince to the Daogua mansion at night, which was really humiliating his Zhao family. Now that the family is defeated, such words are even more of a false accusation. Are they really humiliating his Zhao family? Duke, old Prince Yun has come to the mansion. This voice appeared again in time, and a guard came to report that old Prince Yun also came to Duke Zhao's mansion at night to see the deceased Su Er. This prince disturbed the Duke's mansion at night and came to see the Su family's child. Old Prince Yun walked into the morning hall. For a moment, Duke Zhao and Yun Mushu stopped fighting again, and both bowed to greet old Prince Yun. The old minister kowtows to the prince. The nephew greets the emperor's uncle. Old Prince Yun waved his hand casually, asking Duke Zhao and Yun Mushu to stand up and walk to the side of the coffin. After a moment, a sigh. Open the coffin lid, and let this prince take a look at Su's Erlang. No one dared to disobey the words of old Prince Yun. Duke Zhao glanced at Yun Mushu and asked the housekeeper to open the coffin lid. In the light of the burning lamp, Su Er's pale face fell into Su Rao's bright peach eyes. His face was bloodless and completely pale. People with internal skills are extremely sensitive to the capture of breath. As long as there is a breath, no matter how empty it is, they can feel it. But Su Er did not breathe. Not at all. and the coffin was sealed for a long time. If the person was alive, even if he used the breath-holding skill, he would not be able to hold on for so long. The second brother is really gone. When this cognition came out, Su Rao could not control his facial expression. And for a moment, he showed a strangeness that could no longer be suppressed. It was captured by Zhao Guogong. But in Zhao Guogong's eyes, it was just Yun Mushu, who had the same horrified reaction as Yun Murwei and Yao Yeting at that time. Just like him, he witnessed his grandson Yun Muheo actually killing Su Er. He was actually shocked at the time. Shocked by Yun Ji's ruthless means. The exiled immortal Ji prince, his true character, is actually the royal heart under that indifferent. The ruthlessness that royal people have. The only thing that comforted him was that in Howard's royal heart, he still had some human feelings. He was grateful for the kindness shown to him by the princess of the previous dynasty when he was a hostage in Daqin when he was a child. He still had feelings in his heart and would naturally take care of his family. Alas! With another sigh, old Prince Yun shook his head regretfully. Jir did it. I will send you on behalf of Jir. Don't blame him. Jir is still a royal child. The servant lit the incense and handed it over. Old Prince Yun paid tribute to Su Er without saying anything more. After the worship, he looked at Yun Mushu and Duke Xiao and said again, the deceased is gone. Let this mourning hall be quiet for a while. Don't cause any more trouble. Let's do some good deeds. With his hands behind his back, old Prince Yun left. He was really disgusted with the competition in the court. The coming and going of the old Prince Yun was only a short moment. And under the words of the old Prince Yun, Yun Mushu had to leave without finding any more trouble. Leaving the Duke Xiao's mansion, Su Rao walked aimlessly. The strangeness on her face that was difficult to suppress had disappeared, but turned into a thick ink that could not be dissolved. In her heart, there seemed to be a rolling black gas surging out, making her pair of peach blossom eyes dark. And the darkness blurred her vision. At this moment in the middle of the night, the moonlight was still shining on the world. And the stars were also dazzling. But it could not illuminate Su Rao. The 3 feet of the square inch around her seemed to be a dark place. So she imprisoned herself. Su Rao. How? Away from the Duke Zhao's mansion, Su Rao walked into an alley. And Huan Yang and Mu Lian appeared. Seeing Su Rao so quiet, there was no reason to be seen on her face. Did Su Er really die? Su Rao's eyes then looked at Huan Yang and Mu Lian. But there was no fluctuation for a moment. Nor any light or color appeared in him. But there was no ripple. Han Machan, go tell him that I want to see him. With this voice, she took out the Xiaoyao order, the symbol of the second master of Xiao Tower, from her sleeves. Huan Yang and Mu Lian's faces changed for a moment. Su Rao's words and actions have told them the answer she went to verify. That Su Er died, and was really killed by Yun Ji. A clang sound. The sound of the token falling to the ground. Huan Yang and Mu Lian were shocked for a moment, and did not take the Xiaoyao order. The Xiaoyao order was directly thrown to the ground by Su Rao. And she turned around and strode away abruptly. Don't follow. 1 volt. 10 days of day. But it is not really 10 days of sunny day. Today, God seems to foresee that loyal ministers and good generals will die because of injustice. And he can't bear it. So the sky is foggy, and the whole sky is dark. In the early morning of King Fengju, there is a rustling sound in the bamboo forest. The green and yellow complement each other. The bamboo leaves are flying. And the courtyard is covered, outlining the autumn season. In King Fengju, on the couch, a red dress is spread on the couch. The woman in red sits quietly and waits. The ugly scar between her eyebrows is not covered. On her exposed face, a pair of peach blossom eyes look at the moonlight screen, looking at the door that has not been opened by anyone. And she has been sitting like this until more than midnight. Cough. A light cough appeared about a quarter of an hour later. And the black dress changed to moonlight again. Yunji came back from his own thoughts. When he reached the bedroom, his footsteps suddenly stopped. The handkerchief covering his lips was pinched into his hand, which wrinkled and also hid the bloody color on the handkerchief from coughing and wheezing. Through the white satin above his eyes and the closed door, he looked at the person waiting on the couch inside. He knew that she would come here after checking again. Cough. After another cough, Yunji put away the wrinkled handkerchief in his hand, smiled slightly, raised his jade fingers to push open the door, and walked in calmly. The calm peach blossom eyes were moved for a moment, and the moonlight gradually appeared in his sight. His pale face again could not make Su Rao's heart fluctuate. He stood up and walked over. I just want one word from you. Have you figured out how to save the Su family? The question was not about coming to question Su heir for being killed by him, but about the promise Yunji made to her before entering the palace, that he would save the Su family when he left the palace. Su Rao walked to a step away from Yunji, stopped, and her bright eyes fell on Yunji's face. There was no coldness or resentment. Just looking at him like this. The room was quiet for a while, and then the footsteps were heard again. Yunji did not answer, but walked to the small couch between the tables. A cup of cold tea took away the rusty taste in his mouth. Okay, then I'll change the question. Did you really kill my second brother? There is no breath, no disguise, and the face of a dead person is pale. Is my second brother really gone? When asking this question, Su Rao's voice also brought out a hint of strangeness. I never expected his escape from prison. He wanted to capture you and use you to exchange for the safety of the Su family. The former Yunji might have kept him, but the current Yunji answered at this time, very honestly, without using other words to deceive Su Rao, thinking that Su Rao would be angry with him because of this. And such words, the fact that he killed Su heir for her, compared to his lies, such a fact really made Su Rao feel that her heart was tightly squeezed, making her unable to breathe for a moment. Suffocating. Bang! The cup broke from the jade fingers, and a silver needle cut through the sky and broke the cup in Yunji's hand, and the tea immediately splashed Yunji's moonlit robe. At the same time, the red-clothed woman suddenly moved, and the white jade hairpin appeared between her hands. Yunji felt a sharp pain in his heart, and the blood instantly dyed the color of his clothes on his chest, and also dyed the hand holding the white jade hairpin. The person in his heart knelt on one knee in front of him, just like he did to Su heir, and gave him such a blow. The pain in his heart was not fatal, but left room for improvement, and did not hurt the heart veins, but only the hairpin head pierced the skin. Then do you have any idea of what Su Rao in front of you is most afraid of? What is she most afraid of? What is she most regretful about at this moment? The voice was hoarse, and the peach blossom eyes reflected a thick blood color, mixed with water light, which made the eyes hurt unbearably. She is not afraid of her identity being exposed, nor is she afraid of not being a daughter of the Su family in the future. She is only afraid that the Su family will be gone, and she is only afraid that the past will come to her mind again, and she will have to live again, and live well. The water light in the corner of the eye turned into a tear and flowed down the cheek. Yunji, with a deep pressure, he suddenly pulled out the white jade hairpin, and the blood sprayed out instantly, splashing on Su Rao's cheek in front of him. And the white jade hairpin also fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. The hairpin that Ashao gave to Rao Rao was a belated adult ceremony, and it was also a witness to their peaceful farewell. At this moment, it was so broken. With a muffled groan, the corner of the mouth, the red blood flowed out. Yunji's face became paler, but he did not raise his hand to block the wound. Instead, he asked calmly, "What do you regret most?" Under the satin, the pair of slender phoenix eyes looked at the woman in front of him, and raised his hand to wipe away the tears and blood on her cheeks. The warmth of his fingertips could warm her heart. But why did it only freeze her at this moment? The coldness spread from her cheeks to her whole body, and she was shivering from the cold. I will not kill you today. My second brother's death was also caused by my own ignorance. I chose you at first and asked for your help. After everything is settled, I will come to take your life in person, and also use my life to atone for my sins and sacrifice to my second brother's spirit in heaven. Su Rao stood up and left. She did not say what she regretted most, but a corner of her bright red clothes fell from the air and slowly fell to the ground. Cut off the robe and sever the ties of friendship. From this moment on, there is only national hatred and family feud between them, and she will never let go of any member of the Yun family. But I regretted being soft-hearted, believing Yunji, treating Yunji differently, and finally giving up my feelings. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and through the white satin on his eyes. His misty eyes touched the broken white jade hairpin on the ground covered by the corner of the bright red clothes. Yunji smiled and said to himself, Rao Rao, Yunji selfishly just wants you to live well. If you hate me so much, you will hate me forever. Don't be soft-hearted anymore. And don't be different anymore. When everything is over, if you can see Yunji again, then come and kill Yunji. I'm afraid that Yunji will not see you by then, And he doesn't want to see you again. Because Yuanji doesn't want you to pay your life for UMO. Falling down? Yuanji lay on the small couch, slowly closing his eyes under the satin. But a drop of water fell from the corner of his eyes again. Master. Yunling hurriedly pushed open the door. Amitabha. Greed, anger, ignorance, and thoughts are the most confusing to people. Master Huishan followed behind him, with a compassionate voice. I didn't know that you would do such a chaotic thing. Such behavior is actually hurting others and yourself. What can you gain from doing it? Alas! The gray sky, the gray ground, the whistling morning breeze brought a chill. Without the bright sun, it was cold everywhere. And the body was even colder. What I regret most, I believe that you would be able to come back safely. I believe that you were the Ah Shao of the past. And you should know me best. Outside the back door of Yuhua, between the corners of the wall, a figure in red leaned against the wall, whispering, and suddenly sneered. And this laugh was just mocking, with a strong sense of self-mockery. Yuanji, you are Ah Shao. You want to protect me. But how can you forget that Qin Rao has already lost her country and family? If the Su family is gone, the protection you want to give her will only be another shackle for her. She has been wearing such shackles for 10 years. And you still want to put them on her again. You are not Qin Rao's father and mother. You have no right and no qualification to choose the life and death that Qin Rao wants. Miss, this voice passed by my ears, and a guard appeared. Manager Xiao sent a message that they met young Master Ying. A letter was handed to Su Rao. Only then did we finally get the news about Ying and the others. Su Rao's sad and self-deprecating expression suddenly turned back to calmness. The letter was opened. Ying was with Jin Chao and the others. They met Xiao Ji and Yi Su on the way to Yunling. They have now arrived at Tianguiguan County, and will arrive in Langjing soon. Miss, please don't risk your life alone to save them. As for why Ying was with Jin Chao and the others, and why Jin Chao came to Yunling, the letter did not mention the reason. But Su Rao suddenly thought of something. Jin Chao. She took out the object that the old man gave her in the palace prison that day from her bosom. It was just an ordinary half-jade token that could be bought anywhere on the street stalls. But Su Rao knew that this half-jade token must represent something. It must be some kind of connection between the old man and Jin Chao. And Jin Chao suddenly came to Yunling. Miss, there is one more thing. The Su family has been detained in the Ministry of Justice. Su Rao had just finished reading the letter when the guard spoke again. Ministry of Justice? Although Su Rao came to Langjing again, she had not paid attention to other things for a while because of Su Er's matter. So at this moment, she did not know the decree issued by Emperor Yu because of Yunji's departure from the palace. In the gray morning, the sky only bloomed a ray of light in the afternoon. Yang Hui struggled to push away the clouds and climbed out from the depths, thus dispelling the gloom in the sky. The prince went to the Prime Minister's mansion in the afternoon today. No one knew what he said to Prime Minister Yao. It was just that at sunset, after the prince left, Prime Minister Yao also left the mansion and went to the direction of the Ministry of Justice. The sky was clear in the afternoon. And at night, the moonlight was as bright as last night, not hiding in the clouds because of the momentary grayness in the morning. The moonlight peeked out from the night, and the stars, like last night, dotted the sky one by one. At dusk, the places where the moonlight was widespread seemed as bright as day, and the places where the moonlight had not shone were dark. In addition to the prison of Jingzhou Prefecture, there was another place, which was the Ministry of Justice, which was in charge of all the cases of Yunling. There were only two types of prisoners detained in the Ministry of Justice. One was the criminal murderer who was arrested for committing a crime, and the other was the prisoner who was executed in the autumn. The clean and tidy cell, although not like a bedroom in the palace prison, was fully equipped with bedding, tables and chairs. Even though the Su family had fallen into desolation at this moment, General Su had not been wronged at all. You and I are both old officials of Yunling, and we have served in the court for more than a few decades. Now that my grandson has passed away, I think of the friendship we had as officials in the same court. So I'd better tell Brother Su something, so that Brother Su won't die in uneasiness. Prime Minister Yao sat opposite the wooden table, dressed in casual clothes, talking to General Su, took a sip of tea, and looked at General Su with his pale eyes. He saw that General Su heard that his grandson had died and was killed by Yunji. Although there was nothing strange on his face, there was a water stain on the table, just because his hand suddenly trembled, causing water to splash out of the cup. 50 steps. laugh at 100 steps. With a rough voice, General Su put down the cup in his hand, wiped the water stains on his hands, and then touched his big beard and shook his head with a sneer. Old Yao, do you want to see me cry bitterly, or do you want to see my Su family in a state of embarrassment? I'm afraid you will be disappointed. I, Su Hong, have been fighting on the battlefield for more than half a year. I have been on the brink of life and death many times. I have never been afraid of death, let alone fear. A sonorous and powerful voice. Even if he knew that his grandson was dead, he would not show any pain, and become a joke for these scoundrels to criticize his Su family. This is the last dignity of his Su family. One of my Su family's sons died. That is Yunlang's loss. His Yun family's loss. The emperor listened to the flattery of you treacherous villains, and wanted to accuse me of the crime and destroy my Su family. This is his blindness. Yao Fuyue, don't be too proud. With such an ignorant emperor, I will watch how you ruin Yunlang in the underworld. How much better will your Yao family end than my Su family? I'm waiting. Standing up and turning his back. His hands behind his back. His body straight. The old man in his 60s. Although pale and weak, but in front of this hostility, he did not lose his tiger's majesty at all. Get lost. Su Hong. Death is imminent. I will not argue with you. A rough man. What Zhao Wenjian said is true. You are a rough and crude man. Vulgar and unbearable. Prime Minister Yao also stood up. He was angered by what General Su said. He swung his wide sleeves fiercely and strode out of the cell. My precious grandson. After Prime Minister Yao left, General Su's straight and majestic body hunched down. His pale face was covered by a pair of pale hands, and his body trembled slightly. In the prison nearby, the other members of the Su family were also angry. The unruly Su Wu also curled up his hands and exposed blue veins. If it weren't for Su De, Su San and Su Si who had been holding him back, and if Su's father and other elders hadn't stopped him, Su Wu would have smashed the prison door and rushed to General Su's side to kill Prime Minister Yao, who came to humiliate his Su family and wanted to humiliate his grandfather. Are we just going to sit and wait for death? Grandfather, the Yun family is so cruel that my second brother was killed by Yun Ji. Are we just going to sit and wait for our demise? Su Wu's forehead was covered with ivy as he growled. Xiao Wu. General Su hadn't said anything yet, but his father pressed down on Su Wu's shoulder with his big hand, squeezing it hard. Our Su family has always been devoted to the country, and we have never had second thoughts. Now we are framed by treacherous villains and are imprisoned. Rao is really a princess of the previous dynasty. If the Su family resists, it will only be true to the charge of treason. The Su family has been a clean family for many years, but in the end, it will only be criticized by the world. If people are dead and gone, what's the use of this so-called clean reputation? Even if we are famous for 100 years, what's the use? Who will speak up for our Su family? Uncle, are you all so loyal? Huh? Outside the cell, at the corner, there was a soft cry. Prime Minister Yao had not left until this moment. When he left, and the suspicion in his heart disappeared, although Su Er was dead, and the prince and his men had verified it many times, Yun Merwei was still a little worried. He went to the Prime Minister's mansion to let Prime Minister Yao come here to test it. If Su Er's death was a conspiracy between Yun Ji and General Su, then the Su family must have a flaw when they knew Su Er's death. When hiding outside the cell, when he heard General Su's sorrow, Prime Minister Yao believed that Su Er was really dead. In addition, Prime Minister Yao had already experienced Su Wu's temper, and it was impossible to hide it from him. He left quietly without letting the Su family notice any movement. Little did they know that he was so cautious, and the Su family did not notice it. But they all fell into the red peach blossom eyes in the dark. Su Rao didn't know how long he had been in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice seems to be particularly lively tonight. Just as Prime Minister Yao left, two figures appeared outside the Ministry of Justice in the moonlight. The back door of the Ministry of Justice. The alley. The moonlight only illuminates half of the ground, and the other half is completely dark and dark. It is so dark that it can hardly cover up the sneaky appearance of the two people who came. Xiao Jin. If my father knows that we sneaked into the Ministry of Justice to rob the prison, it will be over. This whisper is Yun Muyue's voice. Or we should wait for the news from the seventh brother. The father has not issued an order to execute the Su family. If we act rashly like this, what if? Yun Muyue. Mu Mingjin gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at Yun Muyue beside him, and grabbed Yun Muyue's wrist and pulled it hard. Do you still want to save Xiaowu? What kind of place is this Ministry of Justice? The Su family has been detained here. It is obviously a sign that they will be executed in the autumn. Wait for your seventh brother. He was captured by Su Heir. Now Su Heir was killed by Prince Ji Yu. Even your brother Ji Yu did not save the Su family. Now, except for ourselves, who else will save the Su family? Who else can save Xiaowu? If you are still afraid of this and that, then I will save Xiaowu by myself. And you will be your eighth prince. From now on, we will break off our friendship. Throwing Yin Muyue's hand away, Mu Mingjin was about to climb over the wall and enter the Ministry of Justice alone to save Xiaowu. Mu Mingjin. What do you mean? You underestimated me. Yun Muyue. This prince is not afraid. If you want to rob the prison, I will definitely rescue Xiaowu. That's what a good brother is. Mu Mingjin smiled and put his arm around Yun Muyue's shoulders. The two brothers said hello, and then he hushed again. The two pushed and climbed up the stone wall of the Ministry of Justice. At this moment, in the cell, the kneeling woman took off the helmet on her head, and the familiar face fell into the eyes of the Su family. Su Rao, dressed in the clothes of an official from the Ministry of Justice. After the guards reported that the Su family was now detained in the Ministry of Justice, Su Rao could no longer hold back. So she sneaked into the Ministry of Justice to meet the Su family. But she had not yet shown up. When Prime Minister Yao came, she hid in the dark. I'm sorry. There are so many words to say. But in the end, they can only turn into this one sorry. And no other words can be said. So many words are in vain. The Su family was silent. They looked at Su Rao, who was kneeling on the ground with such guilt. They didn't dare to look up at them. The Su family. They raised their daughter for 8 years. Since you are a princess of the previous dynasty, where is my Raoer? After a long time, Su's mother made such a hoarse voice, breaking the silence at the moment, rushed to the prison door, grabbed the prison pillar with both hands, and stared at Su Rao. Where is her Raoer? Where is she now? A drop of clear tears dripped from her eyes, dripped to the ground, and disappeared in a breath. Su Rao looked up and looked at the mother in front of her with red eyes. The lights in the prison were bright, which made the mother's embarrassment dazzling. The red eyes, the mother who had always been noble and elegant, was now an embarrassment with dirty clothes and messy black hair. There was no gold hairpin or jade to decorate her. Her face was even paler, and there was no blood between her lips. His eyes fell behind his mother. His father had a stubble on his face, but he looked much older at only 30 years old. His uncle and aunt also looked weak. The eldest brother, the third brother, the fourth brother, and the fifth brother all felt tired and no longer had the youthful vigor. The eyes they looked at her no longer had the doting look they once had. There was only complexity. A complexity that she could not see clearly, because she was not their daughter, niece, or younger sister. She was not their Raoer. The warmth of family for 8 years eventually turned into the empty bubble that she was most unwilling to, and did not want at all. Su Rao. She was gone 8 years ago. Looking at this breath, Su Rao spoke with a hoarse throat. One night 8 years ago, she went to climb the wall of the Jiue Prince's courtyard and accidentally fell. Her head hit a sharp stone. When I saw her, she had already lost her breath. I buried her in the back mountain of the other courtyard. Madam. This panicked shout. Su's mother fell down, and a mouthful of blood came out from the corner of her lips. Su's father shouted and hurriedly supported her. The other members of the Su family also shouted and came forward one by one. Mother. Su Rao also stretched out her hand. But in the end, she only touched the prison pillar that blocked her. This prison door seemed like a natural chasm that could never be crossed, forever expelling her from the outside. And it would be difficult for her to integrate into this family again. She wanted to shout mother, but she only shouted one word. Tears flowed from her eyes, dripping down her cheeks. Facing the Su family, Su Rao could not suppress the tears in her eyes at all, and felt deeply guilty about the Su family. When the Qin dynasty was destroyed, my Su family also had an unshirkable responsibility. Now my Su family is lonely. Maybe it is cause and effect. Child, you go. If we really talk about guilt, it should be my Su family that feels guilty first. With a sigh, General Su walked over from the cell over there, and spoke with a touch of kindness on his face. Go. Although he knew she was not his precious granddaughter, his attitude toward Su Rao was not resentful, as Su Rao had imagined thousands of times, but rather tolerant and kind. Su Rao bit her lip tightly. The tears in her eyes had already blurred her vision, but the grandfather in her eyes was still as loving to her as always. Grandpa. The word grandpa was on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't say it. It wasn't that Su Rao didn't want to call him grandpa, but she was no longer qualified. No longer qualified to call him grandpa. General Su. I don't hate. I have never hated the Su family. As a minister, I just follow orders. I know that the Su family will never want to kill an innocent person. If General Su hadn't rescued me, I would have died under the arrow. Now the Su family has fallen into such a predicament because of my involvement. So no matter what the price, I will save you. This promise, a solemn promise, kowtowed to General Su. Su Rao raised her hand to wipe the tears on her face, looked at the fainted Su mother and her father and elder brother with complicated emotions, and Su Rao stood up to say goodbye. Rao, don't do anything reckless, General Su said hurriedly. Don't risk your life for nothing. Su Rao's footsteps, which had been raised, stopped without warning. Rao, a smile suddenly appeared between her lips, and then she lowered her mouth corners again. She wanted to cry out from her throat, but Su Rao suppressed it. She squeezed her hands tightly, and finally calmed herself down. She calmly suppressed all the sweetness in her heart that was born just because General Su called her Rao. She turned around and looked at General Su again. Grandpa. Grandpa. This voice was shouted out just like that. Rao's ability, as you know, is actually just a drop in the ocean. I didn't act rashly before, just thinking about how to let the Su family leave the prison with a clean conscience. The bright peach blossom eyes fell on Su Wu, who was looking at her. Fawn said, now. Rao suddenly realized the truth. Only when people live first can they have the opportunity to redress their grievances and wait for the day of innocence. Rao will not act recklessly and will make all preparations. Come quickly. Someone is going to break the prison. This shouting sound suddenly came from outside the prison. For a moment, Su Rao's eyes moved secretly, and the corners of his eyebrows twisted slightly. General Su and others also had strange expressions on their faces. Go quickly. General Su knew at a glance from Su Rao's reaction that the person outside shouting that someone was breaking the prison was not someone arranged by Su Rao. So he shouted in a steady voice. In the backyard of the Ministry of Justice, the blazing fire was so bright that it illuminated the whole courtyard like daytime, and surrounded the prison robbers who came at night, leaving no space for them to escape. The Minister of Justice said, put down your weapons and surrender, and I will spare your life. The person surrounded was slender, not Yimua and Mu Mingjin, but a woman, holding a whip in her hand, looking at the officials who surrounded her. The knife light reflected the sharp blade under the torch. If she didn't surrender, these swords would approach her in an instant. Spare this princess life? Just you. Yao Wen good. I will give you 10 courage. You dare to touch this princess. This voice was even more arrogant and domineering. The prison robber pulled off the cloth on his face, and the person who came was Yun Luoling, 7th princess. For a moment, Yao Wen's face was wide open, full of shock. But in just a moment, a thick look suddenly appeared in his eyes, as if he had calculated something. The Minister of Justice is Yao Wenj, the son of Prime Minister Yao, and the father of Yao Yeding. The Ministry of Justice, like the Jingzhou Prefecture, is also a faction of the prince. Yao Wenj was shocked that the person who came was Yun Luoling, and suddenly he had some calculations in his mind. And the officials behind him were even more shocked. The dignified 7th princess actually broke into the Ministry of Justice in black clothes at night. Get out of my way. I want to see Su Yuqing. If you dare to obstruct me, be careful of my whip. Snap. The whip hit the ground. Yun Luoling was discovered like this, and she was ready to force her way in. She wanted to see Su Yuqing no matter what. Before this, Yun Luoling had been closely watched by concubine Shu and had difficulty escaping. After the Su family was imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, concubine Shu had just relaxed her vigilance and Yun Luoling escaped. 7th princess, are you going to break the law knowingly? Yun Luoling kept swinging the whip, and the officials did not dare to really hurt the princess, so they could only retreat one by one. Yao Wenj also retreated, and at the same time, he said in a stern voice, which carried some unknown calculation, the Su family is a traitor. And the seventh princess is trying to break the prison. Don't talk nonsense to me. I will see Su Yuqing tonight. You have to give in. If you don't, I will beat you to make you give in. He swung the whip again, and swung it straight at Yao Wenj. The official hurriedly said, Sir, be careful. As a princess of the royal family, you break the law knowingly and intend to break the prison. I am the minister of the Ministry of Justice. How can you do whatever you want? Yao Wenj has some skills in his hands and feet. The seventh princess rushed forward so arrogantly, and even attacked him. A court official. Yao Wenj seemed to be furious for a while, and immediately grabbed the whip swung by Yun Luoling. Come here. Arrest the seventh princess, who broke into the prison. He said this directly. His plan was to accuse Yun Luoling of breaking into the prison. Sir, this is the seventh princess after all. An official reminded him. Yao Wenj turned to look at the official who reminded him. There was no partiality or perversion of the law. The prince breaks the law, and he is guilty of the same crime as the common people. After hearing this, the official said nothing more, and the other officials did not retreat after receiving this order, but blocked Yun Luoling. Yao Wenj, you are so bold. Yun Luoling was caught with the whip, and Yao Wenj still issued such an order. For a moment, Yun Luoling shouted loudly. In the dark night not far away. At this moment, hurry. Go. Go. This is a great opportunity. A voice urged quietly behind the dark rockery. Mu Mingjing grabbed Yun Muyue, who was still looking at Yun Luoling with a dull look, and took advantage of this chaotic moment to quietly get out of the darkness and blend into the officials. The two of them didn't know where they got two sets of clothes of the criminal department officials. After blending into the officials, they quickly went to the prison. These two people who fished in troubled waters without any martial arts skills actually got into the prison. In the secret passage of the prison, Su Rao had already put on a helmet and was coming towards the door. She passed by Yun Muyue and Mu Mingjing, and she didn't notice them. Before she went out of the prison door, she heard Yun Luoling's arrogant voice. She was so arrogant that she broke into the criminal department so recklessly and recklessly. If you want to take me, I'll give you the courage. Although Yao Wenj gave the order, the officials were still somewhat restrained and did not dare to really hurt Yun Luoling. After all, Yun Luoling was the seventh princess favored by Emperor Yu. She had fought against Su Rao many times before, but Emperor Yu only punished her for show. In fact, Yun Luoling's martial arts were not weak. For a while, she actually let her break out of the prison. Yao Wenji's face was dark for this, but in a moment, he actually asked his men to invite Duke Xiao, not to report to Emperor Yu in the palace, but to ask someone to find Duke Xiao. His move. Yun Luoling and the officials fought fiercely, and Su Rao, who came out, looked directly at Yun Luoling who was waving the whip. Su Rao was really surprised by Yun Luoling's behavior. The unruly princess, who had been at loggerheads with her before, now became so. Seeing that an official knife had cut off Yun Luoling's shoulder, whether accidentally or intentionally, Su Rao didn't know why she took action. A stone on the ground deflected the official knife when Su Rao moved her foot. The official knife only scratched Yun Luoling's arm and did not hurt her shoulder. The official with the knife swallowed his saliva with a palpitation. If he cut the princess, even if the princess was at fault, the emperor would not let him off easily. Yao Wenj narrowed his eyes, as he had been focusing on Yun Luoling. He had not noticed Su Rao. When he realized what was happening, he looked over to Su Rao. But Su Rao was no longer there. Yao Wenj thought that some official was cowardly because he was concerned about Yun Luoling's status as a princess. So he did this. The seventh princess broke into the Ministry of Justice at night. This behavior was not stopped until Duke Xiao arrived. Yun Luoling. A loud slap ended the momentary chaos in the Ministry of Justice at night. Duke Xiao was filled with rage, and his chest was rising and falling. Looking at Yun Luoling who was slapped and fell to the ground, he was breathless. This idiot, breaking into the Ministry of Justice at night, giving the Yao family such a handle on him and the Xiao family. Nephew Yao. No matter how upset he was, Duke Xiao still bowed to Yao Wenj. A junior. I hope that nephew Yao can give his Xiao family some face for what happened tonight. Xiao Wenjian will remember this favor. After all, the seventh princess did not break into the prison, did not cause any major chaos, and there was no need to alarm the emperor, knowing that his Xiao family and the Yao family were not in harmony. At this moment, Duke Xiao showed such weakness, which shows that he has a calm mind. He can bend and stretch, Moreover, this little face of Duke Xiao, and this favor of the Zhao family are also the favor of the favored concubine Shu. In the future, the Zhao family will have to bow their heads in front of the Yao family. But Yao Wengu retreated and avoided the courtesy of Duke Xiao. Duke Xiao, you are embarrassing me. The Su family is different from other criminals. I will report this matter to the emperor honestly. I hope Duke Xiao will forgive me. Directly taking Yun Luoling down, Yao Wengu did not give Duke Xiao any face at all. Such a tough attitude. Duke Xiao. His face was deep. Moment. But a moment. The next day, the final result of Yao Wengu not giving face to Duke Xiao was naturally that Emperor Yu knew that Yun Luoling dared to break into the Ministry of Justice and attempted to rob the prison. And he was furious. And what made Emperor Yu even more furious? Just when Yun Luoling was personally escorted to the Yun Palace by the Minister of Justice, Su Wu disappeared, and no one knew who rescued him. However, in just a few days, Su Er escaped from prison and captured the seventh prince. It was not easy to solve Su Er and rescue the seventh prince. Now not only did his seventh princess dare to rob the prison, but Su Wu was also rescued from prison by others. How could Emperor Yu tolerate such repeated provocations to his royal family? Even if Emperor Yu didn't want to touch the Su family and wanted to save the Su family's life, he couldn't do it. 2 direct edicts were issued from the imperial study immediately. First, on the 15th day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the entire Su family will be executed, and the imperial guards will be sent out to capture the escaped Su children. Second, the seventh princess acted recklessly and disregarded the royal etiquette. The princess title was revoked, and she was demoted to a commoner and exiled to Yun County for imprisonment. Shu Guifei was implicated for this, and was demoted from the first-rank Shu Guifei to the second-rank Shu Guifei. She should reflect on her mistakes in her own Shuan palace. That is the daughter you raised. Including Zhao Guogong. He was also scolded by Emperor Yu. But because Zhao Guogong still needed to work for Emperor Yu at this moment, Emperor Yu did not punish him in other ways. And Zhao Guogong also stopped Yun Luoling in time. Yun Palace affairs. Emperor Yu's decree, but only a short morning, swept the entire Langjing like an autumn wind. For a while, Langjing was in an uproar again. At Qifeng residence, Yunling came hurriedly and told Yunji, "Master, the emperor has issued an order that the entire Su family will be executed." Cough. Coughing and panting, Yunji woke up last night. At this moment, his face was extremely pale, and the satin covering his eyes was removed. He took a letter between his jade fingers and read it. Although his vision was hazy, Yunji seemed to be able to see the contents of the letter clearly. This letter came from Dan Liang. The things written on it were related to Xiao Mubai, which was what happened to Xiao Mubai at the moment. After reading the letter, Yunji lit the lamp and got up to dress. Yunling also finished explaining why the Su family was suddenly executed, and Yunji's reaction was indifferent. The Su family will be executed on the 15th day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the 15th day of the Mid-Autumn Festival is just around the corner. Yunling pursed his lips, and after a breath, he finally said something. "Master, the Su family is really not going to stay." The jade fingers wearing the coat paused slightly, and the wound on the chest was not deep, but it hurt, although it was caused by himself. The pain inside was more unbearable than every time he had an attack of the disease. But he had to do it. There was no peace around him anymore. He couldn't keep Rao Rao by his side. He would only tire her into the whirlpool again. Since I can't leave with a clean conscience, why should I stay and suffer any longer? This voice was faint and clear, like the sound of a valley. And it was also cool, like the coolness of flowing water. Although it was a clear spring with a bottom visible, the bottom of the water was muddy and turbid. And it was already chaotic and difficult to clear, like fog covering Yunji's delicate heart. But my master, if the Su family is really executed, Miss Su will definitely kill you. She really will. Yunling, when have you ever been as talkative as Yunfeng? Yunji turned around and looked at Yunling. If you say more, go to Danyang to help Yunfeng find Mubai. I know I was wrong. Yunling immediately knelt on one knee and shut up. Cough, 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 cough. Coughing and panting violently, Yunji raised his hand to press the wound in his heart and exhaled softly. Then he said, "It's been a long time since the incident in Danyang, and there is still no trace of Mubai. After the matter of the Su family is resolved, you will tell Han Machin about the incident in Danyang and urge him to go back to Danyang. Don't let him really touch Yunlang. Dress up and put on a new moonlight cloak. Pieces of green bamboos rise from the hem of the cloak, and the bamboo joints and roots complement the color of the bright moonlight, which complement each other. Dress up. Yunji's hand showed an object. The Xiao order that Su Rao had given to Huan Yang. He stroked it for a moment before giving another warning. Don't give any extra explanation to Rao Rao. I just hope she hates me and doesn't miss me. I understand. Your subordinate. Yunling responded, but his voice was slightly hoarse. In the past, he and Yunfeng didn't know why the master treated Miss Su so differently and searched for her so much. When he learned that she was a princess of the previous dynasty, he finally understood. Miss Su was Princess Rao Rao, the master's childhood salvation. But now, he would rather he didn't understand. At least, he could blame her with peace of mind. Yunling, don't forget what I said at the beginning. This faint voice came to his ears again. Your subordinate has never forgotten. Yunling lowered his head. That word at the beginning was the warning given to him by his master in Wanlu Temple. The killing intent that he had that day would never come again. Prince. As soon as the two finished talking, Yunbo's voice came from outside the courtyard. The emperor summoned the prince to the palace. Yunji had already dressed up, as if when Yunling came to tell him, he already knew that he would enter the palace again. The Xiao order was not brought with him, but was put in a box. Tell Huan Yang that Han Machan will go to see her in 2 days. Leaving this word, he gathered the new Yuwa cloak on his body, coughed again, and left the house. The Yuwa carriage stopped at the back door, outside the moonlight gate of Qifeng residence. The carriage started and slowly drove to Yun Palace. Amitabha, Master Huishan, who followed him, said Buddha again. My friend, your heart is in trouble again and again. If you can't control yourself, even if I have the ability to regenerate, it will be in vain. Shaking his head, he did not leave, but turned back and went to Mr. Zhu's medicine garden. Now Mr. Zhu is beside the Emperor Wei of Danyang, and Yunji must be alone to prevent any accidents. Outside Langjing, Bailey Slope, the galloping horse was pulled to a stop. Xian Ichishao finally arrived in Langjing, 2 days earlier than the 5 days Yunling told Yunji that day. Your Majesty, Xiao Mubai has been found, but he is too seriously injured and fainted. I don't know if he can be saved. Moing rode a horse behind him, handed the news brought by He Xiao to Xian Ichishao. Your Majesty, if Xiao Mubai dies, then we in Danliang, Rongyu. The breath was cold. Looking at the message delivered by Moing, it said that Xiao Mubai was hunted by the Danliang royal family, fell off a cliff and broke his ribs, and had multiple injuries on other parts of his body. He was now unconscious and his life or death was unknown. Xianichi Xiao felt a stronger sense of coldness all over his body. With Mr. Zhu here, my brother is safe for the time being. Xiao Mubai in Danliang has been exposed. If there is no Xiaoyao Tower to restrain him, I must not act rashly. Otherwise, once they discover my purpose and destroy the formula of the elixir, my brother will. Xianichi Xiao didn't say anything else, but Moing understood. Don't worry, my lord. I have notified our people and asked them to do their best to save Xiao Mubai. Xianichi Xiao nodded, and suddenly asked, Moing, how is Yunlang's situation now? Your Highness wants to stay in Langjing first, and wants to help Princess Ronghua to rescue the Su family. Affirmative question. When Xianichi Xiao asked, Moing immediately thought of Su Rao, and even more of Su Rao's identity as Mr. Xiao, and the identity of the owner of Xiaoyao Tower that they themselves recognized. Xianichi Xiao nodded again. Su Rao is the owner of Xiaoyao Tower. Now that Xiao Mubai is in trouble, if the prince wants to sneak into Danliang quietly without being noticed, I am afraid that Xiaoyao Tower will need help again. Kicking the horse's belly, he entered Langjing. The coldness within 3 feet of his body did not decrease. He wanted to discuss cooperation with Xiaoyao Tower again. The cooperation he had thought of before. Your Highness wants to discuss cooperation with Xiaoyao Tower again. But Princess Ronghua is a princess of the previous dynasty. Moing frowned for a moment. The emperor said that the Ronghua princess was as cold-hearted as the second Rongyu, and now she was even a princess of the previous dynasty. Your Majesty, and now the situation here is not as good as before. Queen Rong knew that your Majesty wanted to cooperate with Xiaoyao Tower secretly, and now she is looking for Xiaoyao Tower. Moing wanted to think about it again. Do they have any other way? But Xianichi Xiao seemed to know that Moing would say this, and turned his head to look over. The dull ruefing eyes, with 1/3 of the pupils blocked by the upper eyelids, looked at Mo-ing like this, making it difficult for Mo-ing to say what he wanted to say. Su Rao is not Rong-Yur. Her cold heart is all due to the hatred of the country and family. It is because she is a princess of the previous dynasty. It is not her nature. She is actually kind-hearted. Moreover, the Su family is now in prison because of Rong-Yur's plot. Rong-Yur wanted to cause internal strife in Yunlang. But I did not let her achieve her goal. How can I let her harm the Siamese again and again? With such a clear and cold word, Xianiqi Shao kicked the horse's belly and sped up. Prince? Is it really just such a simple reason? With a low murmur, Mo-ing finally understood more clearly that after their prince learned that Su Rao was a princess of the previous dynasty, his heart had actually been shaken again. Maybe the prince was just deceiving himself by wanting to discuss cooperation with Xiao Tower again. The prince actually wanted to help Su Rao. And it happened that Xiao Mubai found her at this time. So the prince found such a reason for himself, which would allow the prince to find Ronghua princess with peace of mind. The prince fell in love with Ronghua princess after all. Knowing that Ronghua princess might be a poppy, he still took the same path as the emperor. Knowing that Xianiqi Shao made a decision, what he said would be of no use to him. Mo-ing did not say anything else and rode his horse to catch up. At this moment, in the East Palace, Your Highness, I don't believe that the Su family would harbor the remnants of the previous dynasty. How could my cousin Rao'er be the princess of the previous dynasty? There must be some misunderstanding. Outside the study, Mu Mingyu knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, begging Yun Murui. Since the Su family's incident, Mu Mingyu has been in the palace, and until now, she has been kept in the dark by everyone. Yun Murui has issued a death order to all the palace servants in the East Palace. Anyone who dares to slander the crown princess and let her know about the Su family will be dragged out and beaten to death. He also explained to the Yin Gongho mansion. The Yin Gongho mansion and the Su family are related by marriage. But the Yin Gongho mansion was also kept in the dark about what the Su family did. Now that the crown princess is pregnant, for the safety of the crown princess and her unborn child, this palace also hopes that the Yin Gongho mansion will not interfere in the affairs of the Su family. It was not until this morning that a palace maid mentioned that concubine Shu was demoted and accidentally let out the Su family's affairs, which was then known to Mu Mingyu. Your Highness, I beg you to be clear-headed and give justice to the Su family. The door of the study was tightly closed. Yun Murui sat in front of the desk. His eyebrows were indifferent, but from the action of rubbing his eyebrows, he did not completely dislike Mu Mingyu. Cousin, why don't you send your cousin's wife back to the palace first? After all, your cousin's wife is pregnant with your flesh and blood. If she kneels outside like that, if something goes wrong. Yao Yeting sat aside and saw Yun Murui like this. He glanced at the closed study door. Is there still no news about the sixth brother? Yun Murui asked. After Yun Murui and Yao Yeting brought Su Er back, Yun Murui asked Yao Yeting to inform Yun Mushu to come back and leave a few people to continue to monitor the military camp. Yao Yeting sent someone to pass on the message, only to find out that Yun Mushu had disappeared. The Imperial Guards who were monitoring the military camp informed the person Yao Yeting sent that not long after Yun Murui and Yao Yeting left that day, a soldier came and said that the crown prince was calling the sixth prince, and there were other things to tell him. After the sixth prince led people to chase him, he never came back. They thought that the sixth prince had gone with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and they didn't think much about the sixth prince's disappearance. When asked about Yun Mushu, Yao Yeting no longer cared about Mu Mingyu outside, and spoke with a very solemn heart. In the past 2 days, he sent people to search around the military camp, but still couldn't find the sixth prince's whereabouts. He was afraid that the sixth prince might have fallen into the hands of Su Rao, the remnant of the previous dynasty. Yao Yeting had this idea because he was caught by Su Rao in the past, and Su Rao used similar methods. Bang! The sound of a fist hitting the table. Yun Murui lowered his eyebrows. What a remnant of the previous dynasty. So cunning. The Su family will be executed. I want to see how she hides. If anything happens to my sixth brother, I will make sure she is dead without a burial place. Heavy breath. After a moment, he told Yao Yeting to continue looking. Yes. Yao Yeting said goodbye and left. The door of the study opened. Mu Mingyu saw it, hurriedly got up, and just as she was about to go in, Yun Murui also came out. Crown Princess. Princess. The crown princess, who was always gentle and graceful in front of him. would be shy like a girl who had not yet married when she saw him every day. But at this moment her eyes were red, and she was in tears. Losing the dignity of a crown princess for the Su family. Your Highness, please help the Su family. I beg you to help the Su family. Grabbing Yun Murui's princess python robe, Mu Mingyu begged. A slight pain suddenly came from her abdomen, causing a look of pain on her face, and sweat oozing from her forehead. I don't know if it was because she had been kneeling for too long, and suddenly standing up made her have a little miscarriage, or because of her heartache. Seeing this, Yun Murui's eyebrows darkened even more. Your Highness, Yor begs you. With such a sad tone, Mu Mingyu seemed to be a little unstable, and just as she was about to fall, Yun Murui put his arm around Mu Mingyu's waist and let her fall into his arms. Who? A deep breath. You're... For the Su family? You are threatening me with your baby. You like me. And I love you. I am your husband. But I am also the crown prince of a country. Yor is smart. I think my Yor should understand me better, instead of making it difficult for me. Mu Mingyu stopped pleading for a moment, looking at her husband in front of her. She saw disappointment on his face. Compared with disappointment, she saw more loss. Yor, stop making trouble. You are pregnant with my child. If you make such a fuss, if the child gets into trouble, I will be upset. And the Marquis and the Madam will be even more upset. The affairs of the court are not for the harem to ask. Raising his hand, gently stroking the tears on Mu Mingyu's face, Yun Murui picked up Mu Mingyu and personally sent her back to the bedroom. Father will not wrongly accuse the Su family for no reason. Mu Mingyu said so. It is obvious that she is suspicious in her heart, suspecting who framed the Su family. Her husband. Then in Yor's heart, I am the unpredictable person? Yun Murui paused, lowered his eyes to look at Mu Mingyu, and asked this question. His face was indifferent. Yor, are you going to choose the Su family and give up this husband? And give up our new child? This question made Mu Mingyu not know how to answer. She looked at Yun Murui, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes again. On one side was her in-laws, the Su family, her cousin's family, and on the other side was her husband, the father of her unborn child. How to choose? This day passed quickly for the better part. I didn't expect that the unruly and headstrong 7th princess would be so loyal that she would go to the Ministry of Justice alone to save people. Yes, the 7th princess could go to the Ministry of Justice alone for the Su family. But the princess of the previous dynasty is still hiding somewhere. After 8 years of raising her, she is still an ungrateful person. The Su family is really unlucky. Who said it wasn't? It may be hard to believe that the Su family was rebellious, but it is a sure thing that they harbor the remnants of the previous dynasty. Now that they are implicated and executed, it is also a sin. A family of integrity is gone just like that. Such shattering sounds have been hard to disappear since morning and after sunset, repeating in every corner of Langjing. When Xianyi Qishao and Emoing arrived in Langjing, they first saw the wanted notice of Su Wu posted on the wall outside the city gate. As soon as they entered the city, they heard so many words. For this reason, the pair of sharp sword eyebrows under the black hat frowned, and Ruifeng's eyes also fluctuated. The city gate was heavily guarded, and the guards were all holding a portrait of Su Wu. They were friendly to those who came in, and those who went out were searched one by one, and compared with the portrait one by one. Let's go! Seeing this, Xianyi Qishao rode his horse to a house, which was arranged by Emoing earlier. It was in a secluded alley. The house was simple, ordinary civilian residence, not eye-catching. As soon as the two of them entered the gate, the closed door opened not far from their courtyard, and the shy little scholar walked out. Coincidentally, the temporary residence that Emoing was looking for was very close to the courtyard of Qin Yang and Hao Shu. They were both in the same alley, and there were only 2 or 3 houses between them. Su Rao dressed up as a shy young man again, left the alley, and appeared at the back door of an escort agency in Langjing. Huwei Escort Agency. This escort agency was the escort agency opened by Uncle Hao, the escort agency that escorted goods for the Lian Pavilion. Although the Lian Pavilion had been closed, this escort agency had not only escorted goods for the Lian Pavilion family, but also took on the escort work of other merchants. So Yun Murui and others had not paid attention to it and took it to heart. Looking around, seeing no one, Su Rao jumped in with Qigong. In the escort agency, there were at least 20 escorts in the hall, all of whom were strong and powerful. And all were middle-aged people about the same age as Uncle Hao. Is it really the young master? The young master is alive. Seeing Su Rao appear, these escorts knelt down in unison. And they were all excited. And some even had tears in their eyes. These escorts are the secret army under the command of the great Qin Crown Prince. Over the years, Uncle Hao has gathered them one by one, just in case Su Rao's identity is accidentally exposed one day. These people can work with him to protect Su Rao away from Yunlang, so that they will not be powerless to resist at that time. Before, they did not know Su Rao's identity. Just like those orphans of the great Qin that Su Rao rescued. They did not know that their princess was alive. Now that they know, they are extremely excited. And these secret army, they are different from those orphans of the great Qin. They are absolutely loyal to the great Qin Crown Prince. They have all received the favor of the great Qin Crown Prince. Like Uncle Hao, they are the secret army staff of the great Qin Crown Prince. But they are also the confidants of the great Qin Crown Prince. Naturally, they are also loyal to Su Rao. The little master, uncles, all get up. Su Rao waved her hands. Her face was calm. She already knew that the entire Su family would be executed because of Yun Luoling's forceful intrusion. Although it happened so quickly, Su Rao was calm. She came here to find these secret troops. And she had already made up her mind to rob the execution ground. Because of Yun Luoling's disturbance. The Ministry of Justice is now so strict that even flies can't fly in. It's impossible to break the prison. The only solution now is to do it in the execution ground. My dear uncles, the culprit for the destruction of my great Qin is Yunlang State. And the Su family has made great contributions. But Qin Rao can't hate the Su family for this. The Su family is noble and upright. In the past, the Su family also protected many of my great Qin people, including you. And General Su saved me from danger. The Su family protected me for 8 years, allowing me to grow up safely. Now the Su family is in trouble. I can't watch the Su family die because of me and become another innocent soul under the executioner's blade. Such a death is in vain. There is no girl's tenderness and cowardice in these words, but the responsibility of being a princess of the great Qin. Such Su Rao also made these dark soldiers seem to see their master. Although he was born in the royal family, he had a heart of great love and kindness. Subordinates, we will obey the orders of the young master. Knelt down in unison. Speaking in unison. Uncles, please stand up quickly. Su Rao bent down and personally helped the 2 people in front up. After this matter is over, I will arrange a retreat for all uncles. And you can go and live your peaceful lives. Don't continue to live on the edge of a knife like this, without waiting for these secret troops to express their loyalty. Su Rao had already explained her arrangements. It was not until the night was dark that he quietly left again. At this moment, in the Yun Palace, in the Yunshan Palace, the imperial doctors also left. Jiyue, but she hurt you so much. Such a heart injury. If the force was a little more severe, if you were in trouble, how would you want me to explain to your mother? Where is she? Where did you hide her? After Yunji entered the palace, he looked so pale and weak. When Emperor Yu saw him, he stopped talking to Yunji and hurriedly summoned the imperial doctors to treat Yunji. It took a whole afternoon for Yunji's complexion to improve a little. At this moment, the emperor was full of anger, just like he did to Yun Mujing that day, and his anger was hard to calm down. I thought this nephew was clear-headed, but now it seems. Ahem. With a light cough, Yunji put on the top that Emperor Yu had the palace servants forcibly take off, and adjusted the jade belt around his waist. Uncle, if you summon Ji Yu to the palace just to find out where Su Rao is, then I'm sorry Ji Yu can't tell you. She's alone here. Ji Yu will be willful, and it's useless for you to force Ji Yu. Ji Yu. Emperor Yu was furious for a moment, raised his hand and pointed directly at Yunji's face, trembling. Good. Very good. You and Jinger are both fully grown. Flinging his dragon robe angrily, Emperor Yu strode to the table and sat down. His breath was calm. The Su family plotted rebellion, but they have devoted themselves to Yunlang for more than 40 years. My uncle has not yet decided who should be the executioner. You are the son of the Yun Palace, and you have a good personal relationship with Su Erzeng. Then you will send the Su family on their last journey, which is also the kindness of my royal family to the Su family. Cough, cough. Unable to suppress his coughing, Yunji stood up and walked over. His whole body was still calm, without any other expression. Emperor Yu said that he would supervise the execution. But this did not make Yunji feel uneasy. "Uncle, aren't you afraid that Ji will rescue the Su family at that time? Minister Yao and Minister Xiao. They will supervise the execution with you. And the Imperial Guards will accompany you. I want to see how capable you are to rescue them." Ji. Emperor Yu was not worried about Yunji's words at all. He looked at Yunji and said, "If the execution is carried out in the street, do you think Ronghua will bring people to rob the execution ground? At that time, Ji, should you take care of Ronghua's safety? Or should you rescue the Su family and leave?" After saying this, Emperor Yu no longer looked at Yunji, took a memorial and read it. Pa, pa, pa. In the Yunshan Palace, the Panlong Palace lanterns rang, making this burning sound, so that the entire palace would not be completely quiet. In the quiet, there was a fear that He Zhenfeng would arise. After hearing what Emperor Yu said, Yunji was quiet for a long time. Then he said again, "Uncle Huang has 1,000 plans in his mind. All Jiyu's skills were taught by Uncle Huang. How can I act under Uncle Huang's eyes?" Jiyu didn't dare to make more choices. After leaving this light tone, Yunji turned and left. After leaving the Yunshan Palace, he looked at the night sky through the satin on his eyes. The moonlight in this moon sky tonight is still very bright, but it feels hazy around it, which is hazy by a layer of mist, blurring the edge of the round moonlight. It's like a painting that has been painted, but water drops accidentally fell on the surrounding area, rendering the ink color. After taking a look, Yunji left. After he left, Emperor Yu put down the memorial in his hand and walked out. He also looked at the sky like Yunji. The haziness under the moonlight. It seemed like a dark storm. The remnant of the previous dynasty, a little woman, is not a threat at all. I have never put her in my heart. What I want is actually the military power of the Su family from the beginning. Her unexpected appearance just gave me a legitimate reason to get rid of the Su family. After all, it is the Emperor's suspicion and ambition. As for Jiyu, you must stay in my Yunlang at this moment. One day, I will let you go back to Danyang. I will personally send Sister Jun's child back. I will let you take back everything that should belong to you and become the new king of Danyang." With his hands behind his back, Emperor Yu stood quietly, his face full of the thoughts and tactics of an emperor. What exactly does he want to do for all this? No one except himself can see through his heart. Yunji, who left the Yun Palace, lifted the curtain and took off the white satin on his eyes after leaving the Yun Palace. Inside, the light was born again. Han Machan did not come out, but he saw it again for a moment, and his misty vision gradually brightened. Go back. He only looked at it for a moment, covered his eyes with satin again, and let Yunling drive back. Creak, creak. On the dark night, only such a moonlight carriage rolled through the street. Moonlight lanterns were hung on the left and right sides of the moonlight carriage, and the lights inside illuminated the street ahead. When it passed Beiyang Street, the carriage stopped again. Beiyang Street, once the most prosperous, has no more dim lights and bustle at night since Ziyaju and Lianga were closed. The inner city lake used to be filled with the sound of guzheng and pipa at night. But now all those pleasure boats have been put aside, and there is no longer the beautiful and free and unrestrained life. Yunji got off the carriage, moved, and danced. His moonlit clothes swayed in the evening breeze. He stepped on the surface of the inner city lake and jumped into an empty pleasure boat. He stood at the bow of the pleasure boat, took out the jade flute from his wide sleeves, and a flute sounded between his white lips. It was obviously a unique song, melodious and beautiful. When you hear it, you will feel it touching your heart and lingering for 3 days. But the person in Ziyaju only felt that it was extremely unpleasant. The attic was pitch black, without a single candlelight. Only the moonlight cast a little light, which kept the entire attic from being completely pitch black where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. That person, just like when Xiaoao residence had not been sealed, was lying on the soft couch in Huan Pavilion. A pot of wine. The wine flowed down the corner of her mouth and stained her collar. There were several jars of wine under her feet, all of which were empty. Now ran Xiaoao. The sound of the flute lingered in her ears, and Su Rao felt extremely irritated. She staggered to her feet, walked to the window frame in the dark, and pushed the window open. The moonlight was cast on Beiyang Street, reflecting the moonlight man on the painting boat. Under such a misty moonlight, he was dressed like a banished immortal, and his moonlight cloak fluttered in the night wind. His long black hair, headband and satin fluttered with it. which was magnificent. Where did this exiled immortal from heaven come from? How could he enter my dream? If I don't have some fun, wouldn't it be a waste of heaven's gift? It's a pity. Drunkenness. Stepping on the window frame, a graceful figure moved. The shy little scholar in men's clothes jumped down from Zayaju and pounced on the bright exiled immortal in a painting boat. The exiled immortal felt alienated for a moment and wanted to drive this lustful man away. But he saw a pair of bright and dazzling peach blossom eyes, with ripples in his eyes, as if he was drunk and dreaming. The exiled immortal raised his arm and let it fall unconsciously. Ha! What a beautiful girl! Where did this evil spirit come from? To enter my dream and seduce my heart and soul. How bold. This teasing voice was full of drunkenness. Su Rao looked up at Yunji. Her vision seemed clear and bright. But in fact, it was hazy inside. And her eyes were covered by drunkenness. Rao, you are drunk again. Drunkenness is more harmful to the body. Why do you still drink? Jumei frowned. And the bright color in her phoenix eyes under the satin turned into translucent, as dazzling as obsidian. Shining. Do you know who I am? Why are you rushing towards me like this? Who are you? Su Rao shook her head and squinted her eyes hard. Yunji's stunning face was reflected in her drunken peach blossom eyes. You are? She raised her slender jade finger and pointed at Yunji's face for a while, then pulled off the satin on his eyes. You are? You are? Yun? Ji? Suddenly, she shook her head. No, that's not right. You are Han Machin. Heh. Yunji laughed. A pair of dazzling and stunning phoenix eyes, when she laughed like this, were even more stunning. And it was hard to forget them at first sight. My Rao is so smart. She has already recognized her. She stroked Su Rao's blushing face with her slender jade finger. But I just want to be Rao's Xiao, not Han Machin. But it's so hard. So hard. No matter how hard I try, I can't do it. The sweet and mellow voice came from her lips again, swallowing up all his words. This was the beauty that made him greedy. But he was also greedy and insatiable. The jade flute in his hand had fallen to the deck of the pleasure boat without knowing when, making a crisp sound. But it did not disturb the drunken woman. Her soft arms climbed up his neck, giving him her beauty. Yunji opened his eyes and watched. Watching the person in his heart being so frivolous to him after getting drunk again. Perhaps this will be the last time in their lives that they are so close and intimate with each other. With a big hand, he held the waist of the person in his arms. Yunji finally indulged himself and enjoyed the last moment of beauty, until a drunken murmur came from his lips. How can the taste of a beauty be so bitter? He pushed Yunji away with some displeasure, and his hand accidentally touched Yunji's heart, causing Yunji to groan. The faint smell of blood filled his nose. Su Rao was so familiar with the smell of blood. Although it was only a very faint smell of blood, it made him suddenly sober. Raised his hand and rubbed his temple. I just felt that my head was swollen and unbearable. Seeing this, Yunji picked up the falling satin and covered his eyes again. Yin Xiaobei is not drunk. Can you sober up now? Rubbing the temple with a soft hand. There was no sign of pause. But it was only a moment. The peach blossom eyes fell on the stunning face again. Although it was dark, there was a hazy moonlight, and Yunji's rosy lips that seemed to be painted with the best lipstick. Su Rao pursed the corners of her lips, and was silent for a breath. I was a little drunk, and I thought you were someone else. Lastly, leaving this sentence, Su Rao flew away. I don't know whether she fled in such a hurry to escape the throbbing in her heart that had been difficult to suppress for a long time, or she was annoyed by her own lack of self-control under such drunkenness. But in a moment, she left Beiyang Street and disappeared. I am indeed drunk, this voice murmured, and the sound of the flute sounded again, and the notes of the Rao sounded again, and the melodious and lingering notes stirred the lonely night. Master, Xianiqi Xiao has arrived in Langjing today. At midnight, Yuewa's carriage returned to King Fengju. As soon as he entered the courtyard, a Yunwei brought the news. Han, Mo, Shen, he murmured again, and pressed the corners of his lips with his slender jade fingers. The warm, sweet, and bone-melting beauty still lingered between his lips and merged into his heart. Rao, when will you recognize who Han Machin is when you are sober? Yunji pushed you to that person, which was very selfish and painful, but he could only bear it himself. In the next life, when Yunji no longer has the blood of the Yun family, and the bones of the Roan family on his body. Yunji will appear in front of Rao Rao clean. Su Rao also returned to the courtyard and poured a bucket of well water on his body, which made him feel cool and sober. Su Rao, stop drinking from tonight, and never touch it again. He wiped the water stains on his face, and calmed down. Go into the house and change clothes. She couldn't let herself catch a cold and ruin her plan. As soon as she changed her green shirt into a red one, and removed her disguise, a guard came back at midnight, and knelt on one knee. Miss, we haven't found the fifth young master yet. The breath was hard to suppress for a moment, and the peach blossom eyes were deep. Keep looking. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find the fifth young master, and keep an eye on any movement from the Ministry of Justice and the Crown Prince. He said again, notify Ying. Since you are here, then hurry back. Yes. The guard left, and Su Rao wrapped herself in the cold quilt, hugged her body, closed her eyes and rested. In her sleep, the figure of Yuwa jumped into the dream again. But in just a breath, it turned into a black robe, and the bloodthirsty and murderous aura was nurtured by the netherworld that had been cultivated in the darkness for 6 whole years. Rao Rao. Ah Shao has been there since I can remember. The mute granny said that only if Ah Shao is obedient, my mother will come to see Ah Shao, and bad people will not beat Ah Shao. So Ah Shao must be obedient. Such a voice, trembling in childishness. Rao Rao. The mute granny said that only if Ah Shao comes to Daqin obediently, my mother will come to see Ah Shao. So Ah Shao must come obediently and be obedient. The pair of peach blossom eyes that were tightly closed, a tear in the corner of the eye. Such a tear fell in the dream. The figure who was as cold as an ice cave approached her step by step. It was obviously the netherworld transformed from the moonlight. But when he approached her, he took off the silver-black mask, and his face was as sharp as a knife, as sharp as a sword out of its sheath. Looking at her, the ruefing eyes without any ripples actually shone with light inside. And ripples moved. Mr. Shao, the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, I admire you. Su Rao slept so restlessly in her dream. And at this moment, in the courtyard of the common people's house 2 or 3 houses away, Xianiqi Shao had not fallen asleep yet. Your Majesty, I have not found out the whereabouts of Princess Ronghua. She has disappeared since she was rescued from the Yun Palace by someone. Prince Yulang and Duke Xiao have searched every day, but there is no trace of her so far. Moing knelt on one knee and told Xianiqi Shao about what the Eagle Shadow's secret guard had found, and then said something wrong about what he found. About Yun Mushu. Although our people did not find the whereabouts of Princess Ronghua, I found something unusual. The 6th prince of Yunlang disappeared, and Prince Yulang sent people to look for him. But the 6th prince appeared in Duke Xiao's mansion at night, and went to worship Su Er in the name of Prince Yunlang. I feel something is wrong. Yun Mushu, mumbling. But in just a moment, Xianiqi Shao's heart was clear. He must be Su Rao in disguise. He held a flower ornament in his hand. The red plum blossom ornament that he gave to Su Rao to cover the embarrassing scar when he was in Ju Xian was lost by Su Rao on the day in the maple forest. But now it appeared in Xianiqi Shao's hand again. Young Master Zhao's disguise technique. If she doesn't reveal it herself, it may be difficult to find her. Since the Su family was executed, she must have gone to the execution ground on that day. This voice was certain. Xianiqi Shao suddenly called Moing over, leaned over slightly, and whispered in Mo Ying's ear. Be careful. Don't reveal your identity to Emperor Yunlangyu. Yes. I will arrange it right away. Moing left. Xianiqi Shao brought the red plum blossom ornament to his eyes, looked at it for a breath, and then wrapped it in the ink handkerchief, and put it close to his body in his black underwear. On the 15th day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the execution will be carried out. Emperor Yunlangyu is not shy about the day of his ascension to the throne. A cold voice. Last year on the 15th day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Emperor Yunlangyu ascended the throne and became the emperor. In just 1 year, he not only took back the military power of the Su family, but also executed the entire Su family who might threaten his imperial power, without causing any unusual movement in the Yunlang army. Emperor Yunlang is hard to guess. The night finally became quiet. The quiet before the storm. The moonlight at night blurred the edges like a veil. And in the morning, the rising morning sun was also blurred by a layer of veil like the moonlight last night. On this day, there was a constant coughing and wheezing in Qifeng residence, and the whole residence was filled with a strong smell of medicine. On this day, In the alleys and courtyards of the two places, there was silence, and no one knew that the person they wanted to find at this moment was actually close at hand. On this day, in the four main streets and alleys of Langjing, the Imperial Guards and the officials of the Ministry of Justice were still searching for the rescued Su Wu. On this day, the gate of Langjing was checked more and more strictly, and there were dozens of residence basins with basins of clean water. Every citizen who left the city had to wash their faces in addition to comparing with the portrait before leaving the city. This move was naturally because Mr. Xiao was very skilled in makeup, and he was afraid that Su Wu had also learned such evil skills, and would use this evil skill to blend in with the crowd and escape from Langjing. On this day, outside Langjing, even in Furong County, the prefectural officials of Furong County were also searching extensively. A net of heaven and earth. Unless Su Wu could go up to heaven and into the earth, he would never be able to escape from Yunlang. One day, with such urgency, quietly disappeared. And then to the night. The moonlight tonight was completely obscured by the mist, and even the center was no longer shimmering. Yunji's second home, Qingfeng Garden, in the bamboo forest behind the mountain. Two people kneeled on the ground to pay tribute to their parents. In just a short month, Ying's face became much darker and thinner. Yisu, who had just recovered from her injury, also lost too much weight, with sunken cheeks. Dad? Mom? Don't worry. The child will protect the princess, and will not let you die in vain. Dad? Mom? Please be at ease. The child will not be impulsive and willful to seek revenge, and we will accompany the princess to live well, and not let you worry. Bang, bang, bang. After prostrating and bowing 3 times, Ying and Yisu stood up, wiped off the tears on their faces, looked at each other, and turned away. Jin Chao and his group were waiting on the roadside in the forest. Seeing the two siblings coming out from afar, Xiaoji ran over quickly, held Ying's hand, and comforted him. Su Chui was also together. Su Chui's loyalty was not affected at all when he learned that Su Rao was a princess of the previous dynasty, not their young lady. It was because General Su had given him and Su Ken a secret order. They were the young lady's secret guards. From that day on, no matter what happened to the Su family or the young lady, she was the master of the two of you. The duty of a secret guard is to be loyal to the master and never betray. Xiaoying, it's almost dawn. Let's go! Jin Chao also came over and patted Ying's shoulder in comfort. The situation in Langjing is unclear now. Since the little princess asked you to support her outside, we should go and prepare. On the 15th day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the whole family gathered together. On this day last year, every corner of Langjing was congratulating. Congratulations to the new Emperor Yunlang for ascending the throne and ascending to the supreme position of the 9-5. But in just 1 year, this year's Mid-Autumn Festival has no bright lights and colorful satin. Although it is still noisy, it is all because of the upcoming execution of the entire Su family. Emperor Yu is merciful. Although the Su family harbored the remnants of the previous dynasty, they have worked hard for Yunlang for more than 40 years. Now that the Su family is rebellious, they should be punished with 9 clans. But considering the hard work and great contributions of General Su over the years, they will be spared from all 9 clans, and only the direct line of the Su family will be killed. This decree came from the imperial study as the Su family was escorted out of the Ministry of Justice and headed towards the vegetable market in the street market, showing the tolerance of the royal family. Another decree. Prince Jiyue, the light of Yunlang Sanqiong, who was personally mentioned by the late Emperor Yunwang, is now being executed by the Su family, and he is allowed to be the chief executioner, and is here to send the Su family on their last journey. Emperor Yunlang, you are really unpredictable. This cold voice came from the window lattice on the 2nd floor of the Cheongyi restaurant. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and sat in the private room, looking over. Yunlang Sanqiong was sitting in the position of the executioner on the execution platform in the distant Kaishaku. It was only autumn, not yet the cold winter, but he had already put on the moonlight cloak to keep warm and held a warm stove in his hands. Prince Jiyue, who was extremely insightful, could be regarded as an opponent by him. Was this the duty of supervising the execution voluntarily? Or was it because he was shackled by Emperor Yunlang? There were times when he could not help himself. After just a glance, Xianiqi Xiao retracted his gaze. Turning his head, he looked around the street. It was crowded. The crowd spread out from the execution platform to the surrounding areas. The crowd of common people made it feel a bit crowded. There were also guards on the execution platform. Inside the fence of the platform, a group of imperial guards were wearing armor and holding their spears straight. Outside the fence of the platform, a group of imperial guards were also doing the same. With such tight defense, even a small flying insect would have difficulty getting in and out, let alone people going to rob the execution ground. Your Highness, everything has been arranged. Just waiting for your order. Moing came back, wearing ordinary clothes and taking off his bamboo hat. He had prepared everything that Xian Yiqi had arranged and told him to do. But Your Highness, it's almost noon. But Princess Rongwa hasn't appeared yet. If Princess Rongwa, she will come. Han Mao didn't look at Moing, but his eyes were still on the vegetable market in the distance below, wondering if he could find that unique existence from the bustling crowd of people surrounding the fence. Go and prepare. She should appear soon. Since Xian Yiqi was so sure, Moing didn't say anything more. With a yes, he went down to prepare. Ahem. The man on the execution platform, who was wearing warm clothes, had a pair of white jade ears under the satin. At this moment, he moved slightly, through the satin on his eyes and the empty chaos inside. His slender phoenix eyes also glanced at the Cheongyu restaurant, but he only glanced at it and coughed again. The Su family. Have you brought them? This voice was indifferent, cool, without any sense of fluctuation. The execution of his former friend's family could not make this exiled immortal fall into the world and give rise to the 7 emotions and 6 desires that mortals should have. Reply to Prince Jiyue. I have arrived. Shang Shujiao replied, and at the same time looked up at the sky. It was still 2/4 before noon. Although there was sunshine today, it was not very bright. In the sky, the mist covered the bright sunshine. Since the moonlight was hazy in the mist at night, the weather has been hazy for several days. It seemed to be sunny but not completely clear, and cloudy but not completely gloomy. Such weather seemed to have a sense of depression that just happened to match the scene at this moment. Today, the Su family will really be executed like this. Isn't this nonsense? Look at those prison cells. Kaishaku, with so many words, was also noisy. The prison cars that came all the way from the Ministry of Justice, escorted by the Imperial Guards, a total of 10 prison cars, stopped one after another at Kaishaku. And the Su family members with their heads covered by black cloth were pushed from the prison cars to the execution platform one by one. The leader was a man with a strong body and a majestic posture. His hands and feet were bound by iron chains made of black iron. Just by looking at his figure and the way the guards tied him up so carefully, we knew that this was General Su. Crack. This was the sound of bones cracking when fingers were pinched too hard. In the noisy crowd, a weak little scholar who was powerless pinched green vines with his hanging hands, and his 5 fingers were white with a green and red color. Miss, do you want to do it? This voice was asked in a low voice, as soft as a mosquito. All the members of the Su family had been taken to the execution ground. If they took action at this time, they could catch those people off guard. Wait a minute. But the little scholar shook his head. Her face was ordinary and unremarkable. The line pen outlined her eyes, covering her stunning peach blossom eyes, which fell directly on General Su, who was pushed by Yao Yingge, but did not move at all. Then, she fell on the black mask covering General Su's head, and looked at the layers of tight defense around her. Her eyebrows slightly twisted. It was true that his body looked like Grandpa, but with such a mask on his head, she couldn't take it lightly to prevent fraud. I have been a soldier all my life, fighting on the battlefield for half of my life, and building this glorious country for Yunlang. My Su family is loyal to the Emperor and the country, and we are loyal to the Emperor. But we have ended up like this. How sad. Sad. This powerful voice sounded from the execution platform, and the last word sad brought out a strong self-mockery. Heaven is unfair. I can die on the battlefield, and I can be wrapped in horsehide, but I can't bear this beheading. Suddenly, the black iron chain tied to General Su was broken with a bang, and General Su, with his powerful posture, rushed towards the iron pillar of the guardrail. Such a sudden change. No one had expected it. Bang. With just such a bang, the black hood was instantly stained with blood, and the tiger-like figure fell straight down and fell on the execution platform. This, General Su. For a moment, the market was in uproar. I never thought that General Su would die to prove his Su family's innocence. Father, Grandfather. The screams were like the throat was torn. And they suddenly appeared on the execution platform. Sue's father and others who were escorted by the guards struggled hard. But they could not break free from the ropes that bound them, and were held tightly by the guards. On the execution platform, Yunji also stood up suddenly, and the stove in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and the charcoal rolled down. The hot and bright red charcoal burned his boots. The boots made of fine Yuhua silk were ruined like this. I don't know if the instep was burned, because Yunji didn't show any pain on his face, but he looked panicked, which was not the case with Prince Jiyue. This, Shang Shuzhao, who was standing beside Yunji, and Yao Wengu, who was escorting General Su to the execution platform. Both had a change of expression, and they were all shocked to see General Su collide with a pillar like this, which was beyond their expectation. At the vegetable market, this breath gave rise to so many different reactions, and everyone was shocked and made different movements. Only the little scholar hiding in the crowd. I'd rather die than be wronged. This voice was also heard in the compartment on the second floor of the Cheongyi restaurant. Xian Ichi Shao had already stood up. Since the prison car arrived, he stood up. The sudden change on the execution platform and General Su's self-death to prove his innocence shocked Xian Ichi Shao's heart and made him feel moved. But in just a breath, his cold eyes quickly looked at the already messy crowd. This time, with just one glance, he easily found the person who was unique to him and made him care about her in the already noisy crowd. Because in the noisy chaos, there was only that person. She stared blankly at the execution platform, at the body of Hu Wei that fell down, as if she had lost her soul, and stiffened her body that looked only petite and thin. The eyes gradually appeared red around them, and the thick red seemed to be painted by the red on the iron pillar of the execution platform. Bright red and thick ink. Miss. Until this call, the guards beside her hurriedly pulled her sleeves, and she seemed to be pulled back to her lost soul. Master! Master! Just now! A heart-wrenching cry broke out from her throat, as if her throat was torn apart by a sharp weapon. She jumped up, and a shadow flashed by, rushing towards the fallen body of Hu Wei. At the same time, in the chaotic crowd, dozens of people took out their swords and knives and robbed the execution ground. Save people! The leading guard shouted loudly, and the rest of the guards rushed up to the execution platform. The ones who followed Su Rao to save people at this moment were not the escorts that Su Rao had gone to find, but the guards of the Lian Pavilion. Those escorts, at this moment, did not know where they were hiding, and Su Rao gave them how to arrange. The remnants of the rebel party dared to rob the execution ground so openly and challenged the majesty of my government. Capture them for me. Yao Wengu recovered from his shock first, and said so harshly. Capture the remnants of the rebel party. The deafening voice of the same voice. The rest of the Imperial Guards and Imperial Guards, who were also shocked by General Su's collision with the pillar, immediately prepared and fought with the guards. Bang! Bang! The collision of swords and spears. Blood color filled the air instantly. Hurry! Run! Someone is killing people. The people were even more frightened and fled in a hurry. Shang Shuzhao also came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Prince, leave quickly. I will protect you first. Because his father repeatedly told him to protect the safety of Prince Jiyu and never let him get hurt. Although Minister Zhao did not know why his father had given such instructions, he hurriedly stood in front of Yunji at this moment. The prince is fine, and you don't need to worry too much. Minister. Yunling replied. Yunji seemed not to have heard what Minister Zhao said, and did not move his feet. Under the satin, he looked at the execution platform, passed through the chaotic crowd, passed through the repeated killings, and accurately fell on the man who had rushed to General Su's side. The jade fingers covered by the Yuhua cloak trembled slightly, and after a moment, they curled and pinched. The strength of the hand was so heavy that it turned pale and blue veins appeared. I don't know if it was all because of General Su's actions, or if there were other reasons for his trembling heart. Just like the Emperor, you gave him choices several times before, making his indifferent heart produce a thick ink color. Such thick ink, time and again, will cloud the clarity of the heart and give rise to evil desires. Grandpa, why don't you be patient for a little longer? Wait for Rao to breathe. Why is it like this? This heart-wrenching voice made Su Rao kneel down in front of General Su's body. Her whole body was trembling, and her trembling hands felt that she couldn't lift them up. and couldn't lift them to take off the veil on General Su's head that had been soaked in blood. Around her, it seemed that she couldn't hear or see anything again, just like the burning expression of her parents' spirit tablets in the Cloud Palace that day. Tears fell down. And at this moment, "Miss, be careful." A long spear pierced Su Rao's back, and a guard shouted in panic. And the sword was picked up. The spear brushed Su Rao's ear, and a strand of hair was cut off, falling from the air and fluttering to the ground. Remnant of the previous dynasty. "Today is your death day." Yao Yeting, who didn't know where he was hiding, jumped up to the execution platform at this moment, and his target was Su Rao. Yao Yeting's attack was blocked by others, and Su Rao was not hurt. He immediately turned back to grab it. Dang! The guard was about to be stabbed in the abdomen by the spear in Yao Yeting's hand, and the jade bone fin flew out from the air. The collision with the spear actually made Yao Yeting take a step back, and then he stabilized the spear in his hand. Her soft hands grasped the flying jade bone fan. Su Rao stood up slowly. Although her face was still ordinary, her eyes were completely dyed red, and the line could not cover the scarlet around them. Looking for death, Su Rao moved suddenly at the sound of killing, and felt a piercing cold sweeping around her, and she rushed straight to Yao Yeting. The moves were so ruthless that they felt just like the bloodthirsty Han Machin. With each swing, a bloody wound would appear on Yao Yeting's body, and the blood would flow uncontrollably. The murderous aura around him seemed to be controlled by his inner demon. On the execution platform, Yunji's breath became even more disordered. He raised his foot and was about to move, but Yunling's voice came to his ears, calling him master in a low voice, which stopped Yunji from moving forward. If he moved at this moment, all his previous efforts, the burning pain of forcing himself to let go, and all the bone-eroding pain he brought to Rao Rao would be in vain. Rao Rao, you can overcome yourself. Don't let your inner demon control you and become the second Han Machin in the dark. The Han Machin who will never see the light. He could only mutter in a suppressed voice. A voice that even Minister Zhao beside him couldn't hear clearly. Su Rao. Yunji did not go down. So it was Xian Ichi Xiao who appeared. When Su Rao was attacked from behind by Yao Yeting, Xian Ichi Xiao had already jumped out of the window, but he did not catch up. At this moment, he jumped onto the execution platform, and a stream of internal force broke through the air with great momentum. Yao Yeting blocked with his spear, but his body still fell like a parabola under the execution platform, and there was a bang, and blood splashed on the ground. It can be seen that Xian Ichi Xiao's move was a killing move. Su Rao, don't fight. This may just be a trap to lure you out. This voice came into his ears again. Although it was cold, it went straight into people's hearts, and seemed to calm the clamor of killing in their hearts. The word trap really made Su Rao's reason, which was almost devoured by the bloodthirsty demon, return. When her eyes fell on the execution platform again, the rest of the Su family had been recaptured and taken away from the execution platform, and another group of government troops rushed in from all around. Tap, tap, tap. The neat steps of the Imperial Guards, led by Yun Murui, riding a horse. In just a moment, the entire Kaishaku was surrounded. The execution platform was completely surrounded, and the people who were fleeing in panic were driven away. The entire Kaishaku completely became a human prison, surrounding her and her men. After just a glance, Su Rao's sight did not fall on Xian Ichi Xiao who suddenly appeared, but raised her eyes to the figure of Yu Hua on the execution platform. He just stood there, watching, without any extra reaction from beginning to end, for everything at this moment. It was just like he treated his second brother. Such a Xiao is not a Xiao. He is a cold and ruthless royal family. The enemy who destroyed her country and killed her parents. And the hatred is irreconcilable. The last bit of affection in her eyes for Yunji. If I only live for her, the whole Su family must die. Was finally completely frozen into ice, so thick that even black iron could not break it. At the Kaishaku, the execution platform, because Yun Murui showed up with his troops, Su Rao and his group and Xian Ichi Xiao seemed to be trapped in a jar, waiting to be captured. Today, I will see who rescued the remnants of the previous dynasty. Yun Murui jumped onto the execution platform with a sharp sword, and approached Xian Ichi Xiao. He approached with a burst of sword energy. Xian Ichi Xiao appeared, and this time he covered his face to hide his identity, because he had to use force. The thing he used to cover his face was not a black hat that could be easily taken off, but a black mask. although it was a half mask in the shape of an eagle's beak. It was different from the silver-black mask that Yunji wore when he appeared in the Yun Palace as Han Machin to rescue Su Rao that day. But at this moment, in Yun Murui's eyes, he believed that they were the same person, and believed that Xian Ichi Xiao was the person who helped rescue Su Rao that day, and the other remnant forces behind Su Rao. After all, Xian Ichi Xiao is also a cold person. But compared to Han Machin's icy feeling like an ice cave, Xian Ichi Xiao gives people a feeling of coolness. Although he is cold all over, he does not have the coldness of Han Machin that makes people feel suffocated at a glance. The long sword came straight at Xian Ichi Xiao, and his eyebrows immediately turned cold. He did not have time to think about what Yun Murui meant. The sword in his hand also came out, easily blocking Yun Murui's killing move, and then looked at Su Rao. He said to her again, "The person who died may not be General Su. Su Rao, don't do useless work anymore. Retreat first." Yun Murui's appearance was obviously a deliberate arrangement, using the Su family as bait to lure Su Rao to show up. So the old General Su who died by hitting the pillar maybe? None of you can leave today. Cough. Puff. Yao Yeting, who was injured by Xian Ichi Xiao, was helped up by his men, spitting out blood and spitting. But he once again thrust his spear towards Su Rao. The bloody spear tip slashing through the sky. "Is that so?" Su Rao muttered, expressionless. Or it would be more appropriate to say that she had no emotions at all. Any emotions? She fanned forward again, not knowing whether Su Rao's heart had already frozen 3 feet at this moment, and what Xian Ichi Xiao said was simply hard to accept in her heart, or whether she only thought that what Xian Ichi Xiao said was just a lie that Xian Ichi Xiao urged her to evacuate first. Grandpa's voice. How could she have heard it wrong? The bright peach blossom eyes seemed to be completely frozen, and the rich red inside was frozen inside, making it difficult to dissipate. Bang! When the weapons collided, sparks were actually splashed. However, at the moment when Su Rao and Yao Yeting fought again, the prisoner cars on Beiyang Street that were about to return to the Ministry of Justice were empty, leaving only the prisoner cars alone. On the street, the bodies of the guards and officials of the Ministry of Justice were all cut by a knife. So deadly. Bang! Suddenly, such a bang, like the sound of a smoke bomb exploding, also sounded at the market. Thick smoke suddenly rose on the execution platform. It was dark all around in an instant. At this moment, Su Rao, don't fight anymore. You need to calm down now. Follow me. The soft hand was grabbed by a big hand that had a layer of calluses due to years of martial arts practice. Xian Ichi Xiao pulled Su Rao to jump off the execution platform, and forcibly pulled her away. Miss. The leading guard saw Su Rao being pulled away by Xian Ichi Xiao, and hurriedly chased after her. Then another voice. Quickly retreat. The thick smoke blocked his vision. In just a short breath, he had no idea whether the person next to him was an enemy or a friend. Damn it. Yao Yeting said this angrily. The butt of the spear in his hand fell on the execution platform, and the wooden board was broken and cracked. Yun Murui and others had not expected that Su Rao had such a plan, and had a backup plan like them. Cousin, how are you? Are you okay? Then, he hurriedly asked Yun Murui about his surroundings. No problem. Yi Ting. Be careful. Yun Murui's vision was also blocked by the thick smoke. He could not see the current situation around him. He was alert all over, covering his mouth and nose, and did not dare to make another move rashly, in case of a sneak attack. Because he was answering Yao Yeting's question, Yun Murui didn't hear it for a while. At the same time when the bang sounded, one of his men came in a hurry, only shouted Your Highness, and was exhausted by the bang and fell in the pool of blood. The smoke bomb that made such a bang sound seemed not only a smoke bomb for escape, but also could hurt people. This thing was what Xian Ichi Xiao told him owing that night. He was the prince of the Siamese kingdom, secretly helping Su Rao. If there was no change, he must not rashly let his men expose their identities and accidentally lead to a war between the two countries. Chase, Yun Murui said so sternly as soon as the smoke dissipated. Don't let the remnants escape. His figure also moved. Your Highness. But at this time, another man came so hurriedly to find the prince. What he said was not because of the prison car on Beiyang Street, but because of Mu Mingyu, which was related to the crown princess. Just 3/4 of an hour ago, after Yun Murui left the East Palace, the crown princess also left the palace in a carriage. But she was not going to the market, but to the city. Crown Princess, it is not that I am trying to stop you, but the city gate is under martial law today. No one can be let out. I hope you will forgive me. At the city gate, the carriage stopped by the gatekeepers was blocked by the gatekeepers, and Mu Mingyu was not allowed to leave the city. Today is the day for me to fulfill my wish for my baby. If you block me like this, my baby? Mu Mingyu's face was angry. The Crown Princess, who had always been gentle and virtuous, was now showing the majesty of the Crown Princess. But before she finished her angry words, the bang from the market startled the gate guards, and they all looked over there. Your Highness. After hearing this whisper, Mu Mingyu turned around and looked over there. Tears welled up in her eyes, showing deep worry. But only for a moment. She looked at the guards guarding the city, seeing that they were all startled. They had not yet reacted to rush over there, when Wanya's face became even more gloomy, and her stern voice with a strong sense of majesty of the Crown Princess sounded again at the city gate. What are you still standing there for? Go and see what happened. If there is a riot in the city, can you afford it? The duty of the guards guarding the city is that if there is nothing serious, they must not leave their posts. But now there is a banging sound over there. If there is really a riot. For a moment, the general guarding the city no longer cared about Mu Mingyu. He listened to the Crown Princess' words and left 2 people to guard the city gate. He took the others to rush over there. As soon as the general left, the 2 guards could not stop Mu Mingyu at all, and they did not have the courage to continue to stop him. The carriage just left the city. Close the city gate quickly. Mu Mingyu's carriage just left the city when the general guarding the city shouted. But he fell to the ground and died before he shouted the last gate. Then the killing came again. The guards who rushed over to defend the city fought with the newcomers. The blood instantly spread all over the ground, seeping into the cracks of the bluestone paving, dyeing the main street red. From a distance, the 2 guards guarding the city still heard the shouting and saw the killing. Their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly closed the city gates on the left and right. With a creaking sound, the 2 heavy city gates were about to be closed, but Su Rao and his men had not yet killed them, and Yun Murui and his men were about to catch up. If the city gates were completely closed, they would be trapped in a jar, with no way forward and no way back. Su Rao, you want all your men to die here today. This cold voice came out again in the blood-filled air. The jade bone fan swirled and fell again, and another life was lost in Su Rao's hand. The jade bone fan, which had never been stained with blood, was once again stained with blood. But under Xian Ichi Shao's words, Su Rao, who had no emotion, suddenly flashed her frozen eyes. The red color in the pair of peach blossom eyes that were covered and changed by the pen did not diminish at all, and even reflected her eyes red. The whites of her eyes seemed to be painted with blood, bringing out a deep red color. But the layer of frozen ice inside seemed to have melted a little. Seeing Yin Murui and Yao Yeting, who were chasing after her, and the large number of imperial guards and imperial guards behind them, they might have emptied half of the Langjing garrison. Such a big fight must be authorized by the emperor, just to capture her, a remnant of the previous dynasty. The other side has dispatched all its troops, and there are only dozens of her men left, and all of them are bloodstained. If they continue to accompany her like this, they will all be lost here. Grandpa, Grandpa. His eyes passed through the thick blood color and looked at the vegetable market that had long been far away and could not be seen. Finally, his heart sank, and he sank his killing heart and desperate mood. She couldn't take them with her to go crazy. Her hand touched her waist, and she was about to take out the fireworks signal to notify Ying and others who were waiting outside the city to quickly seize the city gate. Just as she took out the fireworks tube and had not yet issued the signal, 2 masked men in black suddenly appeared at the city gate. They wore the same mask as Xianichi Xiao. Daggers appeared in their hands. The necks of the 2 city guards were stabbed with pain. Blood gushed out instantly, and they fell to the ground with a thud, dying at the hands of the 2 men. Su Rao glanced at Xian Ichi Xiao beside him, but only for a moment, and her face did not fluctuate anymore. With a cool and more indifferent expression, "Go," giving the order in a deep voice, Su Rao took the lead and rushed to the city gate. The foggy sky. As the time passed, gradually, the gloom was finally released, and the afternoon sun in the sky, which was hazy under the mist, was completely covered in the clouds. The wind, rain and darkness seemed to have completely arrived at this moment. She's gone. This time she won't stay in Yunlang anymore. She can go safely. I should be happy. In the distance, the Yuhua carriage quietly stopped in a small alley in Langjing. The curtain was lifted, and through the satin on the eyes, the figure of the little scholar disappeared between the city gate, and they had never seen each other since then. Cough, 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 cough. Suddenly, he coughed and panted so violently again. The midday breeze, along with the gloomy mist in the sky, suddenly became cold and poured in through the car window, making it difficult for Yuhua to suppress his coughing. Yuhua covered the corners of his lips with a handkerchief, which also concealed the bloody cough from the corners of his mouth. He took out a pill from the secret compartment in the car and swallowed it with water. But it did not relieve his coughing immediately. The effect of the medicine is not immediately effective. Outside the car, Yunling drove the carriage, with a deep worry between his eyebrows and eyes on his cold and insensitive face, until he could no longer hear the coughing and wheezing in the car that seemed to cough out the heart and lungs. He spoke a word to his master. Master, didn't you notice? Didn't you notice? I found that after seeing General Su died like that, Miss Su looked very much like. Looks like the master. Looks like the master after the illness. If after today, Miss Su also. Inside the carriage, it was suddenly quiet. So quiet that it seemed that there was no breath at all. Even the air was condensed. Master, Beiyang Street. Until a cloud guard appeared to report the situation on Beiyang Street. The condensed air suddenly flowed again, and there was a faint breath in the carriage again. Let's go! With just such a light and clear word, Yunji did not say anything else about what Yunling said, but just held the bloody handkerchief with slender jade fingers, and the fingertips, between the white and pink, showed a thick blue. In a moment, another object was taken out from another secret compartment, which was Su Rao's folding fan. I don't know when. This folding fan and the bright red handkerchief were once again carried by his side, opening the young master's folding fan. This time, Yunji also took off the satin on his eyes. For the first time, there was no satin to hinder him. His misty eyes fell on the young man in red between the mountains and rivers, and his slender jade fingers gently stroked him. Does he look like Han Machen? Yes, he looks like Han Machen. Perhaps as early as the night when the Qin dynasty fell, Rao Rao had already become the second Han Machen. How could he let her stay with Han Machen and become the real Netherworld? Living in darkness forever? He couldn't. The Yuhua carriage drove away from the alley of the city gate and went to Beiyang Street. Just as it arrived at Beiyang Street, it had not yet appeared. The jade ears under the satin suddenly moved slightly. It was because there were other footsteps on Beiyang Street. The sound of stepping on the bluestone ground. Snap. Step. Although the steps were messy, such a sound could only be made by the boots worn by the Imperial Guards. The Ministry of Justice, as always, gave people a deep feeling. In the prison of the Ministry of Justice, the old general watched me grow up. I always treated the old general with respect as an elder, and treated Su Aiqing with kindness as if he were my own brother. In my heart, the children of the Su family are also my own children. How could I really let them die under the blade and their bodies be incomplete? The cell where General Su was imprisoned, dressed in bright yellow, came here in person. When Emperor Yu came, it was really as Xian Ichishao said. The old General Su who died by hitting the pillar was not the real General Su, but a fake one. I am a rough man, and it is hard for me to understand the Emperor's heart. He issued an imperial decree to execute the whole family, but he kept me and my children and grandchildren in prison. So who was beheaded today? General Su sat opposite Emperor Yu, looking at his father Su and others who were in prison beside him and had never been taken out of the Ministry of Justice. His face was calm, but he was worried about Su Rao's safety. I am afraid it is another trap to lure Rao out and capture her. Your Majesty. With this, General Yun walked into the prison and whispered in Emperor Yu's ear. The old general is my Yun Lang's living tiger talisman. The old general's breath can resist thousands of military orders. I will not be willing to let the old general go unless it is absolutely necessary. Leaving this word, Emperor Yu got up and left. Before leaving the prison of the Ministry of Justice, the commander of the Imperial Guards came with the help of a young eunuch. Your Majesty. The commander of the Imperial Guards knelt on one knee upon seeing Emperor Yu. He was in such a mess that his helmet was gone. His hair was disheveled, and his armor was completely bloody. Seeing him like this, Emperor Yu's brows suddenly sank. And with a report from the Imperial Guards, It was learned that in addition to Su Rao's prison break, there was another group of people who helped Su Rao. Emperor Yu's brows became more and more depressed in a moment. Your Majesty, the prisoner car has been hijacked, and the soldiers who protected the car were all killed with one knife. I will check the knife wounds, the commander of the Imperial Guard said again, mentioning the fatal wounds of the dead soldiers. The shape of the knife edge was crescent-shaped, which was not like the long knife like Yun Lang's. But it seemed that the Siamese people carried scimitars with them. This doubt was about to be said, but it was unintentionally blocked by a sudden cough. Cough, 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 cough. Such a coughing sound. One can tell who the person is. Yun Ji, when the commander of the Imperial Guards came to the Ministry of Justice, was only one step slower than him and followed him. Emperor. Uncle. Father. Jiyue. The Emperor's eyes changed in an instant. He glanced at the kneeling Imperial Guards, and a hint of anger was hidden in his eyes. He was being followed without even realizing it. The prison is cold. Jiyue. You are so weak. How can you come here? Then, he walked towards Yunji, grabbed Yunji's wrist, and with a worried look on his face, he directly pulled Yunji away. The Imperial Guard's leader's face had not yet subsided. Prince Jiyue actually followed him. As for what he noticed, the black-clothed men who hijacked the Su family in the prison car, who they were, he never had the chance to say more. Uncle Emperor, as the ruler of a country, you should be a man of integrity. But you did that to Jiyue without telling her. If this is the outcome that you chose for Jiyue, then it's the same whether you choose it or not. After Emperor, you pulled Yunji out of the prison of the Ministry of Justice. He took Yunji directly to his imperial sedan chair. The only one who could have such an honor was Prince Jiyue. As soon as he got on the sedan chair, Yunji broke open the hand that Emperor Yu was holding on his wrist. Prince Jiyue, who had always been calm, was annoyed in front of Emperor Yu this time, and his breath was very heavy. The calmness that belonged to Prince Jiyue was gone at this moment. Emperor Yu, for this, also had a heavy look on his face. After looking at Yunji for a moment, he saw that he looked so weak. After realizing that something was wrong, he came to the Ministry of Justice like this. Such reckless behavior. How could he be the Prince of Jiyu? How could he still be the prince of the royal family he taught? The prison car was hijacked, and the black-clothed man suddenly appeared on the execution ground. Wasn't this arranged by Jiyu? When he asked this question, Emperor Yu's eyebrows became more and more dark, as if there were dark clouds over it, and the Emperor's heart was hard to tell. Jiyu, I have said before, if you act rashly, then it depends on whether you can save faster or I can kill faster. Cough, 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 cough. Yunji suddenly coughed again, and blood came out of the corners of his mouth again, and his face became paler. Jiyu, Emperor Yu hurriedly called. He patted Yunji's back with his big hand to relieve his breath. Seeing Yunji's face becoming paler due to the coughing and wheezing, he looked so weak, as if he would vomit blood and faint at any time. This made Emperor Yu's expression of imperial anger finally disappear. General Su is dead now. I will not pursue the matter of the prisoner car being hijacked. As long as the remnant of the previous dynasty can be safe and sound, I will not kill her like that. Don't torture yourself like this. I will not kill her. After letting go of the anger in his heart and suppressing the depression, Yunji suppressed his coughing and wheezing. But he was not relieved by Emperor Yu's words of leniency towards Su Rao. Uncle Emperor has spent a lot of effort to set up such a chessboard, using Su Rao as bait, just to make Yunji a pawn. Obedient. Su Rao will hate Yunji for the rest of her life. Are you satisfied, Uncle Emperor? After the last word fell, Yunji fainted in Emperor Yu's arms. Such a weak nephew. As winter approaches, his body is once again so fragile. Emperor Yu looked at him again, and finally sighed. Alas! Raised his hand, and wiped the blood off the corner of Yunji's mouth. Jiyu. She is a remnant of the previous dynasty, but you are a member of my Yun family. She approached you to use you for revenge. How could you not understand your subtle thoughts? Why do you keep involving yourself like this? He is no longer the scheming and unpredictable emperor, but just a good uncle who loves his nephew. But it was only such a short breath, and the emperor's mind returned again. The emperor's eyes also became deeper again. Jinger wants my throne, and he must have it. So I must train him to be a qualified royal prince. And in this life, he can only be the seventh prince. So Su-heir must die. And Su-heir's death is the beginning I give him. And you? You are Sister Jun's child. You must not be confused by trivial matters such as love. Soften your heart, and forget the hatred of Sister June in the past. And the military power of the Su family is the beginning I give you. I want you to no longer be known as the light of the sky of Yunlang, but to be the king who shocked the three kingdoms as the commander of my Yunlang army. I will never allow the remnants of the previous dynasty to disturb your mind. The emperor's heart was more clearly revealed in these words. In those eyes of the emperor, there was also a thick, indescribable, thick feeling. What was he after? The hegemony of a country? The ambition of an emperor? Or was it that since he ascended to the throne, he was only plotting, paving the way for Yunji, paving a road of revenge? Although I will not kill her again, I will never let her take you away. With your men around, the prince and the others can't hurt her, and they will just force her away in the end. I just want you to see clearly, as long as you understand that if you want her to live, you have to let go of your obsession with her. If you can't let go, then you have to completely seal it in your heart. Only in this way can she live for a long time. The jade fingers under Yuehua's cloak suddenly moved slightly, but they were covered by the cloak and were not noticed by Emperor Yu. Yunji might not have fainted, and all his words were heard by the jade ears. The closed eyes under the satin had a complicated feeling inside, so he did not notice that Emperor Yu's mouth actually bent slightly, very lightly and shallowly. It disappeared in a moment. After all, who is the mantis and who is the oriole? Or who is the real hunter behind this? The gloomy sky, without the warm sun, can only calculate what time it is and how long it has passed by sensing the surrounding environment and the distance traveled. The carriage that left Langjing stopped in a forest after driving dozens of miles and a full hour. Mu Mingyu hurriedly opened the door. Sister. At this, the driver took off his windproof hat, entered the carriage quickly, and carried Su Wu, who was hiding under the seat and fainted, out of the carriage. Ajin, take Ian away quickly and settle Ian down. Remember, don't let Ian come back no matter what. Don't let him lose his life. Juanpa hid the tears in the corners of her eyes. Mu Mingyu touched Su Wu's face, which was too thin. Her eye sockets were sunken. Looking at her, she felt self-blame and guilt in her heart. She felt guilty for Yun Murwei towards the Su family, and she blamed herself for not knowing it earlier. Now she could only save Ian in this way. Sister, you must be careful too. The prince's brother-in-law. Mu Mingjin hugged the fainted Su Wu, and was also worried about Mu Mingyu. If he and Xiaoba rescued Xiao Wu and left like this, and the prince knew about it, it would affect my sister and make the prince angry. My sister is pregnant with the prince's child now. Even if the prince knew about it, he would only be angry a little, and would not do anything to my sister. Ah, Jean, don't worry about my sister. Let's go! It will be dark if it's too late. Let's go! Waving his hand, although he was very reluctant, he still urged Mu Mingjin to take Su Wu away quickly. It was dark, and the road was not easy to walk. Looking at the sky, dark clouds were densely covered in the sky, and it was afraid that it would rain at night. Mu Mingjin did not delay anymore, and he and the servant beside him helped Su Wu to get on another carriage that Yun Muyue had prepared long ago, and drove away. Mu Mingyu kept watching until he could no longer see the figure of the carriage, and then reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He wiped away the tears in his eyes, and the personal maid helped him get on the carriage. Another follower replaced the position of the coachman. Let's go! Go to Wanlu Temple. Since she said she wanted to go to the temple to fulfill her wish for the child in her belly, how could she not go? The carriage turned back first, and when it reached the fork in the road, it drove to the road that led to Wanlu Temple and headed to Wanlu Temple. The wind was whistling. The forest was cold, and an autumn rain was fine and thick, and the drizzle finally fell from the sky. The autumn rain would never be as heavy as in summer. It was so thick that it could not wash away the blood color that had come all the way, and it had already stained the forest. Mu Mingyu's carriage had just arrived at the intersection in the forest, and from afar, he heard the sound of weapons colliding. The driver hurriedly stopped the carriage, but it was too late to dodge. The Mid-Autumn Festival was a bleak season. As night fell, a cold wind suddenly swept across my face. The drizzle did not freeze my cheeks, but the cold wind made my cheeks cold. The forest road was separated by an intersection. On the official road leading to Langjing, Yun Murui, Yao Yeding and the city garrison behind them chased Su Rao and his party until now, but stopped here. It was difficult to take another half step forward to capture Su Rao, the remnant of the previous dynasty. The other road at the intersection. The official road leading to Furong County. Su Rao, Xianiqi Xiao, and others also stopped here. But they were no longer passive. Just because of the unexpected encounter with Mu Mingyue's carriage. If you dare to hurt my cousin's wife, Yao Yeting, will grind you to ashes. Mu Mingyu was caught by a guard in the hand, with a long sword across her thin neck, as if Mu Mingyue's head would fall to the ground as long as the guard moved. She is now pregnant with Yun Merui's first child, who is very likely to be the eldest son, the eldest grandson of the royal family's grandchildren. This is of great significance to the royal family, and it may even affect Yun Merui's position in the court. Yao Yeting is extremely nervous. Compared to Yao Yeting's nervousness, Yun Merui's face has not been much ripples. If you ignore his hand holding the hilt with blue veins, you will think that he actually doesn't care about Mu Mingyu, the crown princess. The pair of wise eyes looked at Mu Mingyu, who was caught by Xianiqi Xiao, thinking of his subordinates to come and report. The crown princess left the palace and went to Wanglu Temple. Just because of the Su family's affairs, I got angry with him and threw a tantrum like a little girl. I don't know why, but I feel a suffocating feeling that is hard to express. Yun Merui doesn't understand this feeling. Mu Mingyu chose the Su family between her husband and the Su family. The Su family is just a relative by marriage, and he is her husband, the person she should be closest to. In the end, Yun Merui can only attribute this feeling to the fact that Mu Mingyu betrayed him. She chose to betray her husband for the sake of the Su family. As long as he thought of such a reason, Yun Merui felt that the suffocating feeling in his heart became heavier. So heavy that he seemed to be unable to breathe. As for whether he had feelings for Mu Mingyu in his heart, and how much, Yun Merui didn't want to explore it. Or, Yun Merui himself didn't realize it. He was the prince, and he married the Mu family girl only for the military power of the Su family. How could he have feelings for her? There was a heavy breath between his nose. Release the crown princess, and I will consider leading you with a whole body. This voice was squeezed out from his nose. He was only doing it for his child, not for the woman who betrayed him. The wise eyes looked at Mu Mingyu, and the wisdom between his eyebrows was heavy at this moment. It weighed on Yun Merui's heart as the crown prince. Really? The voice without feeling. Yun Merui, you really love your crown princess. Su Rao turned her head to look at Mu Mingyu, who seemed to be pale because of shock. Her gentle eyes were still filled with fear at this moment, because of the strong smell of blood around. She wanted to vomit, but she resisted, and her eyes had been on Yun Merui since he appeared, and she never left him. Su Rao's cousin really loves Yun Merui. It was not until Su Rao spoke and felt Su Rao's gaze that Mu Mingyu looked at Su Rao. Her reaction, because of Su Rao's disguised face. Mu Mingyu did not recognize Su Rao at first. Until this moment, Mu Mingyu's face suddenly showed joy. Su Rao didn't know how much emotion this voice contained, but she could hear the deep worry in Mu Mingyu's heart. Looking at her eyes, seeing her appear in front of her so well, the kind of ecstasy in her heart. I am not Su Rao. For some reason, Su Rao didn't dare to look at Mu Mingyu like this. She turned her head suddenly with a cold face. She was Qin Rao. How could she be soft-hearted? Su Rao's reaction made Yun Merui's wise eyes suddenly thicken. And he spoke again. Do you know that for the Su family? The crown princess knelt in front of this palace until she fainted. Qin Rao, if you still feel a little guilty about the Su family, then you should let the crown princess go. She is Su Rao's cousin, the closest cousin. The hand holding the jade fan curled up and pinched out a dark green. But he sneered in his heart, trying to use her inner guilt towards the Su family to control her. A breath. Okay, Yun Merui, I have to release your crown princess. But it depends on what you will do. Everyone retreat. And when we leave Langjing safely, we will release your crown princess intact. Cousin. No. Yao Yeting spoke hurriedly. The remnants of the previous dynasty were cunning and scheming. If my cousin's wife was captured by them and fell into the hands of these remnants of the previous dynasty, they would be controlled by others again and again for the sake of my cousin's wife and the fetus in her belly. Okay, I'll let you go. Yun Merui didn't think much. He raised his hand to stop Yao Yeting from saying anything, and asked the guards behind him to retreat, which actually fulfilled Su Rao's request. Your Highness. Yun Merui's reaction made Mu Mingyu's eyes red for a moment, and the watercolor slipped from her gentle face in an instant, and she felt even more ashamed for her choice. She really couldn't bear to see the Su family really destroyed by her husband. If so, How would she face her husband in the future? Su Rao was also stunned for a moment. Based on her understanding of Yun Murui, how could he easily let her go alive with such a good opportunity? What she said was just a temporary test. For no reason. Su Rao remembered the gentle look Yun Murui gave Mu Mingyu on the day of their wedding. Could it be that Yun Murui actually had feelings for his cousin? Let's go! Su Rao was stunned for only a moment. Seeing Yun Murui really retreated, since he wanted to let them go, there was no reason for them not to take the opportunity to leave. They really wanted to leave their lives here. The group evacuated immediately and headed for the ferry to Furong County. At the ferry, Ying and others had already prepared boats and were waiting. As early as when Su Rao was preparing to rob the execution ground, she had already arranged the evacuation route after rescuing the Su family. Instruct Ying to arrange boats at the ferry and evacuate by water. Compared with going by land, it would be difficult for the pursuers to surround and catch them again. Su Rao arranged everything. But in the end, she did not rescue the Su family. After they broke out of the city gate, because Su Rao did not give the agreed signal, and saw Xian Ichi Xiao appearing beside Su Rao from a distance, Ying and others did not show up, but followed in secret, ready to catch Yun Murui and others off guard at any time. At this moment, Su Rao and others were evacuating. They were talking with Yun Murui, and Ying, Jin Chao and others, who were following them in the forest, could hear clearly. Immediately, Ying and Jin Chao divided the people they brought into two groups. Isu and Jin Chao led a group of people to take a shortcut to the ferry first, in case Yun Murui and others saw the direction of Su Rao's retreat and guessed Su Rao's plan, and then secretly sent people to the ferry to ambush. Ying and Xiaoji, with another group of people, continued to follow secretly, in case Yun Murui and others suddenly changed their minds. In this way, all three places, light and dark, moved. Su Rao and others retreated and left. And Yun Murui, Yao Yeding and others naturally could not really stay still and not follow. They continued to follow. But there was no more killing. And there was no more blood in the forest. They were 10 feet away from Su Rao and others, and followed closely. Su Rao had a moment of peace. But the Yun Palace was in a state of chaos. Imperial doctors and doctors were coming and going, entering and exiting the Yunshan Palace of Emperor Yu. Every imperial doctor and imperial doctor had beads of sweat on their foreheads and hurried steps. The only person who could make the imperial doctors and imperial doctors so anxious was probably that person, who could cause such a tight situation in the Yun Palace. As if there was no time to breathe. A bunch of useless trash. You can't cure a GU prince for so many years. What's the point of me raising you? The imperial doctors and imperial doctors didn't dare to rest for a moment. They were so busy. They didn't dare to change their breath. But they still couldn't calm down the emperor's anger. And the anxiety in his imperial voice showed that Emperor Yu was really worried about Yun Ji. And there was no longer any imperial thoughts. But he was really worried about his nephew's health. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. It will hurt the dragon body. The 7th prince has invited Master Hui Shan to the palace. Prince Jiyue is a lucky person. He will definitely turn danger into safety again. On the side, Queen Yao comforted. Since Yun Mujing returned to the palace, Emperor Yu has not issued an order to confine him again. Instead, Yun Mujing himself locked himself up in the mausoleum of his mother, Consort Jing, until the golden-robed secret guard came to tell him that Prince Jiyue was seriously ill again. He hurriedly left the mausoleum and went to King Fengju to find Master Hui Shan and invite Master Hui Shan to the palace. Emperor Yu didn't know that Master Hui Shan was in Yun Ji's King Fengju. Time. A moment passed. Your Majesty, Master Hui Shan is here. Finally, the joyful voice of Yun Zongwan came from outside the palace. But before he finished speaking, a purple figure flashed before his eyes, and Yun Mujing had already pulled Master Hui Shan to the dragon bed. Amitabha. Yun Ji was lying on Emperor Yu's dragon bed, and he was actually fainting at this moment. His face was pale and his lips were bloodless. Just like when Master Hui Shan first saw Yun Ji. He looked like he might die at any time. Now Yun Ji looked like this again. Master Hui Shan said with compassion and mercy, saluted Emperor Yu, and then pinched his pulse with 3 fingers. Master Hui Shan, who always had a detached mentality, took Yun Ji's pulse for a moment, and his pair of eyebrows actually brought out a sense of solemnity. Master Hui Shan's reaction made Emperor Yu feel even more depressed. Master, how is my brother? The person who asked the question was Yun Mujing, who was anxiously waiting on the side. Alas, With a sigh, Master Huishan clasped his hands together again. Amitabha. My friend's illness is caused by stagnation of the heart meridians. Now the stagnation is in the heart, and will not go away for a long time. I will give you a few acupunctures. But I can't say whether you can wake up immediately. He took out an acupuncture bag from the sleeve of his monk's robe, and inserted silver needles into the skin. In just a moment, a dense layer of sweat seeped out from Yunji's forehead. His eyebrows, which were covered by the satin, twisted for this. But he never woke up. Emperor Yu looked at him for a long time, then suddenly turned around and walked out of the inner hall. Empress Yao saw him and hurriedly followed him out. The night had fallen, and the drizzle had already washed the marble table outside the hall clean. The palace lanterns hanging on the eaves of the hall were also lit, illuminating the outside of the hall. Emperor Yu stood quietly outside the hall with his hands behind his back. The cold wind blew and fluttered the bright yellow dragon robe, although the expression on his face was reflected by the palace lanterns. It was only deep and difficult to understand. It was difficult to see what kind of mood he was in at the moment. Queen Yao, who followed along, was confused, but she knew that Emperor Yu's mood at the moment must be related to Crown Prince Jiyu. Only Crown Prince Jiyu and the 7th Prince could make him like this. It was impossible for Empress Yao to say that she did not resent him. She also had a child, a legitimate son, but she had never received such love from her father even for a moment. The only thing that made Empress Yao not resentful was that her child was the crown prince, the heir to the throne, and would be the future emperor. Your Majesty, she spoke softly and gently, without showing any resentment in her heart. Empress Yao was always so gentle and virtuous, and she was generous as a mother of the country. She wanted to comfort Emperor Yu again and make him feel at ease. Empress, it's late at night. Go back and rest. Emperor Yu only said this, and Empress Yao could not say the rest of her words. She looked at Emperor Yu, the husband who had never looked at her, even for a moment. She bowed her knees slightly and left. The Empress's phoenix carriage left, and Emperor Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. After a breath, he strode to the imperial study. As soon as he arrived in the imperial study, a golden-clad dark guard appeared. However, the golden-clad secret guard looked so embarrassed at the moment. His secret guard mask had long disappeared, and his body was covered in blood. He was just holding on to his last breath. He was supported by another golden-clad secret guard in the palace. The golden-clad secret guard who came reported, among the 10 golden-clad secret guards, 1 crashed into a pillar and died in order to lure out Su Rao. The other 9 were rescued, but had not yet reunited with Su Rao. A man and a woman appeared. The man saw through their disguises at a glance. They were not members of the Su family. They were incompetent, and the emperor was asked to punish them. In the imperial study, a sense of coldness suddenly arose, and the emperor's heart was swept by it. At this moment, on the ferry that came and went during the day was moored at the shore in the complete darkness of the night. It was raining, and although the rain was not heavy, no ship sailed out in the rain and night. Although money is important, life is more important. However, at this lonely moment, at least 10 wooden boats came from the water, with lanterns hanging on the bow, making the dark and lonely ferry, which was only illuminated by a fairy lantern, suddenly brighten up. Su Rao's group also arrived at the ferry at this moment. The carriage stopped, and Mu Mingyu was not taken away again. It was bitterly cold at night, and if she, a delicate girl, caught a cold, she would be uncomfortable for a long time. Cousin Rao. Through the candlelight in the carriage, Su Rao looked at Mu Mingyu, who had been staring at her since she got on the carriage. Her eyes never left her, and the care and love that a sister has for her younger sister made it difficult for Su Rao to face it calmly. Mu Mingyu spoke, and every time she called out Rao, Su Rao felt a little uncomfortable, so she pressed Mu Mingyu's mute point ruthlessly to calm herself down. Arriving at the ferry, she just untied the acupuncture points for Mu Mingyu, and without saying anything more, she was about to get up and get off the car, but her hands were pulled by a gentle jade hand. This pair of slender jade hands held her, not because they wanted to keep her, but because they were reluctant to leave her from now on. I am not Su Rao. In the end, Su Rao still did not pull out her hands, but turned to look at Mu Mingyu, with no ripples in her peach blossom eyes, only the thick coldness, which chilled her face, without any emotional waves. My name is Qin Rao, the Qin of the great Qin, not Su Rao. Mu Mingyu was about to tell Su Rao where Su Wu was. But after Su Rao's words, Mu Mingyu didn't say anything. Her expression changed, and the delicate hand holding Su Rao unconsciously relaxed. Unbelievable eyes. I let you go today. Not because you are Yun Murui's crown princess. I use you to threaten Yun Murui. But because you are Mu Mingyu. Just Mu Mingyu. After leaving these words, Su Rao got up, pushed open the door, and got out of the carriage. Until Xiaosheng disappeared. Mu Mingyu had not recovered from Su Rao's words, and her expression was stunned. When one eye stared at the closed carriage door. She is not Rao's cousin. She is really not Rao's cousin. Miss. After Su Rao got off the carriage, Ying, Xiao Ji and others also walked out from the dark mountain path. They joined Su Rao in this way. At this moment, they no longer cared about Yun Murui and others. The appearance of Ying, Xiao Ji and others really changed the faces of Yun Murui and Yao Yeting, who followed behind. Seeing the 10 wooden boats that had already docked on the shore and Jin Chao's group who appeared at the ferry, Yun Murui and Yao Yeting's faces changed even more. Even Xian Ichi Xiao, who was next to Su Rao, had a change of expression when he saw Jin Chao and others appearing at the ferry. After all, who are Jin Chao and others? I think no one has a deeper memory than Xian Ichi Xiao. In the matter of Tianguan County, he secretly planned to see Master Xiao and used Prince Yun Lang to move the goods in the box pavilion to prompt Master Xiao to show up. How could he not remember Jin Chao and others? But Jin Chao and others had already died in the avalanche. But they are still alive now. So it seems that there is only. Hard eyes fell on Su Rao. Su Rao didn't notice how Xian Yi and Qi Xiao would react. But Su Rao knew how Yao Yeting and Yun Murui would react even without looking at them. Looking at Ying, who had not been seen for many days. Although it was a dark night, Su Rao could see the obvious changes in Ying because of the bright lanterns at the ferry. The face was much darker, because of the fatigue of traveling all night for her. The thin and sunken cheeks. Seeing Ying, the memory of Uncle Hao and Qin Yang dying to protect her was like the rolling magma, making Su Rao feel that her whole body was burned. The flames burned my heart. Even if the drizzle brushed my cheeks, it was hard to reduce the burning feeling in my heart by half. Moreover, in the Su family, my grandfather had proved his innocence by hitting the pillar. The pair of peach blossom eyes covered by the pen looked at Yun Murui from afar under the torch. But the eyes were cold and full of hatred. Sooner or later, she would kill them all, leaving no one behind. Retreat. Su Rao and his group got on the boat and left in the dark night, leaving the ferry terminal in an instant. Only the lonely carriage was left at the ferry terminal. Only when Mu Mingyu was safe did Yun Murui and Yao Yeting set out to chase them. But they could only watch Su Rao and the others escape and could not catch them. Standing at the ferry terminal, Yun Murui clenched his palms tightly until he heard a voice beside him. Your Highness. With a strong sense of guilt. Your Highness. I am ignorant. She is not Rao's cousin. I am willful. If I don't leave the palace, Your Highness will not let them go because of me. Come here. Take the crown princess back. She is not allowed to step out of the palace without my order. Yun Murui ignored Mu Mingyu's self-blame and guilt. He did not even look at Mu Mingyu to see if she was safe. He turned around and strode away. So ruthless. Your Highness. Mu Mingyu staggered and was supported by the maid so that she would not fall to the ground. She reached out to grab Yun Murui's hand. But Yun Murui avoided her. Tears fell from the corner of her eyes. Cousin! Yao Yeting took a look and then stepped forward, raising his hand to invite Mu Mingyu to get on the carriage. It was too late to say anything now. The remnants of the previous dynasty had fled Langjing. It was no longer possible to catch them easily. Now, I am afraid that I can only notify all prefectures and counties to post arrest warrants and set up checkpoints at various passes. There is also the sixth prince, whose whereabouts are still unknown. If the sixth prince really fell into the hands of the remnants of the previous dynasty, and now these remnants have escaped, then the safety of the sixth prince. In the end, Mu Mingyu could only be helped back to the carriage by the maid, and Yao Yeting led people to escort her back to Langjing. Yun Murui had already rushed back and reported to Emperor Yu, and ordered to post a sea arrest warrant to capture the remnants on the run. The continuous autumn rain drifted and fell into the river, but it did not bring a single ripple. Instead, the oars paddled across the river, causing ripples and waves, and beautifying the gloomy night. The boat had already sailed several miles away. Su Rao and his group were only safe at this moment. At least at this moment, they were safe. The wooden boat at the front was the only one with a boat awning. The other 9 boats were just wooden boats, without a boat awning to shelter from the wind and rain. But the wooden boat had a canopy, which was of little use to the young scholar. She had never entered the canopy to avoid the continuous drizzle. After getting on the boat, Su Rao stood at the stern, looking at the ferry. Even though the ferry had long disappeared, she was still looking. Rather than looking at the ferry, it would be better to say that she was looking at Langjing. Just like every time she climbed to the top of the mountain, standing at the highest point, she could see everything she wanted to see. The hatred that was difficult to eliminate in her past and present lives. It was bone-eroding. And even more heart-eroding. On her petite and thin shoulders, a dark cloak was draped, which just blocked the chill brought by the cold wind blowing around her body. Her skin was actually trembling from the cold. But because her heart had long been frozen, she could not feel any other coldness at all. Pa! But at this moment, such a loud slapping sound rang out from the lonely night. Su Rao. Xiang Yiqi eyes were condensed for a moment, and his cold eyebrows were twisted tightly, looking at the person who slapped himself in the face. A loud slap. Su Rao slapped herself. Jin Chao and the others also frowned, and Ying and Isu's faces also changed one by one. But compared with Xian Yiqi and Jin Chao, they understood the reason why Su Rao slapped themselves. Why she slapped herself like this. Her cheeks were burning, but the pain was not as bad as her heart. Su Rao turned her head to look at Xian Yiqi. The eagle beak mask on his face had been taken off. Prince Yi of Juxian Kingdom. He really appeared in Yunlang again. The mask was changed, and the murderous aura in his eyes that made her feel frozen like an ice cave was gone. Changing an identity, he can disguise himself so well. Han. Emo. Shun. Why didn't you show up earlier? Why did you show up today? Every time I wanted to see you, I would always delay before showing up. But this time, you showed up so quickly. It was obviously the same Yuming. And it was obviously Yuming who could warm each other. But it turned out to be a disguise. The fake Han Machin, the Yuming living in the darkness, was the real Xian Yiqi. How could Prince Yi, who was powerful in the court of the Xian Kingdom, be Yuming? And she, Su Rao, who lived in the sunshine, was the daughter of the Su family, who was loved by everyone. She was the real Qin Rao, the real Yuming. She was the Yuming who had lived in the darkness for a long time. How can 2 ghosts, one real and one fake, keep each other warm? If they can't keep each other warm, how can they be a family? They are no longer a family that cooperates with each other. The bottom of her eyes was chilling. It was also hatred for her enemies. Even if Zhu Xian had never been stained with the blood of her great Qin royal family, they were stained with the blood of countless soldiers of her great Qin. They were also part of the blood that stained the royal court. How could they stay out of it now? Looking at this, all emotions were hidden under the chill. Su Rao said a word. If I hadn't hesitated, Grandpa wouldn't have died. If I hadn't agreed to Yunji's help, my second brother wouldn't have died. All affection, no matter how deep and affectionate, can turn into the sharpest dagger when something happens. 1 knife and 1 blade. 3,000 slow cuts. Su Rao's words were extremely calm. She just slapped herself in the face, without any other waves, and continued to look towards Langjing quietly. But the calmer Su Rao was, the more she could arouse the desire to protect others. There was an impulse in her heart, wanting to take this person, who was so strong in front of her, into her wings, and give her a peaceful life. Xian Yiqi understood why Su Rao slapped herself in the face. She hated herself. Su Rao. All things cannot be controlled by one person. And I tell you, maybe it was just a trap. The Su family has a very high prestige in the Yunlang army. Based on my understanding of Emperor Yu, his imperial heart and his imperial character, he should not be so easy to move. General Su. The 2 big hands hanging down wanted to take Su Rao into his arms, but they only raised it once, and finally did not make this move. So abrupt. And Su Rao, the originally cold and frozen eyes, because of Xian Yiqi's words, suddenly, a touch of light emerged. It seemed to carry the vast stars, dazzling the heart. Is Grandpa not dead? This touch of light, after seeing the escort she arranged, made Su Rao alive. But her life did not last even for 1 day. And then she died more thoroughly. Hope under disappointment will only lead to more despair in the end. Hibiscus forest. After several months, the hibiscus flowers like fluff in this hibiscus forest in Furong County had already withered. leaving only the fan leaves that had not yet fallen, swaying in the wind. After one night, the 10 boats all stopped at the river bank outside the hibiscus forest, and did not enter Furong County. After getting off the boat, Su Rao walked straight to the hibiscus forest. Chiji, Chiji. Several rhythmic bird calls sounded in the hibiscus forest. And then a person came out from a hidden hibiscus forest. It was Huan Yang. Not the escorts arranged by Su Rao. Huan Yang appeared. And before Su Rao could react, why was Huan Yang here? Huan Yang had already spoken. Su Rao. Those people in the prison car are not members of the Su family. What? Su Rao's face changed for a moment. It was hard to think whether Huan Yang's appearance was arranged by Xian Yiqi Xiao, and whether her actions and arrangements were all known to Xian Yiqi Xiao, and all in his eyes. This thought had not even left her mind. What's going on? Su Rao strode towards Huan Yang. Her steps were hurried. Huan Yang said again. The Su family members that Su Rao arranged for those escorts to rob were not members of the Su family, but disguised as royal secret guards. Although the disguises of the royal secret guards were extremely sophisticated, Huan Yang and Mu Lian were both servants of Princess Yun in the Yun Palace, and they were actually secret guards of the Yun family. Then, for the golden secret guards of Emperor Yu. No matter how sophisticated their disguises were, Huan Yang and Mu Lian could tell something was wrong at a glance, and recognized them. Because of the appearance of Huan Yang and Mu Lian, the disguises of the golden secret guards were exposed, and the golden secret guards were already exposed. So they fought with the escorts, Huan Yang, Mu Lian and others. However, there were only 9 of them, while the escorts had a large number of people, and with the help of Huan Yang, Mu Lian and others, only one person escaped in a panic. While Huan Yang was talking, Su Rao had also seen the escorts she had arranged, although many of them were injured. Fortunately no one died. That is to say, the prisoner car was hijacked as planned. But the people hijacked were not from the Su family, but the people arranged by the executioner, the secret guards. With these words, Su Rao was already happy before the escorts knelt down to apologize for their incompetence. This time she hijacked the execution ground. But her real purpose was not to really hijack the execution ground. She just used herself as bait to focus everyone's attention on her and all the dangers on her side. So when she hijacked the execution ground, in order to prevent her from really succeeding, Yun Murui and others would definitely have people take the prisoner car back to the Ministry of Justice. And the escorts she had already arranged would wait halfway. In this way, the Su family could be rescued unscathed. By the time Yun Murui and others realized that her hijacking of the execution ground was just a cover, it was already too late, and the Su family had been rescued. She calculated so carefully, but she missed out on Grandpa's unyielding spirit, and the fact that the Su family would rather die than accept such an injustice, and beheaded in public. And she also missed out that the executioner used a cover like her to lure her out. But now, the Su family they saved was fake. So was Grandpa's self-destruction, by hitting the pillar to prove his innocence really as Xian Yiqi Xiao said? How could the executioner easily give up Grandpa's Yolang living tiger talisman? A big hand fell on her shoulder, and no words came out. Just a slight pinch, giving Su Rao his comfort. Su Rao turned her head and looked at the poor man in front of her, but only glanced at him, without saying anything else, and arranged the escape route for those escorts. She said that after this incident was over, they would live their lives and no longer have to live on the edge of a knife. The escorts did not want to leave because they had failed to rescue the Su family. How could they leave now? But Su Rao was firm and did not want to keep these escorts. There were really not many of them left in the Great Qin, and they did not need to risk their lives for her business. She also asked the orphans of the Great Qin she had accepted to leave with these escorts. In the future, her road would only be bloody and full of pursuits. It would be enough for her to have only Ying and Isu by her side. No more people were needed. After sending off the escorts and the guards, Su Rao climbed up a hill in Furong Forest alone. The continuous autumn rain yesterday had stopped this morning. In the autumn morning, the cool breeze was blowing, and it was moist and fresh after the rain. Su Rao stood alone on the top of the mountain, looking towards Langjing. She knew that General Su might not be dead, which made her cold heart warm for a moment. The burning feeling in her eyes was no longer suppressed, and wanted to roll out. Su Rao. I asked MOing to find out yesterday. Once there is news, it will be reported as soon as possible. Xianichi Xiao came up to the top of the mountain. He stood beside Su Rao with his hands behind his back. The burning heat in Su Rao's eyes that was about to fall down disappeared from her eyes the moment Xian Qishao came up. And never fell. For a person like her, tears should no longer exist. Thank you. With just this hoarse word, she continued to look quietly. The little scholar's attire had not been changed, but the makeup on her face had been washed away by the drizzle overnight, and most of it had gone. Her bright peach eyes showed their original appearance, but there was no longer any trace of autumn water in them, and there was no longer any charm in her eyes. Alas! This sigh came from the pavilion in the mountain among the hibiscus forest. Huan Yang sighed like this, looking at the two people standing on the top of the mountain, when she learned that their master had done everything just to send away the person in his heart, to give her such protection and such peace. Huan Yang could only sigh like this. Mu Lian also sighed softly, holding Huan Yang's hand and squeezing it lightly. As a subordinate, she could only obey the master's actions. After the rain, the sky cleared up. But this clearness may be just God's temporary mercy, which gave that person such a hope. A short and ethereal hope. One day, but in a hurry, the white horse took a breath. The sound of horse hooves. Moing came. But the news he brought, the entire Su family had been executed, and the corpses were kept in Zhao Guogong's mansion. And Zhao Guogong buried the whole family. Emperor Yu was once again kind to the Su family, and asked Zhao Guogong to find a feng shui site to allow the Su family to be buried safely. Your Majesty, the Su family, all were given a cup of poisoned wine by Emperor Yunlengyu. It was said to the outside that the whole family was executed. But in fact, Moing found out. A cup of poisoned wine given by the emperor, saying that it was to leave the whole body of the Su family, which was the last respect of Emperor Yu to General Su. This happened in the second half of last night, because the Golden Guard went back and reported to Emperor Yu. And then Yun Merwei entered the palace and said that he could not let Su Rao escape. Emperor Yu appeared in the Ministry of Justice again. Last night, in the second half of the night, the prison of the Ministry of Justice at night, although there were oil lamps all around, still felt a little gloomy. In addition, the drizzle outside, the cold wind poured in from the prison ventilation hole, and the rustling sound made it tremble even more. Old General, I really can't bear to part with you. But now it's a last resort. Your precious granddaughter has escaped again. She has escaped again. I once said that if she surrendered herself, I would release the Su family and let the old general resign and return home to live out his life. But now, not only did she not surrender, she also robbed the execution ground. And there were other forces behind her. To be on the safe side, I can only give up the old general now. I have to let go even if I am reluctant. I hope the old general can understand that I am the king of a country, and that it is not easy for me to be a king. At noon, I still said that I was reluctant to let go of General Su. But only a few hours have passed. Now, the emperor has personally delivered the poisoned wine. As for the other relatives of the old general, I am the king of a country. Since I have already issued an order, I will definitely not joke. I will not implicate the old general's 9 clans. This was said completely as a threat to the 9 clans of the Su family. If the old General Su did not leave at ease, then, then should I thank the emperor for his great grace for keeping my Su family from being completely cut off, and keeping my old minister, and my children and grandchildren, with a complete body instead of being torn into 2 pieces? With an old look, his eyes touched the sons and grandsons who were sentenced to death in the prison next to him. And his eyes were watery. But he did not beg for mercy. My Su family is a loyal family. Su Hong is a proud man. But it's just that he was too loyal and believed that the emperor was a wise ruler. And now he has ended up like this. He laughed softly and shook his head. General Su had no expectations for Emperor Yu. If the king wants his subjects to die, then I will die. Thousands of cavalry will be returned to your Yun family. My Su family has never been interested. From now on, you, Yunlang, will no longer have a great general king. And your Yun family and Su family will never protect you again. Take up the wine in the cup. General Su drank it all without fear. The mighty body of a tiger fell in the prison. After years of fighting on the battlefield, he never died in battle. But now, he died like this because of a cup of poisoned wine given by the emperor. How sad. Emperor Yu looked at him, closed his eyes and took a breath. Then he lifted his robe and knelt on the ground. Kneeled down to General Su like this. Your Majesty, General Yun, who was holding a wine cup, knelt down in panic. Duke Xiao and Prime Minister Yao, who were waiting outside the prison, also knelt down with strange expressions on their faces. The king knelt down. "Old general, I have never wronged your Su family. The Su family harbored the remnants of the previous dynasty. Even if it was just a daughter, he was not afraid of the princess of the previous dynasty. But how could he not be afraid of the Su family, who regarded the granddaughter as a treasure? Now that the woman escaped, it turned out that there was not only Ji Yu behind her, but she actually had other hidden forces. Such a person. It is obvious that he has been secretly planning revenge, if the Su family joins hands with him. So he would rather kill someone wrongly than keep him. Besides, he did not kill anyone wrongly. The Su family and Ji Yu were on good terms. But it prompted Jinger to have such ambitions. If they said they had no intentions, he would never believe it. The Su family also held most of the military power of Yunlang. How could Yunlang's elite troops dare to stay any longer? Old general, have a safe journey." Emperor Yu bowed his head and kowtowed to General Su again. Who else could accept the emperor's kowtow except the late emperor? Emperor Yu thought he had done enough to send General Su off for the last time. Being in the emperor's family, if he was not careful, he had no shame for the Su family. Emperor Yu kowtowed, and Duke Xiao and Prime Minister Yao frowned. But they still kowtowed to General Su together, accompanying Emperor Yu to send General Su off for the last time, and have a safe journey. Then, Emperor Yu got up and left without saying anything more, just looking at Duke Xiao. Obviously, Duke Xiao was also asked to deal with the bodies of the Su family and bury them properly. The reason why he gave it to Duke Xiao instead of Prime Minister Yao was that Emperor Yu knew that Prime Minister Yao would not bury the Su family properly. But Duke Xiao was different. Although Duke Xiao always looked down on General Su for his crude military career, the Xiao family and the Su family had never had any grudges. Moreover, the Zhao family now had no prince. Compared with the Yao family, which had a prince, the Zhao family could only be loyal to the king to ensure the continued prosperity of the Zhao family. Duke Xiao bowed and accepted the order. After seeing Emperor Yu leave, he turned around and walked into the cell. He never looked at Prime Minister Yao, who had not left with Emperor Yu. He walked into the prison and saw General Su, who fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth, and squatted down to take out a handkerchief from his sleeve to wipe the foam from the corner of General Su's mouth. When Prime Minister Yao saw him, he did not show anything on his face. But he said, "I didn't know when the Duke won the Emperor's favor and entrusted the affairs of the Su family to the Duke. The Prime Minister is devoted to the court. I am afraid that my Zhao family, which has fallen, is no longer worth the Prime Minister's worry." After wiping the foam from the corners of General Su's mouth, the Duke of Zhao stood up and looked at Prime Minister Yao. Seeing that there was a hint of pride on his face, the Duke of Zhao said angrily, "If you win the Emperor's favor again, it's because of your Yao family. Yao Fuyue, put away your pretense. Is Luo Ling really a prison robber?" With this cold snort, the Duke of Zhao no longer wanted to continue to be so hypocritical with Prime Minister Yao and waste more words. Luo Ling just wanted to see Su see, but it became a prison robbery. He wanted to save the Su family, and he was called away by Yao Wenge. In the court, the emperor was furious and punished his granddaughter and daughter. But it was his granddaughter who he personally stopped. At that time, how could he beg for mercy for his daughter and granddaughter? He could only endure it. This move cut off the firewood from the bottom, taking advantage of the emperor's fear of the Su family, and completely eradicated the last power of his Zhao family. From then on, without the favored concubine Shu and the seventh princess, his Zhao family could no longer compete with them in the court. Such a sophisticated calculation. He fell into it accidentally. Now the Su family is gone. His Zhao family has also failed, and the prince is his Yao family's grandson. From now on, the entire court will be controlled by his Yao family. What do you mean, Duke? I asked the seventh princess to break into the prison. Duke is taking out his anger on me, which makes me feel a little wronged. Prime Minister Yao was not angry, but left this sentence in a very good mood. No matter how angry Duke Xiao was, he put his hands behind his back and left. Humph! With this cold snort, the anger on Duke Xiao's face disappeared after Prime Minister Yao left. However, it was only a temporary win or loss that made Prime Minister Yao, who always made plans behind the scenes, so happy. Being too proud? Yao Fuyue, don't be afraid that you have forgotten what kind of emperor our emperor is. How could he let the prince dominate the entire court alone? Now you are so proud. Just wait to become the second Su family. No. Your Yao family will only be worse than the Su family. The clear sky for one day was really just God's mercy. Just after Moing finished his report, the sky gradually changed color and became misty again. The cold wind blew her clothes, swaying them. On the top of the mountain, Su Rao was still standing there, but her heart, which had just grown a little bit of warmth, suddenly felt like it was thrown into an extremely cold ice cave. The coldness spread from her heart and penetrated her limbs. Su Rao was so cold that she couldn't even move her fingers. She felt that the air around her was squeezing her heart and wanted to crush her whole body. Su Rao. Xian Yiqi looked worried. Emperor Yulang actually moved General Su. How could he do such a foolish thing that was not good for his country? Or was he secretly plotting something? Xian Yiqi was worried about Su Rao, and he keenly sensed whether Emperor Yu was doing something. However, Su Rao did not respond to Xian Yiqi. She just spoke suddenly and numbly. That year, that night, I wore a festive red satin cotton jacket just like the past 5 years, waiting for my father and mother to come back and spend the new year with me. I waited eagerly. But what I waited for was the hurried and flustered footsteps of my mother and father, and their bright red clothes. The bloody, dazzling light frightened me. They told me in 1,000 words, hoping that I would live well. In a fire, my mother pushed me to Uncle Hao and Qin Yang. The fire burned the palace where we had lived for nearly 6 years. In order to prevent those cruel executioners from finding out that I was not dead, my mother burned herself so resolutely. I could only stare with wide eyes and watch, until I could no longer see the dazzling red flames, until the heavy door of the secret passage in front of me closed, until I could no longer hear the endless screams of killing. I could not cry or shout. I could only bite my lips tightly and hold all the crying and shouting in my throat. I hate it. I want to run out regardless of everything. I want to cut those cruel killers into pieces. Kill them all. But I can't. I can't. My life was exchanged by my mother's self-immolation, and my father's tall body. In her eyes, once again, the bloody killing swept inside, completely dyed Su Rao's whites red, and darkened her heart that still had a trace of red. At this moment, it was completely dark. Even if I couldn't sleep alone every night, I endured it, because I wanted my father and mother to sleep in peace in the afterlife. But what I endured was that I watched another family of mine being killed like this. Turning to look at Xian Yiqi, Su Rao's calm expression on her face was moved, and she was filled with remorse. I'm not a helpless child. I'm no longer that helpless child. I've grown up a long time ago. But why can't I save the Su family? Why am I still so incompetent and useless? Su Rao. This is not your fault. The thick and resolute arms finally embraced Su Rao and held her tightly. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. With the prestige of the Su family in the Yunlang army, even if you were not there, Emperor Yunlang you would be wary of it, and the Su family would sooner or later. Puff. Su Rao's mouth suddenly turned red, and she fell into Xian Yiqi's arms. Su Rao. Xian Yiqi hurriedly called out and supported Su Rao, who had softened. I don't know if it was because of the rage, or because Su Rao's heart had endured too much these days. At this moment, the demise of the Su family finally made her no longer have the willpower to support her heart and body. So she fainted and lost consciousness. Another autumn rain, once again, comes with the night falling today. The 15th day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. The 16th day of the full moon. But this year, there is no full moon hanging in the sky on the night of the 16th day. There is no star to embellish. The dark night sky is dotted with a little light. Even if there is only a trace of starlight, it can illuminate a little bit of darkness, so that it will not really sink. But there is not even a tiny star. It is completely dark night, and the warm sunny day of the 10 days is long gone. And this night, the cold wind is blowing, the leaves are rustling, and the autumn rain is pattering again. And at this moment, in the bamboo forest and the back mountain of Wanglu Temple, in the house, the sound of Buddha is also heard. Namo Amidba. Master Hui Shan. He brought Yunji to Wanglu Temple. The palace was noisy and disturbing, which was not conducive to Master Huishan's treatment of Prince Jiyue. Prince Jiyue now needed an extremely quiet place. Yunji's Qifeng residence should have been enough. But the old Prince Yun and the old Princess Yun were both old. Yunji's illness this time might worry them. So Emperor Yu did not let the old Prince Yun and his wife know. So Emperor Yu asked Master Huishan to bring Yunji to Wanlu Temple and let Yun Mujing accompany him. No matter what, Master Huishan must wake up his nephew. The Buddha lamp hanging outside made the anxious figure outside the house dazzling. And the shadow reflected by the Buddha lamp kept changing with his movements. Yun Mujing kept walking back and forth outside the house. And those two delicate hands like jade didn't know where to put them. The anxiety between his eyebrows. Yunling, who was the same as him, was also waiting anxiously. No. I have to go find a Rao. I can't let my brother. Yun Mujing couldn't wait any longer. Yunji might not wake up. So he was about to leave. But Yunling grabbed his wrist. Seventh Prince. Yunling's breath was very heavy. The master has spent a lot of effort to plan to this point. To make the emperor believe that it was he who forced Miss Su to stay away from the master. And the emperor can be confined to the master. If you go to Miss Su now, if the emperor finds out, then everything will be in vain. You are the seventh prince. But you are also the younger brother taught by the master. You should not be so impatient. Yun Mujing was about to scold Yunling. But after hearing Yunling's words, his heart was condensed. Amitabha. After a long time, the door of Master Huishan's house was finally opened. Master Huishan walked out. Yun Mujing and Yunling hurried forward. And before they asked Yunji how he was, Master Huishan shook his head. My friend's illness. If he wakes up now, he will probably kill again and lose his nature. Let him stay for a while. And then I will wake him up. Duke Xiao, who had already reached the outside of the house, stopped suddenly, and his pale hands holding the oil paper umbrella suddenly tightened the umbrella handle. Lost his nature. In his heart, he thought of Han Machen's first appearance to see him. But Yunji who saw him again later. If he hadn't seen the stunning face under the mask when he met Han Machen before, he really didn't believe that the bright and clear Prince Chiyue and the murderous Howard were the same person. His illness. In the end, Duke Xiao didn't go in, but left quietly. Howard must have suffered a lot when he was held hostage in Daqing. That's why he is so seriously ill now, and it's hard to cure. After walking out of the purple bamboo forest, Duke Xiao called his followers. Go tell the emperor. Master Huishan said that Prince Chiyue is too weak. He will be fine in a few days after taking medicine, acupuncture and medicinal baths. Duke Xiao's words were delivered to Emperor Yu in a short while. The Panlong Palace lantern clearly illuminated the handwriting on the letter. Looking at what the letter said, Yunji would be fine in a few days, and Emperor Yu was relieved. He burned the letter, took the Yunlang Army Tiger talisman in the box on the imperial desk, and in one breath, he completely curled it in his palm. Send the order to all states and counties. He had already said this. But in another breath, he waved his hand again. Forget it. Since she has escaped, let the woman go. Go tell the prince to search Langjing with all his strength, and not let go of any other remnants hiding. Yes. General Manager Yun bowed, not daring to show any sickness on his face, and hurriedly left the imperial study to pass on the message. Emperor Yu looked at the tiger talisman for a while, and then put it back into the box. Chiyue, I will really spare that woman today. As for the forces behind her, since she is your sweetheart, I will wait for you to wake up and eliminate them yourself. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather became colder and colder. People who were cold began to wear thicker autumn clothes. What's worse, some people were already wearing winter clothes. Yunlang was already cold, and the cold weather came from the north. At this time, Zhuxian, due to its terrain and sandy landforms, was cold and dry, and it was completely cold. The wind blew on my cheeks, not only freezing me, but also making me feel painful. In Zhuxian, Gobi Pass, in the Pass Mansion, in the room where Su Rao slept for a night a few months ago. She lived in it again in September. But this time, the people serving Su Rao were no longer the maids in the Pass Mansion arranged by Shinichi Xiao, but Isu, Xiao Ji and Huan Yang, who took care of Su Rao. Su Rao vomited blood and fainted that day. So Xian Ichi Xiao brought Su Rao back to Zhu Xian. Su Rao fainted, and it would be unsafe to find a doctor in Yunlang. So after a medical guard under Xian Ichi Xiao examined her, and confirmed that she was not in danger of life, Xian Ichi Xiao brought Su Rao back to his Zhu Xian country, and asked the doctor of Zhu Xian country to treat her. After returning to Zhu Xian, even if Emperor Yu of Yunlang knew Su Rao's whereabouts, he could not easily move Su Rao again. If he wanted to move Su Rao again, he had to negotiate with Zhu Xian. If he sent someone privately, Once Yu Xian found out, it would involve the diplomatic harmony between the two countries. Miss, looking at Su Rao, who became more and more silent after waking up. Just like Su Rao, who felt like a rag doll after the fall of the Qin dynasty. Yisu tightly grasped the dagger at her waist, and her 5 fingers turned pale. If their parents hadn't told them that the young lady was the one they would always protect, Yisu really wanted to go back and kill her regardless of the consequences, to avenge the young lady and her parents. Yisu, I'm fine. If you can't help it, then cry. Cry for your parents. If you don't want to cry, beat me up. If you don't want to beat me up, go out. Let me have a good rest. Holding Yisu's hand, he opened her fingers that were white from being pinched one by one. Su Rao said calmly, it was useless for them to hurt themselves here. Instead of wasting this time, they might as well have a good rest, and then kill all those damn killers. The dark heart never showed on her face. Yisu, go out first. Let the young lady have a rest. Xiao Ji and Huan Yang walked in. Xiao Ji took Yisu out. Huan Yang took 2 jars of wine and walked to the bed. Top-grade aged wine. Strong liquor from Zhu Siam. I heard it tastes very good. Would you like 2 jars to satisfy your craving? Su Rao's eyes fell on the jar of wine that Huan Yang handed over after shaking it twice. She took a breath and shook her head. I'm quitting drinking. I won't drink anymore. Quit drinking? When? Huan Yang frowned slightly. But only for a moment. Okay. Since you don't drink anymore, I can drink enough today. I don't know how this Zhu Siamese wine tastes. Can it make me drunk? Walking to the table and sitting down, Huan Yang opened the cork and drank it in one gulp, imitating the way Su Rao drank before. However, after just one gulp, she was choked by the spiciness of the strong liquor and started coughing violently. The coughing continued. Mei Yang's face was flushed, as if she was covered with a thick layer of rouge. Since you can't drink strong liquor, don't waste this fine wine. Su Rao got down from the bed, snatched the wine jar from Huan Yang's hand, tilted her neck, and the wine fell into her slightly pale lips from the mouth of the wine jar, splashing out wine drops. She broke the habit again. Huan Yang looked at it, but didn't persuade her like she did in Xiaoyao residence before. Just sat aside and watched. A jar of wine, such a spicy and strong liquor from the kingdom of Siam, was empty in just a short moment. Drinking like this is just like drinking plain water. Su Rao only drank this small jar of wine, and the other jar of wine was not drunk in her stomach. Throwing away the empty wine pot in her hand, she suddenly walked to the door and opened it. Have you seen enough? Outside the door, Xiani Qishao's footsteps had stopped for a long time. He had come when Su Rao was drinking. Through the crack in the door, I saw the girl in red standing on a round stool with one foot, drinking with her head raised up. She looked like the children of Xian, but she was more heroic and dazzling. In his cold eyes, there was a slight sense of disorder, as if he had been caught by Su Rao. But it was only for a moment. It seems that I was overthinking, thinking that you would, desperate, or cry for revenge. Su Rao directly said what Xiani Qishao might say later, turned around, and walked back into the house. She was extremely calm and composed, without any of the thousands of possible reactions that Xiani Qishao had imagined. Xiani Qishao followed in. Huan Yang took a look, said nothing more, and got up and left. Since this was what the master wanted, what else could she say? If I want revenge, I want to destroy Yunlang. I want to enter the Yun Palace, hang the executioner's head on the city wall, and I want the whole Langjing to be covered with the blood of the Yun family. Xiani Qishao, if I have this idea, do you want to get involved? Do you want to stop the 3 kingdoms? Just after sitting down, Su Rao suddenly said this again, and the calmness on her face turned into a smile. And her face was charming. The scar on her forehead, the scar that would only fade her face, was not covered at this moment. Her face faded, but Xiani Qishao was still dazzled. But only for a moment. Her cold eyebrows moved because of Su Rao's words, but not because of her heart moving the world, but because of her dark heart under Su Rao's words. Su Rao, you want to provoke a war between the 3 kingdoms. Su Rao didn't need to say anything more. Xiani Qishao understood. Heh. This time with another laugh. Su Rao suddenly approached Xiani Qishao, only an inch away from his face. Those bright peach eyes looked straight into the cold eyes of Xiani Qishao. She didn't believe that such a man would have no ambition at all, and had never thought of competing for the world. Everything he did was coerced by Queen Rong. Don't you want to? Prince E, who is powerful in the court, really just wants to guard this barren land. Your Siamese countries are militarily strong and have vast land and abundant resources. Compared with Danyang, your seasonal products are not abundant. Compared with Yunlang, your climate and geography are not good. You Siamese countries are only better in physique. The woman's breath came to his face, mixed with the strong aroma of wine. The aroma of wine was charming, and the person was even more fascinating. It made Xian Qixiao's eyes blurry again, and his heart beat again, and he couldn't control it clearly. This woman in front of him. This is her truest appearance. The sharp edge hidden under all the dandy and perverse. Just one glance at Lu Xizhong. He actually remembered it. Su Rao. You want Zhu Xian to go to war for you and Yun Lang. This time, Xian Qixiao's reaction was not as fast as before. Su Rao caught the momentary blur in his eyes, and her heart was even colder. She wanted more than just a war between Zhu Xian and Yun Lang. The great Qin kingdom had long been shattered and destroyed, and the people were long gone. Why should she let these executioners, who had occupied the magpie's nest, occupy her great Qin's territory? These territories of the great Qin, even if they were completely destroyed, she didn't want these executioners to continue to occupy them. If her two families were killed, then all of them would go down to be buried with her, including herself, and go to the underground to atone for their sins. Yes, I need an army. I need a regular army. Nodding, Su Rao did not hide the fact that she wanted to use the soldiers in Xian Qixiao's hands, his Zhu Xian kingdom. Sitting back up, Su Rao moved away from Xian Qixiao. Then he said, Xian Qixiao, you care about your brother, and I can help you get rid of his poison. And you don't need to be threatened by Queen Rong anymore. So you can agree or not. Su Rao hadn't said the last sentence yet, just because Xian Qixiao said it first. All the other words that Su Rao had prepared were no longer necessary to say. And instead, she was trembling. Okay, I can give you the army. And I can even bring the head of Emperor Yunlong to you. And I only need you to agree to one condition. Huan Yang, I'll ask you one question. And I'll only ask you once. Do you really not know who the owner of your Xiaoyao Tower is? This voice came from the room under the dark night. The pair of calm peach blossom eyes fell directly on Huan Yang. I want your Xiaoyao Tower to help me sneak into Danyang quietly. This is the condition proposed by Xian Qixiao. He is not Han Machan. He has been looking for Han Machan, the owner of Xiaoyao Tower. He appeared in Taiyangguan County. He did all that just to use the power of Xiaoyao Tower in Danyang to find the elixir formula for his royal brother and cure his royal brother's poison. Xian Qixiao talked to Su Rao, saying that he wanted to use the power of Xiaoyao Tower to sneak into Danyang. But he didn't say the reason. But how could Su Rao not think of it? Queen Rong of Zhuxian Kingdom poisoned Emperor Wei, and Queen Rong was Princess Rongyu of Danyang Kingdom. So Xian Qixiao wanted to enter Danyang, and his purpose can be imagined. So she really recognized the wrong person. Since the time of Taiyangguan County, or even earlier, since the coincidence of the day in Wanglu Temple, she has always recognized Han Machan by mistake. Xian Qixiao is not Han Machan. Then who is Han Machan? Little girl. Huan Yang finally sighed. I didn't expect that Prince He actually had such a plan. And he also mistook Su Rao for his master. Looking at Su Rao, it can be seen that she didn't fluctuate at all. Took out the Xiaoyao order from his waist and handed it to Su Rao. I do know our master and who he is. But the rules of Xiaoyao Tower require us to obey orders. And only the two Xiaoyao guardians know the whereabouts of our master. I have never lied to you about this. I really don't know. Then who is your master? Su Rao did not take the Xiaoyao order, but asked again. This time, Huan Yang shook her head. It was not that she could not tell, but that she could not tell without permission. Because she was a secret guard. And the duty of a secret guard was not to reveal the master at all. Su Rao, if you really want to know who the master is, you can ask him in person. If you ask, I think the master will tell you. After all, you are the only woman who can make him treat you differently. The only one. Get out. Who is he? I don't want to know. I suddenly have no interest. Since he has already given me his Xiaoyao Tower so generously, then he is no longer of any use to me. Just after taking the Xiaoyao order, Su Rao's voice was cold, bone-chilling, and walked around the screen to the inner room. What is the second master of Xiaoyao Tower? It turns out that he is the master of Xiaoyao Tower. Xiaoyao order, the symbol of the status of the owner of Xiaoyao Tower. is a generous Han Machin. Rudy tightly grasped the Xiaoyao order, and blood came out. Drop by drop, it flowed from the gaps between her fingers, dyeing the carpet red, blooming a red flower. She was not blind, but she covered her eyes. What was hidden? Wasn't it the pair of unforgettable phoenix eyes? She had seen them so many times. Why? Her eyes touched the unopened jar of wine on the table, and the memory of drunkenness that she had forgotten several times finally emerged quietly from her mind. Drunk in front of that person several times. Do you think you are Han Machin? You are Ah Xiao. And you have made thousands of plans just to let me leave safely. Can you dispel the hatred that is corroding my heart? Bang. You alone are not enough to repay the blood feud of my entire Qin clan. The whole Su family. He suddenly threw the Xiaoyao order with a loud noise, and then took the jar of wine and poured it into his mouth. Yunji, I will kill you. I will kill all the Yun family, the Dan Yongrong family, and Zhu Xian. I will let your blood spread all over my great Qin imperial city. I will let the snow this year be dyed as red. I will let the blood on the imperial city freeze into ice. I will hang your heads one by one on the walls of my great Qin, to commemorate the millions of innocent dead souls of my great Qin, to commemorate the loyal martyrs of my Su family. The bone-eating hatred could no longer be suppressed, and the calmness, like a rag doll, was broken at this moment. Drunk? It is difficult to eliminate the bone-eating hatred, and at this moment, there is another person who has gone crazy like Su Rao. And that person will wake up half a month later. After half a month, he woke up. But the person who woke up was no longer Yunji. Master Hui Shan was afraid that Han Machin would appear, so he did not wake Yunji at the beginning. He waited for a while before waking him up. But the person who woke up was still in the purple bamboo forest under the night. The cold wind blew, and the bamboo leaves rustled to the ground, covering the entire purple bamboo forest, and even falling on the man covered in ice. The killing around him, not to mention the increasingly cold surrounding environment. Only the subordinate kneeling in the forest. Yunling knelt on one knee, and under this strong cold, layers of sweat rolled down his forehead. Why did the person who was chasing him suddenly disappear and no longer appear? Since when did he become your master? These two cold voices. Yunling did not tell Han Machin that Han Machin had already noticed what Yunji had said. It was because the black-clothed men who had chased him had not appeared for a long time. Master. Bang. Puff. Yunling opened his mouth, but did not say anything else. His body flew out like a parabola, and directly hit the purple bamboo behind him, causing the bamboo leaves to fall and scatter all over the ground. Yunling spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. The rules of Xiaoyao Tower are that traitors will kill themselves. Do you want to solve it yourself? Or do you want me to solve it for you? Take a step. Han Machin walked towards Yunling step by step, killing all around him, and the strong wind swept around him. It seemed that everything within 3 feet was frozen by ice. There was no human emotion in his slender phoenix eyes. Hands. Raise them again. Master. The Su family has been destroyed. Yunling hurriedly spoke. The emperor ordered the execution of the Su family. You were not there at the time. We were leaderless. The only way to keep Miss Su safe was to follow the prince's instructions. Just one word. Miss Su. Made Han Machin's strong killing intent suddenly stop, and the bloodthirstiness in his phoenix eyes disappeared. That stunning face was not covered by the silver-black mask. Without this killing feeling, he felt a sense of indifference from Yunji, and the moonlight was indifferent. Seeing this, Yunling covered his heart and coughed again, crawled up, knelt on one knee, and then said, "The prince sent Miss Su to Juxian to keep her safe. Let your subordinates tell you that Yunlang will act according to your plan." Now something happened to Dan Yang. Yao's identity was revealed by Queen Rong. The Xiao family was destroyed. Yao was seriously injured and missing, and his life and death were unknown. The surrounding cold breath became thicker and thicker, and the slender phoenix eyes fell directly on Yunling. For a moment, he did not make another move. He taught you to say that. With this, Han Machin suddenly turned around and left. If the netherworld and hell wants to return to the sun, it depends on whether my master agrees. Obviously, Han Machin had no idea of Yunji's thoughts, what Yunji was going to do, and what he intended to do. But he was fully aware of it. It was only Han Machin who realized what Yunji wanted to do. When Han Machin left, Yunling breathed a sigh of relief and sat down in the forest, looking at the direction where Han Machin disappeared. His eyebrows were filled with sorrow. It seems that he can't go according to the master's arrangement. If the master can't show up again for a while, Yun Lang will probably be controlled by the master. Amitabha. Master Huishan came over. Your heart is trapped by the darkness, and it is difficult to control your mind. If you continue to damage your heart, you may not live past 30. There was a look of compassion on his face. I think that the female donor may be able to control your dark side, but I cannot ignore your wishes for what you have done now. As your subordinate, you should go and persuade him. Use your heart to help others, but don't end up hurting others and yourself, which is difficult to recover. Sigh. Shaking his head, Master Huishan went back to the house, turning the Buddhist beads in his hand. One by one, Buddha has mercy on me. Let the young master carry the unconscious Yun Mujing in. Because of Han Machen's appearance, Yun Mujing had never seen such a murderous man before. This time, he was shocked, but was injured by Han Machen's internal force, so he fainted at this moment. The next morning, an autumn sun rose. In Guan Mansion, drunk Su Rao curled up on the floor of the house for a whole night. She was drunk again. The empty wine jar rolled down at her feet. The Xiaoyao order throne on the floor was still lying alone in the corner. It was not until a ray of sunlight shone through the window lattice and illuminated the darkness in the house that the curled-up person moved her fingers and woke up. The sequelae of drunkenness, or the strong liquor of Ju Siam. You can imagine how her head felt at this moment. She supported herself on the carpet and tried to sit up. The wound on her palm stung for a while, which made her dizzy brain clear instantly. Cough. A light cough. After being drunk and sleeping like that for a night, it was no surprise that Su Rao caught a cold and tossed herself down. Isu. A hoarse voice. Extremely small. But Isu and Xiao Ji, who were guarding outside, could hear it clearly. She hurriedly pushed the door open and came in. She saw the young lady standing up, but she was drunk and pale. Isu's eyes were tearful for a moment, but she quickly went over to support Su Rao. Young lady, do you want to wash up? Isu tried not to let her tears fall when she asked this question. Su Rao nodded. She rubbed her temples with her hands. There were wrinkles between her eyebrows. It was obvious how uncomfortable she was at the moment. My mind is a little confused, and I feel very uncomfortable. Xiao Ji, go get a basin of cold water and boil some cold medicine. Knowing that she had caught a cold, she asked Xiao Ji to boil medicine, but she had to wash her face with cold water, alternating between hot and cold. Xiao Ji opened her mouth and wanted to say that she would get a basin of hot water, but in the end, she still didn't say it. Last night, Guan Yang told her that the young lady already knew the identity of the master and drove her away. So she asked Mo Yao to accidentally expose her identity, and was also driven away by the young lady. Xiao Ji went out without noticing that Su Rao looked up at her. But in the end, she also said nothing. Because of Ying. For Ying, Su Rao could not question Xiao Ji as she questioned Huan Yang. Yun Ji arranged her in her bridal chamber, by her side, but she didn't need it. Not at all. After washing her face with cold water and drinking a dose of cold-relieving medicine, Su Rao went to the bed. This time she really had a good rest, and was able to take revenge only after she had enough energy. After learning that Su Rao had woken up, Xian Ichi Xiao came over, but saw that she had fallen asleep again. So he didn't say anything, but just told the housekeeper of Guan Mansion to watch over this place, and do whatever he needed. Your Majesty, have you really decided to go to war with Yun Lang? A war between two countries is no joke. If you agree to Miss Su's conditions, and comply with Queen Ron's wishes, will it really lower Queen Ron's guard? Can you really get the formula for the elixir? Will Danliang really? Yesterday, when Siam Ichi Xiao agreed to cooperate with Su Rao, Mo Ying asked at that time, and when he checked the identity of General Su on the day of the execution, he also found that the weapon used by the people arranged by Miss Su to rob the prisoner car was actually his Siamese scimitar. Miss Su's behavior. Obviously, he wanted to put the blame of the prisoner car robbery on Zhu Xian. After Mo Ying said this, Xianichi Xiao was silent for a while before answering Mo Ying's question. Since he agreed to Su Rao, he had his own considerations. Once Zhu Xian and Yun Lang went to war, the two countries would definitely be affected. The three countries have been in a tripartite relationship for 10 years, and they have always maintained this superficial harmony. In fact, it is just a check and balance between the three countries. Once two countries move, then the quiet third country will definitely be implicated. Whether it is active or passive, it is impossible to stay out of it. At that time, Dan Yang will definitely focus most of his attention on the war between Yunlang and Juxian. It will only benefit them to sneak into the Danyang Imperial City to find the elixir formula without any disadvantages. And, since Rongyur wants to start a war between Juxian and Yunlang, then he will fulfill her wish. The queen of a country, in the harem, provoked a war between the two countries, disregarded the safety of the country and the people for personal gain. With such a lack of virtue, how can she be qualified to be the mother of Juxian? Only by abolishing her can he give an explanation to the people of Juxian. And what Rongyur did. Whether Danyang country was involved. Whether there was Danyang behind her. Whether Danyang was actually the ambitious person. How could he watch Juxian become a stepping stone for others to plot the whole world? I have said that when I return this time, it will be the death of Rongyur. If I am really afraid of her, I will never allow her to use my brother to control me again and again. This killing sound. Prince Yi, who is powerful in the court and the country of Juxian. Is he really going to let a woman in the harem threaten him again and again? Tie his hands and feet. Touch his bottom line again and again. Hurt his brother. And control his life. Report. Prince. Something happened in the capital. An Ingji army came like this. With hurried steps and dusty. He handed the letter from the capital to Moing. In Juxian. A big thing happened 3 days ago. Empress Rong, the mother of a country who was favored by Emperor Wei and had a deep affection for him and his wife, was abolished by Emperor Wei himself 3 days ago. The reason is, just 3 days ago, a large number of papers suddenly appeared on the streets of the capital. The papers revealed that Queen Rong had secretly sent assassins to assassinate Prince Yi several times, and the officials in various counties and prefectures in Siam were all planted by Queen Rong. Collusion between officials and businessmen. Selling official positions and titles, and hiring killers. So many things were revealed in an instant. Afterwards, the brothel Huajian Fang, which had been closed down in Bianzhou, and the brothel owner suddenly appeared in the capital. The brothel owner, who had been assassinated in the secret prison of Prince Yi's mansion, appeared alive. Or to be more precise, the brothel owner, who had committed suicide in the prison of Bianzhou, was alive. And she also confessed all the collusion between Queen Rong and the governor of Bianzhou. The governor of Bianzhou also appeared and took out the records of all transactions between him and Queen Rong, including the account book that was taken away by Siam Ichishao. He said, he and the brothel owner worked hard for Queen Rong and did so many evil things. But he didn't expect that after the matter was exposed, Queen Rong would kill the donkey and silence the witnesses. Since she is so cruel, don't blame them for being unjust. As soon as this happened, the Siamese were immediately in uproar. The important officials of the major clans of the Siamese country all appealed to the emperor for an imperial decree. Such a vicious woman. How could he be the queen of the Siamese country? All the Siamese nobles whose interests were affected by Queen Rong asked for an imperial decree. Under pressure from the situation, Emperor Wei could only issue an imperial decree to abolish Queen Rong's position. Because Queen Rong's identity was the Princess of Rongyu of Danyang. Her life could not be killed. So she was sent to the cold palace and placed under house arrest for life, ending her life. Then a secret decree was issued, saying that this matter was a scandal of the Siamese country, and it also involved the diplomatic relations between the Siamese and Danyang countries. Anyone who dared to speak out would be implicated. Such a turbulent event disappeared within a few days, and was never reported outside the capital, let alone received by other countries. Xianiqi Shao knew about it at this moment, because he had been sending people to keep an eye on Queen Rong. Prince, how could the emperor move Queen Rong so suddenly? After reading the letter, Moing asked in surprise. There was no need to think too much. Just the contents of the letter, the appearance of the brothel mother, and the governor of the border state, and the account book. Moing knew that it was the work of the Emperor Wei. Could it be that Queen Rong did something bad again? What could it be that made the emperor willing to? Brother. Xianiqi Shao's face was also solemn, with the emperor's love for Rongyur. Unless it was a matter of heaven and earth, the emperor would never abolish Rongyur. Return to Beijing. Immediately, Xianiqi Shao strode away. The sky suddenly became bleak. The first heavy snow of this year came so early. It was the beginning of winter. The fluttering goose feather snowflakes covered the whole world, covering it with a layer of white gauze. Pure and flawless. The surrounding mountains rose and fell, and the cold wind whistled, blowing the bare tree trunks in the mountains and making the snowflakes on the branches dance. Joyful and snowy, the snowflakes spread the earth, rendering a vast white snow. but it was difficult to stop the footsteps of pedestrians on the road. The people coming and going in Zuxian Jingji went forward in this sudden snowstorm to go to the market. On the official road, an ebony carriage also slowly drove over, and the wheels rolled over the official road, making a creaking sound, and rolling out two long ruts from far to near. Zuxian Jingji. After a few months, Su Rao came again. But this time, her temperament had changed greatly. Cough. Such a soft cough came from the carriage. The cold that Su Rao caught was hard to get better due to the sudden change in weather. It has been lingering for several days. Her originally delicate face has become thinner. Even her pair of peach blossom eyes are no longer stunning and dazzling. There is only calmness inside. A dead silence. Only the ugly sunken scar on her forehead is once again covered by the red plum blossom hairpin. She is wearing a bright red skirt and a furry fur collar with a lot of flowers, hiding most of her face inside. Since you have urgent things to return to Beijing, you don't have to accommodate me like this. In this country of Siam, in your Prince He's territory, his Yun family wants to catch me. Su Rao took the hot tea handed by Siam Ichi Xiao and said so again. Su Rao, don't say anything more. Since I have chosen to help save you, I will protect you. And since you and I have cooperated, I should protect you even more. I am not in a hurry. Since Xianichi Xiao said so again, Su Rao said no more. After taking a sip of tea, she turned around and opened the car window again, looking at the already pale snow again. Her long-lasting cold was also related to her actions. How could she get better in such a cold wind? But her actions could not be dissuaded. Xianichi Xiao looked at him, and his cold eyebrows frowned again. He did not know when he had raised his eyebrows again and again, just because of this person in his eyes. He looked at him and said nothing. He just pushed the small stove in the carriage towards Su Rao, and then leaned against the car body and did his own thing quietly. Su Rao caught a glimpse of Xianichi Xiao's action again. All the way here. Every time she opened the car window, even if there was warm sunshine, this person would do the same. He was not Han Machin. So why did he treat her like this? Su Rao did not want to think about this cognition. No matter what, it would not change. The cold wind rushed in from the car window, blowing my cheeks cold, and the eyes were full of white snow. But in Su Rao's eyes, there was only the blood red on the ground, the blood-stained snow, which was difficult to disappear. There were also deaths of the Su family, although I had never seen them, but I could imagine what it would look like to die of poisoning. After looking out the window for a while, I closed the window and closed my eyes to rest again. Day by day, the carriage also slowly traveled all the way, and it was not until the end of September that it arrived at Juxia capital. The ebony carriage drove into the capital and stopped outside Prince He's mansion. Su Rao, I will go to the palace first, and you will stay in my palace for a while. I have asked someone to arrange a residence for you, but the items inside are not yet complete, and it will take another day or two. After getting off the carriage, Xianichi Xiao told Emoing to take Su Rao to the palace where Su Rao was temporarily placed in the palace. Thank you. After saying this politely again, Su Rao followed Emoing into Prince He's palace. The ebony carriage also drove to the palace. Miss, the prince is back. Orchid Pavilion, the courtyard of concubine Zhao. Su Rao and Xianichi Xiao had just arrived at Prince He's palace when Shulan ran to the Orchid Pavilion. Shaking off the snowflakes on her body, she opened the curtain and hurried into the house. A burst of heat came into the room, dispelling the coolness. The fire was already lit in the room, and she could not feel the cold outside at all. On a royal couch, Zhao Lianqi was wearing a light blue skirt, with thick black hair tied up with a jade hairpin, and holding an embroidery in her hand. Each stitch was exquisite. Her whole body was filled with the aura of orchids, and her every move was like that of concubine Shu. However, in just a few months, she had changed so much. After giving up on Prince Jiyue, she pursued fame and status and became the second concubine Shu. After hearing what Shulan said, Zhao Lianqi raised her eyes and glanced at Shulan. Seeing Shulan's words, she seemed to be hesitant to speak. She put down the embroidery in her hand and asked, "What happened?" Shulan pursed her lips. After a while, she spoke again. The prince was back, but he brought back a woman. The woman was covered by a red cloak, so she couldn't see her face clearly, but she was accompanied by Mo Ying himself, who was leading the woman to Meishui Garden. Miss, the prince has always been indifferent. How could he bring a woman back to the mansion? Mo Ying is the prince's personal bodyguard. Who else can move him except the prince? Shulan's eyes were filled with worry. The young lady had been in the mansion for a long time. Before that, she couldn't let go of Prince Jiyue and refused to show favor to the prince. That day, she went to Qifeng Pavilion to see Prince Jiyue. But he had already left. The young lady had just given up completely. The young lady had just figured it out. But the prince had to leave the capital for something. Now when he came back, the prince brought a woman with him. Could it be that the prince left the capital for that woman? Miss, what should we do? If that woman is the prince's sweetheart, what should we do? Shulan was so anxious that she wanted to cry. They had no relatives in this country of Ju Siam. If the young lady could not get the prince's favor, and there was another favored woman in the mansion, what would the young lady do in the future? Shulan. Compared to Shulan's anxiety and deep worry, Zhao Lianqing just frowned slightly. I am Princess Sini, who is married to a foreign princess. I am responsible for the peace between Yunlang and Ju Siam. Since the prince has brought back a woman, I believe he will also inform me. Let's wait and see what the prince says. When it comes to palace fighting and house fighting, Zhao Lianqing has definitely learned the true teachings of concubine Shu. How could she be so impatient just because a woman came to the mansion? Pick up the embroidery and continue embroidering. Okay. Miss said so. Then I will wait with you. Miss is the mistress of the prince's mansion. If the prince brings back another woman, he must inform Miss Yu anyway. Miss will wait for the prince to give her an explanation. Zhao Lianqing was so calm that Xu Lan's anxious heart was also settled. She looked at Zhao Lianqing and raised her chin slightly. And then she once again put on such a high-handed and arrogant attitude. In fact, when I think about it, that woman is nothing, no matter what her status is. Even if she is the favorite concubine brought back by the prince, she is just a plaything. She can't think of surpassing the young lady. Xu Lan said this as if it was natural. Xu Lan, be careful with your words. Zhao Lianqing suddenly scolded. She was just a concubine of the prince's mansion. Even if she was on the royal jade plate, she was actually just a concubine. And she had no right to call herself the mistress of the prince's mansion. Miss, calm down. It was me who talked too much. Xu Lan's face changed, and she knelt down hurriedly. She also knew that she had said the wrong thing. Su Rao, who was going to Meishu Garden, didn't know that because of her arrival, Zhao Lianqing brought her. Prince Yi, back personally. Mo Ying personally led the way to the palace and regarded the woman who lived there as a rival in love and a woman who was competing for his favor. Meishu Garden, as the name suggests, is full of plum blossoms against the winter scenery. At this moment, the proud coal plums in Meishu Garden have not yet bloomed. Only the branches of the plum trees are covered with snow, in various shapes and forms. A beautiful winter scene. Mo Ying led Su Rao here. The housekeeper of the palace had already received instructions to light a stove in Meishu Garden. Although winter has come and the cold is coming, the whole Meishu Garden is warm. Miss Su, if you have something to do, just tell the housekeeper. I still need to go to the palace gate to wait for the prince, so I'll leave first. After bringing Su Rao to Meishu Garden, Mo Ying gave another explanation to the housekeeper of the palace, who was accompanying him. It's okay. Don't let other people in the palace come to Meishu Garden to disturb. Then he said goodbye to Su Rao and left. As soon as Mo Ying left, Isu also asked the housekeeper to leave. Their young ladies didn't need anything here, and there was no other instructions, so the housekeeper could do his own thing. Su Rao went into the house, took off the bright red cloak she was wearing, and sat by the stove to warm her cold hands and feet. She didn't even look at the courtyard where she was temporarily staying. Isu and Xiaoji didn't look at it much either. Isu poured a cup of tea and handed it to Su Rao. Xiaoji, go and call Ying and Jin Chao. After warming her hands and feet, and a cup of hot tea to warm her body, Su Rao spoke. Ying and Jin Chao were both outsiders, so it was not easy for them to follow into the main house. So they were arranged to go to the side room of Meishu Garden. The rest of the people brought by Jin Chao all went back to the mountain village. Xiaoxi nodded, turned around, and went out of the house to call Ying and Jin Chao. Su Rao took out the purse from her bright red sleeves. There were 3 items inside. Xiaoyao order, Prince Yi's mansion plate, and the half-jade plate given by the old man in the palace prison. There is still no news about the 5th brother. Now the only person who can find the 5th brother in Yunlang is probably. Finally, Su Rao took out the half-jade plate from the purse. It is not the Xiaoyao order. Xiaoyao guests are all over the world. Let Xiaoyao Tower look for them. In fact, it is the fastest way to ensure that Su Wu is found. But Su Rao gave up. It is not because Su Rao does not want to use the people in Xiaoyao Tower, and does not worry about Su Wu's safety at the moment, whether he is safe or not. But Su Rao does not want Su Wu to fall into Yunji's hands. Su Er's death, the demise of the Su family. Su Rao knew that Yunji did everything just for her to live. But it was precisely because of this that Su Rao hated Yunji even more. Even if Yunji destroyed the Su family for the sake of imperial power, Su Rao would not hate him so much. This kind of selfishness given in the name of love is more heartbreaking than deception. She hated Yunji, and hated herself even more. She would personally understand him, all the executioners, all the killers, and finally understand herself. She took out the jade token and held it in her soft hand. The scar on her palm when she pinched the Xiaoyao order half a month ago had faded away, leaving only a faint white mark. Miss, when it comes to escaping, no one can catch the fifth young master. We will definitely find the fifth young master. Isu comforted. But Su Rao clenched the jade token again. I'm afraid that fifth brother won't escape. His escape must be taken away by someone. But who will save fifth brother? Cough. Another light cough. Su Rao raised her hand and rubbed her temple. She was worried and uneasy. But she never thought about Yun Miyue and Mu Mingjin, who were the best friends of Su Wu. Or, Su Rao would never think that Yun Miyue and Mu Mingjin would actually go to jail for Su Er. Two people without any martial arts skills. And really rescued Su Er. Xian Shao also arrived at the Jusin Palace. He went to the Imperial Study to see Emperor Wei, but was told that Emperor Wei had gone to the Cold Palace. Although the Cold Palace is called the Cold Palace, it actually does not feel much desolate, but is extremely deserted, because the Jusin Palace was newly built. And Emperor Wei's feelings for Queen Rong were so strong that he had been favored by her for many years. Most of the other concubines around Emperor Wei were just decorations. Without favor, living anywhere would be like living in the Cold Palace. So this real Cold Palace has always been a decoration. It was not until the decree of the abolition of the Queen that the Cold Palace welcomed its first guest. And it was still the master of the Central Palace. Outside the Cold Palace, under the locust tree, in the pavilion, that weak figure was not wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, but a light brocade robe, with a cloak on the outside to keep warm. This is the color of clothes he wore when he first met Queen Rong. From time to time, he coughed lightly. When Xianiqi Shao came, he saw Emperor Wei like this. His eyes stayed on the door of the Cold Palace. But he never wanted to go in, because he was afraid that if he went in and saw Queen Rong, he would soften his heart again. Brother. Xianiqi Shao walked into the pavilion, turned the charcoal in the stove, and when the coldness on his body was slightly relieved, he walked to the side of Emperor Wei and stood side by side with him. A Shao is back. Emperor Wei turned around and looked Xianiqi Shao up and down, showing his brother's care. Seeing that he was fine, he said again, I heard from Yin Lai that you brought back Princess Ronghua. Yes. Nodding. Xianiqi Shao also looked at Emperor Wei. I know that you are worried, but I have been with her day and night these days. She is different from Rongyue. The Emperor Wei's breath suddenly became heavier. I don't know if it was because Xianiqi Shao said so, or because Xianiqi Shao mentioned Rongyue, which made the Emperor Wei's breath difficult. After a moment, he sighed. Forget it. Since you have brought her back, what else can you say? You can't do it yourself. So how can you force you to do it? The word love, good or bad, is ultimately just sweet. Shaking his head, he coughed again. Xianiqi Shao hurriedly stroked Empress Wei's back. Emperor Wei waved his hand, saying that he had nothing to do, and then said, there is civil unrest in Yunlang, and the Su family is in trouble. The Queen wants to take this opportunity to provoke a war between Juxian and Yunlang. I am the king of Juxian, and I can no longer let her continue to make mistakes. Otherwise, I will not be able to hold the position of Juxian. Tell Xianiqi Shao why he finally hardened his heart. The war between the two countries is related to the survival of the country. He can no longer only care about his own desires. He is the emperor of Juxian, the king of a country, not just the husband of one person. Xianiqi Shao's hanging hands curled up slightly. It was not because of Queen Rong, but because Emperor Wei's words touched Xianiqi Shao's heart. Then did he really have no selfish desires when he agreed to cooperate with Su Rao? Royal brother. After a slight silence, Xian Qishao finally told Emperor Wei about the cooperation he and Su Rao had said. Xiao, what did you say? Do you want to attack Yunlang? Immediately, the Emperor Wei's face was solemn, and the pair of waving eyes that were extremely similar to Xian Qishao were even more solemn. It felt different from the weak and cowardly Emperor Wei in the past, which also showed the Emperor's heart. Xian Qishao nodded. Although Xiao Mubai is unconscious, and the Xiao family has been eliminated by Dan Yang, Xiao Tower is powerful, and is not just the Xiao family. I want to sneak into Dan Liang quietly to find the recipe for the elixir. So I need Xiao Tower. Maybe he had his own selfish desires, and didn't want to refuse her or see her disappointed. But Xian Qishao knew better in his heart that he was also doing this for his brother. The heavy breath of the Emperor Wei did not disappear because of Xian Qishao's explanation, because he could see the heart of his brother in front of him more clearly than anyone else. The brother now is just like him back then. In the end, did she still follow his path? Su family, daughter. The former, dynasty, princess. Ah Xiao. Have you ever thought that since Princess Ronghua is the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, if she really wants to save the Su family, how can she not save them? I'm afraid she actually wants to destroy the Su family. After hearing these words, Wei Huang's heart sank even more. The Su family made great contributions to the demise of the Qin dynasty. Otherwise the Qin imperial city would not have fallen into Yunlang's hands. If you want to get rid of Yunlang, you must first destroy Su. Without the Su family's Yunlang, it would be like an eagle with a broken wing. If the former princess wants revenge, the Su family must be eliminated. And Zhu Xian was also one of the participants in the demise of the Qin dynasty. My royal brother is worried. And I understand. Xian Qishao actually thought of this in his heart a long time ago. But he personally experienced Su Rao's heart to save the Su family that day. She regarded the Su family as her real family. The falling snow showed no sign of stopping, but became heavier as time went by. Inside the house in the plum and snow garden, Su Rao held the half-jade token that Jin Chao had brought out. The pattern in the middle of the token was a painted word Qin, which was the Qin of the Great Qin, but also the title of the prince. On the back was a carved hill, also a jade-colored mountain. Princess. The prince once said that if the child in the princess's belly is the young prince, if someone can find me with this half of the jade tablet one day, I will hand over the jade seal and support the young prince as the emperor with the person who comes. Take back the Great Qin and restore the glory of the Great Qin kingdom for 100 years. If no one comes, let the young prince live an ordinary life and never know his identity. Jin Chao is indeed not an ordinary bandit. He is actually a subordinate of the king of Qin. On the night of the fall of the Great Qin, Emperor Xuanya was killed by the concubine, and the Great Qin Jade Seal has been lost since then. In fact, the crown prince of the Great Qin handed the Jade Seal to his brother, the king of Qin, and let his family leave the Qin palace with the Jade Seal through the secret passage. However, the king of Qin failed to escape from the palace after all, and was captured as a minister of the Great Qin. Only Jin Chao escaped with the Jade Seal and the pregnant princess. Uncle Wang. Jade Seal. Xiaoshan. The two jade tokens were combined into one. When half of them were combined, they looked like ordinary jade tokens. But when they were put together, they shocked her so much. The old man in the palace prison was actually Uncle Wang. But suddenly, Su Rao threw the whole jade token into the furnace. There was a crackling sound. When the jade token was exposed to high temperature, it would be deformed at best and cracked at worst. Princess. Jin Chao's face suddenly changed when he saw this. Xiaoshan is just Xiaoshan. He is just the child of your country folk. I didn't listen to what you said today, and you didn't say anything. Jin Chao. Do you understand? The tone was very heavy, and the peach blossom eyes fell directly on Jin Chao. If the people of the Three Kingdoms knew that she still had a posthumous child in the Qin dynasty, if the executioner knew that the king of Qin was still alive, he had been in the Yun palace for 10 years. Jin Chao also calmed down, and the knife wound across his nose was left on the night of the fall of the Qin dynasty. Don't the princess want to restore the country? What about you? Do you want to? Su Rao asked back. If Jin Chao had this intention, and now Xiaoshan was old, and Uncle Wang was imprisoned in the palace, if he revealed Xiaoshan's identity and took out the Jade Seal to gather the remaining forces of the Qin dynasty, even if he couldn't restore the country, He could use it to establish himself as a vassal king. Why did he live in the Beifeng village for so many years? Since you came in and saw the half-jade token in my hand, you had a murderous intent towards me in your eyes. Or even earlier, when you learned that my identity as a princess of the previous dynasty was exposed. You went to Ying and deliberately exposed yourself, with the purpose of seeing me and confirming my heart. If I do my revenge and affect Xiaoshan's safety, even if you have an agreement with Uncle Hao, you will kill me. In this speech, Su Rao did not beat around the bush with Jin Chao, but made everything she already knew clear. From Ying's letter, Jin Chao's company, and the half-jade token, and the words of the old man in the palace prison. Su Rao once again thought of some of the things that made her feel confused and puzzled during the disaster in Tianguiguan County. Now, it is considered to be completely understood. There were many participants in the disaster in Tianguiguan County, and those who acted secretly were probably not only Xianiqi Xiao. I'm afraid that Uncle Hao and Jin Chao had already recognized each other at that time. So Xiao Mubai and others were rescued so easily. And Jin Chao and others gave up the mountain village so neatly. You took out half of your jade token to test me. If I really have this intention, then the day I go to the mountain village to get the jade seal will be my death. The corners of Jin Chao's eyebrows shrank suddenly, and his face changed again. He was shocked by what Su Rao said, saw through his thoughts, and sensed his murderous intentions. Although what she said was not his complete thoughts, it was almost the same. In his heart, he felt a strong tremor. After a long moment, he looked at the jade token that had been changed and cracked by the charcoal fire. The jade token had been destroyed and could no longer be used as a token of trust. Jin Chao said calmly, "What the princess said is right. In fact, I recognized Meng Hao at that time in Beifeng village. And Meng Hao also recognized me. Meng Hao said that the prince and the princess only wished the princess a worry-free life and that the hatred would not destroy her heart. I also wanted to protect Xiaoshan. So the two of us made an agreement not to interfere with each other. After making this agreement, Meng Hao reminded him that if they wanted Xiaoshan to grow up safely, they could not continue to stay in Beifeng village. Otherwise, once the court sent troops to suppress the bandits, Xiaoshan's identity would be exposed. So he took advantage of the opportunity to destroy Beifeng village, and brought his wife, children and brothers to Shanjian village to hide his identity. He just didn't want to leave Beifeng village. After only half a year, the little princess not only came to Zhuxian, but also appeared in Shanjian village with Prince Jiyue of Yunwang Mansion. At that time, the child was bitten by a poisonous snake, so he came to the house under the pretext of thanking him. In fact, he was worried that Meng Hao would tell the little princess about Xiaoshan's identity. When he saw the little princess, she just came to find Prince Jiyue of Yunwang Mansion, and he put his worries aside. Then they met again. It was Xiaoshan who brought the little princess home. Seeing that she was so lonely and trapped in love, Lun Yang had an impulse for a moment and wanted to tell the little princess Xiaoshan's identity. But he stopped her. Later, he didn't want the little princess's identity to be exposed for some reason. When he learned that the Su family was arrested, he found Ying. In fact, he was thinking about whether he could save the little princess at that time. But when he saw the little princess again, his idea completely disappeared. This little princess had a deep heart. If she knew Xiaoshan's identity now, she was afraid that she would train Xiaoshan into a pawn for revenge. So no matter what, she couldn't let her know Xiaoshan's identity. But he didn't expect that the prince's jade card would appear in the little princess's hand. The person the prince was talking about was actually the little princess. The prince asked the little princess to come to him with the jade card. He couldn't disobey the prince's order, but he couldn't let Xiaoshan follow the little princess. So he took out the jade token to test, and even said that the jade seal was in his hand. In fact, there was no jade seal at all. Emperor Xuanya was so cautious about the prince. How could he let the prince know where the jade seal was kept? Princess, you are so kind. I will do as the princess wishes. I only hope that Xiaoshan can be an ordinary person and live a peaceful life. I will thank the princess for giving Xiaoshan peace. Jin Chao, who was kneeling on one knee, suddenly knelt on both knees and prostrated himself to Su Rao, and counted like this. Xiaoshan was just a child. He was not born when the country was destroyed and the family was ruined. No matter how much national hatred and family hatred there were, he should not bear it. Su Rao looked at Jin Chao. His words were sincere. He really treated Xiaoshan as his own child. Parents who love their children will plan for them in the long run. Just like the Su family. Grandpa already knew her identity. But he still treated her kindly. After a moment, Su Rao bent down and helped Jin Chao up. Let's go! You came to save me. But it was just to repay the favor of Tianguan County for helping you Beifeng village. Now the favor has been repaid. In the future, take good care of your wife and children. She had seen through this man a long time ago. This man was sincere and righteous. It would be best for Xiaoshan to follow him. She didn't need to restore the country. Restoring the country was meaningless. She just wanted to drag all the executioners to hell. Although the dark and cold heart gave birth to a little warmth, because she knew that her brother and Uncle Wang were still alive. It was still difficult for Su Rao to be Su Rao again. But the dead and calm eyes still gave birth to a little ripple. Although it was just a little change and difficult to detect easily. Xianiqi Xiao, who had returned, noticed it, or felt it in his heart. Because he cared. Everything related to it, even the slightest movement, could be felt. The first snow in Juxian country made the world of Juxian country bleak. And it showed no signs of stopping until nightfall. The lights were bright. Candles were lit in Meishuad garden. The candlelight shone from the wide-open window lattice, adding a faint golden glow to the falling snow outside the house. The woman in red opened the window by the window lattice and blew the cold wind. The cold wind blew a few strands of black hair across her cheeks. She casually put them behind her ears. Her face calm and quiet. It was just like being in the carriage. But it felt a little different from being in the carriage. This was the first feeling that Xianiqi Xiao had after entering Meishuad garden. Because what he saw at this moment. The woman in red in his eyes seemed to be missing something between her eyebrows. And there seemed to be something more around her. Xianiqi Xiao couldn't say it. But he felt it that way. Su Rao's heart, which had been completely cold, seemed to have warmed up a little at this moment. Xianiqi Xiao's gaze was not concealed. And Su Rao naturally felt it. She turned her head and looked at the archway of Meishuad garden. She saw that his clothes were still the same as when he returned to Beijing, which meant that he had just returned from the Juxian palace. Su Rao. Something happened. I'm afraid it won't be possible for you to do what you want for a while. Xianiqi Xiao's daze had settled when Su Rao looked over. He walked over and spoke directly, telling Su Rao about Queen Rong. He said, now that Rong Yur has been banished to the Cold Palace, this king can no longer use her as an excuse to issue a letter of war to Yun Lang. This king's royal brother also doesn't like war. He doesn't want me to take the initiative to provoke a war and bring war to the people of Juxian. He said he wants to see you first. Queen Rong was actually deposed. The Emperor Wei wanted to see her. Su Rao's bright eyes moved slightly. But she didn't show any other reaction on her face. She closed the window and asked Isu to open the door and invite Prince Yi to come in. Xianiqi Xiao was talking with Su Rao. Xu Lan ran into the orchid pavilion again. Her heart, which had been settled by Zhao Lianqin's words, became anxious again. Miss, the prince went straight to Meishuad garden when he came back from the palace. In the past, the prince went straight to the study when he came back. The embroidery had been completed long ago. It was a square ink handkerchief. It was embroidered with a gentleman orchid on the top. And a shao was embroidered with silver thread on the corner, which was obviously prepared for Xianiqi Xiao. Hearing Xu Lan's words, the ink handkerchief in her hand accidentally fell, and a corner fell on the stove, and it was burned in an instant, while Zhao Lianqin looked up at Xu Lan, until Xu Lan hurriedly took the handkerchief away. Miss, the ink handkerchief had been destroyed at the corners, and the word Shao embroidered on it had completely disappeared. Zhao Lianqin looked at it, and in a moment, she threw the ink handkerchief into the stove. It seems that the prince likes that girl very much. There was no jealous expression on her face, and she would not reveal any thoughts. Or because she did not love. She would not be jealous. She only wanted the nobility that the prince's identity of prince he could bring her. Since the prince has gone to Meishuad garden, don't disturb him. If the prince really wants to add a sister to the palace, he should meet that sister tomorrow. If Zhao Lianqin knew that the sister she was talking about was Su Rao, she would not be so calm. But at this moment she did not know. And it was difficult to know. And what she said about Xianiqi Xiao staying overnight was naturally impossible. After Xianiqi Xiao finished talking with Su Rao, he left Meishuad garden. Miss, why do you think Zhu Xian's Wei Huang wants to see you? This is what Isu asked Su Rao after Xianiqi Xiao left. And it was also after Xianiqi Xiao left that Imoing asked Xianiqi Xiao the same question. Brother, He may want to confirm in person that Su Rao and Rong Yue are really different people. Xian Qixiao spoke up. And as to why Wei Huang said he wanted to see Su Rao, and why he said he would talk about whether to cooperate after he met Su Rao. Xian Qixiao's mind was just this reason. As for Su Rao, she only gave Isu 4 words. The heart of the emperor. Perhaps compared to Xian Qixiao, Wei Huang's biological brother. Su Rao, an outsider, actually sees through Wei Huang more. Not to mention Yunji's evaluation of Wei Huang. Looking quiet and weak. Perhaps under the quietness, there is a turbulent hidden. Just from a few months ago, when Emperor Wei went to Qifeng Pavilion to talk with Yunji, he had deep feelings for Empress Rong. And it was not an exaggeration to say that he would never change until his death. But in the end, he still banished her to the coal palace. How could his heart be really calm? He said that he did not want Empress Rong to make mistakes again and again, which were irreversible. But Empress Rong's mistakes were actually indulged by him from the beginning. It was his repeated help and abuse that created such an Empress Rong. What kind of person is Emperor Wei? And why did he meet Su Rao? Everything will be known tomorrow. The next day. It was just a moment. The snow fell for a whole day and night. And a ray of early sun rose from the east in the morning. And the snow stopped falling. Zhao Lianqin, who was waiting to meet the mysterious woman brought by Prince Yi today, naturally did not wait. The ebony carriage drove to the Juxian Palace. The snow on the street had been trampled by other carriages and pedestrians coming and going. Because it was morning, the snow had not melted yet. There were 2 conspicuous ruts where the wheels rolled over, and the snow was flattened. This was Su Rao's second visit to the Juxian Palace, and the second time to see Juxian Wei Huang, compared to what he saw at Wei Huang's birthday banquet. Although Wei Huang's body was still weak, he felt a little better than then. Although there was still a faint blue color, his eyes seemed to have changed a little compared to the past. Just because he had the emperor's thoughts inside. The last time I saw her, the princess was still the daughter of the Su family. The Rongwa princess canonized by Emperor Yan Lanjiu. I don't want to see her again. But it's the Princess Rao of Daqin. Elegant smile. Although his eyes showed the emperor's thoughts. But his face was still the approachable, quiet, and weak Juxian Wei Huang. I think the princess must be confused. What is my intention in asking Ah Shao to bring you to see me? The princess has been smart since she was a child. So I won't beat around the bush with her. When Emperor Wei spoke, he looked at Su Rao. And Su Rao also looked at Emperor Wei. After listening to Emperor Wei's words, she understood why Emperor Wei said that she was smart since she was a child. After all, Emperor Wei had been a hostage in Daqin, and had heard of her and seen her as a child. She was moved in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. Qin Rao is indeed confused. Since Emperor Wei said so clearly, please ask Emperor Wei to solve Qin Rao's doubts. He was talking about Qin Rao, not Su Rao. Her identity as a princess of the previous dynasty had been completely exposed, and there was no need to hide it anymore. Emperor Wei called her a princess, not Princess Ronghua. What he meant must be discussed with the princess of the previous dynasty, not with Su Rao, the daughter of the Su family. Cough. The cough was not Su Rao's cough due to the cold, but the cough of Emperor Wei. After taking a sip of tea, Emperor Wei's eyes fell on Su Rao's bright peach eyes, and his gaze was far away. It seemed that he was thinking of something long ago. The princess is very similar to your mother, especially these eyes. When I was a hostage in the Qin dynasty, I was a weak scholar, and was bullied by the royal relatives of the Qin dynasty. Once, I was met by your mother in the Qin palace. Although she only said one sentence, "Don't cause trouble in the palace." It was a favor to me. Seeing the change on Su Rao's face, Su Rao really didn't know that her mother had helped Emperor Wei. Emperor Wei smiled softly, and this long-lost memory stopped, and began to talk about his intention to meet Su Rao. I can agree to the cooperation that the princess talked about with the Shao. But I have a prerequisite. The princess's mother has a feeling of helping me. And although a Shao has never shown any feelings in front of the princess, I am an experienced person, and I can see that a Shao is in love with the princess. When the Qin dynasty destroyed the country, our Juxian kingdom was one of the participants. This is a fact. I will not refute it. And I cannot refute it. But since the princess chose to cooperate with the Shao, then the princess must hate our Juxian kingdom more than Yunlang and Yunlang Yuhuang. The princess wants to borrow our Juxian soldiers to redress the grievances of the Su family and seek justice for herself. I only have a Shao as my royal brother. I just hope he is happy. As long as a Xiao wants, I will allow him to think and wish. Even if he provokes disputes between the two countries for a woman. The princess became the consort of Prince Yi, and the legitimate wife of a Xiao, which satisfied a Xiao's mind, and also allowed both of us to put down our guard against each other. Moreover, the princess could borrow my Siamese soldiers to send troops to Yunlang, which was legitimate. I think this is the best of both worlds. When entering the palace, the ebony carriage was still peaceful. But when leaving the palace, there was some silence in the carriage. Xianiqi Xiao never thought that his royal brother would say such words to Su Rao, make such a request, and even let Su Rao know his thoughts so frankly. If he had known this earlier, Xianiqi Xiao would not have taken Su Rao to see the emperor Wei. If he really wanted to, he would ask for marriage himself. And even if he did, it should not be at this time, let alone in the form of marriage, as a guarantee of cooperation between him and Su Rao, so that they could trust each other. Su Rao, my royal brother said. You? After a long time, Xianiqi Xiao spoke, because he couldn't tell from Su Rao's face what Su Rao was thinking at the moment. What she thought. Whether she felt that it was a union between him and his brother. Do you want to marry me? Su Rao turned her head and looked at Xianiqi Xiao. When she asked this question, Xianiqi Xiao was very obvious. He was stunned for a moment, and then his brows were tightly knitted. Your brother is right. You Zhu Xian are indeed one of the participants in the destruction of my great Qin. Although you have never hurt my royal family and stained their blood, you have killed hundreds of my soldiers. Therefore, only if you and I get married can we both feel at ease, Su Rao said again. Xianiqi Xiao's eyebrows became tighter, and his sword eyebrows did not open. Xianiqi Xiao, I think the cooperation between you and me is the cooperation with Xiaoyao Tower and the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, not the marriage between each other. Such a sudden and cold voice made Xianiqi Xiao's face look angry for no reason. Su Rao frowned for a moment, not understanding why Xianiqi Xiao would react like this. Since he liked her, shouldn't he be happy if she agreed to marry him? You don't want to marry? Su Rao only reacted to Xianiqi Xiao's sudden nameless anger with this question. And then she said something that made Xianiqi Xiao even more angry. You don't want to marry me, but I have to marry you. Since I met your brother, it has been a transaction between me and your brother. I need your army in the kingdom of Siam, so I must make your brother feel at ease. And you are the younger brother that Emperor Wei cares about. Telling Xianiqi Xiao her thoughts so frankly, using Xianiqi Xiao so undisguisedly. Such a strategy is more real than any words of I also like you. And it is more touching. Touching the heart of the person who likes her, and thus giving rise to a sense of pity, knowing that she is just using him. He is still willing to be used by her. For revenge, she would do anything. Even marry someone. Marry the person in front of her. As long as she could achieve her goal, she would use this person by any means. For Su Rao, it was like this, and that was all. But for Xianiqi Xiao, it was because Su Rao didn't care at all. She didn't care who she married, and she didn't care if that person was him. Xianiqi Xiao. As long as he was the younger brother of the Emperor Wei, it would be fine. The only person she had to marry was Prince Yi of Zhu Xian. The carriage suddenly became quiet again. Xianiqi Xiao looked at Su Rao, and his big hands under the black python robe curled up, because he had already been moved. But the person opposite him had no feelings for him. Su Rao also looked at Xianiqi Xiao. Su Rao naturally felt clearly the anger of Xianiqi Xiao that she didn't understand at the moment. And he became even angrier. But why? Since you like me, then I agree to marry you. Shouldn't you be happy? Why are you like this? Finally, Su Rao still asked. After all, if Xianiqi Xiao didn't agree to marry her, the Wei Emperor would not be at ease with her, and she would not be able to borrow soldiers from the Siamese country, and she would never allow such a thing to happen. The coldness in the peach blossom eyes, the coldness and ruthlessness caused by the bone-eating hatred. Xianiqi Xiao felt clear. The sudden anger in his heart, for no reason, felt a little funny, and also gave birth to pity. The two of them were just casual friends. Not even casual friends. Isn't it normal for her to dislike him? Why is he still so angry again? Su Rao, you really want to marry me? Marriage is not a joke. Once you make a decision, there is no regret. If you really marry me, one day you regret it. But Xianiqi Xiao will never let you go. Xianiqi Xiao figured it out, but he still said so. If he married her, she would be his princess, the mistress of Prince Yi's mansion, and the only woman of Xianqi Shao. He would never let her go. Qin Rao. Never do anything you regret. The reply was to Qin Rao's decision, not Su Rao. The ebony carriage stopped in front of Prince Yi's mansion again. Shulan, who was waiting at the door, saw Xianqi Shao get off the carriage and was about to greet him. But she didn't take a step. Her steps suddenly stopped and her face changed. It was because after Xianqi Shao got off the carriage, he stretched out his hand towards the door. And then the person who walked out of the carriage was only slightly startled. And then she naturally put her fair and soft hand in Xianqi Shao's hand, and let Xianqi Shao help her get off the carriage. Since it has been agreed, the necessary physical contact is natural, Su Rao did not feel anything extra. But after she got off the carriage, her bright eyes fell on Shulan at the door. Su Rao could tell Shulan's gaze without looking at her. It seems that your concubine has something to ask you. I'll go back first. When you are done, come to Meishuad Garden to find me. We will discuss the marriage. I hope it will be as soon as possible. Su Rao just glanced at Shulan and ignored her. She left these words to Xianqi Shao and walked directly past Shulan into Prince Yi's mansion. In the past, she opposed Zhao Lianqing just to avoid marrying into the Yun family. Now, Zhao Lianqing is just a concubine of Xianqi Shao to Su Rao, and a concubine that Xianqi Shao does not like. Su Rao no longer takes it seriously. As long as Zhao Lianqing does not come to provoke her. Su Rao walked into Prince Yi's mansion, and Shulan turned her head to look at her again. Although most of Su Rao's face was still covered by the bright red cloak, the ugly scar on her forehead was not covered by the red plum blossom hairpin today. Without looking at her face, Shulan also recognized who it was. The big change on her face did not make her hear what Su Rao said to Xianqi Shao. Su Rao did not respond. But Xianqi Shao's eyebrows turned cold, glanced at Moing, and ignored Shulan, and walked into the mansion to follow Su Rao. How could it be? Greatly shocked, Shulan came back to her senses, and her steps were hurried, and she was about to go back to tell Zhao Lianqing. The woman the prince brought back was Su Rao. But before she took 2 steps, Moing blocked Shulan. One day, the sun was bright, but in the evening, the sky was snowing again. The snow tonight was even heavier than last night. It was just winter, and we hadn't even entered the real cold winter. But the whole world was so desolate. The whole Meishuad garden was completely covered with snow. Miss, are you really going to marry that Prince Yi? Isu's voice came from inside the house. Very dull. Although Ying had never asked, his expression was the same as Isu's. Looking at Su Rao standing by the window, and looking at the snow outside the window so quietly and calmly, he pursed his lips slightly, and his eyebrows were difficult to relax. As for Su Rao exchanging her marriage for the peace of mind of the Siamese king, and the help of the Siamese kingdom, Isu and Ying didn't want her to do so. But it was difficult to stop them from making their lady's decision. It's a good deal to exchange for the army of the Siamese kingdom with just one marriage. This is also the best guarantee for the king of Siam to rest assured about us. And the calmness in her peach blossom eyes suddenly flashed, and she looked at the bedroom of Xianqi Shao in the distance. In fact, nothing could be seen clearly under the night. But Su Rao still looked over. She was a princess of the previous dynasty, and marrying Xianqi Shao was also the biggest guarantee for them in the Siamese kingdom. If she became the princess of Xianqi Shao, then the king of Wei would have fewer concerns about her, a princess of the previous dynasty, and it would be easier for her to act in the Siamese kingdom, without too much surveillance behind her, because there was already Xianqi Shao's open surveillance. This was another reason why Su Rao agreed to the king of Wei. Su Rao said so, and Ying and Isu had nothing to say, because Su Rao's decision is indeed the best guarantee for them in Juxian at present. Otherwise the king of Wei will not really trust them to stay in Juxian, and will always send people to monitor them. In this way, their actions will be restricted. Go and prepare. 3 days. At most 3 days. Closing the window, Su Rao turned and walked into the inner room. Miss and Prince Jiyue, there is no possibility in this life. At this moment, Isu sniffed and tears welled up in her eyes. Miss knows better than anyone that Prince Jiyue actually just wants her to live and live well. But Prince Jiyue chose a cruel method that Miss could not accept and could never endure. Ying walked forward and patted Isu's shoulder, and the relationship between the young lady and the Prince Jiyue would never have ended. The hands of the Emperor Yun Lanju are stained with the blood of the young lady's father, and the true identity of the Prince Jiyue. The Rong family is also stained with the blood of countless members of the Qin royal family. This means that they are destined to have no fate in this life, because the young lady will never indulge herself. Su Rao walked into the inner room without stopping. She undressed and went to bed and fell asleep. When she fell asleep, her thoughts were empty. In this space that belonged to her alone, she actually didn't need to continue her strength. But there was no fragile tear in the corners of her eyes, because she was not pretending to be strong. But her heart was really dead and gloomy. At this moment, Yulang was also a vast expanse of snow white. Large flakes of snow completely covered the official road outside Langjing. Under the night sky, there was no moonlight or stars in the sky, but the snow was extremely bright, which could completely drive away the darkness and reflect the road. In the mountains, one step after another, he walked into the forest under the night, holding the handle of an umbrella. Although he was wearing a moonlight cloak to keep warm, he didn't have a small heater in his arms to keep warm. The pair of slender phoenix eyes, although covered by white satin, were bright and shining inside. Although he was dressed like Yunji, he was actually Han Emochin. It was just that the Han Emochin who came out at this moment seemed to be a little different from the Han Emochin in the past. He lacked the bloodthirstiness of Han Emochin, but had more of the indifference that only Yunji had. There seemed to be some compatibility between bloodthirstiness and indifference. A sense of coldness, clear and restrained. He walked to the 8 graves buried in the forest. Su's father and his wife were buried together, with Su's second uncle and his wife, and Su's third uncle and his wife. This feng shui place buried the Su family in this way. He walked over and stood quietly. Just like Su Rao, who always looked out quietly at the top of the mountain. A layer of snowflakes had already fallen on the moonlight umbrella, completely covering the round moon painted on it. The cold wind blew cold on my cheeks, and the cold wind poured in from my collar, making my body even colder. My limbs and hands were all cold, and even the cloak to keep out the cold was useless. He stood quietly for a long time before he moved again. He walked to the front grave, and brushed away the snowflakes covering the tombstone with his slender jade fingers, revealing the epitaph on the tombstone, which only had a short epitaph, the name of General Su, and no life story. Cough. Suddenly, with such a cough, the bright eyes under the satin flashed with mist, and were born. The clouds seemed to have cleared, only because of this moment. His vision under the satin gradually blurred again, blurring the tombstone in his eyes. Grandpa. Grandpa. Su. Although he had no memory of Han Machin, Yunji knew where he was and why he was here. He looked at the tombstone. Then he lifted his robe and knelt directly in the snow, and put the umbrella in his hand on the ground. Snowflakes instantly covered Mofa's clothes. Grandpa Su. Rao can't come. Yunji has been sick these days, and it's difficult for him to come to see you. Now he is here to see you on her behalf. Yunji has never fulfilled his promise to Grandpa Su, and has never let the Su family leave with a clean conscience. Now he can only. It's not that you can't do it, but you did it on purpose. The sudden change of words. The snowflakes floating around seemed to be frozen by the sudden cold and condensed into ice. Although it was still as cold as an ice cave, I didn't have the killing feeling in my heart anymore. Nor did I have the bloodthirsty breath that was clamoring out, which was difficult to control. If I didn't see blood or smell blood, I couldn't control the darkness in my heart. Yun Muheo. You are afraid. You are afraid that I will drag Su Rao into the darkness. But will she be safe if you send her to Juxian? No. She won't be safe. Sending her to Juxian is the biggest danger to her. The words paused abruptly. Another change. You are wrong. The person who should be afraid is never Yunji. But you? The corner of his mouth showed the kind of smile that Yunji should have. A faint smile. A clear breeze and bright moon. The phoenix eyes beneath the satin did not become hazy again because of Yunji's reappearance, but became bright again. However, this bright brightness brought out a fear that he had never, and should not have felt in the past. The real him in his heart was afraid. Even if I don't want to admit it, I can't change it. I can never change the fact that half of that person's blood is flowing in my body. And he is actually the real culprit that caused the fall of the Qin dynasty. Cough, 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 cough. He coughed again, and blood came out from the corners of his mouth, which directly fell on the snow, dyeing a small piece of snow white into blood red. The deep red color was all over the city and the streets. Han Machin, You are like this. You're flesh and blood. There is nothing clean. How can you think of being friends with her for a lifetime? And now the only thing you can do for her is to go back to Danyang and continue your plan in Danyang. This is to seek revenge for you and your mother. And for your Rao Rao. Yun Maheo. When I capture Yun Lang, I will send the heads of your father and everyone in your Yun family to Rao Rao. I will tell Rao Rao who the real culprit is. I will take Rao Rao to Danyang. And I will let Rao Rao chop off that person's head with my own hands. Resolve the hatred in her heart for so many years. And become the Rao Rao she used to be. This last word ended another transformation between the two personalities. After all, Han Machen stayed. But he was not the bloodthirsty and cold Han Machen at the beginning. The gloomy Han Machen. That kind of Han Machen seemed to have gradually disappeared after meeting Su Rao. At this moment, although there are still two personalities, it seems that Han Machen's personality has changed and become a new Han Machen. With a little shadow of Yun Ji. Or in other words, Rong Xiao. The real Rong Xiao has come out. The overlap between darkness and light. The slender phoenix eyes. Through the satin on the eyes. Looked at the tombstone of General Su again. And then got up and left. Just as he walked out of the forest, Duke Xiao came over. Howard, you are not feeling well. You shouldn't come here at night. He brought a small heater and handed it to Rong Xiao. Grandpa, our plan should start now. I have waited for so many years, and I can't wait any longer. Rong Xiao did not take the small heater, but stepped into an inconspicuous black carriage behind Duke Xiao. Under the satin, his slender phoenix eyes gave rise to a dark and dim feeling. The carriage returned to Langjing, but stopped at the back door of Prince Yun's mansion. Yuhua Gate. At midnight, Yuehua's figure entered the door. Duke Xiao got off the carriage behind him, and after seeing Yuehua's figure completely disappear, he left, but he did not return to the mansion, but went to the direction of Yun Palace. At midnight, he went to the Cloud Palace. In the Yunshan Palace. At this moment, the lanterns in the Panlong Palace were still bright, and the bright yellow figure stood outside the palace with his hands behind his back. The emperor's eyes looked at the falling snow, and then looked at the Wantian Palace not far away. In his eyes, the killing on the snowy night 10 years ago also emerged. The ground was covered with blood, which dyed his armor red, and even dyed the sword in his hand red. This was the first time in 10 years that Emperor Yu remembered the killing that year, and the prince of the Qin dynasty who died under his sword. He never closed his eyes until his death. It was not until Duke Xiao came that Emperor Yu turned around and went into the palace. Duke Xiao met Emperor Yu so late at night, and without exception, he naturally reported to Emperor Yu the whereabouts of Prince Jiyue. Your Majesty, I have been watching. The prince went to pay respect to the Su family tonight, but he just stood quietly at the cemetery for a while, and then went back to the mansion. He did not go anywhere else to see others. Duke Xiao finished speaking, and then waited for Emperor Yu to continue his instructions. But for a long time, he never heard Emperor Yu's voice. In the Yunshan Palace, it felt abrupt and lonely. All right, go down. You don't have to look at Jiyu anymore. After a long while, he said this, and Emperor Yu got up and went to bed. Yes, I understand. Duke Xiao knelt on the ground. His eyes flashed with light, and he bowed to take his leave. Just as he reached the palace door, he heard the emperor's voice. Xu Fei has been imprisoned enough. I am also responsible for not teaching Ling Er well. Tomorrow, Shu Lan Palace will be released from the ban. Zhao Aiqing should also go to see Xu Fei. As for Ling Er, please calm down and don't cause trouble again. I will find a suitable opportunity to bring her back. Xu Fei, and I only have this one daughter. The old minister kowtows to thank the emperor for his great grace. Duke Xiao hurriedly stopped and turned around, prostrating himself to thank him, his face showing joy, his body trembling slightly. But when he kowtowed, his eyes flickered again. Duke Xiao knew what Emperor Yu meant by this. Regarding Emperor Yu's surveillance of Prince Jiyue in recent days, Emperor Yu did not want any news to spread. One night, he quietly walked over in the vast Snow White. In the Siamese country, Su Rao slept until noon, and then woke up. After waking up, the first thing she heard was not whether she and Siam Ichi Xiao had started preparing for their marriage, but something happened in the Orchid Pavilion. Prince Yi actually gave Zhao Lianxin a divorce letter, but asked Him Oing to keep Zhao Lianxin and her maid Shulan in the backyard, and never sent them out of the house. This happened in the second half of last night. Su Rao was asleep at that time. So Isu and the others did not disturb Su Rao. Isu and Xiaoji had just told Su Rao about this. And Xian Ichi Xiao also came to Meishua Garden again. There was no need for Isu and the others to guess why Xian Ichi Xiao treated Zhao Lianqing like that. Nor did Su Rao have to think about why Xian Ichi Xiao did that. Xian Ichi Xiao came and took the initiative to speak. Zhao Lianqing. This woman is a scheming person. She knows you are in the mansion. And she may do something secretly. Now we can't let Yu Lang know what you and I are planning. So I asked Moing to take care of her first. She is your concubine. You can do whatever you want to her. You don't need to explain it to me so clearly. Su Rao spoke, interrupting Xian Ichi Xiao's next words. Whether there are other women around Xian Ichi Xiao, and how many women there are, has nothing to do with her. He doesn't need to explain it to her so clearly. I'm not interested in your backyard. But I think it's good that you solved Zhao Lianqing. As you said, she is scheming. A woman in the backyard. And has dirty tricks. If she makes any moves, it will be really annoying. It's better to cut off the source from the beginning. This statement is just an objective analysis. And Su Rao's heart is naturally not fluctuating. Xian Ichi Xiao knew it, and knew that Su Rao had no feelings for him. But he was still depressed. Since she is an insignificant person, it's better not to talk about it. I came here today to ask you if you have any other requirements for our marriage. But you can say it. The topic about Zhao Lianqing stopped there. And Zhao Lianqing, no matter whether she knew Su Rao would take any action after she knew that she was in Prince He's mansion, had already cut off the source as Su Rao said. Even if there was any action, it would become nothing after this moment. You can prepare as you like. I only have one request. The sooner the better. It's best to prepare everything within 3 days, and get married. Only at this moment, Su Rao would reveal the urgency of waiting in her heart, and reveal a bit of her thoughts. It would not let Xian Ichi Xiao think that she had no feelings. Okay. After agreeing and finishing the matter, Xian Ichi Xiao got up and left Meishua Garden. He did not stay for long, and did not even think about chatting with Su Rao about family matters. He walked out of the house, and suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look over. Su Rao did not get up to see him off, but picked up the cup and drank tea. She was wearing a red dress from her country, with narrow sleeves and waist, tall and capable. From this perspective, her profile was stunning, and her waist was so slender that he could completely embrace it with one arm. From the time he met her till today, he rarely saw her wearing clothes of other colors. The bright red color matched her skin tone. The first piece of clothing he prepared for her was also red. Their upcoming wedding will also be a brighter red. The bright red color that only the queen can have. Is she really going to become his Prince He's wife? Su Rao. After you and I get married, I will take you to the Yingji army camp. Leaving this sentence, Xian Ichi Xiao strode away. Su Rao turned around and looked over. But the figure in the black robe had already left. In her soft hands, she still held the cup. And her peach blossom eyes were calm. But she whispered something that she had not said for a long time. Something that she had told another person many times. Su Rao never wanted to be a good person. And Qin Rao was never a good person. Don't expect to get anything from her. The emperor's favor is fleeting. Only blood relatives can truly rely on you to own the harem. And they are also the basis for my Zhao family to be noble. For so many years, I have been angry with you as a father. And even more angry that you gave up power and your son in exchange for this favor. But my daughter was eventually imprisoned in Yun County. And I was also confined to my house. Now are you awake? Understand? Duke Xiao came to Shuan Palace and said this. Xu Fei knelt quietly on the ground and listened. Her daughter was imprisoned in Yun County, and she was confined to her house for a month, making it difficult for her to regain her former imperial concubine's grace. She also knew that she was wrong. My queen, this time, I don't need you to fight for the emperor's favor to consolidate the noble family of Zhao. I want you to do something. If you succeed, my Zhao family will no longer be dependent on others and oppressed by the Yao family. And you will be the first person in the harem. The confinement of Xu Fei for a month was released, although she has not restored her status as a noble concubine. As soon as the ban was lifted, Emperor Yu allowed her father, Duke Xiao, to visit her in Shuan Palace. Although the Zhao family has no more princes, and the princess has been exiled to Yun County for imprisonment, Duke Xiao is valued by Emperor Yu again. With such a favor from the emperor, the Zhao family began to prosper again. Although it is difficult to shake the foundation of the prince and prime minister Yao in the court, as long as there are some twists and turns in their hearts. As long as they understand what kind of monarch Emperor Yu is, they will secretly guess something. And then, the wind direction in the court will begin to swing uncertainly again. This way, as Prince Jiyue actually entered the court and replaced the Su family as the new commander of the Yunlang army, and his position was on the same side as the seventh prince. For a while, the uncertain swing in the court began to show a horizontal trend. The trend of the prince's faction being the only one in power was broken in this way. After the Prince Jiyue entered the court, it took only 2 days and 2 morning court sessions to convince the military generals, who were restless because the Su family was executed. By the morning court session on the 3rd day, the Prince Jiyue had established a firm foothold. The military generals in the court were all impressed by his stunning demeanor. Even the Duke Xiao's mansion seemed to have a position again. The prince, who was a civil official, and the 7th prince, who was a military general, officially started competing at this moment. Emperor Yu did not stop this phenomenon. The way of the emperor, the strategy of power, the black and white chess pieces, and the art of checks and balances can only sit firmly on the dragon throne and watch the world play chess. After 3 morning court sessions and these positions, on the morning court session on the 4th day, a report from Zhu Xian suddenly made the court fall into depression. The entire Su family was executed, and the remnants of the previous dynasty escaped from Langjing several times, hijacking the execution grounds and prison cars, and coming and going in Langjing as if there was no one. This was a great provocation to Yunlang, and their whereabouts have not been found so far. Now, the news of the wedding of Prince Zhu Xian suddenly came from Zhu Xian. Prince Zhu Xian got married in early October, and his queen was the eldest daughter of the Su family, a wealthy family in Zhuxian, Su Rao. The surname Su is not only the Su family of Yunlang, but also the Su family in Zhuxian and Tanyang. This is not surprising. But the name of the eldest daughter of the Su family in Zhuxian is different from Yunlang. For a time, the court was strange. There is no need to think too much. Most people in the court believe that the queen of Xianqi Shao was the princess of the previous dynasty. After all, it is not strange to have people with the same surname. But it is definitely strange to have people with the same surname and the same name at such a sensitive moment. No wonder the remnants of the previous dynasty disappeared without a trace, and could not be caught. It turned out that they had fled to Zhuxian. Such voices were heard one after another. The court speculated that the remnants of the previous dynasty were causing trouble in Yunlang. And if they were in Zhuxian now, they must be handed over to him, Yunlang, for disposal. Or is it that Prince Zhuxian rescued the remnant of the previous dynasty? Otherwise, how could she escape the checkpoints and strict guards and searches of the counties and prefectures of our country? With the first possible guess, there will naturally be the second possible guess, compared with the first possibility. If the second possibility is really the remnant of the previous dynasty rescued by Prince Zhuxian, then what does Zhuxian want to do? Father, I think that we should not make a rash judgment based on speculation alone. Is the eldest daughter of the Su family of Zhuxian a remnant of the previous dynasty? If we make a rash conclusion based on the name and rashly ask Zhuxian if Prince Yi's wife is not a remnant of the previous dynasty. Finally, the morning court on the 4th day ended with Yun Mujing's words. Afterwards, Emperor Yu also asked about the prince and Yunji. What do they think about this? The prince believed more than the 7th prince that Su Rao had gone to hide in the Siamese countries. Otherwise, with the checkpoints he set up at various passes, how could she escape without the help of people like Siamese Shao? The prince also thought of the black-clothed masked man who appeared in the execution ground. That man was very skilled in martial arts. There were only a few people with such martial arts and slender figures in the 3 kingdoms today. Siamese Shao was one of them. Although the prince said so, he also said something similar to Yun Mujing afterwards. Although he was 80% sure, as the 7th brother said, they should not rashly ask the Siamese countries for this. They should first investigate and become the reasonable party, and then send letters to the Siamese countries. At that time, the Siamese countries should think about how to give Yunlang an explanation. Is it possible that the Siamese countries want to provoke a dispute between their 2 countries and break the good neighborliness and coexistence between the 3 countries for 10 years? And Yunji, he did not answer the question of Emperor Yu, or because he suddenly coughed again. In winter, his body was always so weak. Yunji did not say anything. So Emperor Yu did not accept what Yun Murui and Yun Mujing said, but discussed it later. Then he withdrew from the court. Cough. This familiar cough. Face to face again in the imperial study. But the table was no longer a black and white chess game, but the official report conveyed by the Siamese countries. Jiyue, don't you have anything to say to your uncle? After a long silence, it seemed that Emperor Yu lost his temper first, and he spoke in anger. Just for the remnants of the previous dynasty, he actually joined forces with the Siamese countries? Cough. Another cough. The moonlight handkerchief covered her white lips, and also covered the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Through the satin, the side was so bright that the figure of Emperor Yu could be fully reflected in it, but the depths were hiding the bone-eroding darkness. Does your uncle think that Yunji can be so generous as to personally send the person he loves to the man next to him? Yunji also spoke. He called himself Yunji, not Jiyue, as he used to call him in front of Emperor Yu. With just these words, he got up and left, leaving the Yunlang army soldier's talisman, which he had just taken for only 4 days, on the imperial desk without any feeling of nostalgia. He didn't want to enter the government at all. Yuehua's figure disappeared in the imperial study in just a breath. Her thin and weak body couldn't stand the slightest disturbance, fearing that it would break if touched. But she was a rare talent, and one person could defeat thousands of troops. Yu. Emperor Yu was furious, and had no place to vent for a while. But the doubts he had about Yunji disappeared. You are like this. How many times have you lost your sense of proportion for the remnants of the previous dynasty? The emperor's eyes fell to the outside of the palace, and Yuehua's figure had disappeared. It seems that you need to temper yourself again. Otherwise, how can you go back? After saying this, he took the tiger talisman, but just glanced at it, and asked Yun Zongwan to chase Yunji. It's not decent for a commander of an army to treat military power as a joke. In the imperial study, Yunji and Emperor Yu ended the conversation like that. And in the prime minister's mansion, there was naturally a conversation in the study. But what they talked about, in addition to the official report that came this morning, there was another thing. Another person. The sixth prince. A month has passed, and Yun Muxiao has not been found yet. No trace is known, and no one knows whether he is dead or missing. Your Highness, Tinger has searched almost all of Yunlang, digging 3 feet into the ground, but there is still no trace of the sixth prince. The remnants of the previous dynasty have fled to Ju Siam, and now I am afraid that the sixth prince has been taken away by them. With a serious look, Yao Wenj once again told Yun Murui that they had found nothing in their search for Yun Muxiao. Or perhaps, the sixth prince had already been killed. Bang! Yun Murui suddenly punched the table, shaking the porcelain cups on the table. The breath was heavy. After a breath, he turned his head and looked at Prime Minister Yao, who was stroking his beard. Grandpa, send people to Juxian. Send people to Juxian to find her. If she is alive, we must see her. If she is dead, we must see her body. Thinking on his face, Prime Minister Yao also looked at Yun Murui, nodding. Okay. His eyes were calm. The ability of the remnant of the previous dynasty is really powerful. We all underestimated it. Prince Yi of Juxian helped her. I am afraid that this boy is also ambitious. Now he wants to marry the remnant of the previous dynasty. I am afraid that he wants to use his identity to gather the remaining forces of Daqin and strengthen his Juxian. This matter must not be ignored. Prime Minister Yao had such concerns because Su Rao's identity was exposed, and it was the Queen Rong of Juxian who told him. At that time, he only thought of a woman. The women in the harem could not cause any big waves because of love and hatred. It would be best if he could cooperate with her and overthrow the Su family. But now it seems that the kingdom of Juxian may have wanted to move a long time ago and no longer wanted to be harmonious. The exposure of the identity of the remnants of the previous dynasty was the beginning. But he was too careless. The meeting between the grandfather, son and grandson, and the night, in the Prime Minister Yao's mansion. The secret guards quietly moved and secretly left Langjing. The Yunlang kingdom was tense for a while because of the upcoming wedding of Prince Yi of Juxian. However, Juxian was already in a joyous situation at this moment. The entire Prince Yi's mansion was decorated in red, and it was luxurious and colorful. Servants came and went. Meishiwa Garden. Siam Ichi Shao personally sent the wedding dress, which was bright red, with a phoenix crown and a bridal robe. Once we get married, the 3 kingdoms will know about it, and Yunlang will be restless, since we can't use Queen Rong as an excuse to send troops. Let Yunlang move first. If Yunlang secretly sent a prince to sneak into your Ju Siam, if they do such a secret action, with a slight arc on her lips, Su Rao touched the phoenix crown and bridal robe placed in front of her. The bright red color looked like blood. Deep red blood. Then, Zhu Siam sent troops. It was Yun Lang who sent a prince first, regardless of the years of diplomatic harmony between the two countries, and assassinated Zhu Siam's Prince He's wife for no reason. He humiliated Zhu Siam in this way. In fact, he was ambitious and wanted to kill Zhu Siam's Prince He's wife to provoke a war. Zhu Siam. A great country. How could it scare Yun Lang? This is intolerable. What Su Rao did, and used herself as a guide, forced Yun Lang to move first, and put herself in danger again. Although Xian Yiqi frowned, he did not stop Su Rao's plan. What Su Rao did led to public opinion that it was Yun Lang who broke the peace among the three kingdoms first. Not him. One day passed in a flash, and today the sky cleared up. The sun was extremely bright, and the vast snow color of the past few days melted away. The wedding day of Prince He was a great day, suitable for marriage. A grand wedding, without any resistance, any obstacles. Su Rao married Xian Yiqi just like that, wearing a bright red phoenix crown and bridal robe, embroidered with blue phoenixes, flying high. She matched the dragon and python on Xian Yiqi's wedding dress, complementing each other. A perfect match. The ugly sunken scar on Su Rao's forehead was once again covered by the flower ornaments. Except for some ministers at the last birthday banquet of Emperor Wei, no one else in the Siamese country knew that this woman was the daughter of the Su family in Yunlang country. The two, a talented man and a beautiful woman, walked into the main hall together. After 3 bows, Su Rao got married without any hesitation. Marrying Xianiqi like this, there is absolutely no regret. And there is no possibility of having the ridiculous idea of staying with Yanji for a lifetime. There is no possibility of this in this life. And even the promise in the next life will no longer count. She, just for the revenge of the bone eating, paid all the price she could pay. And she would not hesitate to achieve her goal. The whole Prince He's mansion was joyful today, with chimes and harps, and strings and pipes. And in Yunlang country? In the Qifeng residence, in the dark room, the man in Yuhua, he knelt in front of the spirit tablets. His eyes were not covered with satin, and his slender jade fingers were stroking the white jade hairpin that was broken into 3 pieces. He didn't look sad. He pushed the one he loved to someone else. He wanted her to live in peace. But the result now was caused by him. How could he be sad? How could he be sad? You would also do such a foolish thing. The peace you gave her was the fatal blow that pushed him into the abyss. You were afraid that I would drag Rao into my own darkness. But in the end it was you who sent her into the darkness. Isn't it ridiculous? After these 2 mocking words, the misty vision of the Yuhua man gradually cleared up again. And the person who came out was Rong Xiao. You probably didn't expect that Xianiqi would cooperate with Rao for the sake of Wei Huang. And you didn't expect that Zhu Xian Wei Huang would actually make such a request to Rao, and actually violated the promise he made to you for Xianiqi. And Rao. She agreed without hesitation. There was a letter spread out on the ground, which was sent by Yun Wei. Compared with the official report received by Emperor Yu, the letter received by Yun Ji was more detailed. Even the conversation between Emperor Wei and Su Rao was exactly the same. Originally, because of Empress Rong's desire, she would rather abolish her beloved woman and maintain peace between the 2 countries. But when her brother spoke, Emperor Wei violated his will. Yun Maheo, are you still going to go against me? You will never get out of the darkness. Don't forget that your father is actually the most hypocritical. Otherwise, why would my mother leave such a thing? The words destroyed these demons, including Yun Lang. After these words fell, there was no sound in the dark room for a long time, until there was a knock on the door. Master, Yun Feng sent a letter with news about Yao. Yun Ling's voice sounded outside the door. The translucent phoenix eyes showed the misty color again. He lowered his eyes and looked at the white jade hairpin that was already blurred in his eyes. After a moment, he stood up and smoothed the wrinkles of his clothes. But his face was very tired. The back and forth transformation of his personality consumed a lot of brain power, and his body became worse and worse. He coughed, and the words were still lingering in his mind. When the personality changes, there will be this brief coexistence, so as to know what the other person is thinking. In fact, it is all the clarity and transparency in his heart. From the beginning, could he not have thought of the result today? No, he actually thought of it. Han Machin, who has become the darker Rong Xiao, How long can this evil heart last? How dare to continue to approach Rao Rao? With this murmur, Yunji put the white jade hairpin into his arms, covered his eyes, and stood up to open the stone door. Compared with the murderous Han Machin, the Rong Xiao who appeared now seemed to be difficult for him to deal with easily. Master, is it you? Although both Han Machin and the new Rong Xiao were him, Yunling knew who it was at the first glance after opening the stone door. Just by feeling. On his face, there was a touch of excitement. Rao Rao married Xianyi Qishao today. She is actually jealous. So she woke up again. I just don't know how long she can last. Go prepare the pen and ink. Take the secret letter, and walk out of the dark room. Go to the study on the second floor. Then pick up the pen and write down the things that may happen next. If he falls asleep again, and can't wake up in time, let Yunling act according to his instructions. Remember to be careful. Master, you will no longer urge the master to go back to Danyang? Looking at the arrangements written by Yunji one by one, Yunling asked this question. If the master is to obey the master's plan, then won't the emperor be? One day, the bright sun was replaced by the moon, and the stars jumped into the night sky. Inside Prince Yi's mansion, the guests left one after another, and Prince Yi was also pushed into the bridal chamber with a commotion. And the wedding candles were lit. The red candles were lit, crackling, and the wedding candles were placed on the table. In the red silk curtain, the bride was gorgeous. Xianyi Qishao came into the bridal chamber, and Su Rao had already lifted the veil by herself. The bride was wearing makeup. Gorgeous, especially the pair of peach blossom eyes, which were calm, but did not fade her beauty. When the four looked at each other, only the man was amazed, and the pair of auspicious phoenix eyes that were hard to move were even more turbulent. He was fascinated by this gorgeous woman tonight, and ripples were rippling in his heart. The woman didn't feel anything. She stood up and walked to Xianyi Qishao's side, saying very calmly, "Tonight, if you want to spend the wedding night, I will do my duty as a princess." With just these words, the heat in Xianyi Qishao's heart was instantly cooled by this basin of cold water. The ripples in his heart disappeared in an instant. He looked at Su Rao, then took a breath, turned around and walked to the table to pour 2 glasses of wine. Although my brother has told you all my feelings, Xianyi Qishao is not a narrow-minded person. You don't have me in your heart, so how can I take advantage of you? If I do, it will be a disgrace to both you and me. He picked up the wine cup tied with red forging and handed one to Su Rao. But the wedding wine must be drunk. Are you willing to drink this cup of wine with me? Not for anything else. Just because I once joked with you. But now I have really become your servant. The face is cold, but the eyes are open, since the joy in the heart has been known. Then he is willing to be the servant. The red wine cup, with clear and transparent wine, was handed to her. Su Rao looked at it, and the calmness in her peach blossom eyes just fluctuated for a moment. And there was a little human touch again. But it was just a moment. And then it was calm again. Rodi took the cup. What we said that day has become a joke for you to tease me today. Then let me use this wine to toast our cooperation, and wish us that our wishes will be fulfilled. After the wine went into her stomach, Su Rao turned and walked to the inner room. Xianyi Qishao also left the bridal chamber, and did not stay here. The two of them went in and out, each preparing to rest. The moonlight climbed high in the sky, and the red candles in the bridal chamber were not extinguished. Su Rao was not ready to go to bed yet. The red of the room was extremely disgusting, and the disgusting red made her even more disgusted with the snow in the garden that had not yet completely melted. After looking at it for a moment, she took the wine cup on the table and left the room. The night wind blew the sleeves of her clothes, and the blue phoenix on her wedding dress seemed to be able to leap into the sky. Su Rao jumped directly onto the roof and sat down. She said she abstained from alcohol, but she broke the rule again. A pot of wedding wine, except for the one drunk by Xianyi and Qishao. The rest went into Su Rao's stomach alone. Wine can intoxicate people, but it is difficult to intoxicate the heart. And it is even more difficult to intoxicate the hatred in the heart. At this moment, she felt more suffocated, and her heart was controlled by darkness, suffocating and frozen. After drinking a pot of wine, she threw away the empty wine pot in her hand. With a clang, the wine pot shattered to the ground. The dragon and phoenix wine pot was bright red, and it was like blood spilled on the ground when it was broken. I won't drink it anymore. I really won't drink it anymore. After muttering this, Su Rao jumped off the roof and went back to the house to sleep. Outside the Meishui garden, the groom who had been watching until now, he really left after the bride went back. One night. No dream. The cock crowed at dawn. The first night of the wedding passed so quickly. The next morning, Xian Qishao came to Meishui garden again. And on the second day of the wedding, he took Su Rao to the Yingji army camp. The Yingji army camp is in the valley of Guanyang Peak, outside the capital. It can be reached by passing through the maple forest of Guanyang Peak and crossing another peak. All the way, the horse galloped. The gradually familiar mountain road scenery, the withered maple forest. Su Rao thought of the time when she and Xian Qishao fought side by side. Through the bamboo hat, she looked at the man riding a horse galloping on the side. Today, Xian Qishao is no longer wearing the deep and noble black python robe, but the ochre-red color after the wedding, compared with the noble and cold feeling brought by the black robe. Today Xian Qishao is more noble. At this moment, Su Rao finally accepted this man into her bright eyes, not looking at him, but actually seeing Han Machen through him. His coldness was warm, not the bone-melting ice cave of Han Machen. Why had she never noticed it before? Prince, Lord, Xian Qishao, and Su Rao had not yet arrived at the Yingji army camp, when a voice came from the mountain camp in the distance. The man was none other than General Yan Lai under Xian Qishao. He had received a message from Mo Ying, and had been waiting outside the camp for a long time. Why did the prince come today? I thought the prince would come to the camp 3 days after the wedding. He took a big step over and teased Su Rao beside Xian Qishao, although her face was covered by the curtain. Su Rao's bright red clothes and her girl's body made it clear that she was the prince's newlywed princess. He clasped his hands together and greeted Su Rao in a very heroic manner. He had a mighty figure, dressed in silver-gray armor, and looked like a warrior. The beard on his round baby face moved with his words, highlighting his honesty and amiable demeanor. Seeing such a general, Su Rao thought of General Su again. Master, General Yin has been out of training for a few days, and he feels itchy. With this cold voice, Xian Qishao dismounted, threw the reins directly to General Yan Lai, and then stretched out his hand toward Su Rao, not avoiding the other generals behind General Yan Lai. He wanted to help Su Rao dismount. Xian Qishao's move was to establish prestige for Su Rao. He, Xian Qishao's princess, a general in the Eagle Ji army, must be treated the same as him, respectful as him. Su Rao also understood, and all the unbearable feelings in her heart disappeared in an instant. She put her soft hand on Xian Qishao's big hand, dismounted, and was about to return a salute to General Yan Lai. But a hurried voice stopped her. There was only the sound of horse hooves, and then several horses, and a carriage came from another mountain road not far away. When they saw them from afar, the leader immediately shouted, "It's General Yin. Hurry up. Call the military doctor." The visitor was so anxious that he didn't notice Prince Yi, who had changed the color of his robe. Nor did he notice Mo Ying beside Xian Qishao. Instead, Mo Ying saw these visitors first, and his face was surprised. Then, he didn't look at Xian Qishao, but at Su Rao. His conditioned reaction made Su Rao's eyebrows move secretly. She looked over, but she didn't recognize those visitors. Although she knew they must be Xian Qishao's subordinates, she definitely didn't recognize them. Why did Mo Ying look at her like that? In an instant, Su Rao's eyes fell on the carriage in the middle protected by those visitors. As the horses of the newcomers came closer, they saw Xian Qishao and recognized the prince, who had changed his clothes. They hurriedly dismounted, knelt on one knee, and greeted Xian Qishao, asking if the prince was well. When Xian Qishao reacted at this moment, he first looked at those people, and then he also looked at the carriage in the middle. After that, he also looked at Su Rao beside him like Mo Ying, and his face seemed to be strange. But compared with Mo Ying, Xian Qishao's strangeness was almost difficult to detect if he was not beside him. But it was difficult to detect. But Su Rao noticed it. For a moment, her heart was full of waves, deep and moving. Why did this sudden visitor make Mo Ying and Xian Qishao react like this? Who was in the carriage? Is it the escort of Xian Qishao's people related to her? Yi Su and Yi Ying, who followed Su Rao, were also secretly moved and guessed in their hearts like Su Rao. In the military camp, in the tent, on the bed, Xiao Mubai, with a pale face, had a high fever and had not woken up yet. His legs and waist were fixed with wooden boards, although the scar on his cheek had faded. The white mark had not disappeared. His injuries were so serious that it had been more than a month since Xian Qixiao's men found him. But he was still so worrying. At this moment, the high fever came again, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Your Highness, this person's ribs were broken and not reconnected, and the internal injuries in the abdominal cavity were serious. It was a miracle that he could survive until now. Now his ribs have been broken for many days, and the broken bones have long been dislocated. I am not good at medicine. The military doctor said this after the examination, and Su Rao stood aside, looking at Xiao Mubai, who was half dead. There was no expression on her face to show whether she was feeling any fluctuations at the moment. The person in the carriage was Xiao Mubai. Xian Qixiao and Mo Ying's reactions were all because they knew that Su Rao was the owner of Xiao Tower. Then Xian Qixiao should have told Su Rao that he sent someone to find Xiao Mubai first and took him away. Your Majesty, this person is seriously injured. If no one can operate on him and reconnect the broken bones, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. The military doctor said that all he could do was change the dressing and cool him down, and deal with internal injuries. He was not good at operating and reconnecting broken bones. If he acted rashly, he might die on the spot. For a moment, Xian Qixiao's breath was heavy. He looked at Xiao Mubai with cold eyes, and then looked at Su Rao beside him. Su Rao still had no expression. Your Majesty, Mr. Zhu. Until Mo Ying suddenly mentioned Mr. Zhu. Although Mr. Zhu had only been with Emperor Wei for a short time. From the fact that Emperor Wei looked much better, it was clear that Mr. Zhu's medical skills were truly superb. Mo Ying, hurry up and invite Mr. Zhu. Immediately, Xian Qixiao gave an order. Yes. Mo Ying immediately went out of the tent with a general and rushed back to the capital to ask Mr. Zhu to save Xiao Mubai. Su Rao, don't worry. Although the Xiao family is gone, Xiao Tower cannot be easily eliminated by Dan Yang. Let's wait for Mr. Zhu to come. After Xiao Mubai wakes up, we will ask him what happened to the Xiao family. Seeing that Su Rao was still quiet and still didn't say a word, and didn't ask him why Xiao Mubai was in his hands, Xian Qixiao finally said this. It's just that when he spoke this time, he mentioned the confrontation between Xiao Tower and the Danliang royal family for many years, which Su Rao had never thought of. Saying this, Xiao Tower is against the Danliang royal family. Suddenly, Su Rao's face was moved. She was calm, but at this moment, she felt something unusual. Xiao Tower and the Danliang royal family. Han Machan. Yunji. I suddenly felt a sense of oppression in my heart, and the waves suddenly appeared without any warning. After all, before this, Su Rao always thought that Han Machan was Xian Qixiao, even if she knew that Xiao Mubai was the head of the Xiao family in Danliang. Su Rao could not think of anything between Xiao Tower and the Danliang royal family. And at Gobi Pass, that day, even if she knew that Xian Qixiao was not Han Machan, she had guessed who Han Machan was. But Su Rao did not have the energy to think about the things between Xiao Tower and Danliang. At this moment, she was told by Xian Qixiao unintentionally. Xian Qixiao's hand was about to press on Su Rao's shoulder, but Su Rao suddenly turned her head and looked at Xian Qixiao. A deep feeling naturally emerged from the peach blossom eyes. Su Rao changed so much just because of what Xian Qixiao said. Looking at Xian Qixiao, he suddenly said, "Since the wedding is over, should we start our plan?" This means to start their plan. But the implication is that Xian Qixiao is obviously to let Xian Qixiao leave. Xian Qixiao naturally understood what he heard, and even understood that Su Rao didn't want him to interfere in her Xiao Tower. His cold eyes moved slightly, but he didn't feel unhappy. He also looked at Su Rao. Okay, I will arrange it first. Turning around, Xian Qixiao walked away. He also took his people away, leaving only Su Rao and Yisu and Ying she brought with her. Miss, what's wrong with you? Yisu asked this. Su Rao was abnormal at that moment, and Yisu and Ying, who were by Su Rao's side, could detect it the most. Miss, have you noticed anything wrong? Ying also asked. Wrong. Xiao. Su Rao said this. Her face was so deep. The Xiao family was wiped out by the Danliang royal family. The situation in Danliang must be chaotic now. Has his identity been known? Has the Danliang side noticed his existence and knew that he is still alive? Is it true that he has been living in Qifeng residence for so many years? But he has been moving in Danyang. He looks like a banished immortal who does not fight with the world. But he has been doing something in secret. Xiao Mubai is the head of the Danyang Xiao family. Han Machan is not Xian Ichi Xiao, but him. So Xiaoyao Tower, which has disappeared for 20 years, must be in Danyang. Xian Ichi Xiao just said that Xiaoyao Tower has always been against the Danyang royal family. He is Han Machan, which means he has always been against the Danyang royal family. And it has been for many years. Looking at Xiao Mubai, who was unconscious on the couch and worried about his life, with bright peach blossom eyes, he suddenly said again, "Then the destruction of my Su family is not what I think it is. That he chose me and gave up the Su family because he wanted me to live. But it was planned for a long time. He weakened Yunlang by destroying the Su family. And he used my hatred to start a war between the two countries. And Xiaoyao Tower gradually eroded Danyang. And the world could be included in it." After saying this, the voice seemed to have a sense of ice cracking. "He generously gave me the Xiaoyao order. Not because I am Qin Rao, but because he wanted me to die as a substitute." These words were even colder, chilling to the bone, just because of Xiao Mubai's appearance. Xian Ichi Xiao casually mentioned the years of confrontation between Xiaoyao Tower and Danyang, which Su Rao didn't know and hadn't thought of yet. Su Rao's heart was filled with so many thoughts. Ying and Isu felt palpitations. Some of the puzzles in their hearts seemed to be solved because of Su Rao's words. With the ability of Prince Jiyue, if he really cared about the young lady and loved the young lady, how could he let the young lady watch the Su family being destroyed? How could he bear to let the young lady suffer so much? Unless it was really as the young lady said. Everything he did, whether it was false or fake, it had no meaning. Whether it was true or calculated, it didn't matter as long as the ending didn't change. Suddenly, there was another cold voice. Cold, but even more heartless. The deepest part of his heart, the place where he felt deep love, suddenly formed a thick layer of ice. The thickness of the ice was so thick that it completely froze the bond in his heart that he could not let go of. Compared to the bone-eroding love and hate given by true love, if it was just a false deep love, it seemed that it was justified to hate, and there would be no trace of heartbeat. Half a day. Hurriedly, Moing went to Jingji to invite Mr. Zhu. But he did not invite Mr. Zhu, because Mr. Zhu had left Jingji a month ago to go to the mountains to collect herbs, and his return date was uncertain. He left 2 medicine boys with him to regulate the body of the emperor according to the prescription he left and to detoxify the elixir. Helplessly, Moing had to bring one of the medicine boys. But although the medicine boy had been with Mr. Zhu for many years, he did not dare to rashly operate on Xiao Mubai to reconnect his bones. In the end, it was Su Rao who spoke and asked the medicine boy to operate. Life or death had nothing to do with the medicine boy. With Su Rao's words, the medicine boy operated on Xiao Mubai. But Su Rao also stayed in the tent during the period. As for why she stayed in the tent, Xian Ichi Xiao never asked, and others would not say much. And only Ying and Isu understood. Guard Feng. We really have to leave Guard Xiao in the camp. Leader Yun can't be contacted for the time being. Mr. Zhu is not here. I am still a little worried whether Yao Tong can really save Guard Xiao. At night, the camp of the Eagle G army was dim. In the surrounding forest, the cold night wind blew the branches and swayed, thus weakening the footsteps in the forest and the whispers coming out. On the hillside in the forest, several people who came at night were all dressed in black. One of them stood in the middle of them and looked at the Eagle G army camp below. This person was Yun Feng. Yun Feng and 18th group of Yun guards, who had been in Danyang country for a long time, tracked and searched for Xiao Mubai here. After hearing 18th's words, Yun Feng spoke. With Miss Su here, Mubai will be fine. After hearing these words, the heavy feeling in my heart for more than a month. At this moment, I felt a little relieved. Now Yun Lang is moving. The master needs people. I have to go back first. Xu Xian has Huan Yang and Mu Lian. And Xiao Ji here. You go back to Dan Liang first. Pay attention to the unusual movements in Dan Liang. The Xiao family has been destroyed now. Dan Liang thinks that the owner of Xiaoyao Tower is dead. They should relax their vigilance for a while. But you can't be careless. Let everyone in the building hide first. Don't let Dan Liang know the master's identity. And then implicate Ms. Su's safety. After watching for a while, Yun Feng left quietly. As for the destruction of the Xiao family, Wait until the master returns to Dan Liang to talk about it. The bonfire burned all night and didn't go out until dawn. In the tent, Yao Tong and Su Rao came out one after another. Although Su Rao was clean, Xian Ichi Xiao still smelled blood on Su Rao. The extremely strong smell of blood seemed to be not only because of staying inside, but also because Su Rao was the surgeon. So it was stained with such a strong smell of blood. He seemed to have some guesses in his mind. But Xian Ichi Xiao did not ask. Xian Ichi Xiao knew a lot of secrets about Su Rao, and he didn't know more. Then he just asked the medicine boy how Xiao Mubai was. The medicine boy said that his life was no longer in danger. As long as the high fever subsided and the fractured bones healed, he would be fine. Since Xiao Mubai was fine, Su Rao started her plan with Xian Ichi Xiao and began to prepare for the matter. Another day passed quickly, and it was evening again. Su Rao and Xian Ichi Xiao returned to Jingji, after staying in the Yingji army camp for 2 days. When they returned, they took Xiao Mubai, who had subsided the fever but had not woken up, back to Jingji and placed him in a quiet courtyard. Su Rao asked Xiao Ji and Su Chui to take care of him personally. I don't understand why the young lady saved Xiao Mubai despite the fact that Prince Yi knew her medical skills, since Xiao Mubai is that man's subordinate. If everything he did was really to take advantage of the young lady, then keeping Xiao Mubai would only cause trouble in the future. So it is better to take this opportunity to get rid of him. After returning to Meishua Garden, Ying said this. It is not convenient to talk to Su Rao easily in the Yingji army camp, in case others hear it without checking. Su Rao took a sip of tea, looked at Ying and Isu, and said after a moment, Xiao Mubai cannot die yet. Xianichi Xiao thought I was the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, and cooperated with me because of Xiaoyao Tower. If Xiao Mubai died, and I never asked about the reason why the Xiao family was destroyed, Xianichi Xiao would definitely notice and suspect it. If Xianichi Xiao knew that I was not the real owner of Xiaoyao Tower, and it was even more impossible for Xiaoyao Tower to help him sneak into Danyang State, and all the cooperation was just a cover to destroy them, then Xianichi Xiao would become a thorny problem for us, or even a threat. Su Rao rescued Xiao Mubai not because she still had feelings for Yunji, but because it was beneficial to herself. Now Xiao Mubai's life is safe, but it will be difficult for him to wake up for a while. If I don't check why the Xiao family was destroyed at this moment, Xianichi Xiao will not doubt it. As for Xiao Mubai, who came here with complications, I don't have time to ask about the situation in Danyang. All I want is to drag them all down to hell. Hate in her heart. She only wanted to avenge her family and her country for her own selfish reasons. She didn't care how many schemes and tricks others had. As long as she was faster than them and could achieve her goal, it would be fine. And once Xu Xian and Yun Lang went to war, Dan Liang would definitely not be able to stay out of it. The 3 kingdoms would be in turmoil, and the world would be in chaos. She would use the flames of war to irrigate this winter, to pay tribute to the souls of the Qin dead in heaven, and to pay tribute to the injustice of her Su family. Ying, I asked Xiao Ji and Su Chui to wipe Xiao Mubai. If Xiao Ji makes any unusual moves, Su Chui will take her down. I didn't ask before, just because of you. I didn't want you to be sad. But now, I will never allow anyone to mess up my plan. Not even Xiao Ji. At this moment, the pair of peach blossom eyes looked straight at Ying, and the bone-chilling coldness and hatred inside could no longer be suppressed. Around the eyelids, a circle of red color was wrapped in coldness. Such a young lady was the most unfamiliar. But it also made Ying and Isu feel distressed. Ying understands what the young lady did. They grew up with the young lady, experienced together, and watched the young lady endure for 10 years. But in return, the Su family was destroyed, just like the Qin dynasty back then. The young lady watched helplessly and disappeared again. But now she should have been able to save the Su family. She should have been able to save the Su family. Until now, the young lady was still considering his feelings and his mood, all because of their friendship that was better than that of siblings. Now the only people the young lady was close to were the 2 of them. So how could he let the young lady be concerned about him and suppress herself? How could the young lady bear that? And if Jia was really arranged by Prince Jiyue to be by the young lady's side just to monitor her, then how much of her friendship and affection for him was real? I hope Ying didn't make the wrong move. Finally, Su Rao ended the topic with such a sincere word that she would only reveal in front of Ying and Isu. She no longer talked about the series of changes that Xiao Mubai's appearance had caused in her heart in just a few days, but asked about Su Wu's whereabouts again. although they hadn't found Su Wu yet. The guards they sent to find Su Wu had sent news that they had found a person who looked very much like Su Wu in the forest where the Su family was buried. But he disappeared without a breath. And the guards had not caught up. In the Su family, if Su Wu really wanted to escape and hide, no one could catch him. And knowing that Su Wu was not restrained by others, Su Rao was relieved of her worries about Su Wu. Now that she had already revealed her current situation, it was possible that Su Wu would come to Juxian. So Su Rao ordered Ying to keep an eye on the outside. If she found the whereabouts of the fifth brother, if the fifth brother was willing to find her, she would bring him to see her. If the fifth brother was not willing to come to see her, she would not force him. Xiao Mubai's appearance was just an appearance. He did not disrupt Su Rao's plan. Su Rao's plan was going step by step according to her arrangement. In a moment, it came. A hatred that was no longer hidden, in the most selfish way of killing, was born quietly, regardless of the suffering of the people at dawn, regardless of the world. This winter, the days seemed to go very fast. The peaceful world, because of a bloody battle, caused Yunlang and Juxian to fight again under the vast snow. The reason was actually very rough. The sixth prince of Yunlang secretly sneaked into Juxian to assassinate Juxian's Prince Yi's wife. The assassination failed, and he was captured instead. As for why the sixth prince of Yunlang wanted to assassinate Prince Yi's wife, there was no need to explain to the world. It was just an excuse to send troops reasonably. Although the assassination attempt of the sixth prince to kill the princess of Prince Yi failed, it was a trolling of Juxia. The princess of Prince Yi was the eldest daughter of the Su family, a wealthy family in Juxia, and was also the beloved daughter of Prince Yi. The assassination for no reason by Prince Yunlang was a provocation of Yunlang to Juxia. Juxia, with its strong military power and its wars resounding throughout the three kingdoms, has always been the strongest among the three kingdoms, but it has never had the ambition to compete for the world. However, Yunlang touched the princess of Prince Yi of Juxia. If Juxia tolerated her actions, it would become a laughing stock and a mockery of the world. So, a head was returned to Yunlang. Yun Muxiao's head was sent to the Wantian palace in a heavy snow, and he died with his eyes wide open. When the box was opened, he stared at the Emperor Yu sitting on the dragon throne with wide eyes. The sixth prince has been missing for many days, and was secretly captured by Zhu Siam, and was killed so cruelly. This must be the result of the remnants of the previous dynasty and Zhu Siam working together. Zhu Siam is really too much of a bully, killing our sixth prince so cruelly. This matter will never be let go. There were so many noises, and the officials were angry at the same time. The prince was killed so cruelly, and Emperor Yu spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the Wantian palace suddenly became more chaotic. But before any discussion, another thing arose, and friction arose between the Zhu Siam Gobi Pass garrison and the Yunlang border town garrison. The cause was simpler. That is, a garrison at the Yunlang border robbed a peasant girl from the Zhu Siam Gobi Pass. This garrison was actually the secret guard secretly sent by Yun Murui and Prime Minister Yao. As soon as they entered the border town of Juxian, they were discovered by the guards arranged by General Yin Lai, which gave Su Rao and Siam Ichi Shao an excuse to directly start the war. The friction between the border garrisons of the two countries caused a small-scale fight, which was died between the white snow. The war was about to break out. The wailing in the sky. The peace between Juxian and Yunlang for 10 years was broken. The self-evident harmony of the three countries disappeared in this winter. Prince Yi of Juxian organized his army and led his troops from the capital of Juxian. The prince personally led the troops to fight. And Yunlang Kingdom, for a while, had no one to lead the troops. Prince Yi of Juxian grew up in the military camp and grew up on horseback. His military ability was not something that ordinary people could compete with. In the country of Yunlang, there is the Su family and the powerful General Su Heir, who is no match for Prince Yi. But Emperor Yu destroyed the Su family. Thus he cut off one of his arms. Now, the war is about to start. Civil officials cannot resist and cannot lift. The sixth prince could lead the army to fight, but he died tragically. There is no military general in the court who can be of great use. For a while, Yulang's court was in turmoil. Although Yulang has Prince Jiyue, he is the new commander of the Yunlang army and has written the amazing military book War Strategy. Prince Jiyue should lead the troops to the battle. But Prince Jiyue is weak. In this winter, it is difficult for him to travel long distances to lead the troops to fight. Moreover, Yulang's court cannot do without Prince Jiyue at this moment. So, Prince Jiyue gave a word of advice to Emperor Yu. The killing of the sixth prince by the Siamese country angered my emperor, and framed the border town garrison of Yunlang country for robbing the women, thus setting off this war. It must be for the purpose of seeking the world. Our crown prince Yun Murui can rule the country with his literary talent and fight the enemy in battle. The sixth prince and he have a deep brotherly relationship. So the crown prince will go to war on behalf of his father to boost morale. The court has a group of civil officials such as Prime Minister Yao, and he is in charge of the rear to assist. So it will be safe. Emperor Yu was so anxious because of the death of the sixth prince. And now the advice of Prince Jiyue is the best way. So Emperor Yu immediately issued an order to order Crown Prince Yun Murui to be the commander of the Yunlang army and go to war on behalf of his father. Prince Jiyue's move, although leaving the seventh prince in Langjing, can let the Yunlang army follow the crown prince to the border city, and can also reassure Prime Minister Yao's faction. Even if the crown prince leaves the capital, the seventh prince's faction in Langjing also follows the Yunlang army, which will naturally not change the current situation in the court of Langjing. When the crown prince went to the battlefield on behalf of his father, he brought more than just the Yunlang army with him. The Yunlang army was only one of the main forces, and there were also other forces in addition. Moreover, if he could become famous in one battle, his prestige in the court would definitely rise to a higher level. Therefore, although Prime Minister Yao and other civil officials speculated on Yun Ji's intention, no one opposed his advice. So, tens of thousands of soldiers and horses gathered outside Langjing. The prince led the troops, and Yao Yeting was the vanguard officer, and the army set off in the imperial chariot. Although Emperor Yu was temporarily heartbroken due to his anxiety, he came here in person to see his son off. I hope my son will live up to the demeanor of a crown prince and wipe out all the ambitious people in Zhu Siam in one fell swoop. Zhu Siam and Yunlang reorganized their troops and set off in mid-October, each heading for the border town. The border war between the two countries broke out so suddenly. 3 days after the two armies set off, two other things happened in each of the two countries, but they were unknown to others. In Yunshan Palace, a cough, but it was no longer the cough of Prince Jiyue, but the angry Emperor Yu. The Emperor Yu, who had always been in good health, was so weak at this moment. Lying on the dragon bed, his face was pale, and his breath was unstable, as if he had developed a serious illness in a breath. Under the dragon bed, Prince Jiyue stood quietly to the side. The white satin on his face was gone, and his slender phoenix eyes were bright and shining, dazzling, and the Emperor Yu felt palpitations and trembling. You. The Emperor's eyes fell on Yu Hua in front of the bed, and his breath became heavier and more unstable. The Emperor raised his hand, but it was trembling, and he couldn't touch the figure of Yu Hua in front of the bed. Uncle Emperor is worried about his son, and now he is so injured. He should take good care of him. Uncle Emperor, don't worry about the court. With Yunji here, he will definitely not let it mess up. Such a calm remark, Prince Hua. But the darkness in his words imprisoned Emperor Yu. As for the Crown Prince and Prime Minister Yao, the Emperor's uncle was confused and believed in slander and harmed the Su family, which led to Yunlang's current predicament. However, the Emperor's uncle is also relieved. How the Su family was destroyed, how they and the Emperor's uncle joined forces, and how Yunji's beloved was hurt. It's not urgent. Yunji will get it back for her one by one. Looking at Emperor Yu, the corners of his mouth actually raised a trace of bloodthirstiness that belonged to Han Machin, and the satin in his hand covered his eyes again, and also covered the thick ink inside. Turning around, Rong Xiao left Yunshan Hall. Then, Xu Fei walked in, holding a bowl of white jade medicine in her hand. Obviously, Emperor Yu's current situation is what Zhao Guogong asked Xu Fei to do that day. Control Emperor Yu to control the court. As for Zhu Xian, Emperor Wei also appeared outside the Cold Palace again, and stood there for a while before entering the Cold Palace to see Queen Rong. The decoration inside the Cold Palace was luxurious, and it was no different from Queen Rong's bedroom. It didn't look like a desolate cold palace at all. Inside the palace, even though Queen Rong had been imprisoned for many days, her cold and noble appearance had not lost its beauty because of such a defeat. She was lying on a royal concubine couch, with her eyes closed as if she was asleep. When Emperor Wei walked in, he saw Queen Rong, who looked like a golden phoenix, and his steps suddenly stopped. Those auspicious phoenix eyes, which were originally calm, were also dazed again. The feelings inside had never disappeared because of what Queen Rong did to him. He had always loved this woman. Even if he hated her in the end, he still loved her. You're... After a long time, Emperor Wei approached Queen Rong with a murmur. He clenched his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. Queen Rong opened her eyes. Her eyes were cold and beautiful. She was not asleep, but just in a light sleep. Yu never knew that the cowardly Wei Lang could actually have the means of an emperor. But not for Yu, but for his own brother. After mumbling, Queen Rong turned over. Her cold eyes fell directly on the Wei Emperor, who was standing in front of the couch. Today, the Wei Emperor was still wearing the light brocade robe that he wore when she first met him. This deep affection. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth curved up. But this arc brought out a sense of sneer. I now know that Wei Lang is the one who hides the deepest. With a painting, he can break the wings of Yun Lang, get rid of the Su family, and cause chaos in Yun Lang. When the princess of the previous dynasty had nowhere to hide, Prince Yi was sent to his side. First, he could satisfy Prince Yi's wishes, and second, he could control the world at will. In Prince Yi's heart, all this was done by me, the emperor's sister-in-law. After sitting up and sitting upright, he sneered. Wei Lang really took great pains for his Xiao. Cough, 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 cough. Coughing and panting again. Blood came out of the corners of Emperor Wei's mouth, and the hand covering the corner of his mouth trembled even more. Obviously, he had recovered under Mr. Zhu's treatment, but now he had such a minor attack. He was not well at all. Yu, take out a handkerchief. Tremblingly wipe off the blood from the corner of his mouth. And then, he sat next to Queen Rong, the weak body, the weak and incompetent emperor of a country. At this moment, looking at such Queen Rong, he just revealed the deep affection that had disappeared and hidden for many years. Since the poisoning until now, until this moment, he still loved this woman deeply. Even if she had never loved him, even if she wanted his life, he still loved her. I never wanted to do this to Yu. Even if Yu poisoned me, I could drink it. I really wanted to be entangled with Yu for the rest of my life. Even if I really died of poison in the end, I would have no regrets. But Yu found out what I did, so I can't let Yu continue to be free. I can't let a Xiao know that it was me who did it. Hand raised, tremblingly trying to touch Queen Rong's face. In this life, Yu and I will spend the rest of our lives like this. After a Xiao unifies the world, I will accompany Yu to the underworld, and we will walk across the Naiha bridge together. In the next life, Yu and I will be an ordinary couple. Queen Rong sneered again, turned her head away, and her cold and delicate face, with a strong sneer, sneered at the Emperor Wei for being a fool. Xian Ichi Wei, you are dreaming. I, Rong Yu, can only control my life. How can it be decided by others? Now I am defeated because I am not as skilled as others. But you want to keep me like this forever and let me become a prisoner. It is impossible. Ka. This sound suddenly came. The corner of Queen Rong's mouth was bleeding without any sign. You are you? Emperor Wei was panicked. He hurriedly supported Queen Rong and wiped the blood from the corner of Queen Rong's mouth. Cough. Coughing blood. Queen Rong smiled like a flower. Seeing Xian Ichi Wei, who was so panicked because of her suicide by taking poison, Queen Rong was extremely happy, and even more proud. You have planned so much for Xianichi Xiao and his future, but you are unwilling to fight for me and Yunyu, and have never thought of planning for me. If you are willing to plan for me, Rong Yu, for so many years, Rong Yu may give up her noble pride and really choose to live in harmony. Xianichi Wei, listen carefully. I, Rong Yu, hate you. I hate you. Even if I die, I will not let you have a moment of comfort. I will never lose again. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Queen Rong closed her eyes with a smile, and fell into the arms of Emperor Wei. She was victorious until her death. Her pride would never allow her to be bullied by a man again, because she was Rong Yu, the most noble princess Rong Yu in Danyang. The Emperor Wei was stunned for a moment. Just because Queen Rong said that she was in harmony with him until her death, she was not ruthless to him. But he himself could not get this love. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and he screamed, Why? Why didn't he know it earlier? Then, he called for the imperial physician in a panic. But there was no one outside the cold palace, not even Empress Rong's servants. Emperor Wei did not bring anyone with him when he came. The mother of the country of Zhuxian committed suicide in the emperor's arms. This matter was not known to Xianichi Xiao. who was rushing to the border town at this moment. And he didn't know that the demise of the Su family was not the work of Empress Rong, but his close brother. And all this was for his brother. And the prince and others didn't know about the matter of Emperor Yuan Langjing. And they didn't know that there might be some big changes in Langjing in the near future. Let's not talk about the things here for now. The troops of the two countries galloped. And in late October, they all arrived at the border town. Prince Xuxiani and Prince Yunlang each led their troops and formally clashed in the mountains. And the war broke out. Prince Yi's Eagle G army, Yulang's Yulang army. The contest between the elite Eagle division and the Tiger and Wolf division. Bang! Woo! The drums roared. The horns blew. And they charged into battle. The collision of spears and swords pierced into the soft flesh and bones. And blood gushed out in an instant. And they fell on the battlefield. Starving people were everywhere. And corpses floated for thousands of miles. This battle lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. But it was difficult to determine the winner. Until a pair of secret soldiers from the Siamese kingdom sneaked into the border town of Yunlang on the second night and burned a grain camp in Yunlang. And it was declared over. The winner was determined. In the first formal battle, Yunlang ended in defeat. The damn remnants of the previous dynasty actually used such despicable means to secretly attack our grain camp. Under the night, in the Yunlang general's tent, such a voice was burning with anger. Yao Yeding squeezed the note that the captain of the guard guarding the grain and grass handed over tremblingly. And his breath was hard to calm down. This is just the beginning. This provocative sentence was shot by an arrow and hit the pillar of the forage camp. Yun Murwei also had a deep expression on his face. And his fingers were crackling. The troops did not move. But the forage went first. The first time he led the troops to fight. The forage in the rear was burned. What an unfavorable situation this was. Yun Lang's morale must be damaged. The oppressive atmosphere in Yun Lang's tent was hard to calm down for a long time. While in the camp of Zhu Siam, shouts were heard one after another. The bonfire was burning. And the soldiers in the camp were all sitting on the ground, drinking tea from big bowls. Prince Yi governed the army with strict military discipline. Drinking and having fun would only do harm. Tea was always used instead of wine on the battlefield. The princess is really a god. She is so strategic. She let the prince fight the enemy before the battle. And she led the troops to attack the rear and burn the enemy's food and grass. Such a move caught them by surprise and cut off their retreat. It was really amazing. Although it was a winter night, the cold wind was shivering. But the Eagle G army of Zhu Siam was full of fighting spirit. They praised Su Rao and praised her endlessly. They all gave thumbs up. Su Rao saw it and just raised the porcelain bowl in her hand to respond. There was no expression on her face. She had expected Zhu Siam to win the first battle. From knowing that the general of Yunlang was not Yunji, Su Rao knew that Zhu Xian would not lose. Even if Yun Murwei was smart and capable in the court, he was no match for Xian Qixiao, who had led the army for many years. And he would definitely lose. Zhu Xian won the first battle. And he fought again and again with a strong momentum. His momentum was unstoppable. And he became more and more courageous. However, Yunlang Kingdom lost the first battle. And most of the food and grass in the rear were burned. He was defeated repeatedly. And then he was weak again and again. He was exhausted again and again. And several battles ended in embarrassment. Even if it was the Yunlang army, one person could fight against 100 troops. But without food and grass, and not having enough food, even an iron body could not stand it for a long time. Not to mention that people are iron and food is steel. And they will be hungry if they don't eat a meal. This was due to unfavorable human factors, coupled with the influence of the natural environment. In this winter, snow and wind blocked many places, making it difficult to transport food and grass from nearby counties to the border town in a short period of time. As for the attempts to seize the food and grass areas of Siam, they were tightly guarded and difficult to start with. Therefore, in just a few days, the border town of Yunlang was in danger. If they lose again in the next war, the Zhuxian cavalry will probably march straight in and capture the border town of Yunlang. The people of Yunlang border town were panicked and took their families with them, preparing to flee to other safe counties. But before they could get out of the border town gate, they were blocked by a pair of soldiers. All the people of the border town who wanted to escape were captured and became human shields to resist the Zhuxian army. Outside the border town, thick smoke filled the empty mountains, and the deep red blood dyed the vast mountains blood red. In winter, There was more wind and snow for half a day, freezing the deep red battlefield as hard as stone, and frozen soil in the mountains. Charge! Kill! After a night's rest, the two armies faced each other again. And the sound of fighting was so loud. Blood was shed on the battlefield again. This time, Su Rao personally led the troops on the Jusian side. On the iron cavalry of Gichi, a woman in red battle robe and feathers on her helmet was heroic and valiant, holding a long sword in her hand. Her sword skills were exquisite, all of which were taught by General Su. Every time she slashed, a soldier fell off the horse. Blood splashed everywhere. Su Rao had no expression on her face, but her bright peach eyes were red, and the red dyed the area around her eyelids, sweeping all the way. It was magnificent. On the Yunlang side, the enemy going out to fight today was another main force of Yunlang. Yun Murui personally led the troops to fight. They were his personal soldiers from the capital, not the Yunlang army, because the food and grass supplies had not arrived for a long time. The Yunlang army had been fighting half-starved these days, and suffered heavy casualties. The general leading the Yunlang army finally had a dispute with the prince under such frustration. The generals of the Yunlang army had already had a grudge against the prince's faction because of the destruction of the Su family. Now their own soldiers were almost starving to death, but they were still asked to go to the battlefield as vanguards. This was clearly asking them to die. How could they obey the prince? They all had a rebellious heart. He even said that if the prince could not solve the problem of food and grass, his Yunlang army might not die on the battlefield, but would be starved to death first. Even if they did not starve to death, they would be preyed on by others on the battlefield. As the general leading the Yunlang army, he could not watch his soldiers die in vain. Among them, the rough kid was the most angry. He had a rough temper and was straightforward. His brothers were seriously injured and killed. He was so angry that he almost rushed to Yun Murui's tent and fought with Yao Yeting. The Yunlang army did not obey the control, and such behavior was absolutely dissatisfied with the prince. It was difficult for the prince to convince the Yunlang army. They only believe in capable people, generals who can lead the Yunlang army to charge into battle, generals who can treat them as their own people, brothers who share weal and woe with them, not those who let them die blindly, and not those who only know how to talk about war on paper. These words angered Yao Yeting even more, and he was furious. Yun Murui's character can be seen, but he can't be easily angered by him. But Yun Murui still punished the general and the rough boy. As the commander-in-chief of this army, if he doesn't severely punish the person who led the trouble, where is his prestige? And how can he convince the people? So he ordered that the leader of the Yunlang army and the rough boy were both given 50 military sticks as a punishment. Not because these two people disobeyed his orders as a prince, but because these two people did not follow military discipline and regulations, did not obey the orders of the marshal, and intended to shake the morale of the army. Since he went to war on behalf of his father, and was appointed as the commander of the army, he was not the crown prince, but the marshal in the military camp. He should enforce strict military discipline and law enforcement for the behavior of these two people that seemed to shake the morale of the army. They should be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. If there is a next time, they must be beheaded according to military law. The generals of the Yunlang army were punished, and the Siamese invaded again. Yun Murui did not send the Yunlang army out of the city to fight, but led the troops himself and used the troops led by his faction to go out of the city to fight the enemy. This was also to tell the rest of the Yunlang army that he, Yun Murui, did not rely only on his Yunlang army, and he was not a person who only talked about war on paper. However, Yun Murui's troops had been living in luxury in Langjing for a long time. They were no match for the experienced Ingji army of Shinichi Shao. In addition, Su Rao's command was proper, and the Yunlang soldiers were defeated step by step. In less than an hour, they were forced to the city wall by the Ingji army. They were about to lose the city gate. Qin Rao, these lowly refugees are all the remnants of your great Qin state. I, Yunlang, have been generous and kind to keep them until now, but they are ungrateful and try to escape. Suddenly, such a stern voice. The gate of Yunlang border city opened, and Yao Yeting rushed to the battlefield. Mother! I'm afraid. The crying of a child. Princess! Princess! Help me! The wailing voice of a woman. All the voices were repeated on the battlefield. A group of women and children who were powerless were taken to the battlefield by a group of Yunlang soldiers, using the former people of the Great Qin, and now the people of the Yunlang kingdom. As their human shields, they intercepted the front footsteps of the Ingji army and temporarily stopped it in front of the city gate. So despicable and shameless. Shin Rao. If you dare to take another step closer, I will kill all these refugees. With another shout, Yao Yeding pointed the spear in his hand straight at the nearest woman, and the spearhead brushed the woman's neck. Immediately, blood oozed from the neck, dyeing the spearhead red. The woman fell to the ground on the spot, but she was not killed, but fainted due to her extreme fear. The wound on her neck was only scratched by the spearhead, but the child in the woman's arms was thrown to the ground. The little child did not know the danger, but was instinctively afraid and terrified, and cried loudly. It was hurt by the fall, and it was even more scared. The children cried again, and the rest of the women knelt on the ground one after another, and they were all frightened and panicked, begging their princess, please ask the princess to withdraw the troops, and ask the princess to save their children. The sound of kowtow. His forehead smacked against the frozen ground. His breath was bleeding. Shin Rao, withdraw your troops now. Otherwise these refugees will all die tragically because of you. The princess of the former dynasty. Yao Yeding spoke again. This time, the tip of his spear pointed directly at Su Rao. Su Rao, who was already bloodthirsty, stopped the sword in his hand suddenly when he raised his sword and swung it down, so that the blood would have been added to the sword. And luckily he escaped this death. The Yunlang soldier crawled and rolled to the team. The sword was put away. The bright peach eyes looked at Yao Yeding for a moment, and then fell directly on the women and children, who were used as human shields, and begged one after another. Yun Murui, who was on horseback, also looked at Yao Yeding. He frowned for a moment, as if he didn't know what Yao Yeding did. He didn't know that Yao Yeding would treat the people like this, and use such means. I thought that Prince Yunlang was still a person of character, but now it seems that I was short-sighted. At this, General Yunlai also stopped killing and sneered. A strong sense of sneer. Using the people of your own country as human shields. Using these women and children to threaten our princess. Such a despicable means. Su Rao didn't speak, but the pair of soft hands holding the handle of the knife. Every joint was creaking. The red color around her bright eyes did not fade at all, but became more intense, coloring her already red eyes, and darkening her heart for a long time. But at this moment, the darkness inside was disturbed by the crying of children and the pleading of women. Not only because these women and children were once the people of her great Shin state, but also because of the children in the arms of these women. Those children who were ignorant of the world, the greatness of maternal love, the natural instinct to protect her child, the deep love for her child, just like her mother died to save her. This matter was a burning pain in Su Rao's heart, but it also touched Su Rao's inner fragility, her soft spot, and it was difficult for her to be cold-blooded and cold-hearted, and she was really threatened by Yao Yeding. Suddenly, the big knife in her hand was thrown into the ground. The frozen soil, which was obviously frozen by ice and snow, was cracked like this, and the handle of the knife was directly embedded in it. As soon as she threw down the big knife in her hand, Su Rao grabbed the bow and arrow on the horse, and shot the arrow directly, with the speed of lightning, straight towards Yao Yeding's face. Its speed was so fast that it cut through the cold wind. Yao Yeding hurriedly retreated, but it was still difficult to dodge, seeing that the sharp arrow was about to hit his face. Yun Murui's long sword suddenly moved and flew towards the sharp arrow. The sharp arrow just barely brushed past Yao Yeding's neck and left a blood mark like the woman's neck. Then, the sharp arrow shot straight into the crack of the wall of the border town. The tail of the arrow hummed for several breaths before it stopped. It can be seen that if Yun Murui had not stopped Su Rao's arrow, Yao Yeding would have been bloodied on the spot. You better make sure they stay alive and serve as your shield. Because of Yao Yeding's despicable means, Yunlang border town was temporarily defended. The Ingji army stopped attacking the city for a while. The war between the two sides temporarily became a tug-of-war. Yunlang kingdom also got a moment of respite. Clang! The sound of a cup falling into the tent. In the Yunlang tent, Yun Murui threw the teacup in his hand to Yao Yeding's feet with a calm look. Yao Yeding, do you know what you did? This voice was filled with anger, and it was hard to calm down. He called Yao Yeding by his full name. Yun Murui was a crown prince, and he would plot for the sake of imperial power, and even get rid of the Su family. But he would not want to hurt innocent people. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Yun Murui knew this principle better than anyone else. Moreover, He still had some virtues of a benevolent monarch. From the disaster relief trip to Tianguan County last year, he was worried about natural disasters. And we can understand a little bit of this. Yuan Merwei was so angry that Yao Yeding knelt on the ground and bowed his head. But he didn't think he had done anything wrong. My cousin is angry. But he has a kind heart. However, it takes a long time for our army to get food and grass. If we don't do that, the border city will be breached today. By then, it will be even more difficult for my cousin to gain a foothold in the army. How can my cousin explain to the emperor, and how can he secure his position as the crown prince in the court? After saying this, he raised his eyes and looked at Yuan Merwei. I know my cousin has a lot of plans in his mind. But on this battlefield, the war changes rapidly. The Siamese countries are pressing forward step by step. They will not give my cousin time to make plans and annihilate the Siamese countries in one fell swoop. Moreover, victory is more important than duration. After several battles with the Yingji army, we have to admit that we are not the opponent of Siam Ichi Xiao. So we must fight quickly. Otherwise our army will only be defeated again. After saying this, Yao Yeding bowed his head. This was all done by me, the marshal, on my own initiative. I hope the marshal will punish me. He did it all on his own initiative. My cousin cannot be involved in it. He must be severely punished. Please don't be angry, Your Highness. The other generals waiting outside the tent looked at each other after hearing what was said inside the tent. Then he asked for an audience. Please calm down your anger, Your Highness. Although Yao Xianfeng did something wrong, it was understandable. War is a tricky way. All means and strategies are for victory. Moreover, on the battlefield, victory or defeat may only be a matter of thought. Other generals pleaded for Yao Yeding in this way. Although Yuan Merwei's face was still heavy, he did not say anything else for a while. In the tents of the Siamese camp, General Yan Lai and other generals also gathered together. Regarding Yan Lang's despicable means, how to break this dilemma, they all looked at Su Rao and asked Su Rao what he thought, instead of looking at their Prince Yi. First of all, those women were all former citizens of the Great Qin, and Su Rao's identity as a princess of the previous dynasty was already known to the personal soldiers of Siam Ichi Xiao. From the initial precautions to the understanding of Su Rao after getting along with her now, they all trusted her in their hearts. Secondly, Su Rao is the wife of Prince Yi, the wife of Xian Ichi Xiao. Xian Ichi Xiao's attitude towards Su Rao determined Su Rao's position in the Eagle Ji army. From the very beginning, when Xian Ichi Xiao first brought Su Rao to the Eagle Ji army camp, the Eagle Ji army generals all saw how well Xian Ichi Xiao treated Su Rao. Therefore, Su Rao's position in the various Siamese army camps can be said to be second to none and above 10,000 people. Moreover, Su Rao's own charm, as the granddaughter of General Yan Lang, her military ability, as long as Su Rao wants, can make these Eagle Ji army sincerely convinced and surrender to her military talent. When the war starts, marching and fighting, the key is the word speed. If this war is dragged into a long war, it will only waste time and energy, which is absolutely disadvantageous to us. Su Rao spoke. At the same time, she gestured on the sand table with a command pole in her hand. Now Yan Lang is using a group of women and children to resist our army's pace. Just because I am a princess of the previous dynasty, and they were once the people of our Great Qin, and I will definitely save them. In this way, Yuan Lang will definitely strengthen the guard of those women and children to prevent our army from secretly rescuing them, so as to break the dilemma they set. Then we will let them think that we want to secretly rescue those people. Our army will sneak into his Yuan Lang border town with one secret army, but send 2 other troops from here. The command pole pointed to several hidden mountain places in the sand table. Here, when most of Yuan Lang's troops are attracted by our secret army, our other 2 troops can be dispatched at this time, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, catching them off guard. Catch the thief first, and go directly to capture Yuan Merwei, Xian Ichi Xiao said at the right time. He also picked up a command pole and pointed it directly at the location of Yuan Merwei's camp. Su Rao immediately turned around and glanced at Xian Ichi Xiao. A trace of shaking appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Xian Ichi Xiao's words. The strike hit the target. By grasping the throat of Yuan Lang's military force, those women and children will be safe, and Yuan Lang's border town can be taken in one fell swoop. November, the winter month. Another heavy snowfall came. So heavy that it even broke the flagpole in the army and covered the mountains with a thick layer of white snow. It also covered the bloodstains that had long dried on the battlefield, and covered them with the snow. This sudden blizzard blocked the strategy that Su Rao and his team had discussed, and also blocked the war that had been going on for a long time. Therefore, there was a moment of peace, and it was impossible to have a truce. God's will was like this, and the heavy snow was an obstacle, and human power was irresistible. In the tent of Xian Ichi Xiao, the fire in the basin was burning vigorously. The charcoal fire was bright red, and the tent was warm, but no one was warming here. But they all stood outside the tent and watched the blizzard. The woman wearing a bright red cotton silk coat stood quietly outside the tent, and the cold wind blew, blowing the coat on her body and making her face cold. If you are too cold, you will feel hot. The concave scar on his forehead that makes his face look even more bleak has never been covered since the wars. The whiteness of snow is reflected in his bright eyes. The snow is so thick that it covers the first step. When he stepped into the snow, his calves were submerged. It can be seen that the snow is so heavy that it will not stop for a while. He put on another cloak, a black cloak. Seeing that Su Rao's face was red from the snow, Xian Ichi Xiao took off his cloak and put it on Su Rao, but did not persuade Su Rao to go back to the tent. I don't know when this blizzard will stop. He said this. The coldness between his eyebrows disappeared quietly when he faced Su Rao. Xian Ichi Xiao has changed too much. But Su Rao doesn't want to see this change more often, because if she sees it for a long time, she is afraid that it will touch her heart. It's not emotion, but human nature. Human nature. Xu Xian and Yun Lang have been fighting for more than half a month, but there is no movement on the Danyang side. Aren't you anxious? Because of the extra cloak on her body. She felt that the cold wind could no longer blow in, and would no longer cool her body. Su Rao turned her head, and looked at Xian Ichi Xiao. After a moment, she spoke and mentioned Danyang. I don't know if she didn't want to stay with Xian Ichi Xiao like this, or if she was really thinking about the lack of movement on the Danyang side. It has been more than half a month since Xu Xian and Yun Lang went to war. But Danyang, except for increasing the number of troops to defend the border at the beginning, did not want to interfere in the war between Xu Xian and Yun Lang. Although Danyang has always advocated culture, ruled the world with culture, and lived in harmony with the world, she knew that Danyang must be turbulent under its gentleness. Logically speaking, Danyang should not have kept its troops in place. But she miscalculated. Danyang kept its troops in place, not showing its edge, and became a clean stream in the already chaotic world. Her plan, after all, only affected 2 countries. Dan, Liang. Xian Ichi Xiao also looked at Su Rao again, and after a moment, he murmured this, and his phoenix eyes became cold again. Cold and indifferent, but deep and calm. Danyang's inaction was also beyond his expectation. According to the news he had received in the past few years, the Danyang royal family and Rong Yue had sent letters several times, and the poison Rong Yue had given to the emperor must have come from the Danyang royal family. Although he has no evidence to prove this, there must be something fishy going on with the Danyang royal family, and they must have hidden evil intentions in their hearts. But now, although Xu Xian and Yun Lang are making moves, Danyang has not made any unusual moves. Moreover, the secret guards protecting Chang'e have also reported that the city of Danyang is peaceful and quiet, and the people are living and working in peace and contentment, and have not been affected by the war between Xu Xian and Yun Lang. What's worse, some people are unaware that such a war has started. Danyang did not move. Was it waiting and watching? Standing by and waiting for Xu Xian and Yun Lang to be defeated before taking action? Or did they have other ideas, waiting for the opportunity to tire themselves out? It seemed that the latter was more like the person in the letter to Rong Yue. But he had been investigating for several years, and could only find out who that person was. But there were so many royal relatives in the Danyang royal family that it would take a long time to find out. And he could not easily alert Rong Yue and let her know. He had also suspected Rong Feng and had tried to test him with Chang'e. But Rong Feng was indeed a gentleman, and Rong Feng was too old to be a teammate of Rong Yue. Not knowing the person behind Rong Yue, he could only be passive and watch his brother being persecuted by Rong Yue. With so many thoughts in his mind, Xian Ichi Xiao did not mention a single word to Su Rao. This matter concerns the life of the emperor. Even if Su Rao is someone Xian Ichi Xiao likes, Xian Ichi Xiao will not tell her carelessly. As for my matter, I will help you take down Yun Yu, and you will help me enter Danyang. But now the heavy snow is blocking my way. Am I anxious? If I am anxious, I wonder if the princess will be willing to help me enter Danyang first. Suddenly, Xianiqi Xiao said such a thing. Looking at Su Rao, a faint smile appeared on his cold face, as if he was joking with Su Rao. Su Rao. The corners of her eyebrows moved for a moment, and her peach blossom eyes flashed. Xianiqi Xiao's words seemed like a joke. But in fact, since we are cooperating, you help me take down Yunlang first, and then I will help you enter Danliang. But before Yunlang is taken down, you must send Yunyu's head to me. Turning her head around, Su Rao stopped looking at Xianiqi Xiao and instead looked at the falling snow. There was a sudden coldness in the peach blossom eyes, and the coldness was even more heartless. Xianiqi Xiao looked at her with pity in his heart, but he did not do anything else to comfort her. He turned his head and looked at the snow again. He understood the hatred in Su Rao's heart, which was burning his bones and heart. With Mu Bai's ability, the Xiao family will never be destroyed easily. Something must have happened, causing Mu Bai's identity to be exposed, which led to the disaster of killing. Now Mu Bai is still not awake, and the situation in Danyang is unclear. If you act rashly, it will ruin what prince he has done. This matter requires Mu Bai to explain the whole story before you can act. Suddenly, this word came to my ears again. After the red figure finished speaking, she turned and walked into the tent. Xianiqi Xiao was stunned at first, and then, the corners of his mouth suddenly curved into a light arc, and once again dispelled the coldness around him. Just because of Su Rao's sudden words. Her heart was not really cold. The smile on the corner of his mouth was only for a moment, and then it faded away. Turning his head, he looked at the bright red figure that had disappeared outside the tent. Between his stern eyebrows, there was a sense of solemnity again. In fact, Xianiqi Xiao knew in his heart why Xiao Mubai suffered such a disaster. It must be that Queen Rong told Danyang about it, which exposed Xiao Mubai. But he did not tell Su Rao that she knew about this. If Su Rao knew about it, with her character, she would definitely not let Queen Rong go. At that time, if she alarmed the snake and Danyang noticed it, this matter was more about the Emperor Wei. And Su Rao, who entered the tent, did not reduce the coldness on her face at all. The last words to Xianiqi Xiao were just deliberately said to prevent Xianiqi Xiao from being sensitive and suspicious. A blizzard lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it stopped. But the heavy snow stopped. But the mountain road was still blocked. The snow was so thick that it had reached the knees. It would take some time to clear the snow. But the two armies had already begun to prepare in secret when the blizzard was about to stop. And when the next battle on the battlefield reappeared, it would be the time for the two armies to finally decide the outcome. Victory or defeat depends on this one move. But just when the decision was about to be made, something happened to stop it. A piece of news from Langjing. The blizzard stopped. The sun came out, and the temperature warmed up. The war should have started again. But he was stopped by other things. Black Owl sent a message. It was left on the table in the tent of Zhu Siam. It said that Emperor Yun Lanju had passed away, and the throne was passed to his beloved son, the second prince. The reason was still under investigation. The second prince of Yunlang? General Yin Lai immediately made such an unclear sound. Didn't the second prince of Yunlang die 10 years ago? He looked at Su Rao, and the two words Qin Gong that he was about to say suddenly stopped, and then said, "Your Majesty, is it a mistake made by the secret guard? It's not the second prince, but the seventh prince." Siam Ichi Xiao also looked at the content of the secret letter, and in a moment, he looked at Su Rao. "What do you think about this? Such a thing happened in Yunlang. An Emperor Yu of Yunlang died? Why did the second prince of Yunlang suddenly appear?" Xianiqi Xiao did not think that the second prince in this message was a typo by the Eagle Shadow's secret guard. He knew his secret guards well, and there must be a turmoil in Yunlang. Su Rao, with a calm brow, was also puzzled. But her bright eyes fell on the 3 words second prince in the secret letter, and her heart was up and down. She thought of Yunji for no reason. Her sixth sense felt it. It was her keen sense. It was because Su Rao thought of that thing again. The day when she rescued Yunji from the Yun Palace. She heard Yunji calling Duke in a daze. I also thought about the childhood relationship between Rong Xiao and Yun Maheo. Yun Maheo was the only one among all the protons who had never bullied Rong Xiao, and he had secretly rescued Rong Xiao many times. So, now I think about the connection between them. The second prince is Yun Maheo. The duke is the Duke of Zhao. Yuanji is Rong Xiao, grandson and grandfather. Yuanji and the Duke of Zhao. Yuanji and Yun Muheo. If the news from Xian Ichi Xiao's secret guards is true, then who does Yun Muheo belong to? Su Rao has thought so much in her mind in a moment. The pair of peach blossom eyes suddenly tightened. With the hostility between the Zhao family and the Yao family, if Yunlang's government is controlled by the Duke of Zhao, then the current situation of the Yao family will inevitably be affected. And Yun Yu's death, with his healthy body, is only 30 years old. And it is not a normal death. Then all this? He did all this. Su Rao was thinking a lot in his heart, and did not pay attention to Xian Ichi Xiao for a while. Xian Ichi Xiao saw him and called again. No matter what happens, if Langjing changes, there will definitely be movement in the border city. After saying this, Su Rao spoke and glanced at Xian Ichi Xiao. Then he said directly, the second prince of Yunlang, Yun Muheo, is the son of concubine Shu and the grandson of Duke Xiao. The Xiao family and the Yao family are not in harmony. Everyone knows that if Yun Yu really dies, he will be replaced by the second prince, who has come back from the dead or is not dead at all. The situation of Yun Murwei in the border city. Su Rao's rationality. Only 2 short sentences from the secret guards. She has thought of so many connections. So clear, calm and composed, amazing and dazzling. Yen Lai. Send people to Yilang border city to inquire quickly, and pay special attention to whether there are any changes in the border city military camp. Immediately, Xian Ichi Xiao gave such an order. What Su Rao thought of. Xian Ichi Xiao actually saw through it. He also said, let Emoing pass on the news. And Yunlangjing City Langjing must also find out as soon as possible. Yes. General Yen Lai and Emoing both stood up, and were about to leave the tent to make arrangements. Su Rao, however, said, send people to strengthen the defense around our army, to prevent this from being a trick. Although it is clear that Xian Ichi Xiao's Eagle Shadow's secret guard should not make mistakes, it is always good to be cautious. Xian Ichi Xiao looked at Su Rao again, and then nodded. Su Rao and Xian Ichi Xiao were moved by the sudden change in Yunlang. At this moment, just outside the border city of Yunlang, within the winding snow-colored mountains, between the peaks, the eye-catching moonlight carriage stopped here. Although it was a sunny day, the snow between the mountains and forests was still hard to disappear. The vast snow scene made 2 eye-catching tracks for the wheels, and from far to near. It also bent the snow-covered dry grass branches on both sides of the road. Cough, cough. The small stove was burning in the carriage, and there was no coldness inside. No matter how cold the outside world was, the carriage was warm like the warm sun in June. But the people in the carriage still couldn't suppress the coughing. Such coughs made them feel heavy in their hearts. Rustle, rustle. The Yuwa carriage had just stopped here not long ago, and such a faint sound came from the grass and snow not far away. The people who came were all wearing gray cotton jackets, with their hair tied up with cloth bands, carrying baskets on their backs and sickles in their hands. They looked like ordinary woodcutters. But when they got closer and saw their faces clearly, one of them turned out to be the rough kid who was beaten with a stick and should have been imprisoned. He was here. And the other two. Gu. One of them muttered, with a strange face. Just an ordinary soldier under the rough boy. But when he called out Yunji's courtesy name, his voice felt dull. It was Su'er, who had long been dead. The other person, also a strange face, also an ordinary soldier, but he unconsciously turned his back to the handle of the knife, as if holding the habitual posture. It was Su Han. Second master. The master has been waiting for you for a long time. Su'er came to the front of Yuwa carriage. Yunling bowed, got off the carriage to give way, and then walked not far away, guarding the surroundings with the rough boy and Su Han. The biting cold wind blew, causing the branches around to rustle. It also blew a strand of hair at the corner of the ear. Cough. There was another cough inside the Yuwa carriage. And Su'er, who was standing outside the carriage, did not get on the carriage immediately, but stood there for a moment, watching the Yuwa carriage for a moment. Who, with such a sound of depression between his breaths, he stepped onto the carriage and pushed open the door to get in. A warmth instantly hit his face, dispelling the strong coldness around Su'er. But to the people in the carriage, it was a biting coldness that invaded from the outside. And in just a moment, his whole body was chilled. Cough, 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 cough. The warmth in the carriage disappeared instantly. And Yunji couldn't stop coughing even more after inhaling a gust of cold wind. Even Yuhua couldn't stop coughing with a handkerchief covering her lips. The continuous coughing and wheezing made his already pale face look even more bloodless. And the paleness of Juanmei's face. Su Er saw that the indifference that he had just brought with him was clearly revealed on the unfamiliar face. He closed the car door, stopping the cold from sweeping through the car, and tore off the disguise that had been on his face for many days. His true face was revealed. Jiyue, who are you? Today I must know all your deeds. And I can no longer hide them. Otherwise, you and I will be brothers today. He sat opposite Yunji, took the teacup on the table, added a cup of tea, and pushed it to Yunji. Although he was so caring, his face was indifferent. His eyes were dull, and he looked at Yunji opposite him. His breath was floating and difficult to calm down. And he was annoyed inside, and felt annoyed. He has known a brother for 10 years, who is not a blood brother, but is better than a blood brother. He hid so many things from him. You said that you were not Jiyu, but Han Machin, the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, and the second prince of Danyang Kingdom who died at birth. But now, why are you the second prince of Yunlang? Yun Maheo, the son of concubine Shu who died when the Qin dynasty fell 10 years ago. You said that the situation of my Su family, Emperor, you wanted to kill my Su family, and the Su family could only put them to death to stay away from the court and retreat. Why did you hide it from my little sister? And even force my little sister to go to such a point now? Cough. Yuma. After taking a sip of tea, the coldness in the car disappeared. Yunji suppressed his cough, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But this smile at this moment was no longer as light as before, but with a touch of bitterness. Yunji is a human, not a god, and it is difficult to predict everything. Smiled, then shook his head. Umo still doesn't know why Yunji is sick. Today, Yunji will tell Umo why Yunji has changed, why he is the second prince of Yunlang, and why he heard Rao Rao in such a shallow way. General Yanlai said troops to sneak into Yunlang border town secretly, but no news has been received yet. However, Su Rao's people later reported news from Langjing. Ying brought news, compared with the 2 sentences said by Xian Ichi Xiao's Eagle Shadow secret guard. The news received by Ying only made Su Rao's heart surge for a while, and it was difficult to calm down. Emperor Yu was poisoned by Queen Yao, just because Emperor Yu ordered the 7th prince to participate in politics in the court, and appointed Prince Jiyue as the new commander of the Yunlang army, and the faction of Duke Xiao had the intention to favor Prince Jiyue. In Langjing, in the court, such a secret movement in a short day, not to mention the personal relationship between Prince Jiyue and the 7th prince. Duke Xiao is a man of Emperor Yu, which is very obvious that Emperor Yu paved the way for the 7th prince Yun Mujing, and wanted to abolish the crown prince Yun Murui. As for how much Emperor Yu doted on the 7th prince Yun Mujing, no one felt it more than Empress Yao. The Emperor Yu's bedmate. She had a bad intention, and secretly poisoned Emperor Yu. If Emperor Yu died, her son would naturally ascend the throne. In the end, Emperor Yu's death would also be blamed on the Zhao family. After all, the 7th princess was imprisoned in Yun County first, and concubine Shu was demoted and confined later. It was normal for concubine Shu to hate Emperor Yu. Empress Yao's actions were meticulous, but she never expected that Zhu Siam and Yun Lang would go to war, and Yun Murui was appointed as the commander-in-chief for Yun Ji's advice to fight on behalf of his father. If Yun Murui stayed away from Langjing, Emperor Yu would die of poison at that time. Wouldn't it be making wedding clothes for others? So for a moment, Queen Yao was panicked, and she thought about discussing with her father, Prime Minister Yao, what to do. However, Prince Jiyue, who came to the palace to see Emperor Yu, noticed something was wrong, and the war between Zhu Xian and Yun Lang had already started. In order to prevent turmoil in the court, they had to suppress the matter secretly, capture Queen Yao, and rescue Emperor Yu first. However, the poison that Empress Yao had given Emperor Yu was extremely vicious, and Master Huishan had no cure. In addition, Master Zhu was not around, and Emperor Yu was dying. When Emperor Yu was dying, he issued an edict. Empress Yao, together with her mother's clan Yao, conspired to murder the emperor, and they should be executed. In addition, the position of the crown prince was abolished, and the Yunwang mansion's Jiyue prince, who was both virtuous and talented, and was the most brilliant, was actually my second son Yun Muheo. Now I pass the throne to my second son Yun Muheo, and he will inherit my throne. The change in Yunlang may be the work of Prince Jiyue. This man is so cunning that he may want to take over the world. This statement came out of Xian Qishao's mouth, and his heart was calm, thinking of everything he had investigated about Yunji when he first arrived in Yunlang, and Yunji's actions. He felt that Yunji's heart might be to compete for the world. But later, because of him, his suspicion disappeared. But now he knows that this man, who has a far-reaching plan, is actually the second prince of Yunlang, who has been dormant for many years. Xian Qishao thought so. It was not an exaggeration. Just because Su Rao thought more than him. Yunji was Yun Maheo. So is his identity Rong Xiao fake? From the beginning to the end, he lied to her, used his second brother to get close to her, knew that she was Qin Rao, and deliberately disguised herself as Rong Xiao to lure her into the game. Between the breath, there was such a feeling of heavy panting, compared to the various speculations that Su Rao had when Xiao Mubai appeared. At this moment, she only felt that her whole body was trembling, and she was shivering all over. The coldness went straight from the soles of her feet to her forehead, and she felt the coldness penetrate her heart, surrounded by thick ice all around. It was not the kind of ice that she had created because of love and hate, but her ignorance. She was played around by someone like this, but she didn't know it, and she still claimed to be smart. His previous gentleness made her feel at ease, and helped her save the Su family. But later, he suddenly changed his mind, and killed his second brother, and destroyed the Su family. She went to Siam to start the war, to avenge her country and family hatred. Now, when Yun Merwei left Langjing for the war, he easily captured Yunlang. One thing after another. Precise layout. No omissions. Accurately grasped her character. Su Rao. Xiang Qishao noticed that Su Rao was different. Seeing her eyes fall directly on the letter, sweat beads appeared on her forehead. He had never seen such a timid state before. His cold eyebrows moved, and in a breath, his big hand pressed on Su Rao's shoulder. Xian Qishao had already guessed it in his heart. The Su family was destroyed, and the person behind the plot, Yun Langjiyu's heart. Compared to the meticulous Emperor Yu, he may be more unpredictable. Jiyu's heart? He is the second prince of Yunlang, who is very cunning, and he uses the strategy of attacking the heart to the extreme. This voice came from the throat. Su Rao's trembling and shivering in her heart. But it was only for such a short moment, and her face was calm again. Compared to the Su Rao that Xian Qishao had met before, this Su Rao seemed to have a darker heart. If it was only for the national hatred and family hatred in her heart, she should not have changed so much at this moment. It's not that she hates the Yun family, but she only hates that one person. Han's eyebrows moved again, and her cold eyes fluctuated again. At this moment, Xian Qishao just realized the unusualness between Yunji and Su Rao. They were not chasing each other, as he had seen and known. And after spending time with Su Rao, Xian Qishao really understood Su Rao. She was calm and composed. If it wasn't for the people or things she cared about, it would be hard for her to have such a different feeling than before. Yunlang has fallen into Yunji's hands. With his cunning, he has already planned it. There must be his people in Yunlang's border town. He must have made arrangements long ago. Suddenly, Su Rao stood up. The amplitude of her movement was so large that she almost overturned the chair. She did not react, but looked at Xian Qishao with deep peach blossom eyes. Xian Qishao, we can't wait for news from Yunlang's border town. We must send a large army to attack the city with all our strength. Such Su Rao made Xian Qishao feel abnormal. If it was just unrequited love, like his feelings, she would not lose her composure like this. Then it can only be Xian Qishao. Seeing that Xian Qishao was looking at her, but his mind was floating, as if he didn't listen to what she said. Su Rao frowned for a moment, but in an instant, she also realized that her reaction was wrong. She was too radical. We really can't wait. If there is any movement in Yunlang border city, then now is the best time to attack the city. Xian Qishao spoke, and all his thoughts and ideas stopped. He looked at Su Rao, stood up and walked to the sand table, and picked up the command pole. He reacted like this, as if he had never felt that Su Rao was wrong. His expression was floating just now, but he was also thinking about the opportunity at this moment. So he didn't answer Su Rao's words immediately. The command pole pointed to the landmark where the soil and stones were piled in the sand table. And Xiang Qishao talked about the siege deployment again. The matters discussed before could no longer be continued at this time. We must change the strategy. Attack the enemy by surprise. And directly attack and take down Yulang border city. Xiang Yiqi made arrangements. And Su Rao also walked to the sand table. The doubts in her heart caused by Xiang Yiqi's reaction just now disappeared. Xiang Yiqi did not notice her abnormality just now.